transported back to the year 1978, the pivotal moment of reinstating the college entrance examination. Li Xiangnan, who believed he had ascended to the pinnacle of life after Mariai, being a wealthy and beautiful educated youth, found himself abruptly jilted before the examination. Faced with the realities of a transactional marriage, Li Xiangnan, who had traversed time, resolutely acquiesced to the arrangement. Women are peculiar beings. The more one lavishes affection upon them, the more distant they become. Yet when one's heart wavers, they experience a torment that rends the soul. When Li Xiangnan ultimately reaches the zenith of his existence, the educated youth, now filled with regret, will lament her earlier choices. Chapter 1. Jilted by the educated youth. For these past 3 years, you have honored your promise, never once laying a finger on me. I, Lin Yu, am not one to be untrustworthy. Regardless of the outcome of this college entrance examination, the Lin family shall fulfill the commitments made to you. As for our marriage, it was merely a transaction. Once you have settled in Yanjing, we shall part ways. A cool, resonant voice pierced through the haze of Li Xiangnan's consciousness, prompting him to shake his somewhat dazed head and open his eyes. The fragrance of youth mingled with the summer breeze enveloped him, revealing a delicate oval face, eyes resembling twinkling stars, and lips soft and petite, exuding an enchanting, yet elusive brilliance. Li Xiangnan stood momentarily stunned, perplexed. Who is this person? I am speaking to you. Can you hear me, Li Xiangnan? The sound of footsteps echoed as the blazing sun scorched the earth, beads of sweat trickling down Li Xiangnan's brow and splattering onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. With a gaze filled with confusion, Li Xiangnan surveyed his surroundings. Low, unassuming buildings flanked a short street, where barbershops, grocery stores, and various other establishments were interspersed, all imbued with a monotonous and antiquated ambience. Beyond the gray, looming walls, a throng of youthful figures bustles about, clad in gray or blue attire, nibbling on steamed buns and sipping water from military-green flasks. KS, their expressions intensely focused on the books they cradle. Among them are numerous middle-aged individuals, dressed in worn shirts, carefully inscribing notes with pencils on their notebooks. The crowd clusters densely around a closed iron gate, above which the bold, crimson characters proclaim 1978 Red Mountain High School Examination Center. A wave of searing heat engulfs Li Xiangnan, momentarily overwhelming his senses as a torrent of memories floods his mind, causing him to stumble dizzily against the wall. Wasn't I just being interviewed at the Lancet International Medical Conference? How'd I end up here? Is this a time travel? After assimilating the deluge of information, Li Xiangnan finds himself bemused. He has inexplicably assumed the identity of a person who shares his name. This individual possesses a background that tangentially connects to his later life as a distinguished medical expert. However, the previous incarnation skills are somewhat rudimentary, relegating him to the role of a barefoot doctor. The Li family is regarded as a prominent clan in the region, having earned respect through their ancestral medical practices, though they have not restored the wealth of their forebears. Thus, has he encountered a betrothal cancellation right from the outset? Having integrated the memories of his predecessor, Li Xiangnan swiftly identifies the young lady from earlier. Lin Yu, a native of Yanjing, who 5 years prior came to the rural village of Lijia in Hongshan County to support rural development. Her arrival had stirred considerable excitement throughout the surrounding areas. Her captivating beauty had become the object of admiration for countless young men and rural youth, with suitors forming an extensive queue. Yet, as time passed, many lost their resolve. Although Lin Yu possessed a striking appearance, her aura of aloofness shattered the dreams of numerous young admirers. The protagonist was among the many suitors, having been the most persistent. Just as he was about to surrender to Lin Yu indifference, she approached him with an astonishing declaration she wished to marry him. However, before he could revel in joy, Lin Yu laid forth an outrageous stipulation. While marriage was acceptable, they could not engage in the intimate acts customary between spouses. This year marked the second since the resumption of the college entrance examination, coinciding with Lin Yu father reclaiming his former position. It was during this time that the protagonist learned the true reason behind Lin Yu desire to marry him, it was simply to evade the relentless pursuit from her many admirers. The Li family, held in high esteem locally, had chosen Li Xiangnan as a convenient shield. In return, the Lin family promised Li Xiangnan a position in Yanjing, along with assistance in resolving his household registration issues. With a job and a stable residence, Li Xiangnan could easily seek another partner. Such were Lin Chukio's words, reflecting the Lin family stance. He could not bear the thought of watching her slip away. Thus, the protagonist resolved to wager everything. If he could secure admission to Yanjing through his own merits, he would have the opportunity to earn the Lin family's approval. After all, an opportunity gained through personal effort was vastly different from one granted out of charity. Li Xiangnan's lips twitched with irony. Indeed, the devoted suitor, in his unwavering affection, ended up with nothing. Ding, ding, ding. A piercing bell resonated, and footsteps surged towards the gates of Hongshan High School like a relentless tide. "Young man, the bell for entry has rung. Why are you still lost in thought?" called out a vendor on the street, rousing Li Xiangnan from his reverie. "Thank you," Li Xiangnan replied, rubbing his head as his gaze searched the crowd, quickly locating that exquisite figure. Since this body now belonged to him, it was time to resolve some lingering issues. He strode forward, aligning himself beside the aloof young woman, attracting envious glances from many onlookers. "I agree." Upon uttering those words, Li Xiangnan disregarded the astonished look in her eyes and confidently entered the classroom. It was the first time in years he had spoken to her in such a detached manner, even avoiding her gaze moments before. A crisp sound akin to shattering porcelain echoed within his heart. It was emblematic of her pride. Chapter 2. The college entrance examination questions are astoundingly simple. At this moment, many individuals were entering the examination hall, and Lin Chuqiao was swept away by the throng, failing to catch up to that figure. Ding, ding, ding. With the ringing of the examination bell, the first Chinese language exam of the 1978 college entrance examination commenced in this charged atmosphere. As Li Xiangnan unfolded the Chinese test paper, he was nearly overwhelmed with surprise. As a product of a future era renowned for its examination prowess, this test was astonishingly simplistic. Yet he understood that, given the current literacy rate and the level of education in the country, such a degree of difficulty for the college entrance examination was entirely apt. Appropriate for the prevailing circumstances, the college entrance examination of 1978 was a renewed attempt following the restoration of the examination system last year, drawing extensively from lessons learned during its inaugural iteration. The subjects for the arts included Chinese, mathematics, history, political science, and geography, with the questions being more diverse and the materials more broadly selected. In truth, there should be 6 subjects, however. Since foreign language scores were not counted towards the total, Li Xiangnan did not sit for that examination. After effortlessly completing the entire test paper in 40 minutes, Li Xiangnan began to survey his surroundings. In a modest classroom, there were around 20 desks, each occupied by a tense figure. Not everyone possessed his level of ease, and it was understandable. The classroom lacked vibrant colors, rather. Shades of gray seemed to dominate the atmosphere. Finding it tedious, Li Xiangnan shifted slightly on the old, battered bench, alleviating some of the discomfort from its missing corner, and leaned his head on the desk, squinting. His eyes he listened to the scratching sound of the fountain pen gliding across the paper. He felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. The golden age, full of promise. Li Xiangnan murmured to himself, every cell in his body buzzing with excitement. Candidate, refrain from making noise and maintain the order of the examination room. "Yes, you. Have you finished your paper? Do not look around." At that moment, a proctor clad in a Zhongshan suit descended from the podium. He adjusted his thick, crooked glasses and, with his hands clasped behind his back, sternly admonished, "Li Xiangnan, what time is it? And you're still able to doze off?" The proctor, Wang Shuiliang, expressed his frustration, slapping the desk, but his voice quickly fell silent. Li Xiangnan's examination paper was immaculate, his handwriting neat, and every question had been answered. Wang Shuiliang nudged Li Xiangnan's pen aside, his astonishment evident in his gaze. In merely 40 minutes, this young man not only completed the entire paper, but did so with remarkable accuracy. It was clear that he was not merely fooling around. His mindset was exceptionally composed, in stark contrast to the surrounding candidates who were gritting their teeth and deep in thought. Could he possibly be a genius? This suspicion was soon validated in the second examination. During the mathematics exam, Wang Shuiliang deliberately approached Li Xiangnan after he had succumbed to sleep, only to discover that all 7 major problems had been answered. Did again with high precision. Li Xiangnan. Wang Shuiliang etched this name deeply into his memory. July 20th, the first day of examinations, passed smoothly. Throughout the day, Li Xiangnan did not encounter Lin Chuqiao until he finally saw her alone in the cafeteria after thep. Political exam concluded the following noon. However, he did not approach to greet her. He exchanged a few ration tickets for 3 steamed buns and settled into a corner to eat. Though Li Xiangnan refrained from seeking out Lin Chuqiao, she noticed him. At that moment, Lin Chuqiao approached with her meal box, raised an eyebrow, and initiated the conversation. You seem in good spirits. It appears you did well on the exam. Li Xiangnan instinctively lifted his gaze, meeting the face of the coolly beautiful girl before him. He merely nodded and then lowered his eyes, choosing silence. She was the wife of his predecessor, although they had never shared a marital bond. There was little connection between them. He had no desire to play the sycophant. Li Xiangnan's indifferent demeanor momentarily startled Lin Chuqiao. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chuqiao believed she had discerned his thoughts, her tone tinged with regret. Regardless of your feelings towards me, I am eternally great. Full to you. I understand that the divorce troubles you. Before Li Xiangnan could respond, Lin Chuqiao closed the lunchbox, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she rose to depart. Li Xiangnan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss, silently cursing inwardly. Does this woman genuinely think I am upset about the divorce? Hey, I haven't been giving you any disdainful looks. That afternoon's history exam proceeded as usual. Where did that kid come from? How did he finish so quickly? From Li Family Village. He seems to have the surname Li, from Li Family Village. I've seen him accompany his father to our village for medical treatment. A doctor should have no worries about food. Why come here to compete with us for meals? After the geography exam on the 3rd day, not only did the proctor express surprise by patting him on the shoulder, but he also garnered the envy of his peers. As the 5th student to exit the examination hall, Li Xiangnan felt reluctant, yet the questions were simply too easy. Li Xiangnan's conspicuous performance ultimately attracted Lin Chuqiao's attention from the adjacent examination room. Outside the examination hall, Lin Chuqiao appeared disheartened. Li Xiangnan, when I spoke of divorce before the college entrance examination, it was a thoroughly considered decisio. There are many setbacks in life. If my words can so easily shatter you, then I truly underestimate you. Li Xiangnan twitched his lips, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he remarked, Surely, you do not believe that I was the first to leave the examination hall merely to submit a blank paper? Chapter 3. The brother-in-law invites to dinner. What else could it be? Lin Chuqiao's gaze remained composed, her demeanor cool and indifferent. Li Xiangnan. We are like 2 parallel lines, destined never to intersect in the past or the future. Once we arrive in Yanjing, we shall expedite our divorce. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Li Xiangnan, on the verge of explanation, reconsidered and chose silence. After all, he too wished to sever ties. Let it be a misunderstanding. Xiao Qiao. In the distance, a young man standing beside a 212 jeep waved his hand. He approached Lin Chuqiao, having noticed the discord in her conversation with Li Xiangnan. After a brief exchange, he swiftly walked up to Li Xiangnan. Xiangnan, let us have lunch together. My father wishes to speak with you. Lin Weimin's tone was gentle and exceedingly polite, yet the arrogance of a privileged youth was unmistakable in his expression. Li Xiangnan nodded subtly, seizing the opportunity to address outstanding matters. Xiao Qiao, with last year's exam experience, you should be quite confident about this year's college entrance examination, right? As Lin Weimin drove the 212, he engaged in casual conversation with Li Xiangnan, then turned to glance at Lin Chuqiao in the rearview mirror with a smile. Not bad, Lin Chuqiao replied, gazing out at the street scenery, her tone devoid of warmth, indicating her reluctance to elaborate further. I'm mediocre, Li Xiangnan replied with a faint smile, but offered no additional comments. He had encountered this brother-in-law a few times before. Each meeting was marked by an eagerness to ingratiate, yet they were hardly acquainted. Lin Weimin, momentarily taken aback. had anticipated a lively exchange with Li Xiangnan, only to find him simply sitting there, lips pressed together in silence. In their previous encounters, Li Xiangnan had always been cordial and enthusiastic. Even though Chu Qiao intended to divorce him, such aloofness seemed unnecessary. After all, upon arriving in Yanjing, this young man would still need to rely on the Lin family. They arrived at a national restaurant, where Lin Weimin guided them inside. Among the 3 national restaurants in Hongshan County, this one was the largest, and at that moment, several tables were already occupied. Lin Weimin seated them by the window, allowing them to glance at the blackboard displaying the menu, before retrieving meat and grain ration coupons from his pocket, ready to summon a waiter. Xiao Qiao, choose something you enjoy. You've just completed your exams. Let me treat you, Lin Weimin declared, pulling out a bottle of Nulon Mountain liquor from his bag and placing it on the table. Lin Chu Qiao shook her head, her expression not reflecting the usual relief after exams. Brother, you order whatever you like. That won't do. Despite her insistence, Lin Weimin resolved to consider Li Xiangnan's preferences. Come, Xiangnan, pick something you love. Brother Weimin, I'm fine with anything. Li Xiangnan, seated between Lin Weimin and Lin Chu Qiao, had scarcely made eye contact with the latter since their arrival and spoke without the usual attentiveness he had shown her before. Lin Weimin sensed something amiss but quickly dismissed his concerns. It appeared that the impending divorce weighed heavily on Li Xiangnan, confirming their father's suspicions that he harbored resentment. Very well, I shall order, Lin Weimin declared. Let us have a dish of scallion and tofu. Xiao Qiao, this is your favorite. Last time, Xiangnan mentioned enjoying ants climbing a tree, so we shall include that as well. Here's to wishing you both success in your upcoming college entrance examination. And let us add a dish of carp jumping over the dragon's gate to complete our meal. With a smile, Lin Weimin concluded and went to find a waiter, intentionally leaving space for the two to converse. In comparing his current perception of his elder brother-in-law, Li Xiangnan found a certain pride in his demeanor. Yet there was nothing to criticize. At that moment, Lin Chu Qiao, seated diagonally across the round table, was covertly observing Li Xiangnan, her brow furrowed. Seemingly displeased with his aloofness that day, Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, still avoiding her gaze. Brother Weimin, are you jesting? Can we not even be considered relatives? Lin Weimin paused for a moment, then feigned a casual tone. Xiangnan, you mustn't regard me as a stranger. Come, let me pour you a drink. Li Xiangnan swiftly rose, covering his cup, instinctively replying, Brother Weimin, one should not drink and drive. Only after uttering those words did he realize that such caution was a convention of the future. In this era, such rules were not strictly adhered to. Surprised by the suddenness of the afternoon trip to Yanjing, Li Xiangnan noted his elder brother-in-law's decisiveness. It appeared that the Lin family indeed wielded considerable influence, even able to procure a vehicle from the county government. To assuage Li Xiangnan's concerns, Lin Weimin placed the car keys on the table. The county officials will come by the restaurant to collect the vehicle this afternoon. I've already made arrangements. Just leave the keys at the front desk, and Xiangnan, let us drink freely. It's perfectly fine. With that reassurance, Li Xiangnan relaxed and nodded in agreement. The dishes soon arrived, and it was evident that Lin Weimin was a seasoned drinker, as he quickly downed a couple of shots with Li Xiangnan. Lin Chu Qiao, however, appeared somewhat despondent, showing little enthusiasm for the meal and refraining from engaging in their light-hearted banter. Suddenly, she stood up and announced, I need to use the restroom. Midway through the meal, Lin Weimin finally set down his wine glass, resting his hand on Li Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan, over these past few years, during Qiao's time in Lijia village, we are immensely grateful for the care your family has provided. The entire Lin family holds you in the highest regard. I understand that you harbor some resentment, but rest assured, before leaving, the old man assured me that should you arrive in Yanjing, our family will do everything in our power to assist you. Li Xiangnan met Lin Weimin's gaze directly, recognizing that if it were not for his connection to Lin Chu Qiao, he would hardly warrant any attention from the Lin family. The fact that they had extended such kindness was already remarkable. With the Lin family's assurance, he could hardly wait to finalize his divorce. It seemed his previous efforts had not been in vain. Securing a job and residency in Yanjing placed him ahead of many others. Understanding this, a genuine smile spread across his face as he grasped Lin Weimin's hand. Brother Weimin, you have found me a job in Yanjing and resolved my residency issue. There is no debt between us. The Lin family has no reason to feel indebted to me. I happen to be free this afternoon, and Xiao and I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our divorce. Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin was taken aback. Li Xiangnan did not behave as he had anticipated, displaying an eagerness rather than reluctance, his demeanor calm and devoid of bitterness. This was a stark contrast to the Li Xiangnan he had known. Meanwhile, around the corner, Lin Chuqiao stood with clenched fists, her expression frozen in disbelief, her heart skipping a beat. Was Li Xiangnan truly so eager to end their marriage? Chapter 4 First encounter with the Lin family. The matter of divorce, in truth, is not one that requires haste. Lin Weiman hurriedly clarified, pouring a glass of wine for Li Xiangnan. You are going to Yinjing, and it is still through Xiao Qiao's connection. After all, you are her family in name. As for the divorce, it would be prudent to wait until you have settled into your job. A few months from now, you both can discreetly part ways, and no one will raise an eyebrow. Li Xiangnan nodded slightly, once again appreciating the meticulousness characteristic of the Lin family. He proactively raised his glass to Lin Weiman, saying, "Very well, I shall await your word. Should you wish to divorce, you need only to reach out to me." As the two exchanged toasts, Lin Weiman's heart was tumultuous. This young man appeared so composed, seemingly devoid of any lingering affection for his sister, which struck him as rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to Li Xiangnan, who remained oblivious to the undercurrents of emotion between them, he savored the 3 delectable dishes before him. Frankly, after 3 days of subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, he was utterly ravenous. The fare at the school cafeteria lacked any substantial flavor, and he had only brought along a meager 12 ration coupons and 10 yuan that his father had given him before his departure, instructing him not to neglect his well-being during the college entrance examination. Li Xiangnan was not averse to spending. It was simply that those coupons would only suffice for more buns, and merely gnawing on them had left him feeling quite unsettled. Finally able to enjoy a splendid meal at a state-run restaurant, he could hardly contain his delight. How marvelous! Li Xiangnan silently helped himself to a few more servings. This scene left both Lin Weiman and Lin Chuqiao somewhat taken aback. Compared to his desire to forge connections with the Lin family, it seemed that Li Xiangnan was solely preoccupied with the pleasures of food. After a meal that lasted over an hour, Lin Weiman had thoroughly discussed the matter of entering Beijing, primarily to alleviate Li Xiangnan's grievances towards the Lin family. It wasn't until he boarded the train that he finally realized the other party harbored no resentment whatsoever. Inside the sleeper compartment, Lin Weiman entered, retrieving a can of yellow peach from his bag, and handed it to Lin Chuqiao, who was gazing out at the scenery. "Little Xiao, look what I brought you. I bought 2 cans. That rascal Xiangnan could hardly close his mouth just now. With 7 hours ahead of us, you should eat a little." He placed the can down. After sealing it again, he settled onto the lower bunk across from her. Aware of his brother's concern, Lin Chuqiao replied candidly, "No, not at all. Not even a bit. Not even a bit. It's just as you see, distant and cold." Lin Chuqiao raised her eyes to her brother, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Suddenly, she chuckled, her smile brightening the compartment significantly. "What can I do about it? Should I beg him to treat me better?" "Brother, that's unnecessary." She waved her hand dismissively. Lin Weiman, not wishing to prolong this topic, said, "Dad has arranged for you to enter the health system at the East City Health Bureau. Do you have any thoughts on that?" Meanwhile, in another sleeper compartment, Li Xiangnan had already finished a bottle of yellow peach. Consuming food without additives was both delightful and reassuring. The Lin family had assigned him to the factory hospital of the Hongshanku Machine Repair General Factory, where he held a formal position, starting as a second-level doctor with a monthly salary of 41.5 yuan. Compared to his previous life as a wandering physician, often struggling to make ends meet, his current situation is remarkably better. Moreover, the issue of his household registration has been resolved, signifying that Li Xiangnan will soon become an unequivocal citizen of Yinjing. As for Lin Weiman's assertion that any assistance could be sought from the Lin family, Li Xiangnan did not take it to heart. In his past life, he had reached the age of over 40, possessing a substantial background in medicine with over 20 years of experience in the field. He had made significant contributions to medical research, with numerous publications in leading international medical journals such as The Lancet, and had garnered recognition from international medical organizations, receiving accolades in abundance. His current employment will expedite his acclimatization to this era and provide insights into the circumstances of Yinjing. Once the results of the college entrance examination are released, he intends to pursue higher education. In this era, the status of a university student is highly esteemed, facilitating many endeavors. Wake up, Xiangnan, we have arrived." In a daze, Li Xiangnan felt someone pinch his leg several times. As he opened his eyes, He was greeted by the anxious face of Lin Weiman. Have we arrived? Rubbing his eyes, Li Xiangnan realized that the train had already come to a halt at the platform. He quickly dragged his luggage from beneath the bed and squeezed out of the carriage alongside Lin Weiman. Xiao Xiao. Over here, on the platform. Just as Li Xiangnan and Lin Weiman disembarked, a man with a square face approached, holding a child in his arms. Li Xiangnan stepped aside slightly. Lin Weiman stood idle for a moment, and after some pleasantries, he finally introduced, "This is Li Xiangnan." A solemn-looking gentleman approached politely and extended his hand, introducing himself as Chu Qiao's elder brother. "Hello, I am Li. The car awaits outside. My father has instructed me to host you and ensure your comfort. Greetings, elder brother." Li Xiangnan replied with a faint smile, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Please convey my regards to uncle, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, leaving onlookers in astonishment as he grasped his luggage and walked away. Lin Weiguo was somewhat taken, exchanging a glance with Lin Weiman, who understood the unspoken message and hastily pursued Li Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, wait. Don't leave without me." Chapter 5. Beijing, here I come. At the Hongshanka machine repair factory, as the 212 Jeep came to a halt, factory director Xing approached warmly, shaking hands with Lin Weiman. "Xiaolin, you have finally arrived." Lin Weiman expressed his gratitude, giving Director Xing's hand a firm pat. "Thank you so much, Director Xing, for waiting at the entrance at this late hour." "Oh, we are like family. Such formalities are unnecessary." Director Xing boomed, dismissing the sentiment with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Li Xiangnan, who had just exited the passenger seat. "Is this the renowned Li Xiangnan? Truly a remarkable young man." "Xiangnan, this is Deputy Director Xing, responsible for general affairs and logistics at the Hongshanka machine repair factory. You should make it a point to learn from him," Lin Weiman said with a smile, introducing Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan was somewhat surprised that the deputy director had personally awaited their arrival. It was evident that the Lin family's connections were indeed formidable. Li Xiangnan, unreserved and modest, stepped forward to shake hands, eloquently expressing, "Director Xing, it is a pleasure to meet you. As a newcomer, I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. Should I falter in any way, I would be immensely grateful for your corrections. Do not be so humble, Li. Your sincerity is refreshing. Our factory needs talents like you. Come, let us proceed." Xing Chunlai responded with a hearty laugh, clearly pleased with Li Xiangnan's words. As they entered the factory premises, Xing led them toward the hospital nearby. During their walk, he deliberately quickened his pace to engage Lin Weiman in conversation. "How is your father's health?" Understanding the cue, Li Xiangnan gracefully fell back a couple of steps, allowing space for their dialogue while observing the work environment. At 9 o'clock at night, the occasional chirp of cicadas echoed from the treetops, and the factory grounds lay in tranquil silence, punctuated by scattered streetlights illuminating the banners proclaiming 100 days of intense construction. A 4-story building loomed at the end of the road, its sparse lights twinkling even in the darkness. After conversing for a while, Xing Chunlai suddenly gestured apologetically toward the nearby structure. "That is the factory hospital. Unfortunately, the dormitories are fully occupied at the moment. Li, I have already informed Weiman. Your accommodation will be arranged as swiftly as possible, but I must ask for your patience." Lin Weiman exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan, who readily responded with a smile, "Director Xing, you need not worry. Coming from a rural background, I can manage as long as I have a place to sleep. Prioritize the factory's arrangements. It is commendable that Li considers the factory's needs." Xing Chunlai smiled with a sense of satisfaction that was palpable on his face. After speaking, he pulled Li Xiangnan aside, retrieving 20 pounds worth of grain coupons, along with various other vouchers, such as fabric, oil, flour, and meat tickets, and 50 yuan, which he pressed into Li Xiangnan's hands. "Take these coupons and money. Your father provided 15 yuan and 10 pounds of grain tickets. The rest are for you from me. Do not refuse. As a newcomer, you will inevitably need these. Your salary will not be available until the beginning of next month. Uncle Xing has arranged for you to stay where you are. Do not complain. I will expedite the housing situation, so rest assured. Whenever I have the opportunity, I shall come by to check on you. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. In Yanjing, where you are unfamiliar, our Lin family stands as your support." After this, he patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder and approached Xing Chunlai to shake his hand. "Uncle Xing, I appreciate your care for the young man. I must take my leave now. Off you go." Xing Chunlai watched him depart. Li Xiangnan felt a surge of emotion, clutching the coupons and money, unable to find the words to express his gratitude. At that moment, Lin Weimin was already making his way towards the entrance. Just then, Xing Chunlai cast a meaningful glance at Li Xiangnan and smiled. The Lin family holds you, their son-in-law, in high regard. Li Xiangnan smiled in return, saying little more, and followed Lin Weimin to a pair of modest houses. This is the hospital's medical supplies storage. It was once a waste room, but with raised standards. It has been rendered and used. I hope it will suffice for you. Xing Chunlai unlocked the door, handed the key to Li Xiangnan, and turned on the light. A stale odor wafted through the air as a modest 20-square-meter room came into view. Inside, there were 7 or 8 benches, a solitary table, and 3 cabinets reaching a man's height, but conspicuously absent was a bed. A thick layer of dust cloaked the furniture, and the marks of time were evident everywhere. You tidy up a bit. I shall fetch you a bottle of hot water, remarked Xing Chunlai, handing a broom to Li Xiangnan and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Uncle Xing, please just tell me where to get the water. I can manage it myself. Are you truly that averse to inconveniencing others? I have no pressing matters, and you will have much to do later. Xing Chunlai pointed towards the cafeteria, a mere 200 meters away, and after relaying the directions, he departed. Li Xiangnan, unable to protest further, set down his luggage, rolled up his sleeves, and began to clean. He cleared one of the cabinets and flipped it over to serve as a makeshift bed, thus resolving the issue of where to sleep. Oh, you clever lad. I thought I would have to find you a proper bed. When Xing Chunlai returned with the water bottle, he was somewhat taken aback. He placed the tray he held on the now spotless table and had brought 3 steamed buns from the cafeteria. Have these to tide you over. After you finish your report tomorrow, you can purchase some daily necessities in the morning and start work in the afternoon. Thank you, Uncle Xing, Li Xiangnan said, wiping the dust from his nose, genuinely appreciative of the kindness. Once he saw Xing Chunlai off, he settled onto a bench, poured himself a cup of hot water, and while nibbling on a bun to satisfy his hunger, he surveyed the nooks and crannies of his new surroundings. The 4-story building diagonally opposite would soon become the stage for his ambitions. Yinjing, here I come. Chapter 6. The Lin family reunion in the family compound. Lin Yu gently supported his mother, Wang Xiuqin, as they stood at the bottom of the building. He softly reassured her, Mom, please go inside and rest. We will wait down here. Wang Xiuqin smiled faintly, shaking her head as she glanced at her children, her heart aching. Today, I've delayed your meals. You all should head upstairs. I will wait here alone. Weilan, could you bring something warm for Yuan to eat first? Grandma, I don't want to. I want to wait for Andy. Yuan, only 5 or 6 years old, with her sweet voice, was utterly endearing. The little one had only heard of her 4th aunt through adult conversations and was filled with curiosity. Mom, Yuan will be fine. I brought her something to eat this evening. Lin Weimin's wife, Xiaoqing, kindly suggested, let us all wait together. With that, she was the first to leap down the steps and ran towards the entrance of the compound. The roar of the approaching car grew louder, igniting excitement among the gathered family. This child, Yue, has such sharp ears. Weilan chuckled as she and Lin Yu gently assisted the slightly trembling Wang Xiuqin down the steps. Squeak. All right. Wang Xiuqin, overwhelmed with emotion, could scarcely utter a word, standing still in a rare moment of anticipation. Weilan, the wife of the eldest son Lin Weiguo, had already embraced her own son as they exited the vehicle. She hurried to the other side, opening the door and calling out, Xiao, your mother and sisters are here. Come down. Everyone turned their gaze towards the rear of the car, eagerly awaiting the appearance of that familiar figure. Thud. A slender leg first touched the ground, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in a light blue dress before the crowd. Sister. Before the figure could step out of the vehicle, Lin Yu rushed into her embrace, bursting into tears. 4th aunt. Little Yuan imitated Lin Yu, throwing herself onto Lin Chuqiao's leg and clinging tightly. Lin Chuqiao was momentarily taken aback, still processing the scene. Wang Xiuqin approached with excitement, grasping Lin Chuqiao's hand and speaking softly. This is your 2nd brother's child, Yuan. My dear daughter, you have endured so much. Mom. Lin Chuqiao nodded, gently wrapping her arm around her mother's shoulders. She noticed that her mother's once jet black hair had been cut short, with numerous strands of white interspersed. At that moment, everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion. Suddenly, the sound of brakes echoed again as Lin Weimin leapt from the car. Upon witnessing the scene at the family compound's entrance, he approached with a smile, wrapping his arm around his wife, Xiaoqing. After 5 arduous years, the family was finally reunited, elder brother Lin Weigua and sister-in-law Wei Lan, second brother Lin Weimin and sister-in-law Xiao Qing, third brother Lin Yu, fourth sister Lin Chuqiao, and youngest sister Lin Yu. This was a rare and cherished moment, akin to the profound significance of Lin Weigua and Lin Weimin's two children, named Tuanshuan and Yuan, symbolizing reunion. "Mom, where is Dad?" After shedding tears for a while, Lin Chuqiao didn't see her father's figure and gently inquired, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her mother's ear. Wang Xiuqin wiped her tears and took her daughter's hand, saying, "Your father values his pride. He's waiting inside. Come, let's eat." Lin Chuqiao lifted her head and happened to catch a glimpse of a head peeking from behind the curtains in the living room. She couldn't help but smile softly as she followed her mother up the steps. The expression on her mother's face was observed by everyone, and for reasons unknown. They all shared the same sentiment. Once inside, Lin Jianzhou was already seated at the head of the dining table, exuding an air of authority typical of an elder. His expression stern as he regarded Lin Chuqiao. "Dad." Lin Chuqiao obediently nodded, refraining from saying more. Lin Jianzhou gestured towards the dining table. "Xiuqin, Xiaoqing, Lan. Heat up the dishes. We mustn't allow Xiao Qiao to eat cold food. Weigua, go fetch that bottle of Shifeng liquor for me." "Dad, the 15-year-old one?" Lin Weimin exclaimed, astonished, well aware that the liquor was a cherished treasure of the Lin family. "What business is it of yours?" Lin Jianzhou frowned. "Weigua, hurry up." "Yes, Dad." Lin Weigua hastily made his way to the study. Wang Xiuqin began serving the dishes, calling out, "Xiao Qiao, please take a seat. Yu Wei, sit down quickly. We are about to enjoy a reunion dinner." "All right." Lin Yu joyfully tugged on Lin Chuqiao's hand, her excitement palpable. Lin Yu, being the third sister, maintained a more composed demeanor, guiding Lin Chuqiao to sit down and whispering, "Dad may seem strict, but he is actually pleased. Otherwise, he wouldn't be drinking Shifeng liquor." "I know, sis. You should sit too." Lin Chuqiao found her old seat and settled down. However, before she could fully sit, Lin Jianzhou pointed to the spot beside him. "You will sit here today?" Reluctantly, Lin Chuqiao moved across the table, carefully taking her place next to her father. The dishes were soon served, and the Lin family filled the table, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. As Lin Chuqiao gazed upon those familiar faces recounting the past, she felt as though it belonged to a previous lifetime. The first thought that sprang to her mind was concerning what Li Xiangnan would have for dinner tonight, where he might dine, and whether he would go hungry. Instinctively, she glanced at the empty seat, a sudden pang of sorrow gripping her heart. If all had gone smoothly, Li Xiangnan should have been seated there, right? "Wei Min, come to the study." At that moment, a commanding voice shattered her reverie. Lin Chuqiao abruptly realized that the dinner gathering was nearing its conclusion, and the myriad faces at the table were all regarding her with a complex mix of expressions. She closed her eyes, suddenly feeling a suffocating weight in her chest, as if ink had spilled within her, nearly rendering her breathless. "I need to use the restroom." Lin Chuqiao fled. Lin Weimin sighed, gesturing for everyone to remain calm as he turned and entered the study. "Dad, you called for me? Close the door." Chapter 7. My heart aches for my sister. Lin Jianzhou lifted his teacup, urging Lin Weimin to take a seat. "Enough of the formalities. You've certainly learned that routine well." Before his younger son could finish speaking, Lin Jianzhou waved his hand dismissively. "Is this about Li Xiangnan?" Lin Weimin opened his mouth, meeting his father's all-seeing gaze, and eventually nodded. "Yes." Lin Jianzhou frowned, directing a stern gaze at his son. "That cannot be. Dad, please don't glare at me." Lin Weimin clasped his hands on the desk, explaining, "Not only has Li Xiangnan refrained from pursuing Xiao Qiao, but he has also exhibited an unprecedented spirit and magnanimity." "How so?" Lin Jianzhou let out a surprised exclamation, urging, "Do not keep me in suspense." Lin Weimin then spoke earnestly, "Father, during these past few days spent with him, I have sensed he has transformed entirely. It seems he has suddenly lost interest in Xiao Qiao and no longer loves her." Lin Jianzhou furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, could it be that he harbors resentment towards the Lin family's arrangements? Is he reluctant to pursue a divorce? "Father, that is not the case at all." Lin Weimin shook his head emphatically, stating, "Li Xiangnan himself expressed that the Lin family owes him nothing. I have confirmed this repeatedly. He truly bears no resentment whatsoever." Lin Jianzhou fell silent, stroking his chin in contemplation before finally speaking. "It appears the crux of the matter lies with Xiao Qiao. Go and summon her." Lin Weimin's heart tightened, hesitating as he cautioned, "Father, please do not put pressure on her. Allow her some time to adjust." I'm fully aware. Lin Jianzhou waved his hand dismissively. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuqiao obediently entered and stood by the door. Seeing his daughter's nervous demeanor, Lin Jianzhou felt a pang in his heart. Xiao Qiao, I owe you an apology. It was my idea for you to enter into a sham marriage with Li Xiangnan, and now it is also my decision for you to divorce him. But you must understand, it is all for your own good. Father, I am aware of all that. Lin Chuqiao replied in a calm tone, devoid of any discontent. Lin Jianzhou rose to pour a cup of tea. Casting a tender glance at his daughter as he gently urged, "Come here and sit down. Have some tea." Once his daughter cradled the teacup and took delicate sips. Lin Jianzhou spoke earnestly. Your brother has informed you about the work at the Health Bureau, has he not? You can take a break for a while, and then focus on your work diligently. Regarding your divorce from Li Xiangnan, once he is stabilized in his career, I will coordinate with your mother, so there is no need for you to worry. As for your future partner, your father and I possess certain connections. Those talented young individuals are truly exceptional, and I shall ensure your interests are safeguarded. We have all witnessed the kindness you have shown by supporting your elder siblings in their endeavors. Rest assured, we will not allow you to become ensnared in the troubles of the Li family, and you need not feel inferior due to past experiences. It is not my intention to disparage the Li family. However, we are simply not of the same ilk, and there is no reason for you to feel disheartened. Dad, I understand. Lin Chuqiao nodded, though her gaze dimmed. In the living room, the rest of the Lin family gathered, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Lin Yu, with cheeks full from the hawthorn she had snatched from her brother, watched her second brother with keen interest. Clearing his throat, Lin Weimin, who was holding tea while conversing with Lin Weiguo, turned to acknowledge the attention focused upon him. Before Lin Weimin could speak, Lin Muyu, who had been peeling an apple with a fruit knife, interjected, Yue, your fourth sister is in the countryside, and the conditions are quite challenging. It is normal for her to take time to adjust. She will be fine in due course. Lin Yue pouted but did not argue. Lin Weiguo nodded in agreement. Muyu is correct. Xiao Qiao has endured hardships these past years. She took it upon herself to report to the street back then, effectively bearing our burdens. Now that she is struggling to acclimate to the family environment, we must be especially attentive to her feelings. Absolutely. Lin Yue was the first to respond. At that moment, Wei Lan noticed a smile at the corner of Lin Weimin's lips, as if he was somewhat unconvinced. She nudged her husband and playfully inquired, Weimin, your expression suggests you do not agree with the words of your third sister and elder brother. Do you know something we do not? The crowd turned their heads and indeed found Lin Weimin wearing a look of melancholy. He glanced toward the study, ensuring that Lin Chuqiao had not emerged, then spoke. Chuqiao's demeanor is entirely due to Li Xiangnan. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison. Shoo, don't startle Chuqiao, or I shall say no more. Lin Weimin hushed them, and everyone covered their mouths. He gestured to his wife, who was peering into the kitchen, to manage her mother, who was equally occupied, before continuing. You truly do not understand Chuqiao. What kind of person is she? She possesses thoughts and opinions of her own. Her resilience surpasses that of any of us. Has anyone ever witnessed her frown while enduring hardship? Her discontent stems from her impending divorce from Li Xiangnan. Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin raised his head, casting a sympathetic glance around the room. He finally patted his elder brother on the shoulder, sighed deeply, and stood to leave. You truly do not comprehend Chuqiao. In the past, she sacrificed for the Lin family, and now she is sacrificing once more for the family's reputation. We are forever indebted to her. My heart aches for my sister. Behind him, the atmosphere grew heavy as everyone held their breath. Chapter 8. The Hidden Dragon in Yanjing. As night fell, Lin Chuqiao found herself unable to sleep peacefully, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Outside, the cicadas chirped intermittently, prompting her to count sheep repeatedly. Regardless of her efforts, she could not find tranquility. Memories of the small room in the Li family frequently flashed through her mind whenever she struggled to sleep at night. Li Xiangnan would sing to her, soothing her into slumber. At that time, she would often chide Lin Chuqiao in a playful tone. Yet tonight, she felt an undeniable void. It was only now that she comprehended the profound nature of habit. As the night passed, Li Xiangnan awoke to the sun's radiant beams streaming through the window, casting light upon the wooden bench at the bedside, where his untied liberation shoes lay. He dressed swiftly, discarded the shoes onto the floor, and stood up. Stretching with a leap, having slept soundly the previous night, he now felt invigorated and brimming with energy. He gathered his toothbrush and enamel basin, then opened the door to head out for his morning wash. Last night, Factory Director Xing had introduced the facility's amenities. The nearest washroom was located behind the cafeteria, featuring a row of faucets suitable for washing dishes and clothes. He intended to address his hygiene needs there. However, upon opening the door, he nearly collided with a middle-aged figure standing in his path. "Who are you?" Li Xiangnan exclaimed, startled by the unexpected obstruction at such an early hour. Instinctively taking a step back. "Greetings, comrade." The newcomer flashed a wide grin, removing his hat. "I am Sun Jia, the deputy chief of the factory security department. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Xiangnan scrutinized the visitor, noting his blue uniform, which indeed indicated his affiliation with the security department. He stepped aside and inquired, "Brother Sun, are you waiting here for something? Would you like to come in and talk?" Sun Jia waved his hand and bent down to retrieve a coal stove. Grinning as he said, "I was concerned that you might not have hot water to wash your face this morning, so I brought you this coal stove. I've placed a coal ball inside. Once you ignite it, you'll be able to use it right away." Li Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Thank you, Sun Gu, for your thoughtfulness." He only knew Deputy Factory Director Xing Chunlai at the Hongshanka Machine Repair Factory and had no prior acquaintance with Sun Jia. Not only had Sun Jia been waiting here early in the morning, but he had also brought a coal stove. Li Xiangnan, who was not a celebrated figure, was well aware of his own worth. "Come on, don't be so reserved. This coal stove is from the security department. It's been in use, so I thought I'd bring it to you," Sun Jia continued, noting Li Xiangnan's hesitance. He placed the coal stove down by the door and clapped his hands, saying, "If you need anything else, feel free to let me know. I still have some influence in the security department." Li Xiangnan, considering a possibility, discreetly took out a peony cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Sun Jia, testing the waters. "Sun Gu, you could tell Uncle Xing that it's really unnecessary to go to such lengths. I'll be procuring these myself anyway." Sun Jia looked around awkwardly and whispered, "Actually, this isn't Director Xing's idea. It was my own initiative. Please don't mention it to him." Li Xiangnan struck a match to light Sun Jia's cigarette, his tone becoming more congenial. "I feel a bit embarrassed. By the way, my name is Li Xiangnan. You don't have to call me little brother. You can just call me Xiao Li or Xiangnan." Sun Jia observed that Li Xiangnan spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance, exhibiting politeness devoid of pretension. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Xiao Li, in fact, when the jeep brought you here last night for your report, I was patrolling nearby. I happened to witness Director Xing arranging your accommodation. The leadership is personally involved, and as a mere soldier, I ought to align myself with such dedication. Feel free to use the stove. If you need anything, just let me know." It was evident that this young man possessed a keen perception, yet his thoughts remained untainted. Most would not express their innermost feelings. This suggested a unique rapport with Director Xing, as well as a significant background of the individual driving the jeep, prompting a desire to forge connections with an open heart and the courage to act and speak freely. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, and decided to rely on Brother Sun's care from then on. "I am undeserving of such praise. You honor me." Sun Jia waved his hand and departed, finally feeling satisfied. After walking over 200 meters and freshening up at the cafeteria, Li Xiangnan glanced inside to see that people had begun to arrive for work. Regrettably, the cafeteria only provided lunch and catered to some evening receptions for the leadership, leaving him to seek breakfast elsewhere. Upon returning and securing the door, he walked eagerly towards the factory gate. Lacking a watch, he estimated the time to be around 7 o'clock by observing the sun. Upon seeing the guardhouse, he thought to inquire, "Hey there, sir, you truly are remarkable. You seem to know what I intend to do." Li Xiangnan exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offering one to the guard. The most formidable presence in a temple is the janitor. Do not underestimate the gatekeeper of the factory. This sentiment rang entirely true. You possess a remarkable discernment, far exceeding that of the average lad. With a smile, the elderly doorman, Master Qin, gestured toward his eyes as he accepted the cigarette. "If you wonder how I know your intentions, it is all written in these eyes. Off you go now. Today, your affairs are of utmost importance." A sense of gravity settled in Li Xiangnan's heart as he expressed his gratitude once more and stepped out of the factory door. His thoughts tinged with a hint of uncertainty. It is said that in the city of Yanjing, one could easily unearth numerous officials with just a single brick. Truly, it is a land of hidden talents. On this very first day, he had already encountered the keen-eyed Sun Jia and the insightful doorman. Yanjing. It is indeed a place of great intrigue. Chapter 9. The King of Hell Can Hide. But the mischievous spirits are relentless. As he strolled along the bustling streets of the capital, he was greeted by men and women of all ages, devoid of the hurried demeanor characteristic of future generations. No one clutched a phone while rushing about. Instead, familiar faces exchanged warm greetings. Outside a grocery store, a long queue had formed as patrons animatedly debated how much tofu to purchase, reluctant to deplete their accumulated tofu tickets all at once. Opposite them, a young lad in an apron was weighing coal for the waiting customers. Nearby, a group of exuberant schoolchildren chased one another, while female workers from the textile factory sang merrily in groups, teasing each other about the handsome suitors of their respective households. Scenes that had previously only danced before his eyes in films now unfolded vibrantly before Li Xiangnan. As he observed the lively atmosphere, the warmth of daily life enveloped him, and he found himself unconsciously slowing his pace. 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 5 steamed buns, and 4 ounces of grain coupons. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, awakening Li Xiangnan. It was then he realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the state-run restaurant mentioned by Grandpa Qin. Before even stepping inside, he could hear the lively chatter within. With a smile, he entered. More than half of the 10 or so tables were already occupied, so he moved closer to the ordering area to take a glance. Steamed buns and soy milk, steamed buns and bean juice, deep-fried dough sticks and wheat cakes. An abundance of choices awaited him. On a blackboard, the prices for the various items were displayed. Fried dough sticks cost 6 cents for 2, 1 ounce of grain coupons. Meat buns were 10 cents for 2, 1 ounce of grain coupons. Noodles were 15 cents a bowl, plain and unseasoned. Braised noodles were 20 cents a bowl, generous portions guaranteed to satisfy. Dumplings were 20 cents a bowl. Upon seeing this, Li Xiangnan's eyes lit up. He quickly fished out 20 cents from his pocket and decided on that. However, upon noticing the person ahead ordering a serving of vegetarian dumplings, his interest waned immediately. He settled instead for a bowl of braised noodles and spent an additional 5 cents on a steamed bun, handing over 3 ounces of grain coupons. Would you like a serving of fresh bean juice? The attendant asked, ready to jot it down. Freshly fermented? Li Xiangnan quickly declined, not because it was unpalatable, but simply because it did not suit his taste. He hurriedly fled to a window seat and began to focus intently on his noodles. After a satisfying half hour, he finished his breakfast and stepped out of the state-run restaurant with great contentment. Near the guardhouse, Grandpa Qin was waving farewell to the postman delivering newspapers. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he chuckled, right on time. You, my boy, have quite the sense of punctuality. Grandpa, have a cigarette. Li Xiangnan smiled, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and handing it over. Bidding farewell to Uncle Qin, Li Xiangnan promptly made his way to the factory hospital. He had surveyed the 4-story building the previous evening, estimating the location of the administrative department, and now it seemed only fitting that he ascended to the 4th floor, where he soon found the administrative office tucked away in a corridor. The door was ajar, and upon noticing an individual seated inside, Li Xiangnan stood at the threshold and gently knocked, calmly stating, "Greetings, comrade. I have come to report for duty. May I inquire about the necessary procedures?" In truth, only the lower 3 floors of this 4-story structure functioned as a hospital. The topmost floor housed auxiliary departments, such as administration, logistics, the medical department, the office, education and research, medical records, and finance. Despite the multitude of departments, the personnel were few, rendering the corridors remarkably tranquil. Li Xiangnan was utterly certain that his words could be heard, yet the individual within feigned ignorance. I understand. The king of hell is easy to evade, but the pesky little spirits are quite the nuisance. He remained unperturbed and reiterated, "Hello, I am here to report for duty. Are you not tired of pestering me? Can't you see I am busy? Always asking questions. Where did this wild child come from?" Lacking any sense of decorum. At last, the individual looked up, yet he was met with a torrent of complaints, dramatically tossing aside the document in his hand. Li Xiangnan discerned that the young man held a newspaper similar to that of Uncle Qin. Is this what it means to be busy? Waiting here. Cui Xingjian shot a glance at Li Xiangnan, leisurely brewed himself a cup of tea, picked up the newspaper from the table, and nonchalantly propped his feet upon the surface. Engrossed in his reading, Li Xiangnan remained unbothered, preparing to observe whether the administrative department was populated by such individuals. He touched the chair and, doing nothing else, fixed his gaze intently upon Cui Xingjian. As 5 minutes elapsed, Cui Xingjian became aware of Li's unwavering stare, rendering him unable to concentrate on the newspaper, thus inducing a sense of discomfort. Clearing his throat, He pretentiously twisted open his cup, blowing upon the steaming tea, contemplating how to teach this unrefined youth a lesson. Just then, the sound of polished shoes echoed down the corridor, causing Cui Xinjian to feel a surge of pleasure. With a cold snort, he hastily rose, darting to the opposite table to retrieve a teacup and pour hot water from the kettle. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline entered the office, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiangnan's presence. "Good morning, Section Chief Ma. Here's your tea, freshly brewed with frothy goodness." "It's delightful," Cui Xinjian exclaimed, approaching with a broad smile. "I hear he's here for a report, and doesn't he quite grasp the rules? He shouted at me twice this morning, nearly startling me." He lamented, "How can this be? The youth of today exhibit no sense of decorum." Cui Xinjian chuckled softly, his voice deliberately loud enough for Li Xiangnan to overhear. He understood the sharpness of Cui Xinjian's gaze. It was evident that the latter perceived Li as someone who had gained entry through backdoor means. Thus, Cui Xinjian picked up the newspaper, sipping his tea while pretending to read. "Humph, what does our administrative department represent? We are not here to cater to these brash youngsters lacking in ability. Without rules, they ought to learn." With the director's backing, Cui Xinjian felt emboldened, observing Li Xiangnan, whose nostrils seemed to flare with arrogance. Li Xiangnan's ear twitched slightly as he detected the familiar sound of footsteps approaching. He remained silent, merely chuckling as he patted his belly, digesting his meal while waiting. Upon hearing this sound, Ma Ying and Cui Xinjian instantly transformed their expressions, hastily rising to their feet. "Director Xing, what brings you here?" Chapter 10. Awakening or elevation. They all turned their gaze towards Li Xiangnan, only to notice a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This individual possessed such connections with the factory director. Why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? It appeared they had unwittingly stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Ma Ying felt a sudden sense of foreboding, his look towards Cui Xinjian shifting dramatically. If it weren't for this young man's misjudgment, he would not have offended anyone. The fact that Deputy Director Xing personally came to inquire about the registration matters indicated that this young man's background was indeed extraordinary. As a veteran of the maintenance factory's hospital, Ma Ying quickly observed Li Xiangnan for a few seconds, immediately donning a flattering expression. Meanwhile, Cui Xinjian was in a state of panic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had already offended Ma Ying, and it was evident that he would find no favor with Director Xing either. As for Li Xiangnan, he had undoubtedly made an irreparable enemy. It was clear from the situation that this young man was no ordinary figure. He had truly misstepped. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cui Xinjian was uncertain of Li Xiangnan's temperament and hesitated to act rashly. Director Xing was no fool. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Li Xiangnan sitting on the sidelines while Ma Ying, the administrative section chief, and Cui Xinjian, the clerk, sat at their respective desks. Steaming cups of tea before them and newspapers spread out, clearly conspiring to leave Li Xiangnan out in the cold. He glanced at his watch, his sharp gaze briefly fixating on Xing Chang and Cui Xinjian, before turning to inquire, "Shaoli, have you just found your way to the administrative department?" Given Li Xiangnan's presence, he refrained from elaborating, as Li Xiangnan's father-in-law was a figure of considerable influence. He aimed to ensure that Li Xiangnan did not harbor any negative impressions of the factory hospital, and his remarks served as a diplomatic gesture to ease the tension for both parties. Upon observing Director Xing's demeanor, Li Xiangnan wished to alleviate the discomfort and responded with a smile, "I just arrived, Director Xing. I apologize for taking your time. I can handle the check-in myself." Hearing this, Ma Ying and Cui Xinjian finally exhaled in relief. "Ah, so you are here to check in. It's a trivial matter, truly." Ma Ying, the head of the administrative department, quickly stepped forward to receive Li Xiangnan's letter of introduction. Allow me. I will assist this comrade with the necessary formalities. You need not worry." Cui Xinjian, eager to avoid any further delays, carefully gathered the documents and approached the desk with utmost caution. "Indeed, we shall not view anyone through tinted glasses. We will remember the director's teachings." Ma Ying wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, his earlier reprimand had not been excessively harsh, and the young man had shown restraint. Otherwise, a confrontation with Director Xing would have been a severe consequence. At that moment, Li Xiangnan smiled gently and offered cigarettes to Director Xing, Ma Ying, and Cui Xinjian. "Director Xing, they were indeed busy earlier. They did not delay me at all and treated me with warmth akin to a spring breeze. There was no bullying to speak of." At these words, Ma Ying and Cui Xingjian cast grateful glances in his direction. That is splendid. Director Xing nodded while holding a cigarette. At that moment, the sound of a car's brakes echoed, and Xing Chunlai approached the window, smiling as he remarked, Xiang Nan, you should handle the paperwork here for now. I will go down and have a word with your second brother. He must be here to see you. Why has he come again? Li Xiangnan nodded, chuckling. I will go down shortly. Ma Ying and Cui Xingjian approached the window, peering down to see a young man emerging from a jeep, standing in front of the factory hospital, smoking beneath the shade of a tree. Once Xing Chunlai departed, Ma Ying retrieved a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from the drawer, personally rolling one for Li Xiangnan. His demeanor had shifted a complete 180 degrees as he cheerfully offered to light it, saying, Little Li, I truly appreciate you not mentioning our shortcomings to Director Xing earlier. Otherwise, we would have faced his wrath, and we would not have been able to bear the consequences. Seeing the department head being so cordial, Cui Xingjian felt he could not maintain his aloofness any longer. Oh, it's nothing. In response, Li Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively, with an air of nonchalance, saying, In this world, debts must be repaid. If you treat me without formality, I shall do the same. When will this cycle of grievances end? There is no need for that. Besides, I might need your assistance later on. Everyone has their struggles. Let us not even mention it. I fear I might need to go through the two of you when it comes time for housing allocation. Ah, Little Li, your awareness is remarkably high. This remark instantly filled Ma Ying with joy, as he thought to himself, if only those educated youth were as understanding as you. Rest assured, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall certainly find a way to assist you. Comrade Xiao Li, without further ado, allow me to pour you a cup of exquisite tea. This is indeed a fine brew from this spring. Cui Xingjian promptly went to pour the tea. Li Xiangnan smiled silently, marveling at the immediate effect of the moment. At this juncture, Ma Ying picked up the signed receipt and, after retrieving the list from various departments, cautiously inquired, Xiao Li, which department do you wish to select? I can offer you some advice. Li Xiangnan was taken aback by the unexpected goodwill he had garnered by speaking favorably of the two in front of Xing Chunlai. He felt a sense of reflection. Not wishing to appear impolite, he earnestly replied, which department to choose? Director Ma, is there any particular significance to these options? Chapter 11. I do not recommend any of these departments. Noticing Li Xiangnan's keen interest in the departmental choices, Ma Ying chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Cui Xingjian, who promptly understood and closed the office door. Once Ma Ying observed that Li Xiangnan had finished his cigarette, he patted the packet in his hand, extracted a stick, and handed it over with a smile, saying, Xiao Li, you are a decent person. I, Ma Ying, am not one to harbor petty grievances. Selecting a department is indeed a matter that requires thorough discussion, for there are significant nuances involved. Li Xiangnan smiled in response, placing the cigarette between his lips, and struck a match to ignite it, leaning closer as Ma Ying moved forward. Once the cigarette was lit, he gestured with his fingers to express his gratitude. Director Ma, I am all ears. Li Xiangnan assumed an attentive posture. Just look at this clock. Ma Ying handed a copy of the attendance sheet from various departments to Li Xiangnan. The factory hospital of our machine repair plant is, in fact, a general hospital, which also includes several branch plants, each equipped with a corresponding medical room, albeit on a much smaller scale, staffed by only 1 or 2 individuals. However, within the main factory, numerous departments are established, comparable to a conventional hospital, encompassing surgery, internal medicine, respiratory medicine, endocrinology, and gynecology. Given the era, the establishment of 5 major departments within a factory hospital is a remarkable feat, indicative of the immense production scale of the machine repair plant and the increasing health concerns of the workers. The configuration of the hospital's departments has undergone thoughtful adjustments and additions following preliminary exploration and experimentation to enhance its humanistic approach. Naturally, as a factory hospital, it cannot aspire to the scale of prestigious institutions like Peking Union Medical College Hospital or Peking Medical University Hospital, which is neither realistic nor necessary. To Li Xiangnan's surprise, the factory hospital's departments are quite comprehensive. So, Director Ma, where do you think I should go? Li Xiangnan pondered momentarily, offering a smile to Cui Xingjian, who had come to refill the tea. Ma Ying chuckled. Xiao Li, let me first explain the situation of each department, and then you can decide for yourself. Each of these 5 departments has its own significance. For instance, in the surgery department, the director, surnamed Qian, is in his 60s and has only one doctor named Wu Daong, who is in his 30s. His medical skills are decent. Yet Director Qian has had a penchant for drinking since his youth, and he still enjoys a few sips before performing surgery. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Xiangnan's mouth twitched slightly. How can this old gentleman drink before an operation and not fear the consequences? Upon observing your expression, I can discern that you are likely to chastise someone for their indulgence in alcohol, which has hindered their responsibilities. However, it is indeed peculiar that Director Qian, over the course of his life, has reduced his alcohol consumption while simultaneously becoming more composed, never once faltering in his duties. The factory leadership, upon hearing of this matter, specifically dispatched me to investigate. It seems he is not one to indulge excessively. He merely takes a sip before surgery to invigorate himself. Can you guess why? Such a modest amount certainly does not lead to inebriation. Li Xiangnan inquired curiously why. Because Director Qian possesses a timid disposition and has a fear of blood. For decades he has relied on alcohol to bolster his courage. He has kept this matter a secret, yet everyone is well aware of it. Cui Xingjian, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled nearby. Li Xiangnan was taken aback. He had imagined that Director Qian was a man who was hopelessly addicted to alcohol, but the reality was quite different. Director Qian is rather endearing. A slight smile graced Li Xiangnan's face. However, if you believe that this situation allows one to easily enter the surgical realm, you are mistaken. Ma Ying shifted the conversation. Why? Li Xiangnan inquired with intrigue. Because when Director Qian is not in the operating room, he has a penchant for reprimanding others. Wu Deong, who works 6 days a week, has been reduced to tears 5 times due to his scoldings. Ma Ying shook her head, visibly shaken by the memory. Cui Xingjian cheekily interjected on one occasion. Wu Deong even cried in a meeting, claiming he felt utterly wronged. Yet everyone knows that Director Qian's harsh words are for his benefit. Considering that Wu's surgical skills leave much to be desired, he is adept at diagnosing ailments. However, when it comes to performing surgery, he can only serve as Director Qian's assistant. Li Xiangnan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Indeed, the surgical department is not a pleasant place to be. If I were to be reprimanded as well, I would certainly gain notoriety at the machine repair factory. After Ma Ying spoke about surgery, he then mentioned internal medicine. The head of the internal medicine department, Zhou Feng, though the only physician in his department, is particularly fond of overtime, sometimes dragging along 2 or 3 nurses to accompany him, often working until late into the night. This is not a viable option. If I ever have personal matters to attend to, leaving the internal medicine department would be utterly impossible. As for the respiratory department, it is arguably the busiest in the entire hospital, staffed by 3 doctors and 6 nurses, as patients with common colds and fevers frequently seek treatment there. Despite having 1 day off each week, they hardly ever rest. A few years ago, the head of their department missed the birth of his child entirely. Although the cases in the respiratory department may not be particularly serious, they are exceedingly varied, making it a department I would strongly advise you to avoid. Director Ma is quite considerate. Li Xiangnan noted this point. In truth, he did not feel much resistance, as having a plethora of tasks would provide ample opportunities for growth. Mastery in medicine cannot be achieved through mere theoretical knowledge. As for the endocrinology department, I also do not recommend it. Why? Because it is regarded as the most leisurely department in the factory hospital. However, due to this very reason, they are often tasked with external assignments. Whether it's conducting free clinics in Beidai during the scorching summer or supporting agricultural work in rural areas during the harsh winter, those responsibilities invariably fall upon them. While the salary may appear stable, its growth is the slowest. Li Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. What about obstetrics and gynecology? Cui Xingjian's lips twitched, and he quickly approached to pat Li's shoulder, astonished. Little Li, I didn't expect you to have an interest in women. Just a bit of understanding, just a bit. Li Xiangnan replied with a grin, showing no signs of embarrassment. However, Ma Ying, the director of the Mediterranean department, shook his head, clinging to antiquated notions. He remarked, there are inherent differences between men and women. It is best that we refrain from meddling in this matter. There has never been a precedent for male doctors in obstetrics and gynecology. Xiaoli, while you are indeed quite capable, I advise you against being the first to break this mold. This was indeed a truthful statement. In this era, societal perceptions had yet to evolve, making the presence of male physicians in obstetrics a rather delicate subject, one that might only be accepted in the 1990s. Yet, before Li Xiangnan could express his intent to proceed, Ma Ying gently patted the back of his hand and, with an air of mystery, advised. Even if you could enter the obstetrics department, I would still dissuade you. There are numerous female doctors in that department, 4 to be precise, and the department head, a divorced woman with 2 children, still possesses an undeniable charm. There are whispers circulating in the factory. Your presence might draw unwarranted attention from the director. Cui Xingzhan's face reflected a hint of trepidation as he subtly urged Li Xiangnan, though the rumors may not hold water. I advise you to steer clear of anyone with the surname Liang, Ma Ying solemnly cautioned. The reluctance to even utter the full name of the director revealed the profound psychological shadow cast upon them by this individual. Remember this. Li Xiangnan was genuinely taken aback by the myriad of intricacies within such a modest factory hospital. However, the more he listened, the more perplexed he became. By this reasoning, did it imply that Director Ma wished to bar him from entering any department? Director Ma, I have listened to all 5 departments and find myself utterly confused. Is there truly no department open to me? Which should I choose? I would appreciate your guidance. Li Xiangnan was truly at a loss. Despite his numerous ideas, he understood the necessity of heeding the heartfelt counsel of others. Upon hearing this, Director Ma produced another roster and smiled slightly, saying, I must advise against these 5 departments. What I recommend for you is the emergency department. The emergency department? As a highly skilled medical professional from the future, Li Xiangnan was well-versed in the evolution of healthcare. The establishment of the nation's first emergency department occurred in 1983 at Yin University People's Hospital. Noticing Li Xiangnan's astonishment, Ma lowered his voice and added, Just 2 months ago, our repair factory's emergency department was also set up. It has quickly gained popularity among the factory workers. You are aware that in a mechanical repair unit, accidents and injuries are inevitable. If one were to wait for surgery, it would be an unbearable ordeal. However, with the emergency department, it's quite different. Dr. Ding will initially attend to you, and then you can quietly await transfer to surgery, which is much more agreeable. Cui Xingzhan also expressed his sentiments. Thus, our emergency department is particularly well received. My recommendation remains, Shaoli, you should go. This place demands comprehensive knowledge and is indeed a valuable training ground. Li Xiangnan's eyes brightened at this prospect. Yet, it was evident that there were many nuances involved. Ma lowered his voice once more, stating, Currently, there are additional subsidies, including extra meal tickets and other allowances, which are considerably more than those offered in other departments. In the future, should the factory issue any rewards for outstanding contributions, you, Li Xiangnan, will undoubtedly catch the attention of the leadership. This little-known disparity of information would not have been so clearly understood if not for Ma Ying's position as the administrative section chief. His ability to unveil these secrets, along with insights beneficial to Li Xiangnan's personal development trajectory, can be attributed to Li Xiangnan's magnanimous demeanor during the recent incident involving Xing Chunlai. It is often said that relationships are reciprocal. At this moment, Li Xiangnan felt fortunate for having thoughtfully refrained from opposing actions, for otherwise, he would not have acquired such valuable information. Given the substantial benefits and promising prospects of the emergency department, coupled with the opportune timing, he hesitated no longer. Thank you immensely, Section Chief Ma and Officer Cui, for sharing so much with me. Li Xiangnan generously painted a bright future ahead. Oh, little Li, your awareness, we shall eagerly anticipate what is to come. Ma Ying exclaimed, overjoyed, feeling that Li Xiangnan was indeed perceptive. After a brief exchange, which lasted over 10 minutes, Li Xiangnan bid farewell to the two and descended the stairs. Xiangnan, have you completed your reporting procedures? Lin Weiman, engaged in a conversation with Xing Chunlai while smoking, quickly offered him a cigarette upon seeing him. Yes, Brother Weiman, it's all set. I've chosen the emergency department. Li Xiangnan candidly disclosed his decision to the two. The emergency department? Lin Weiman's expression subtly shifted. As the deputy chief of the logistics department at 301 Hospital, he was well aware of what this department entailed. Rumors had long circulated within the hospital regarding the imminent establishment of such a department and the need for specialized talents. In terms of development, the emergency department is indeed poised to become a pivotal frontier within the hospital's future. He originally believed that Li Xiangnan was merely a barefoot doctor from the countryside, fortunate enough to secure a position in Yanjing. Having been assigned to work as the plant physician at the repair factory, he expected Li to select a more leisurely role, spending his days sipping tea, reading newspapers, and fishing, content to live his life in such a manner. Clearly, Li Xiangnan's choices far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Lin Weiman sensed that the other party's vision and insight were far from superficial. indicative of a genuine ambition to make a significant impact. Little Li, you have truly broadened my horizons. I never anticipated you would opt for the emergency department. This is a pioneering field, currently lacking in completeness, likely requiring more effort and dedication from you than other departments. Yet you have willingly embraced the challenge, which is commendable. This department operates on the front lines, demanding an exceptionally high level of medical skill. Your fearless choice demonstrates your confidence in your own abilities. Xing Chunlai expressed his admiration, clapping his hands in approval. Little Li, you are impressive. I am curious to see your future performance. Moments earlier, he and Lin Weiman had speculated about which department Li Xiangnan might choose, both agreeing that he would likely select the relatively easier endocrinology department. While it occasionally required travel, it was still simpler compared to others. In other words, merely coasting in that department would align well with Li Xiangnan's current circumstances. However, they were utterly astonished that he chose this nascent and challenging department instead. Director Xing, you flatter me. I simply do not wish to squander my abilities. Li Xiangnan chose not to elaborate much, merely offering a faint smile. With a hearty pat on Li Xiangnan's shoulder, Xing Chunlai laughed and strode away. Come on, shall we? I'll accompany you shopping. At that moment, Lin Weiman opened the car door, beckoning him to enter. Li Xiangnan glanced at the inquisitive gazes surrounding him and sighed, saying, Brother Weiman, I can manage on my own. You still have work to attend to. It would be too much to expect you to come and look after me every day. I feel rather embarrassed. Besides, isn't driving out like this a bit ostentatious? Lin Weiman chuckled, patting the passenger seat. Hurry and get in. After we finish shopping, I need to help Xiao Qiao with some paperwork as well. Let us go. Li Xiangnan pouted slightly, exhaling before obediently climbing into the car. He understood that Lin Weiman's ostentatious arrival in a jeep, which was typically inaccessible to the average person, was a display meant to deter those with ulterior motives and to shield him from potential bullying. After all, why else would he rush over shortly after 8? Although this cousin had an air of arrogance, Li Xiangnan acknowledged that, upon closer acquaintance, some individuals from affluent families were indeed quite agreeable. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Xiangnan grasped the handle and smiled. Lin Weiman turned to glance at him in surprise, a ripple of curiosity stirring within him. Li Xiangnan was indeed a high school graduate, but that had been several years ago. Even if he were to review his studies, it would be in haste, and his grades would undoubtedly be poor. It was unlikely he could even qualify for a vocational school, let alone a university. Why then? Was he so concerned about his college entrance examination results? Had he perhaps performed exceptionally well? Chapter 13. He aims to establish himself in Yinjing in the administrative office above. Cui Xingjian and Ma Ying peered out the window, watching Lin Weiman depart with Li Xiangnan, breathing a sigh of relief. This hurdle was surmounted, yet for Ma Ying, the ordeal was far from over. Xiao Cui, you nearly brought me to ruin. If anything had gone awry, I would have flayed you alive. Please, my lord, do not hold my minor transgressions against me. I truly repent. Cui Xingjian stood anxiously, palms together, fully aware of his superior's temperament. Never mind. Had it not been for the years you have served alongside me, I would have insisted on transferring you to the foundry as a laborer. Ma Ying retorted furiously. Thank you for your magnanimity, Ma Kacham. I swear never to misjudge anyone again. Rest assured, should there be a next time, I will personally request a transfer to the foundry. Cui Xingjian hurriedly approached Ma Ying, offering a flurry of shoulder rubs and back pats, eager to appease. The foundry was renowned as one of the most arduous sections in the entire factory. Such a move would surely be a grueling ordeal. Humph. Sending you to the foundry would be a mere trifle. At that moment, Xing Chunlai strode into the office with an air of authority. His previous jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grim countenance and barely contained fury. Director Xing, what brings you here? Ma Ying exclaimed, startled, springing from his seat and casting a fierce glare at Cui Xingjian. It was unmistakable. With Li Xiangnan absent, Director Xing's return was likely to seek retribution. The factory director exclaimed, this is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with Deputy Director Ma. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. I was blind to the significance of the situation, and I am to blame. Cui Xingjian was instantly drenched in sweat, his head bowed in fear, his shoulders trembling. I must tell you, it is only due to Li Xiangnan's good temper that he does not hold this against you. If it were me, I would leave you hanging here and erupt with rage on the spot. You dare to flaunt such arrogance without understanding the situation? Have you all fed your years of work to the dogs? You are straying from the collective. Are you not part of the community? Or is Deputy Ma not a member of it? What is this chaos about? Xing Chun, in a fit of anger, kicked the stool. Ma Ying, with a pained expression, timidly shook his hands. Director Xing, please calm down. I assure you, there will be no next time. Yes, yes, Director Xing, please temper your anger. I willingly accept punishment. Wherever you wish for me to go, I shall go. Cui Xingzhan also wilted under the pressure. You ought to feel fortunate that Li Xiangnan is so magnanimous. Otherwise, I would have to share in the reprimand. If it were not for your occasional contributions to the management of factory medical affairs, I would have already sent you to the branch to clean toilets. This is your one warning. Should I hear of you deliberately making things difficult for talents like Li Xiangnan again, I will not spare you. With a firm slap on the table, Xing Chun glared fiercely at the two before turning to leave. What are you staring at? Get back to your tasks. Xing Chun's shouts echoed down the corridor, his footsteps gradually fading away. Only then did Ma Ying collapse onto the table, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and weakly muttered, "Oh, Cui, you scoundrel. You have brought me great distress. Rest assured, Deputy Director, I shall not allow Li Xiangnan to harbor any grievances. I shall attend to him diligently, ensuring that no resentment lingers in Director Xing's heart." As he spoke, Cui Xingzhan rose, taking Li Xiangnan's report in hand. Section Chief, I shall go and greet the emergency department. I will not permit Comrade Shaoli to endure even the slightest injustice. Be off with you, Ma Ying admonished, squeezing the nearly finished cigarette in his hand, adding, Shaoli just arrived yesterday, and our dormitories are fully occupied. He is undoubtedly residing in some obscure corner. Inquire at the factory office about Li Xiangnan's accommodation, see if he requires anything, and procure some supplies for him. He will henceforth be part of our medical staff. And regardless of today's incident, we must ensure his well-being. Understood. Upon hearing this, Cui Xingzhan recognized that Section Chief Ma's ire had significantly abated, and he hurriedly dashed out the door. Before Li Xiangnan could exit the vehicle, Lin Weiman called out to him, retrieving from his pocket a grain book, a grocery book, and a coal book to hand over. It's only a matter of time. Let us not even mention it. Just the matter of coal supply alone. If you lack a coal book, you cannot survive on dining out every day. Though it may seem trivial, without it, daily life becomes a challenge. Realizing he could not decline, Li Xiangnan decided against feigning reluctance, accepting it decisively. Thank you, Brother Weiman. I will expedite my divorce from Chu Qiao. Oh, Shaoli. Lin Weiman chuckled in exasperation, hastening to clarify, I am not urging you to divorce Chu Qiao. Nor am I eager for you to sever ties with the Lin family. Please do not misunderstand. Brother Weiman, Li Xiangnan calmly remarked, we have known each other for quite some time, and both of us are well aware of one another's character. I speak my mind openly. I can see that you are a good person. I know you do not fear my reluctance to divorce Chu Qiao. However, what about my in-laws and Chu Qiao herself? I do not wish for them to bear any burdens. Please convey to my father-in-law that I, Li Xiangnan, am a man of my... I will never hinder Chu Qiao's life, so they need not worry. I will live well here at the factory. The meaning of his words was exceedingly clear. Li Xiangnan wished to avoid entanglements with the Lin family, especially with Lin Weiman, and preferred that he not visit frequently. Lin Weiman discerned the underlying message. Realizing that beyond wanting to reassure his parents, Li Xiangnan also sought to distance himself from the shadow of the Lin family. He aspired to establish his roots in Yanjing through his own merits. With a decisive slam, the car door closed as Li Xiangnan alighted. Xiangnan, I hope you fare well. And I mean no offense. Lin Weiman instinctively offered an explanation, only to see Li Xiangnan wave goodbye to him over his shoulder. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He had previously imagined the feeling of being alone and unsupported from his sister Lin Chu Qiao's perspective when she was at Li's residence. Yet now he found himself empathizing with Li Xiangnan's position. Chapter 14. You have taught me a lesson. Have you purchased everything? The doorman, Mr. Qin, noticed Li Xiangnan descending from the car, laden with packages. He hurried over to assist, taking 2 bags and tucking a basin under his arm. Mr. Qin, that is unnecessary. I still require your assistance, and I am quite strong. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Xiangnan hastily intervened, for he did not wish to be unjustly accused of being a mere pawn so soon after arriving at the factory as the physician. What does it matter? I am still in the prime of my youth. I shall only be 60 come spring of next year. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Elder Qin chuckled heartily, swinging the bag slung over his shoulder as he strode confidently ahead. Very well, thank you. Unable to resist him, Li Xiangnan acquiesced to his lead. After unlocking the door and placing his belongings, he poured a cup of hot water for the elder and hurriedly offered him a cigarette. That will suffice. I shall forego the water. You take a rest now. Here is a fan for you. There isn't even a ceiling fan in this room. It's quite stifling. Old Xing hasn't even thought to find you a shaded spot, alas. As he spoke, Elder Qin tossed the fan onto the table and turned to exit. Li Xiangnan felt a tinge of emotion as he picked up the fan and stepped outside, only to find that Elder Qin had already wandered several meters away, while Factory Director Xing, hands clasped behind his back, was sauntering nearby. What has Old Qin said about me now? Xing Chunlai shot a half-hearted glare at Elder Qin's retreating figure, forcing a smile as Li Xiangnan fanned himself, feeling a refreshing breeze. The old man remarked that you chose a splendid spot. It's grounded and comfortable, warm in winter and cool in summer. Nonsense. He is certainly poking fun at me for not finding you a cooler place. He fails to realize that after summer comes winter. Wouldn't a shaded spot be unbearably cold then? Xing Chunlai grumbled a bit, yet ultimately conceded. This old fellow genuinely cares for the younger generation. Huh. Li Xiangnan smiled but remained silent. He entered the room and retrieved a new enamel mug from his bag, rinsing it with hot water. He then produced a box of coarse tea leaves and placed it on the long table. Director Xing, this is the only coarse tea I could procure. I cannot afford the finer variety. Please make do with this. I too drink this in the office. Xing Chunlai replied with a smile as he took a seat. His gaze swept around the room and landed on the frayed edges of the socks on Li Xiangnan's feet. He stood up again, saying, please tidy up a bit. I will be right back. Li Xiangnan, still processing the moment, watched as Xing Chunlai exited. Scratching his head in confusion, he did not dwell on it. He began to unpack his belongings, laying out 2 enamel mugs, a box of coarse tea leaves, a large and a small basin, a thermos, a cooling mat, a spare bath towel, 2 undershirts, a simple little clock, and various miscellaneous items. The total expenditure amounted to 6 yuan and 80 cents. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no pang of regret, but essentials must eventually be procured. Indeed, I have found it. At that moment, Xing Chunlai re-entered, holding a stack of nylon socks, his face brimming with excitement. Nylon socks. These are the latest fashion. They are easy to wash and dry, durable, and boast excellent breathability. A single pair now costs 1 yuan 50, more expensive than a pound of pork. Li Xiangnan was taken aback and waved his hand, saying, Director Xing, this is too much. Such a precious item would be wasted on my feet. I have socks to wear. Oh, come now. Take them. Your socks have lost their elasticity, and 1 tea lasts you much longer. I do not take pleasure in wearing this. My feet reek. And my family incessantly reminds me of it. Xing Chunlai, upon seeing him, did not engage and simply tossed the matter onto the eager to divert the conversation. I just reprimanded those 2 rascals in the administrative department. They are much more subdued now. Li Xiangnan, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, found this topic resurfacing and awkwardly chuckled. You are already aware? I had not frequented the factory doctor's office much before, so I had merely heard whispers about Ma Ning and Cui Xinjian. As long as they did not cross the line, I paid them little mind. But now that it has come to your attention, how could I not be incensed? They nearly ended up cleaning toilets at the branch. Xing Chunlai expressed his irritation regarding the matter. Shaoli, why do you still defend them? He was perplexed. Li Xiangnan produced a cigarette, offering one to Xing Chunlai while lighting one for himself, taking a moment to pause. In truth, it is not entirely their fault. Such is the nature of human relationships. It exists everywhere. Though I may appear youthful, I have encountered my share of experiences. To forge one's own path, one must be resilient. To earn the respect of others is reliant upon one's own capabilities and genuine skill, rather than ephemeral external factors. Xing Chunlai's eyes widened in astonishment, genuinely surprised. I did not expect someone of your tender age to articulate such profound thoughts. It makes me feel somewhat ashamed. As he inhaled from the cigarette, he regarded Li Xiangnan with newfound respect. If it were me, I would have erupted there and then. My temper is quite notorious. I am passionate, and I cannot abide any injustice. Yet, you speak truthfully. Earning the respect of others relies on one's true abilities, rather than my temper and volume being superior to others. You have imparted a valuable lesson to me. To be candid, I initially assumed you would report on something and inevitably mention me or the Lin family. However, to my surprise, you refrained from doing so, maintaining such a low profile that I find truly admirable. Shaoli, you have taught me much. Director Xing, you flatter me. Li Xiangnan smiled. Different individuals flourish in diverse ways, and given your youth, your remarkable capacity for tolerance is indeed rare. Xing Chunlai recalled the earlier encounter in the office with Ma Ying and Cui Xinjian, and continued, "Those two fellows seem quite grateful to you. They assured me just now. I can tell this is not solely due to my intimidating presence, but also because of your personal charm, Li Xiangnan. Your ability to influence others is quite impressive. Director Xing, I genuinely did not think so much into it." Li Xiangnan shook his head with a wry smile. Xing Chunlai chuckled, rose to his feet, brushed off his trousers, and extinguished his cigarette. "Well then, this afternoon you will commence your duties. Your role as the factory doctor officially begins. Shall Li, do your best. I truly have high hopes for you." After patting Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, he departed with a cheerful demeanor. Holding a fan, Li Xiangnan glanced at the nylon socks on the bed, filled with anticipation for his forthcoming life as a factory doctor. So far, his interactions with Lin Weiman, Xing Chunlai, and Grandpa Qin at the gate have genuinely allowed him to feel the warmth of this era. Of course, there are minor disharmonies, but he has subtly dissolved them. He has a premonition that the upcoming shift in the emergency department may not proceed smoothly. After all, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Yet, like a hidden dragon in the depths, he possesses the confidence to soar within this modest pond. After tidying up for a while and glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly mealtime. He closed the door and set off towards the cafeteria. Chapter 15. Speaking ill behind one's back. The Mechanical Repair General Factory is a state-owned enterprise employing over 20,000 individuals. Despite the fact that most workers bring their meals from home, the factory boasts 2 cafeterias. However, upon entering the first cafeteria, Li Xiangnan was met with a bustling crowd. It was teeming with people and vibrantly alive. A quick glance revealed that many workers' aluminum lunchboxes contained no extravagant dishes, but rather simple staples, steamed buns paired with a bit of pickled vegetables, or perhaps a touch of homemade fermented tofu, which sufficed for a delightful midday meal. It was a rather pragmatic yet fulfilling way to live, embodying a down-to-earth sincerity. Only a small fraction of the employees held lunchboxes with an extra vegetable, typically obtained from the serving window, and these individuals were mostly workshop leaders, identifiable by the pins clipped to their chests. With so many people around, though none recognized Li Xiangnan, curious glances were cast upon this unfamiliar face, particularly from several female workers who frequently admired his handsome profile. Producing a few grain tickets from his pocket, Li Xiangnan joined a long queue. "Have you heard about old Luo? It seems a new doctor has joined your emergency department. Have you met him yet?" At that moment, 2 voices of discussion from the front of the line caught Li Xiangnan's attention. He looked up to see a mature nurse, resembling a robust woman, whispering with a balding male doctor several places ahead of him. "Humph, what does it matter if one has seen or not? I disdain associating with someone like him, who was likely placed in our factory hospital through backdoor connections." The doctor, referred to as Lao Luo, scoffed derisively. "Oh, Dr. Luo, how can you deem someone trash without even having met them? Perhaps their medical skills surpass yours." Another voice chimed in, cautioning him. "One should leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Aren't you afraid of being overheard?" The stout nurse stifled a laugh, clearly entertained by the exchange. Lao Luo's remark was anything but courteous, as he deliberately raised his voice, seemingly eager for others to hear. The mature nurse shook her lunchbox and replied with a smirk. "Not necessarily. I heard from Officer Cui in the administrative department that this person willingly joined the emergency department, not someone just passing time." "We shall see," Dr. Luo retorted, turning away, appearing quite indignant. "Why must such individuals be everywhere? Have I wronged you in any way? We haven't even met, yet you've already judged me. Are you afraid I might usurp your position or dine at your table? Is there truly a need for envy?" Li Xiangnan silently rolled his eyes and glanced at the balding doctor, quietly committing the name Lao Luo to memory. 3 steamed buns and a portion of salt. He handed over a few grain coupons and settled at a table with his lunchbox. However, before he could take more than a couple of bites, a woman resembling a doctor approached him. "Hello, comrade, may I sit here?" Raising her head, a delicate and exquisite face came into view, with large, grape-like eyes fluttering animatedly. 2 ponytails were knotted and secured at the back of her head with a hairpin, exuding a vibrant aura of youthfulness. "Comrade, are you from our repair?" The woman inquired curiously, holding the only steamed bun in her left hand and a portion of scrambled eggs with chives in her right. Li Xiangnan lifted his gaze, only then realizing that the attention from across the table had been fixed upon him. He glanced down, offering a faint smile. "Dr. Ding, At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, causing Li Xiangnan to take a large bite of his bun. "Ruo, you big head." Dr. Ding, who had been smiling lightly, suddenly appeared to have not heard, shifting her body and burying her head even lower upon seeing Ruo. Observing the slight change in Dr. Ding's expression, Li Xiangnan surmised that her relationship with Ruo was rather strained. "Hey, Dr. Ding, I'm calling you." Ruo, sporting a bald head, ingratiatingly sat down and directly thrust a bun from his lunchbox toward Dr. Ding. "Look at you eating so little. Stop, no need." Ding Yuchio hastily covered her lunchbox, a rosy hue blooming on her fair face. She timidly glanced at Li Xiangnan and chided, "You eat your own." Ruo's hand froze in midair, awkwardly suspended as he noticed Li Xiangnan's amused gaze fixed upon him. He shot a glare back and disregarded him, muttering to himself, "Fine, I'll eat it myself. However, you must take care of your health. I heard about your recent examination at the obstetrics and gynecology department. You are anemic. Mind your own business." Ding Yuchio's face flushed crimson, and her delicate eyes dared not meet Li Xiangnan's gaze, overwhelmed by embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. How could Luo Dali be so indiscreet with others present? Anemia? Of course, I would be anemic since I just happened to have my checkup during my menstrual cycle. You had to let everyone know about my monthly visitor, didn't you? Li Xiangnan pouted, realizing the current predicament. It appeared that Luo Dali harbored some affections for Dr. Ding and was intent on courting her. Noticing the barely concealed irritation in Ding Yuchio's tone, Luo Dali disregarded the young Li Xiangnan, treating him merely as a business representative from some factory, here for a casual visit. He chuckled and said, "Dr. Ding, Chief Chui mentioned that we are expecting a new doctor in the emergency department this afternoon. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. Whether they are a dragon or a tiger, they must bow to you and me in the emergency department, regardless of their past reputation." "Enough." Ding Yuchio shot him a glare filled with indignation. "I have no such intentions. Since we are all colleagues, it is essential to coexist harmoniously, to progress together, and to enhance our factory's healthcare endeavors. As for other matters, I advise you to quell those thoughts. Dr. Ding, you truly are unaware." Luo Dali lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I discreetly inquired about this person's background from Secretary Chui. You won't believe it. He indicated that it would be best for us not to offend that individual, although he didn't say it outright. You know what kind of person I am. I refuse to indulge such connections. Just watch. I must curb the malpractices in the emergency department and ensure that this young man understands my authority." Li Xiangnan's lips twitched slightly. "You are indeed formidable. At least your words carry weight." Ding Yuchio, upon hearing this, spoke earnestly. "Luo Dali, I advise you to abandon your malicious intentions. The factory hospital is meant for healing and saving lives, not for tormenting colleagues. You truly are something else." After saying this, she angrily covered her lunchbox and turned to leave, only to notice Chui Xingzhan rushing over. "Dr. Ding, please don't go. I haven't finished speaking. To ensure you can become the director, I've made arrangements for that fellow to leave in half a month. You needn't thank me. It's merely my duty." "Huh. Secretary Chui, what brings you here?" Luo Dali asked, perplexed as he observed Chui Xingzhan's gaze directed behind him. Chui Xingzhan halted in front of the table, wiped his brow, and exclaimed, "Oh, I was worried that you wouldn't easily accept a new colleague. Seeing you all dining together puts my mind at ease. Shaoli, I've prepared your white coat, stethoscope, and all the necessary medical materials. How did your conversation with Dr. Ding and Dr. Luo go?" Ding Yuchio. Luo Dali? Chapter 16 did not regard him as a rival at all. Was he the doctor, Li Xiangnan, scheduled to report to the emergency department that afternoon? Ding Yuchio and Luo Dali were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting rapidly. Ding Yuchio's face flushed even deeper, embarrassment and awkwardness surging within her. She shot a fierce glare at Luo Dali, who had carelessly spoken ill of others in front of them. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief, grateful for her steadfastness in rejecting Luo Dali's underhanded tactics to intimidate others, resolutely dismissing his suggestions and chastising him repeatedly. In that moment, the first thought that crossed Luo Dali's mind was one of anger. Damn it, this guy is sitting here quietly without a word. Who did he think he was? Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the doctor reporting to the emergency department this afternoon. If he had given a heads up, would I have had to say all that nonsense? Those were private words meant for Dr. Ding. He had no right to overhear. Luo Dali felt a pang of jealousy at the sight of Li Xiangnan sharing a table with Dr. Ding. Remembering Li's enigmatic smile from earlier only intensified his suspicion that this fellow was being intentionally provocative, appearing rather sinister in his demeanor. Cui Xingjian, an official from the administrative department, would surely be a problem if Li Xiangnan revealed his earlier comments. Not to mention whether he could influence the selection of the emergency department director. Just the implications of those words could lead to accusations of corruption against him. Reflecting on the ungracious words spoken to Li Xiangnan, it was inevitable that such remarks would provoke a backlash. Luo Dali's eyes narrowed momentarily, revealing a glint of danger. Cui Ganshi, so you are our new colleague. What a delightful coincidence. I never anticipated that we would be seated at the same table. Although Ding Yuqiu felt a tinge of awkwardness, her status as a seasoned member of the emergency department tempered her embarrassment. Surprised by Cui Ganshi's demeanor towards Li Xiangnan, she quickly offered a smile to Cui Xingjian while casting a knowing glance at Li Xiangnan. What? You two have yet to be introduced? I had assumed you were already acquainted. Come, let me introduce you. Xiao Li, this is Dr. Ding Yuqiu, the attending physician of the emergency department, and this is Dr. Luo Dali. And, gentlemen, meet your new colleague, Dr. Li Xiangnan. Please, shake hands. Following the previous minor incident in the administrative department, Cui Xingjian was particularly attentive and cordial towards Li Xiangnan, ensuring his actions were meticulous. Hello, Dr. Ding. I look forward to your guidance. Li Xiangnan graciously stood and approached Ding Yuqiu, extending his hand for a brief handshake. Her delicate, slightly cold hand felt remarkably refreshing amidst the summer heat. And as their hands met, he noticed the blush creeping to her ears. Hello, Dr. Li. Ding Yuqiu replied, her demeanor slightly bashful as she nodded. Still managing to impart a knowing blink, Li Xiangnan understood her unspoken message. It seemed that Dr. Ding wished to keep Luo Dali's earlier comments from reaching Cui Xingjian's ears. He turned his gaze towards Luo Dali, whose eyes held a distinctly threatening glimmer. Hee. Ding Yuqiu merely wishes to avoid conflict for the sake of maintaining harmony, fearing that my actions might disrupt the peace. Henceforth, my standing in the emergency department may become precarious. And you, my friend, instead of being conciliatory, have chosen to provoke me? Dr. Li, is it? The emergency department at the machinery repair factory is indeed a crucible. Only through rigorous trials can one discern whether one was once gold or mere scrap. At this moment, Luo Dali wore a facade of smiles. Yet his eyes were rife with mockery as he extended his hand towards Li Xiangnan, uttering disdainful remarks. But Li Xiangnan, instead of clasping his hand, altered his course midair, waving it in front of his face, perplexed. Old Cui, I find the cafeteria's environment quite agreeable. Why then are there flies buzzing about? Let's hasten our meal and not allow flies to spoil our appetites. Have you eaten yet? You dare call me a fly? Well, you truly have some nerve. Li Xiangnan, today you have incurred my wrath. Old Luo, have you finished your meal? At this moment, Ding Yuqiu could no longer contain her radiant smile, covering her mouth in astonishment. Dr. Li, you are quite remarkable. You have managed to infuriate him to such an extent. In truth, she was also somewhat intrigued. From Li Xiangnan's demeanor earlier, he appeared unperturbed, showing no signs of agitation at Luo Dali's words. Such composure suggests he possesses considerable confidence, or perhaps an innate capability. Thus, Li Xiangnan regarded Luo Dali with indifference, not perceiving him as a rival, and indeed, he seemed unconcerned by the latter's provocations. Such magnanimity? Or perhaps a sign of profound depth? Ding Yuqiu quietly assessed Li Xiangnan, contemplating his character. Young Li. At this moment, Cui Xingjian appeared hesitant, as if grappling with an unspeakable concern. Li Xiangnan cast a sidelong glance at Ding Yuqiu and remarked playfully, Cui, do you wish to fetch 2 dishes? Allow me to assist you, Dr. Ding. Please hold on for a moment and keep an eye on the lunch boxes. All right, very well, Ding Yuqiu responded, trusting his intent. Ah, Xiao Li, I've noticed some tension between you and Luo Dali earlier, haven't I? As soon as Cui Xingjian left the table, he seized Li Xiangnan's arm and whispered earnestly, I must caution you, Luo Dali possesses considerable connections. Exercise caution. He's rather cunning. Grateful for this well-meaning advice. Li Xiangnan nodded appreciatively, patting Cui's shoulder and responding, Thank you for your kindness, Cui. I will remain vigilant. The wisdom of being cautious against others while harboring no ill will is not lost on Li Xiangnan, especially considering his own substantial resources. Xiao Li, you have yet to grasp the situation in Yanjing. Many officials have fallen victim to unexpected circumstances. I have endured considerable losses myself. Cui Xingjian hesitated to mention his own past misfortunes with Li. You must be particularly wary of Luo Dali. A cascade of dark hair framed her shoulders, while a delicate light red hairpin elegantly secured her bangs atop her head, revealing a refined and charming visage beneath. Her figure, slightly more voluptuous than Ding Yuchio's, possessed an impeccable golden ratio. A hint of rosy lip gloss adorned her lips, harmonizing with the hairpin atop her head, rendering her intellectual and alluring beauty utterly impossible to overlook. Ding Yuchio hastily rose to introduce Li Xiangnan. Dr. Li, this is Comrade Lin Yu, the leader of the designated medical support at the 301 hospital. She has just come from the hospital to deliver some supplies for us. Before Ding Yuchio could finish her introduction, and before Li Xiangnan had the chance to exchange greetings with Lin Yu, a nurse hurriedly approached, her forehead glistening with sweat and her fair neck dampened. What? Upon hearing this, Ding Yuchio's expression shifted dramatically, and both Lin Yu and Cui Shijian suddenly felt anxious. Chapter 17. Do not doubt my professionalism. He is a new doctor in our emergency department. It's the same as telling him. Ding Yuchio quickly closed the lunchbox and cast an apologetic glance at Lin Yu, moving to follow her. The young nurse's face momentarily stiffened, a mix of embarrassment and doubt crossing her features. New doctor. Dr. Ding, can he manage? Leave it to me. Leave it to me. You all go quickly. If a life is lost, it is a grave matter. Cui Xingjian discerned the urgency. All right. Ding Yuchio urged the young nurse, abandoning her meal as she clutched the lunchbox, swiftly trailing behind Li Xiangnan. Dr. Li, let us go together. The three hurriedly departed. Behind them, Lin Yu was still processing the surprise, her appetite now a distant thought. For a doctor of her caliber, saving a life was more significant than any achievement. No matter the circumstance, it could not delay the act of saving a life. Cui, you go ahead and eat. I will go take a look, she exclaimed, her focus unwavering. Life is at stake. What is there left to discuss over a meal? I can endure hunger for a while, but, Cui, please, do eat. Lin Yu, burdened by concerns for the emergency department, could hardly focus on indulging in a feast. She hastily tucked her lunchbox into her bag and hurriedly rushed out. Well then, I shall forego my meal too. Cui Shijian noticed that Li Xiangnan's lunchbox remained here, half a bun bitten into and only a few chopsticks of cabbage taken. He promptly poured the 2 plates of dishes into both his and Li's lunchboxes, quickly stowing them away, biting into a bun, and dashed out with his bag in tow. The bystanders, having overheard snippets of their conversation, began to speculate about what urgent matter had arisen in the emergency department. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuchio, following Nurse Wang Qin, had swiftly arrived at the emergency department and grasped the general situation. The group rushed into the ward, only to witness several individuals preparing to bind a young man on the bed with a belt, while Luo Dali held a syringe, drawing from a small vial of medication. Casting a sidelong glance at her, he noticed Li Xiangnan trailing closely behind and snorted dismissively, biting down on the syringe cap, coolly remarking, "It's nothing serious, probably just appendicitis. I'll administer a sedative, calm him down, and then send him to internal medicine for surgery." In this era, the delineation between internal and external medicine was not as refined as it would become in later times. Generally speaking, non-mechanical injuries to the thoracic and abdominal organs were addressed by internal medicine, while mechanical injuries to muscles, bones, and ligaments, as well as wound infections, fell under the purview of external medicine. In contrast, later periods would commonly regard surgery as the domain of external medicine, while simpler prescriptions were left to internal medicine. At this moment, within the intertwined realms of internal and surgical medicine, the hospital's internal department was also capable of performing surgeries. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuchio let out a sigh of relief and swiftly approached the bedside, admonishing the workers who were restraining the patient. There is no need to bind him. It is quite uncomfortable. If sedation is required, a single injection will suffice to calm him down. Proceed with the surgery. That cannot be. This fellow just kicked me. If you were to kick Director Zhou and the others, it would be a grave mistake, insisted Luo Dali, turning with a sardonic smile, rubbing the area near his brow where the imprint of a foot remained. Li Xiangnan suppressed a chuckle, his focus not on Luo Dali but on the young man lying in bed. Observing the patient's pathological manifestations, he narrowed his eyes. The patient, in his early 20s, was tightly clenching his jaw, his eyes shut, and his pale face was drenched in sweat, revealing a countenance of agony. He curled into a ball on the bed, desperately trying to cover his abdomen with his restrained hands. This is not appendicitis. With just a glance, Li Xiangnan discerned the true nature of the condition. At that moment, The sound of footsteps echoed, and Lin Yu, followed by Cui Xingjian, appeared at the entrance of the emergency department. She remained silent, merely observing the scene within. As a designated support physician from Hospital 301, she refrained from intervening in the local hospital's decisions regarding specific ailments, granting them the necessary autonomy. However, for complex cases, she would offer appropriate guidance. Her arrival caught Luo Dali's attention, and he immediately donned a fawning smile, exclaiming, "Dr. Lin, you have come today as well? Have you eaten yet?" Several young workers in the room exchanged glances and stifled laughter. They were aware that a supporting physician had come to the hospital, and he often sought excuses to visit the factory doctor, simply to behold Lin Yu's elegance. Being men themselves, they understood the sentiments of Dr. Luo Dali. In response, Luo Dali chuckled lightly, stepped forward with a syringe, and administered a sedative to the patient, stating, "There's nothing serious, just appendicitis. We can send him upstairs for surgery." The young worker, who had been struggling in agony, pressed his head against the pillows, and the once prominent veins began to subside as the sedative took effect. However, the expression of anguish did not diminish. He continued to clutch his abdomen, curled up in pain. Upon hearing this, the surrounding workers lifted their heads to look at Luo Dali. Ding Yu quickly approached, leaning in to examine the patient's eyelids, pupils, and pulse. Her delicate nose crinkled as she fell into contemplation. Her intuition suggested that Lin Yu's assertion held some merit. "Dr. Luo, the ailment may not be as you describe it," she expressed with a hint of skepticism. "Ding, you jest. It is indeed appendicitis. Just look at this young worker. His abdomen is experiencing acute pain, the discomfort localized there." I inquired about his pain points, and he confirmed that he felt a pulling sensation in his abdomen, throbbing in sync with his pulse. What else could it be but acute appendicitis? Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of peritonitis, though that is highly unlikely. Luo Dali responded with unwavering confidence, smiling as he remarked, "Dr. Lin, Dr. Ding, please do not doubt my professional expertise." Upon finishing his words, Cui Xingjian silently pursed his lips. Lin Yu and Ding Yu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with doubt. It was not appendicitis, yet the patient's condition was evidently urgent. Discerning the precise ailment in such a short span was indeed challenging and necessitated vigilant observation. There was insufficient evidence to counter Luo Dali's assertions. The young man was not only free from appendicitis but also did not require surgery. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from the doorway. Lin Yu and Ding Yu simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes alight with interest. Luo Dali immediately puffed up with indignation. "Shaoli, I address you as a doctor out of respect, but do not overestimate your abilities in this domain. Healing is a serious matter. You cannot afford to jest. Go find somewhere else to loiter and avoid bringing disgrace upon yourself." Li Xiangnan stepped away from the doorframe, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "And yet, you were the one who started the jest." Lin Yu and Ding Yu were left speechless. Luo Dali, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 18. Li Xiangnan's method. Seeing Li Xiangnan approach the bedside, Luo Dali became agitated. "Shaoli, what are you doing? I have heard that you were once a barefoot doctor in a small town. This is Yinjing, a place of distinction. Do not bring your outdated and rudimentary skills here to cause chaos. If something goes awry, you will bear the responsibility." How audacious to assert that this worker is not suffering from appendicitis and does not require surgery. Do you truly believe yourself to possess the insight of a visionary? Upon hearing these words, Ding Yu's expression instantly darkened, and she retorted with irritation, "Dr. Luo, what era are we in? How can you still hold such antiquated notions of social hierarchy? It is said that one must walk a mile in another's shoes. Given that the patient's condition remains ambiguous, is it not entirely reasonable for other doctors to express their opinions? You yourself have just stated that treating illnesses and saving lives is a serious matter. Yet, by uttering such sentiments, you are effectively excluding other doctors from participating in the rescue effort. Is this not a double standard? Dr. Ding, that is not my intention. Doctor. Luo Dali replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ding Yu's vehement response. He certainly did not wish to engage in conflict with her and hurried to clarify, "You know, I simply do not want someone who relies on connections to jeopardize the reputation of our emergency department." He speaks eloquently, claiming it is not appendicitis and that surgery is unnecessary, but can he truly make such assertions without basis? How could we allow such individuals in our emergency department? It tarnishes our integrity. Lin Yu, however, turned to him with a cold gaze, Are you certain this worker is suffering from appendicitis? Dr. Luo, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a rare twinge of guilt under her unwavering stare, yet he still mustered his resolve, nodding emphatically, Dr. Lin. I am utterly convinced that it is indeed appendicitis. Then why the anxiety? If it is not appendicitis, it would merely reflect poorly on Dr. Li. Would it not bring you greater satisfaction? Why obstruct him? I am not. Dr. Luo waved his hand, visibly flustered. In truth, I am also eager to hear the insights of this Dr. Li. If what he claims is true, then this worker is not suffering from appendicitis and does not require surgery. Wouldn't that be a cause for celebration? Did you not hear that, Doctor? Li seems to have a way to treat him. Lin Yu cast a fierce glare at Luo Dali before turning to Li Xiangnan. Dr. Li, please come here. Luo Dali was taken aback, not expecting that the stunning Lin Yu would also support Li Xiangnan's treatment, which only fueled his displeasure. However, as Lin Yu held a leadership position, he dared not defy her at that moment. Hey Lao Luo, what are you doing? Step aside, exclaimed Cui Xingzhan, who had been quietly observing the scene and quickly moved to pull him aside, casting a knowing glance at Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan paid no attention to Luo Dali, not even sparing him a glance. He approached the bedside and addressed Lin Yu. The reason I deduce he does not have acute appendicitis is based on a crucial piece of evidence. The location he is holding. The location? Ding Yuqiu leaned forward, curious. Lin Yu followed Li Xiangnan's, and only then noticed where the young man on the bed was pressing, apologizing. My specialty is obstetrics and gynecology. Dr. Li, please elaborate. Luo Dali clenched his fists, standing by with a slight frown, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over him. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of surprise. Could this young man truly have discerned something significant? Typically, the location for acute appendicitis is in the lower right abdomen, where the cecum curves. Previously, physicians would often identify this region as pericolic inflammation, which is, in fact, the mischief of the appendix. As you see, this young lad is indeed clutching a spot just below his navel, which is quite distant from the location of the appendix. Clearly, this is not abdominal pain stemming from appendicitis. Indeed, it has come to my recollection that the position of appendicitis is quite particular. Alas, I have been careless. Ding Yuqiu lamented as she patted her head. Lin Yu, beads of perspiration forming on her delicate nose, nodded in agreement, casting a wary glance at the expressionless Luo Dali. Thankfully, you pointed it out. Otherwise, had we hastily concluded this to be appendicitis and proceeded with surgery, it would have been a grave error, leaving this young man to suffer an undeserved misfortune. The workers nearby exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Li Xiangnan's confident demeanor. Dr. Li, could you please ascertain the nature of his ailment and the cause of his abdominal pain? Indeed, just moments ago in the workshop, after a hearty meal during his break, this fellow began to writhe in discomfort, which alarmed us greatly. Dr. Li, your insights are most valuable. If we can avoid surgery and save him, it would be truly wonderful. Yet, I wonder what illness he is afflicted with. The entire room awaited Li Xiangnan's response with bated breath. Meanwhile, Luo Dali's jaw muscles quivered with envy. Dr. Li, it must be the crabs. My brother and I caught some from the river. We had a bit last night and brought some for lunch today. Dr. Li, could it be that I overindulged in crabs? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan began to piece things together, but Luo Dali interjected with a scoff. Little Li, don't tell us that eating too many crabs has caused a stomach upset. In our city during summer, which child isn't tempted to catch a few of those delicacies from the sea? Please don't try to scare us. Could it truly be a case of food poisoning from crabs? It seems you have no justification for your claims. Lin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, while Ding Yuqiu turned her head away in disdain. Oh, how intriguing. Dr. Li, how did you come to know this? The young man inquired. Earlier that morning, my mother had prepared some porridge, and as I was leaving, I found myself quite famished yet too embarrassed to admit it. Passing through the front yard, I picked some green persimmons and devoured them all on my way. The young man was utterly astonished, his gaze towards Li Xiangnan transformed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu were left in confusion. What is the matter with the green persimmons, Xiao Li? With a slight smile, Li Xiangnan elucidated. Consuming green persimmons results in the production of large quantities of tannins and flavonoids. When these compounds interact with the high protein content found in crabs, they undergo a chemical reaction with the tannins and fibers, leading to clumping. This reaction can trigger severe gastric discomfort and pain, manifesting as symptoms akin to crab poisoning. Can crabs indeed cause poisoning? The workers exclaimed in astonishment. Yet the authority of Li Xiangnan's words compelled their belief. Despite Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu not fully grasping the scientific terminology, they instantly understood the connection between the chemical reaction and abdominal pain. They were profoundly impressed by Li Xiangnan's medical expertise, and a sense of respect ignited within them. Dr. Li, you mentioned that surgery is unnecessary. How should this condition be treated? Lin Yu inquired, her tone devoid of the previous notion of him merely being a temporary emergency worker. It's quite simple. Antacids, rehydration. Antidiarrheal and antiemetic treatments will suffice. Cui Ganshi. Li Xiangnan waved his hand, retrieving 2 liang of food coupons and a dime from his pocket, and requested, "Could you please fetch 3 preserved eggs from the cafeteria?" Understood. Cui Xingzhan, captivated by the task, scurried off eagerly upon receiving the order. Dr. Ding, please prepare some montmorillonite powder. It needs to be administered along with the preserved eggs shortly, Li Xiangnan instructed further. Can preserved eggs actually cure ailments? Luo Dali, who had been wearing a stiff expression, scratched his head awkwardly, his voice considerably subdued, yet he still retorted, "You must be joking." Naturally, he was skeptical. However, he was soon proven wrong. As the concoction of preserved eggs and montmorillonite powder mixed with hot water was administered to the patient, the struggle visibly dissipated, and his ashen face began to regain color. In a mere 10 minutes, after Li Xiangnan gently massaged his abdomen for a while, the patient was able to sit up. Witnessing such a swift recovery, Luo Dali was left in a state of astonishment, while Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu looked on with wide, incredulous eyes. Chapter 19. Not much skill, but a mighty temper. How curious. The pain in his abdomen has vanished? This is truly remarkable. How could a few preserved eggs and a bit of that powder cure him so quickly? The surrounding workers, seeing their colleague Xiao Wang rise from his sickbed with the torment on his face completely vanished, were filled with astonishment and gazed at Li Xiangnan with admiration. Humph. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Pure luck. However, observing the significant shift in the attitudes of his colleagues towards Li Xiangnan, who was now held in high esteem, Luo Dali felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, particularly as the 2 goddesses, Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu, frequently cast admiring glances in Li Xiangnan's direction. Envy consumed him, prompting him to deride Li Xiangnan's medical skills. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuyu's delicate brows furrowed, and Ding Yuqiu's face flushed with indignation. Both seemed eager to engage him in a debate. Dr. Luo, how can you say that? If it weren't for Dr. Li, had we followed your advice and sent Xiao Wang for internal surgery, we would have been in dire straits. He accurately diagnosed Xiao Wang's condition and resolved it swiftly, while you failed to identify his ailment and instead proposed erroneous treatment measures. We haven't come to hold you accountable, and yet you still mock him. Indeed, I've just realized that your abilities are minimal, but your arrogance is substantial. You've been incessantly ridiculing Dr. Li. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly confront you. It's only because of Dr. Li's good nature that he refrains from retaliating. Just imagine if you were in our workshop. A quack. An absolute quack. Dr. Luo, wearing a white coat, I feel embarrassed for the factory's medical staff. Not only are your medical skills lacking, but your ethics are also severely deficient. Look at Dr. Li, then look at yourself. Pathetic. Before Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu could voice their grievances, the surrounding colleagues began to chime in, collectively rebuking Luo Dali for his shortcomings. A blunt remark struck at the very core of Luo Dali's vulnerabilities, causing him to gesture wildly at the group before him. His anger rendered his lips quivering, and the fury blazing in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating everything within the room. You are utterly unreasonable. I can hardly articulate my thoughts. For it is akin to a scholar confronting a soldier. Rationale is lost in the fray. He initially intended to hurl further invectives at his colleagues. Yet the sight of their imposing physiques, each one glaring at him with a menacing demeanor, swiftly quelled his spirit, prompting him to dismissively wave his hands. Ding Yuqiu coldly interjected, Dr. Luo, regarding this medical mishap, I shall report the facts to the factory's medical leadership. Your presence here is no longer required. You have yet to eat, I presume? Kindly attend to your meal. Dr. Ding, Luo Dali stammered, scratching his head awkwardly, unwillingly stamping his foot in frustration. Fortunately, nothing grave has transpired. Had it been otherwise, a mere misdiagnosis would not suffice as an explanation. At that moment, Lin Yu stepped forward with a chilling demeanor. I expect you to compose a 1,000-word reflection on this incident, as I will meticulously report the matter to the factory's leadership. With Ding Yuqiu preparing to inform the factory's medical authorities and Lin Yu poised to report to the plant's executives, Luo Dali felt utterly overwhelmed. His face drained of color, a pallor that mirrored his mounting fury. His lips trembled as he struggled to articulate a single word, ultimately resorting to a violent kick of his stool before storming out of the emergency department, exhaling a breath of frustration. At this moment, Ding Yuqiu clasped her hand over her heart, visibly shaken, and remarked, "Xiao Li, we owe you a great deal this time. Had it not been for your expertise, we would have struggled to address such a perplexing medical issue, as our knowledge is still insufficient for handling such emergencies. We are fortunate to have you." Lin Yu nodded earnestly in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Xiao Li, not only do you possess a wealth of clinical experience, but you have also employed the rather unconventional method of combining preserved eggs with montmorillonite powder to treat patients. This is what one might call the integration of Eastern and Western medicine. You truly are a remarkable talent." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan smiled and replied, "It's not quite the integration of Eastern and Western medicine. I didn't think that far ahead. Preserved eggs are alkaline, and back in my rural days, I employed this folk remedy for individuals exhibiting similar symptoms. Xiao Wang's condition was indeed precarious, so I added a touch of montmorillonite powder to stabilize the acid-base balance in his gastrointestinal tract and alleviate irritation. Dr. Xiao Li, regardless of the method, you are undoubtedly far superior to that fellow Luo Daneatu. From now on, we will be seeking your expertise for our medical needs." The surrounding workers erupted in laughter. Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu could not contain their amusement. Receiving praise from the workers was the highest form of recognition for their medical skills. At that moment, Xiao Wang, a fellow worker, extended his hand to grasp Li Xiangnan's, expressing his gratitude. "Dr. Li, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, not only would my ailment have persisted, but I would have also faced unnecessary surgery. Instead, you filled my belly and cured my illness. I am truly impressed." Laughter resonated around them. Xiao Wang fished out a crumpled coin from his pocket and forcefully pressed it into Li Xiangnan's hand. "Dr. Li, you must have paid for the preserved egg." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan immediately recoiled and waved his hand, saying, "Please, do not give me money. I consider it my duty to provide you with medication. The company doctor can reimburse me for it. Keep it for yourself. Rest here for a while. In about 10 minutes, you will be free to move around. Just refrain from heavy work this afternoon and take care to rest." "Oh dear, my memory," Ding Yuqiu exclaimed, slapping her forehead in sincere apology. "Dr. Li, I'm truly sorry for making you skip lunch." Lin Yu shook her bag and pulled out a lunchbox, beaming at Li Xiangnan. "Let us share a work meal together." "All right." Cui Xingjian hurriedly tidied up the table and quickly took out the lunchboxes. While bustling about, he remarked, "Dr. Li, I've come to see that you truly possess remarkable skills. Your arrival in the emergency department has been a tremendous asset to our factory." Noticing that they had yet to eat, a few of the workers exchanged apologetic smiles before helping Xiao Wang and making a quick exit. As everyone began their meal, Cui Xingjian noticed Lin Yu watching Li Xiangnan with keen interest. "Oh dear, my memory again," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Dr. Lin, allow me to formally introduce you to our factory's new talent, Dr. Li Xiangnan. We are now genuinely experiencing the prowess of Dr. Li. What do you think, Dr. Lin? Our factory has an undeniable gem." Li Xiangnan? Cui Xingjian did not notice the peculiar glint in Lin Yu's eyes when he uttered Li Xiangnan's name. "Dr. Lin, I must have provided you with quite the spectacle." Li Xiangnan smiled slightly and extended his hand. "Dr. Li, you truly are remarkable." A genuine smile illuminated Lin Yu's exquisite face as she endeavored to suppress the turmoil stirring at the corners of her eyes. Though she appeared composed, her heart was tempestuous. This was her younger sister Lin Chuqiao's faux husband, Li Xiangnan, the very same rural man who had been so persistently tenacious? No, it was inconceivable. The present Li Xiangnan exuded an aura of confidence and brilliance, a paragon of charm. Chapter 20. A loyal task entrusted by others, a simple dish of sought Edgewater bamboo, and another of green mushrooms with scallions graced their table. Li Xiangnan, Cui Xingjian, Ding Yuqiu, and Lin Yu each munched on their steamed buns while enjoying the modest side dishes from 2 lunchboxes, accompanied by a touch of fermented bean curd from Ding Yuqiu's box and a small serving of pickled vegetables from Li Xiangnan's. They had just resolved a minor ailment in the emergency department. With the pressure alleviated, they savored their meal leisurely. Dr. Li, Luo Dali was previously a surgeon, so he is not particularly adept in internal medicine. Please, exercise your magnanimity and overlook his somewhat petty demeanor, Ding Yuqiu said cautiously during the meal. Li Xiangnan glanced up at her, offering a gentle smile as he pushed his lunchbox forward. Dr. Ding, healing is akin to dining. Only by tasting the food can one truly discern its flavor and quality. Dr. Luo's character and medical skills are subjects of scrutiny. I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in disputes over such matters, yet it is an undeniable truth that the discerning eyes of the public see clearly. Lin Yu, nibbling on a steamed bun, contemplated these words with a pensive gaze. The implication is unmistakable. Take, for instance, the recent incident. If Dr. Luo's skills were truly exceptional, there would be no need for Li Xiangnan to intervene and effortlessly arrive at a diagnosis. It is evident to all, even to those of modest education, who possesses superior medical prowess. Li Xiangnan speaks the truth. Yes, I am aware. Ding Yuqiu smiled faintly, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Li Xiangnan, perceptive as ever, discerned her concerns. You fear that I might offend Dr. Luo upon my arrival, inciting his ire and disrupting the harmony of the emergency department, do you not? Ding Yuqiu's eyes brightened in surprise as she nodded in agreement. Dr. Ding, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile. I am well aware of how to navigate this. No. Dr. Lin, you have your own career to attend to. You cannot afford to waste your time on our factory's medical issues. Ding Yuqiu quickly gestured. Dr. Lin, Dr. Ding, I believe you both underestimate the capabilities of our doctor. Li. At that moment, Cui Xinjian chuckled and shook his head. Both women turned to him, eager for clarification. However, Cui Xinjian merely smiled silently, avoiding their gaze. As he gathered the lunch boxes and utensils, rising to say, All right, I will assist you in washing the lunch boxes. You two may remain seated. Hold on. Seeing this, Li Xiangnan quickly seized him, smiling as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Cui, my friend, why be so distant? This meal at noon is on you. Not only have we opened our appetites, but we are also quite full. I shall take care of the washing up. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. As he spoke, Li Xiangnan swiftly snatched the lunchbox from his hand and piled everything onto the plate. Cheerfully greeting Lin Ding and the others, Please, relax. I will wash the dishes. Li, you really shouldn't. Cui Xinjian scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. All right then, you take a moment to smoke. Li Xiangnan smiled slightly and exited the emergency department. In this era, the distinction between internal and surgical medicine was not as refined as in later times. Generally speaking, non-mechanical injuries to the thoracic and abdominal organs fell under internal medicine, while mechanical injuries to muscles, bones, ligaments, and wound infections were treated by surgery. In later years, it became commonplace to associate surgical procedures strictly with surgery, while simpler prescriptions were relegated to internal medicine. However, at this moment, the hospital's internal medicine department was capable of performing surgeries as well. All right, Ding Yuqiu, without a hint of doubt, glanced at the clock, realizing there was still half an hour before her shift began, and decided it was time to prepare. Cui Xinjian noticed Lin Yu hastily exiting and, after a moment of surprise, bid farewell to Ding Yuqiu before rushing upstairs. Dr. Ding, why has it ended so abruptly? I was nearly terrified. Such an urgent case. And where has the patient gone? Nurse Wang Qin's nose glistened with sweat, clearly lacking experience in such perilous moments. Ding Yuqiu chuckled. It was Dr. Li who just arrived and resolved the issue. The worker had been poisoned by crab, according to Dr. Li. It was simply a matter of balancing the acidity and alkalinity in his stomach. So what do you think? Do you still doubt his medical skills? Just moments ago, Cui Xinjian rushed upstairs to discuss the cancellation of the surgery with the internist, and it was then that Wang Qin descended. Curious. Ding Yuqiu cast a glance at the gathering group of nurses, eager to extol the medical prowess of Li Xiangnan, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, I have truly witnessed something remarkable. Just now, when Dr. Luo insisted on escorting the patient upstairs, Dr. Li stepped forward. While Ding Yuqiu was lauding Li Xiangnan's accomplishments in the emergency department, Lin Yu had already made her way to the back of the cafeteria, where she spotted Li Xiangnan washing dishes. Allow me. Lin Yu rolled up her sleeves and approached, directly taking over his task. She retrieved some soap powder from a nearby box and applied it to the slightly greasy lunch container, her movements appearing swift yet deliberately slowed. Do you often visit the factory doctor, Dr. Li? Li Xiangnan was not well acquainted with this assisting physician, but he felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart, recalling her impassioned defense of him moments ago. Not frequently. It was only after the health ministry initiated collaboration between major hospitals and various factory districts a year ago that I began coming down here. About every 3 to 5 days, mostly to deliver supplies. Lin Yu offered an explanation, though her mind was preoccupied with other inquiries. Seemingly casual, she asked, by the way, Dr. Li, I heard from Secretary Cui that you are not from Yinjing. Where do you hail from? My home is quite far, a place called Hongshan County. Several hundred kilometers away. The train ride takes about 7 hours. Hongshan County. Lin Yu paused, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. It was indeed him, her sister's husband. Dr. Li appears to be around 25 or 26, perhaps a tad younger than myself. At such an age in the countryside, most individuals have already started families. Have you settled down yet? What brings you to work in Yinjing? Lin Yu cautiously inquired. Li Xiangnan smiled calmly, interpreting Lin Yu's curiosity as mere small talk. As for my circumstances, I am not entirely free to choose. It's a long story. Observing him gazing upward at the sky, lost in thought, Lin Yu felt a momentary pause. For someone like me, hailing from the countryside, merely working in the city is a luxury. How could I dare to hope for romance? Li Xiangnan's silhouette moved against the backdrop of workers arriving to wash dishes, bravely forging ahead. Alone yet resolute. Chapter 21. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Section Chief Ma, this is simply marvelous. The voice arrived before the person did. A distinctive croaky tone that made Ma Ying roll her eyes, lifting the newspaper draped over her face and crumpling. As the figure burst through the door, she swiftly threw the ball at them. What is all this shouting about? Can't a person get some rest at noon? Oh dear, my apologies, Section Chief. I must have disturbed your slumber. Cui Xinjiang chuckled, bowing slightly as he hurried to the table to refill Ma Ying's teacup, bringing it back to the wooden sofa. Please, have some tea to calm your nerves. Seeing this unfortunate display, Ma Ying huffed and made no move to accept the tea, resting her hands beneath her head, squinting as she retorted, speak quickly and get to the point. I still need my sleep. We have half an hour before work begins. Director Ma, Li Xiangnan has saved a life in the emergency department. Upon hearing this, Ma Ying was so startled that he slipped to the floor, struggling to sit up. He widened his eyes to glance at Cui Xinjiang, then at the wall clock opposite him. It was only 12:30. The workday hadn't even begun yet. And Li Xiangnan had already saved someone? How did he manage that? Ma Ying clicked his tongue in surprise, suddenly intrigued. It seemed that Li Xiangnan truly possessed remarkable skills. Even before officially starting his shift, he had accomplished such a feat. If this was the case, how extraordinary would he be once he actually began working? After uttering this thought, he exchanged a glance with Cui Xinjiang, and a strong sense of relief surged within both of them. Director Ma, following your instructions, I went to the emergency department to inform them that Li Xiangnan would be reporting for duty. And then I hurriedly prepared a stethoscope and white coat for him. Are you talking about Li Xiangnan's matters, not your own? Hurry up. Ma Ying felt a flicker of irritation at the praise being lavished upon him by this young man. All right, I'll get to it. We were just having lunch when Dr. Lin Yu arrived at our table. What? Ma Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he tugged at the corners of his mouth. Dr. Lin also came from 301. Don't tell me she happened to witness this scene? Indeed. Director Ma, don't you think we are exceptionally fortunate? We just sent Li Xiangnan to the emergency department, and the higher-ups have already recognized his talent. Wouldn't you say we have played the role of a benefactor? Our impression on the upper management of the hospital is bound to improve. Emma, are we truly destined for great success? Look at your ambitions. Director Ma, listen closely. Cui Xinjiang was already brimming with excitement. Daring not to delay, he hurriedly recounted the details of the midday events to Ma Ying. After a while, Ma Ying slammed his hand on the table, his beard bristling with fury, exclaiming, that fool Luodali is utterly insufferable. I was genuinely moved when he applied to join the emergency department, and it turns out he was merely waiting for me. This is just adding insult to injury. Director Ma, I beg to differ, Cui Xinjiang replied with a sly grin. Oh, what insight do you possess? Ma Ying raised an eyebrow. Cui Xinjiang glanced towards the door, quickly approaching Ma Ying, and with a cheerful demeanor said, let us consider this from two perspectives. If it weren't for that scoundrel Luo Dali causing trouble, how would we have discovered the remarkable medical skills of Li Xiangnan? As the saying goes, without comparison, there can be no harm. The existence of mediocre doctors only serves to highlight Li Xiangnan as the brilliant star. Ah, Ma Ying exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and laughingly pointed at Cui Xinjiang. Sometimes. Your mind is sharper than mine. Indeed, Luo Dali is merely a stepping stone for Li Xiangnan. He chuckled. I see it now. He pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Cui Xingzhan, contemplating for a moment before saying, All right, you should promptly draft a report detailing this matter thoroughly. Once it's ready, I shall review it. Did you not mention that Dr. Ding and Dr. Lin also claimed they would write reports? The leadership will soon be informed. Our pace must be swift, commencing with the discovery of Li Xiangnan, a veritable gem. The perspective must be astute. Indeed, we ought to write from the vantage point of Director Xing, the discerning talent scout. It is imperative to illuminate Li Xiangnan's brilliance, akin to, while simultaneously extolling Director Xing's remarkable acumen in recognizing talent. Very well. Cui Xingzhan, undeterred, finished his tea and promptly took a seat, deep in contemplation. Mying, cigarette in mouth, stood by the window, his demeanor transformed. Indeed, our factory physician is poised to cultivate talent. After securing his bicycle downstairs and glancing at his watch, he proceeded directly to the logistics department. He knocked thrice on the door and, upon hearing an invitation to enter, Lin Yu stepped inside, announcing, Director Lin. I have delivered the 90 medical masks to the Hongshanka Machine Repair Factory Hospital and am here to sign. Lin Weiman smiled and shot a playful glance at his sister. Retrieving a document from the nearby shelf. Please sign here. Upon observing her neatly pinned signature, Lin Weiman was momentarily taken aback by the words inscribed on the scrap paper, which led him to comprehend the situation at the Machine Repair Factory Hospital. As she was about to exit, Lin Weiman glanced at his colleagues within the room and called out, By the way, Dr. Lin, do they require any additional supplies at the machine repair factory? Please assist me in compiling the inventory. As he spoke, he rose swiftly and approached the door, closing it behind him while smiling at his sister, saying, Muyu, what is going on? Have you met Li Xiangnan? How do you feel about it? Upon hearing this, Lin Muyu pulled him to the end of the corridor, opened the window, and furrowed her brow as she inquired, Tell me honestly, is Li Xiangnan truly an earnest and simple villager, or merely a half-baked country doctor with only superficial knowledge? Observing the profound shock in her sister's eyes, Lin Weiman keenly sensed that something was amiss. Muyu, what is it? Has something happened? Chapter 22. The thoughtful brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, a wisp of blue smoke began to rise from the window, shrouding Lin Weiman's ambiguous expression. Are you implying that Li Xiangnan, before even getting to work, managed to save a worker during mealtime and regarded it as a trivial matter, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor? After listening to his sister's account, Lin Weiman was profoundly taken aback. Lin Yu took a deep breath. His medical skills aside, the courage and attitude he exhibited in the face of danger, as well as his spirit to confront difficulties head-on, are qualities that are rarely found in others. Lin Weiman took a deep drag on his cigarette, snapping the second one in half and stowing it in his cigarette case. This kid is indeed becoming increasingly impressive. Lin Yu glanced down the corridor and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Second brother, you visited Hongshan County several times and interacted with him. Do you believe his medical skills were merely a facade? Impossible. Lin Weiman looked up at his sister, shaking his head decisively. There is no need for that. In the past, while visiting Xiao Qiao in Hongshan County, I witnessed him and oldly attending to the ailments of neighbors. It was not to say their skills were lacking, but they were certainly not as adept as they are today. How much medical expertise is required for treating minor ailments such as colds, fevers, and injuries? If there is something concealed, what could this young man possibly be hiding? He could not have anticipated his journey to Yanjing. Could it be that Li Xiangnan is deliberately keeping his talents under wraps? Lin Muyu found herself perplexed, for such concealment would only lead outsiders to perceive the Li family as lacking in medical prowess. It baffles me. If their skills were truly commendable, would not the surrounding residents hold them in higher esteem? Does Li Xiangnan believe that a mere display of rudimentary skills would suffice to manage those mountain folk? That would be more than adequate, Lin Weiman chuckled. If that were the case, this young man's cunning is indeed formidable. Lin Muyu pouted. I understand. Lin Muyu nodded. Just as the two were about to part ways, Lin Weiman suddenly recalled a remark his sister had made earlier. Wait a moment. You mentioned that Li Xiangnan once said, to whom one is entrusted, one must remain loyal? Right. Lin Muyu tilted her head. Ergo, do you have any thoughts on this? Hiss. Lin Weiman pondered for a moment and retorted. Could it be that Li Xiangnan agreed to come to Yanjing with Xiao Qiao, only to divorce months later, all to assist the Lin family and ensure that Xiao Qiao could firmly establish herself in Yanjing? Lin Muyu's expression shifted slightly. Are you implying that Li Xiangnan might fear that Xiao Qiao's impulsive decision to divorce could lead to emotional turmoil? I understand now. Is it possible that his refusal to dine at the Lin residence last night and his previous indifference towards Xiao Qiao were all strategies to make her feel the deterioration of his feelings, thereby facilitating her departure? What a considerate brother-in-law, always thinking of the Lin family's well-being. Lin Weimin shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging the depth of his intentions. This morning, he subtly suggested that I should visit him less frequently. It seems he truly wishes to minimize his entanglement with our family, to avoid a situation where divorce becomes a tangled web. How incredibly thoughtful of him. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly recalled the solitary, resolute figure of Li Xiangnan departing from the sink behind the cafeteria not long ago, stirring an inexplicable ache within her. His medical skills were exceptional, yet he remained humble, brushing off compliments with a mere smile. He readily agreed to the Lin family's request for a sham marriage, and now, as he faces the impending divorce, he silently endures inner torment while choosing to support the Lin family's plans. Brother, where does Li Xiangnan reside? Instinctively, Lin Yu remembered that he had yet to secure a place to stay since arriving in Yanjing. Oh, you. A wave of compassion washed over her, mingled with frustration. He has rendered such significant assistance to our family, yet he is left alone and unsupported in Yanjing. If we merely perform superficial gestures without genuinely caring for his well-being, what will others think of the Lin family? Are we not ungrateful, our Lin family? Lin Weimin, for the first time, found his sister's words to be rather insightful, feeling a twinge of shame. You are right. I have indeed fallen short in my considerations and failed to put myself in Xiangnan's shoes. Exactly. Lin Yu stamped her foot, playfully reproaching him. If he were to reside in a garbage dump, or in a pump room, or a boiler room, reeking and damp, suffocatingly hot, how could he possibly endure this summer? Lin Weimin scratched his head, a wave of regret washing over him. You are correct, Muyu. I shall call and inquire immediately. Brother, I may have spoken rather harshly, but do not take it to heart. I simply do not wish for our Lin family to be criticized. After all, Xiangnan is still our family's son-in-law. Lin Weimin's eyes flickered with understanding as he patted her shoulder. Observing his sister's deep sense of guilt, he comforted her. All right. It is I who have not considered this thoroughly. I will call right away to find out. After work this evening, you can ride to pick up Xiao Qiao, and I shall visit Xiangnan's residence to see if there is anything I can assist with. Does that sound good? Brother, now that sounds much better. Lin Yu finally felt satisfied and waved her hand. I must head to work now. This afternoon, I need to write an urgent report for the repair shop's emergency department. You should also tend to your tasks. Chapter 23. Such is the nature of human relations. As the afternoon work began, Li Xiangnan sensed that the nurses in the department were regarding him with peculiar glances. Yet, once he immersed himself in his duties, he realized just how demanding their roles were in the factory hospital. Although the factory hospital is equipped with 5 major departments, ever since the word spread about the emergency department not only handling cases with remarkable speed, but also being attended by the gentle and stunning Dr. Ding, the workers have developed a penchant for seeking care there for any ailments. This phenomenon has led Li Xiangnan to experience the bustling life of the emergency department upon starting his shift. At this moment, he attended to a young man suffering from mild heat stroke, who, while being treated, implored him to inquire about Dr. Ding Yuqiu. Li Xiangnan found himself both amused and exasperated. My dear fellow, if you are enamored with her, why not visit her directly for treatment and ask her yourself? Surely that would be more effective than having me relay your inquiries. After prescribing some medication to alleviate the heat, Li Xiangnan sincerely offered his advice. Upon hearing this, Wei Erxi's expression soured as he murmured, Dr. Li, you may not be aware, but those who previously sought excuses to inquire about Dr. Ding have been placed on a blacklist. Subsequently, they were redirected to Dr. Luo. It's common knowledge that Dr. Luo harbors feelings for Dr. Ding, and being treated by him is quite the ordeal. It's a predicament where one cannot reach Dr. Ding without suffering under Dr. Luo. I implore you, please help me find out. He added, how about this? Tomorrow at noon in the cafeteria, I'll bring you an extra steamed bun. It turns out there is much nuance in this situation. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Dr. Ding is no fool. If you ask too overtly, you'll only irritate her. As for the bun, it is unnecessary. I will do my utmost to gather information for you. Dr. Li, you are truly benevolent. Wei Erxi exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy as he clumsily clutched his medication and departed contentedly. Li Xiangnan glanced at a female worker who was suffering from mouth ulcers, enduring her delicate gaze as he forced himself to finish what she had to say. Once she departed, He took a moment to stretch and glanced at Ding Yuqiu, who was fervently writing across the room. Seizing the opportunity while getting up to fetch some water, he sauntered over to her vicinity. Dr. Ding, Li Xiangnan pondered his words, waiting for her to lift her gaze in confusion. When she did, a bright smile spread across her face. Do you have a partner? Uffed. Ding Yuqiu, caught off guard by the question while taking a sip of water, ended up spraying it everywhere. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Stealing a glance at the doorway, she fidgeted her cherry-red lips and, blushing, said, "If that fool you mentioned asked you about me, just tell him I have a partner, tall, and he should give up all hope. But if you're asking, then I don't." Is there really a difference based on who asks? Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, pretentiously sipping water and instinctively responding. Is there a specific protocol for this? He studied Ding Yuqiu, noticing her ears turning crimson, which piqued his curiosity. Ding Yuqiu lowered her head, resuming her writing, seemingly ignoring his question, which left Li Xiangnan increasingly baffled. At that moment, laughter echoed from the corridor outside, prompting Li Xiangnan to turn and look. In this brief interlude, Ding Yuqiu subtly raised her head to glance at Li Xiangnan's profile, slightly pursing her lips to conceal a barely perceptible smile. Let me see, who exactly is Dr. Li? Just as he was pondering, Li Xiangnan observed a stocky-faced middle-aged man striding into the emergency department with an air of indifference, followed closely by the head of the administrative department, Ma Ying. He was momentarily taken aback. However, beside him, Ding Yuqiu had already risen, timidly exclaiming, "Hello, Director Feng." Haha, Yuqiu. I heard we have a talented individual joining our factory's medical team. Is this the young man? Feng Qingshan entered with purpose, nodding at Ding Yuqiu, and swiftly directing his gaze towards Li Xiangnan. Ma Ying quickly introduced, Dr. Li, this is our hospital's director, Director Feng. Good day, Director Feng. Li Xiangnan realized he was standing before the direct superior of the factory hospital. He extended his hand confidently to shake with him, involuntarily assessing the robust, square-faced middle-aged man before him. The man donned a blue Zhongshan suit, with a black fountain pen tucked into his chest pocket, exuding an exceptionally vibrant and positive demeanor. Notably, his distinctively loud voice added an amusing charm to his presence. It is often said that those who smile are favored by fortune, and Li Xiangnan's first impression of the director was quite favorable. You must be Li Xiangnan, Feng Qingshan said with a hearty laugh, firmly shaking Li Xiangnan's hand and giving it a light pat. He added, I've been on a business trip these past few days, but old Xing informed me about your transfer here. If I weren't away, I would have personally handled your matters. As soon as old Ma mentioned your situation, I was already aware. You are truly a talent, and it brings me great joy. Feng Qingshan repeatedly expressed his approval with 3 exclamations of good, patting Li Xiangnan's, a joyful smile gracing his face. Although the arm ached slightly, the words of Director Feng were like a gentle spring breeze, bringing immense comfort to the listener. Li Xiangnan responded with a smile, saying, Director Feng, your concern is appreciated. I merely strive to fulfill my duties. I am unworthy of such high praise. You rascal. You're as humble as I am. I admire that, ha ha ha. Excellent. Feng Qingshan laughed heartily, then turned to Ma Ying, saying, Section Chief Ma, you must diligently attend to talents like Li Xiangnan. Recently, I have attended numerous meetings where the emphasis has been on the country's need to enhance talent cultivation in medical education, healthcare, and elder care. Our factory hospital must not lag behind. Yes, Director, I will remember. Ma Ying promptly nodded in agreement. You are busy. Ding Yuqiu wiped the sweat from her brow, hastily accompanying Ma Ying as he departed. After glancing at Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan smirked and asked, What advice does Section Chief Ma have? Once she left, Ma Ying smiled and said, Xiao Li, you are astute. You must have discerned the underlying message in Director Feng's words. What do you think he meant? With a thoughtful gaze directed at Ma Ying, Li Xiangnan understood the reminder and responded calmly. Director Feng is indeed a commendable person. His words encourage us while also cautioning us not to let personal conflicts with Luo Dali disrupt the broader objectives of the factory hospital. I knew it. You possess sharp insight. You truly understand everything. Ma Ying, astonished, patted his arm, glanced around, and whispered with a chuckle, Luo Daneo's father is a comrade of Director Feng. Now it makes sense. Li Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he speculated that Ma Ying, being aware of this connection, likely refrained from emphasizing Luo Daneo's misdiagnosis while recounting the events that transpired in the emergency department at noon. However, Ma Ying soon remarked, This matter is known only to me at the factory hospital. But Xiao Li, you need not worry. Director Feng is not one to show. As long as your reasoning is sound, he will surely stand on the side of justice. After patting him on the shoulder, Ma Ying quietly added before departing, rest assured. I am also on your side. Farewell. This brief interlude allowed Li Xiangnan to quickly grasp the underlying implications. Feng Qingshan was on the side of reason, which meant he had little to fear. As for Ma Ying, he was undoubtedly on Li Xiangnan's side, regardless of the logic involved. Such is the nature of human relationships. Li Xiangnan rubbed his nose, finding the situation quite amusing. Chapter 24. The unashamed commander-in-chief. The emergency department of the Hongshankou Machine Repair Factory's hospital is located on the first floor. With the presence of two doctors, Ding Yuqiu and Luo Dali, two Dr.'s offices have been established in the corridor to the left of the entrance. Due to the high volume of patients seeking Ding Yuqiu, the factory has combined her office with the adjacent one, making it twice the size of Luo Dali's. Upon Li Xiangnan's arrival, it was only natural that he was assigned to this space, where a small desk surrounded by an area of 5 to 6 square meters became his exclusive domain. At an angle across from Ding Yuqiu's desk, two individuals sat apart, with two neatly arranged consultation chairs positioned before them. The spacious area in between was occupied by a long row of wooden benches, where patients were required to queue. With Li Xiangnan now involved in the treatment, Ding Yuqiu felt a significant alleviation of her consultation pressure. She swiftly composed her report regarding the noon matters and began to refine and edit it, as it was to be submitted to Director Feng, who held it in high regard. Li Xiangnan seized a moment to visit the restroom, located at the end of the corridor to the right of the lobby. Exiting the office, he had to pass by Luo Dali's consultation room and traverse the lobby to reach it. Good morning, Dr. Li. A nurse greeted him with a smile as he walked by. On the right corridor of the first floor were the pharmacy and the comprehensive room of the factory hospital. The pharmacy was designated for dispensing medications, while the comprehensive room managed the admission and discharge procedures for patients. As he passed, many of the staff members inside lowered their heads, nodding in acknowledgement from behind the glass window. It appeared that news of his arrival in the emergency department had spread throughout the factory hospital in no time. You do have your shy moments, don't you? Dr. Li. This is Dr. Zhou Feng from our internal medicine department. It turned out he was the very doctor known for his penchant for overtime. Extending his hand for a shake, Li Xiangnan smiled. Dr. Zhou, it is an honor to finally meet you. Ah? Zhou Feng seemed taken aback that his reputation had reached Li Xiangnan. A hint of embarrassment washed over his face as he scratched his head. What have they been saying about me? A workaholic? Or a lone ranger? Not at all. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on how everyone praised your diligent efforts. They all hold you in high esteem. You are a role model for my studies. Ha. You rascal. Zhou Feng grinned widely, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him as he playfully poked Li Xiangnan and said, You certainly know how to flatter. After this, he glanced towards the door and continued with a laugh. I heard about your midday encounter with Luo Dineo. While he manages basic surgical procedures adequately, when it comes to tackling more complex ailments, he finds himself quite at a loss. To be frank, every time he wheels a patient into the operating room, we expend several times the effort to reassess their condition. Today, with me on duty, you've saved me from a troublesome task. I am quite relieved. Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan also burst into laughter, realizing they were kindred spirits. He took out a cigarette and offered it, jesting, Dr. Zhou, you must ensure to thoroughly re-examine the patients I send your way. You can't indulge my laziness. Absolutely not. We have every confidence in each other. I had already heard about crab poisoning, and I've even encountered it personally. Yet no one has ever elucidated the intricacies as clearly as you have. Zhou Feng pointed to a nearby bench, pulled out a black notebook from his pocket, and sat down. Dr. Li, you should also take a seat. I might as well seize this break to seek your wisdom regarding the specifics of acute appendicitis and the chemical reactions between crabs and persimmons. At this, Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not expect that at the age of 40, Zhou Feng could be addressed as uncle by himself. Yet here he was, humbly seeking knowledge, displaying an insatiable thirst for medical understanding. Li Xiangnan was not a miserly person. Moreover, he welcomed the opportunity to enhance his comprehension of certain aspects of internal medicine. With a smile, he moved aside to pour a cup of tea for Zhou Feng and handed it to him before taking a seat and speaking. In fact, the appendix has long been regarded as a vestigial organ within the human body, something that is expendable. To his surprise, Zhou Feng was astounded by Li Xiangnan's sudden insight into microbiology, which only deepened his curiosity. Even Ding Yuqiu, who was preparing to deliver a report to Director Feng, found herself torn, eager to quickly present the report yet equally desirous to remain and absorb Li Xiangnan's lecture. Ultimately, she bit her lip and set the report aside, picking up her notebook to take notes while listening intently. The three nurses nearby emerged from the inner room, their faces alight with curiosity as they tuned into the new doctor's lecture to Dr. Zhou. Wang Qing grasped her head nurse's arm in astonishment, exclaiming, "Sister, this is truly remarkable. Dr. Zhou has come downstairs to seek advice from Dr. Li." What a surprise. The young nurse Zhu Zhu was equally astonished, wondering how it was possible that Dr. Zhou, a chief physician, could have knowledge gaps in medicine. Head nurse Zhang Shengnan covered her mouth, remarking, "You may not comprehend this, but despite Dr. Li's youth, merely in his 20s, he truly shone during lunch today, which clearly indicates the depth of his knowledge. Dr. Zhou is no fool. There is a saying that education knows no bounds. Where does knowledge end? Naturally, one must seek counsel. Yet, I must admit, such a seemingly embarrassing approach astonishes me. Just imagine, the head of the internal medicine department coming to the emergency room to consult a junior. Who would believe it? Yet, it genuinely occurred. Our factory doc, a transformation, is imminent." The three were utterly astounded, gazing at Li Xiangnan's retreating figure with complex expressions. Meanwhile, in the fourth-floor office of the factory manager, Lu Ziyuan handed the report in his hand to Xing Chunlai seated across from him. "Old Xing, take a look at this report sent by the factory's medical administration department. Your contributions cannot be overstated. I refrained from mentioning this during the meeting, as I intended to inquire about your opinion. Since Old Feng is here, we are all familiar faces. Let us speak candidly behind closed doors." Feng Qingshan was pouring tea when he overheard and chuckled heartily. He leisurely took a seat as Xing Chunlai finished reviewing the report and handed it to him. "So you're taking advantage while pretending to be modest, are you?" Feng Qingshan tossed him a cigarette, and Xing Chunlai grinned widely in response. "Old Feng indeed," Lu Ziyuan remarked, accepting a cigarette for himself. "You must have noticed the current government's emphasis on healthcare. With over 20,000 employees in our factory, that equates to the population of an entire county in certain regions. A hospital capable of alleviating the anxieties of medical care in a county town is of paramount importance. The responsibility you bear is indeed substantial. Although the matters of the emergency department may appear trivial, they profoundly impact the safety of the populace. There are no insignificant issues. You should be well aware of this, right?" Feng Qingshan's expression turned grave as wisps of smoke ascended from his cigarette, the ash from its half-burnt length cascading to the ground. He had comprehended the director's intent. "I understand, Director. I shall take care of this matter." Chapter 25. If there is another time, you may as well leave. At the entrance of the director's office on the fourth floor of the factory hospital, Luo Dali hesitated for an extended period, ultimately lacking the courage to enter. When Shui Xingjian approached him, stating that Director Feng was looking for him, Luo felt a sudden pang of anxiety, recalling the events of the afternoon, which left him somewhat unsettled. Quietly, he tugged at Shui Xingjian, inquiring for quite some time about the nature of the matter. This fellow, with his silver tongue, offered no truthful insight, merely smiling and assuring Luo that Director Feng displayed no particular expression. The absence of any expression, however, suggested that the situation. Luo was well aware of his father's temperament, a veteran comrade. Though he typically appeared carefree and greeted everyone with a smile, when confronted with serious matters, his stern countenance would emerge. Yet, if he exhibited no expression at all, it indicated that the director's mood had plummeted to an alarming low. Luo Dali speculated that it likely pertained to his misdiagnosis from earlier that day. The thought of Uncle Feng possibly unleashing his fury upon him led him to mentally berate that wretched Li Xiangnan 1,000 times over. Had it not been for him, I would not have faced humiliation in front of Lin Yu and Ding Yuqiu, nor would I have been ridiculed by those insufferable rascals in the machining workshop, nor would I have provided my colleagues in the medical department with any ammunition. Damn it, it is entirely his fault that Li Xiangnan has come to our medical facility. Filled with indignation, Luo Dali inhaled deeply and steeled himself to knock on the door. "Come in." The booming voice of Director Feng Qingshan resonated from within. For reasons unknown, Luo Dali's heart quivered momentarily, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Since Director Feng had already invited him in, lingering any longer would be unwise. Thus, he swiftly opened the door and entered, forcing a smile as he greeted, "Uncle Feng. How many times must I remind you? In the workplace, you are to address me by my title. Without lifting his gaze, Feng Qingshan remained fixated on the documents spread across his desk. Luo Dali chuckled awkwardly, then cautiously addressed him as Director Feng, asking, "What instructions do you have for me?" With a sudden movement, Feng Qingshan angrily flung the documents on his desk towards Luo Dali, scattering a flurry of white pages across the room. 7 or 8 sheets at least. Luo Dali, take a good look at this. The tone and demeanor of the director unmistakably conveyed his fury, likely linked to the disarray of papers before him. Suppressing his unease and trepidation, Luo Dali hurriedly gathered the scattered, ink-covered pages, his eyes scanning the contents. In a fleeting moment, Dr. Li Xiangnan, a newcomer in the emergency department, misdiagnosed a case, but fortunately, he was not intimidated by Dr. Luo's authoritative demeanor upon his arrival. Did you see clearly? This is the consequence of your actions. Feng Qingshan's piercing gaze radiated uncontainable fury as he slapped his own face and exclaimed, "Though no one knows the nature of your relationship with me, witnessing such a debacle fills me with profound embarrassment for you. Uncle Feng, this is utter nonsense from Cui Xingjian, and Dr. Ding must have seen that little pretty boy doctor trying to curry favor, hence she is framing me here. Please do not believe them." With a resounding slap, Feng Qingshan's pent-up anger erupted, striking Luo Dali across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Luo Dali, do you take me for a fool? Do you have any idea how this incident is spread throughout the factory hospital? Even Director Liu and Director Xing are fully aware of the situation, and you still dare to argue? I had praised you to your father, claiming you were a talented asset in our facility, a leader among our medical staff. Is this how you repay my faith in you? Do you truly believe that just because I am not in the hospital, I am oblivious to what transpires here? Are you foolish, or am I the fool?" Cupping his face, Luo Dali was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that his Uncle Feng could become so enraged, and it seemed that Uncle Feng was bearing an immense burden. "Uncle Feng, I was wrong." Luo Dali, no fool himself, quickly feigned remorse upon realizing the gravity of the situation. However, deep within, he harbored an intense resentment towards Li Xiangnan, the root cause of Uncle Feng's aggression towards him. Throughout his life, Luo Dali had never even dared to provoke his father. Yet he was struck down by an old comrade of his father's. Although he felt a surge of indignation, he understood that Director Feng was his superior. The ability to navigate the hospital's dynamics depended heavily on Feng Qingshan's influence, and he was reluctant to offend him. A wise individual recognizes the importance of timing. Currently, Feng Qingshan was engulfed in anger, leaving Luo Dali with no choice but to appear submissive. "Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Feng Qingshan clenched his fists, his words strikingly candid. "This is no longer merely a case of misdiagnosis. It constitutes dereliction of duty, a blatant disregard for the interests of the public, and an utter neglect of the safety of our workers. Dismissal from your position is a distinct possibility." Upon hearing this, Luo Dali felt a wave of relief at his earlier decision to yield, yet a profound sense of fear gripped him. "Director Feng, I truly recognize my mistake. I never anticipated that a misdiagnosis could lead to such a cascade of consequences. Had I known, I would never allow this to happen again. Do you still wish for another opportunity? If so, you might as well prepare to leave." Feng Qingshan slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. "Uncle Feng, please calm down. I will diligently reflect on my actions. I will compose a 10,000-word self-critique, deeply analyzing this error." Luo Dali was genuinely frightened at the prospect of losing his job, hastily expressing his remorse, while simultaneously grappling with bitterness towards Li Xiangnan, whom he cursed vehemently. "What? Director Feng, do I still need to apologize to him?" Luo Dali was momentarily taken aback, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What is this? Are you reluctant?" Feng Qingshan hurled the pen from the desk towards him, declaring, "Very well, you should resign in shame." Feng Qingshan was about to elaborate further when a knock resounded at the door. Rubbing his cheek, he stood up and shot a fierce glare at Luo Dali before calling out, "Come in. Director Feng, you summoned me?" Li Xiangnan entered, noticing Luo Dali standing to the side with a tilted head, and inquired nonchalantly. Feng Qingshan smiled broadly. "Dr. Li, it is not I who seeks you, but rather Dr. Luo. What was it you just mentioned to me, Xiao Luo?" Luo Dali recognized that there was no escaping this confrontation and, with a lowered head, spat out, "Dr. Li, I spoke disrespectfully to you in public this noon and arrogantly believed my diagnosis to be infallible. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have undoubtedly made a grave mistake. I sincerely apologize to you and shall submit a thorough self-reflection to the hospital leadership regarding this matter. Has Luo Dali undergone a transformation? Why is he apologizing to me? Observing the amiable smile on Feng Qingshan's face, Li Xiangnan's heart stirred, and he began to grasp the situation. Dr. Luo, it is truly no great matter. I recall Director Feng once saying that unity is strength. Our emergency department is indeed a promising division, and it is only by working together that we can unleash extraordinary power. I harbor no grudges over this incident. We are all here for the sake of our work, and minor disagreements are perfectly normal. Look at Li Xiangnan's remarkable caliber. It is evident that you sought to provoke and belittle him, yet he merely refers to it as a difference of opinion. The disparity in character is truly striking. As Feng Qingshan expressed his disappointment in Luo Dali, he rose and sighed, Xiao Li, with a talent like you, our emergency department has finally found its backbone. Xiao Luo, you must learn from him. Indeed, we must learn from those who excel. Luo Dali replied with a forced smile, while a bitter taste lingered in his heart. You flatter me, leader. I'll be on my way. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly, keenly observing Luo Dali's expression, which was as clear as day to him. Go on. Xiao Luo, make sure you write that reflection. Feng Qingshan remarked with a chuckle. Luo Dali followed Li Xiangnan out, casting a shadowy glare at his back, silently clenching his fists. Chapter 26. Only you can tame his arrogance. As the clock ticked past 4. The number of patients in the emergency department noticeably dwindled. After descending from the upper floor, Li Xiangnan found himself with considerably more leisure. He noticed head nurse Zhang Shangnan organizing intravenous bottles and other medical supplies with 2 junior nurses, Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu, in the inner room. He put away his pen after completing the medical records and turned to Ding Yuqiu, inquiring, Dr. Ding, I see our emergency department is quite busy. Have we considered asking Director Feng to assign a few more doctors to assist us? Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu lifted her gaze from her desk, first letting out a sigh, then responding, Indeed, we are busy, but as time goes on, you'll realize that the pace in the emergency department fluctuates. Sometimes we are bustling with activity, while at other times it can be rather quiet. During the hectic moments, the two of us manage to keep up, yet during the lulls, I often feel somewhat superfluous. Observing him lost in thought, Ding Yuqiu set down her pen and remarked with a smile, Moreover, with a distinguished figure like you in the emergency department, everything will undoubtedly run more smoothly. I suspect Director Feng has abandoned any thoughts of reallocating personnel from other departments. Li Xiangnan smiled gently, rubbing his nose as memories flooded back. He recalled the days when the emergency department lacked dedicated physicians, relying instead on personnel shuffled in from various specialties. Faced with the novelty of this new department, many were overwhelmed. Surgeons were ill-equipped to handle gynecological issues, often struggling for extended periods to diagnose something as common as dysmenorrhea, while those from respiratory medicine found themselves at a loss with dermatological concerns. The air was thick with grievances, as everyone believed the emergency department to be an insurmountable challenge. It was a place where generalists were scarce, and few dared to remain, which ultimately left only myself and Luo Dali. Ding Yuqiu recalled the scene from 2 months prior with a lingering sense of trepidation. Li Xiangnan shared her sentiment. Even into the 21st century, the demands for versatile practitioners in the emergency department remained high, and specialists often found it difficult to stay. Furthermore, most contemporary physicians seek stability, reluctant to leave their positions in surgery, internal medicine, or obstetrics and gynecology once they have finally settled. Unlike them, I foolishly yearned to forge a meaningful career. When faced with enticing benefits and long-term job security, many would inevitably choose the latter. Ding Yuqiu sighed again, acknowledging that this indeed reflects the current reality, which closely mirrors conditions in later years. Li Xiangnan nodded and noticed Zhang Shangnan pushing a cart out to the medical department to procure supplies. He then inquired, Doctor, Ding possesses a remarkable determination akin to burning bridges. It is truly admirable. To which Dr. Ding replied, Please do not flatter me. The future development of our department still relies heavily on your contributions. Ding Yuqiu blushed and smiled. While attempting to acclimate to such compliments, Li Xiangnan swiftly changed the subject, asking, Are Nurse Zhang and the others also here voluntarily? Are there many nurses in other departments? Upon hearing her explanation, Li Xiangnan gained a clearer understanding of the emergency department structure. Realizing that there were no complicated relationships within, it was a place dedicated to work. Dr. Ding, what unflattering remarks have you been making about us to Dr. Li? At that moment, Zhu emerged from the inner room, cheerfully carrying 2 cups of water, placing one on Li Xiangnan's desk and the other on Ding Yuqiu's. Ding Yuqiu blinked and remarked, "Indeed, you have been speaking ill of the 2 of us. I asked Dr. Li to scout for exceptional young individuals to set you both up." "Oh dear." Zhu blushed at the comment, shyly retreating to the side. Wang Qin's face turned crimson as well. She stole a glance at Li Xiangnan, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Dr. Ding, why are you bringing this up with Dr. Li? It's rather awkward. One might think we are unwanted. If someone is interested, let them bring their suitor for me to see." Ding Yuqiu chuckled. "I shall not entertain you, Dr. Ding." The 2 of them giggled, covering their mouths in amusement. "Dr. Ding, please do not play matchmaker for them. Perhaps you should focus on finding someone for yourself first." At that moment, Nurse Zhang wheeled in a cart, playfully teasing Ding Yuqiu. "Ha ha." Zhu and Wang Qin immediately burst into laughter. Ding Yuqiu, her face flushed with embarrassment, stealthily glanced at Li Xiangnan and feigned indignation, saying, "Nurse Zhang, you only ever mock me. Tomorrow, I shall let you see my partner." "Oh, I shall eagerly await that." Zhang Shengnan chuckled softly, casting a discreet glance at Li Xiangnan. Sensing the subtle, lingering gazes, Li Xiangnan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. They say 3 women make a scene, and now, in this department, 4 stunning women have gathered. Given their playful antics, it seemed he would soon find himself in a predicament. Noticing Li Xiangnan's silence and reluctance to engage, Zhang Shengnan smiled, tapped on his desk, glanced towards the door, and lowered her voice. "Dr. Shaoli, can you guess what I just saw while passing by Dr. Luo's office?" Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu, Zhu, and Wang Qin perked up with interest. Zhang Xing'an observed their eager expressions, chuckled softly, and covered her mouth as she continued. Dr. Luo had left the door ajar and was inside fervently writing a self-critique, while his 2 nurses sat in the office, staring blankly, hardly daring to breathe. The group exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter. "Serves him right." Wang Qin pouted. "What did he expect for openly opposing our Dr. Li? I've heard from those upstairs that Director Feng was scolding him quite harshly in his office. Rumor has it he might even be dismissed. How could he not be frightened?" Zhu added, clutching her stomach with laughter. "If it were me, I wouldn't just write a 10,000 character critique. I'd stay up all night penning 20,000 words to express my remorse to the hospital." Zhang Shengnan gave a thumbs up and sincerely remarked, "Dr. Li, only you could quell his arrogant demeanor. Shoo, keep your voices down. Are you not afraid of being overheard by the neighbors?" Ding Yuqiu admonished, though she herself stifled a smile. The 3 nurses dispersed in a fit of laughter, scampering away. Li Xiangnan exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Yuqiu, noticing her slightly embarrassed smile, which sparked a sense of exhilaration within him. As the workday concluded, Ding Yuqiu, her face flushed, approached Li Xiangnan before the 3 nurses emerged. "Dr. Li, since you handled such an urgent matter in the emergency department today, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Would that be agreeable to you?" Li Xiangnan instinctively wanted to decline, but upon meeting her hopeful gaze, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. "All right, I am honored. Shall we go?" As they walked past Luo Dali's office, they noticed a small desk lamp lit within, with the large head diligently scribbling away. Both of them chuckled. Upon reaching the entrance, while conversing merrily with Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan was taken aback upon seeing Lin Weiman outside. "Brother Weiman, what brings you here?" Seeing Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu emerge together, laughing and chatting, Lin Weiman leapt off his bicycle, pulled out an ice pop from his bag, and teased, "What's this? From your tone, it seems I am not welcome." Chapter 27. You lucky fellow. Li Xiangnan caught an old popsicle priced at 2 cents and glanced at Lin Weiman, who was smiling while watching Ding Yuqiu. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Brother Weiman, please don't tease me." He casually tore open the wrapper of the popsicle, but then handed it to Ding Yuqiu, who stood nearby, saying, "Dr. Ding, you should have this. It's still quite warm out." Lin Weiman smacked his lips, his eyes widening in surprise at Li Xiangnan's unexpected gesture. No, it's all right. I don't particularly like pops." Ding Yuqiu hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In truth, she felt quite pleased. Although she was unaware of Lin Weiman's connection to Li Xiangnan and too shy to inquire about his background, she discerned that Lin Weiman had come specifically to see him after work, and the popsicle had hardly begun to melt. This indicated a close relationship between them, and naturally, she was reluctant to accept a gift intended for Li Xiangnan, despite the popsicle costing only 2 cents. It was important to note that the average wage for workers during this era was merely 25 cents. Many families relied on a single breadwinner to support them all, and every penny was carefully scrutinized. Treating oneself to a popsicle was often deemed an extravagant indulgence. Consequently, Ding Yuqiu was equally unwilling to spend frivolously on her own cravings, having seldom indulged in such sweet, icy delights. The fact that Li Xiangnan thought of her first brought her immense joy. Simultaneously, she found herself quite curious about Lin Weiman's identity. After declining Li Xiangnan's invitation, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, I am a colleague of Li Xiangnan's. My surname is Ding. Are you his friend?" "Not quite. I am his second uncle." Lin Weiman instinctively began to utter second uncle. But Li Xiangnan had already approached, gripping his bicycle handlebar and interjecting, "I am the cousin of my second uncle's third aunt's nephew." Lin Weiman was left speechless. Ding Yuqiu, bewildered, pondered for a long time without grasping the nature of Lin Weiman's relationship with Li Xiangnan. Feeling quite embarrassed, Lin Weiman shot a glare at Li Xiangnan. Perplexed by his intentions, he could only continue to lick his ice pop and said, "Hello, Dr. Ding. I am his second cousin." "Greetings, cousin." Ding Yuqiu responded warmly. Li Xiangnan cast a sideways glance at the net bag beneath the bicycle handle, questioning, "Brother Weiman, are you here too? I brought you something and wanted to take a look at your place." Lin Weiman replied, patting the net bag and kicking the bicycle stand. "See, since you wouldn't let me drive, I immediately switched to a more comfortable bicycle for you. Isn't that considerate? Let's walk." He gestured for Li Xiangnan to follow, taking the lead with a few steps. Observing the somewhat awkward Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan hurried forward, grabbing the back seat of the bicycle. He clarified, "Brother Weiman, well, I just arrived at the factory hospital's emergency department today, and I've already arranged to treat Dr. Ding to dinner. Since you're here, if you have time, we could all dine together." Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, not expecting Li Xiangnan to absolve her by claiming it was his invitation. A warmth spread through her heart, knowing that he wished to spare her from embarrassment in front of others. Dinner? Lin Weiman was momentarily stunned, only then realizing why the two had left work together. Upon seeing the graceful and charming Ding Yuqiu standing obediently, he felt an inexplicable pang of reluctance, akin to a beloved toy truck being given away by parents. A hint of unspoken jealousy surged within him. Yet he understood that Li Xiangnan would eventually divorce Lin Qiao, and both would pursue their individual happiness. Little Qiao would undoubtedly fall in love with the suitable match chosen by her parents, while Li Xiangnan would choose a cherished partner to grow old with. As an outsider, he could only watch this unfold with a sense of resignation. However, as he contemplated, the fact that Li Xiangnan had set his sights elsewhere, despite his own inexplicable discontent, might indeed be a blessing in disguise. He instinctively prepared to decline the invitation when he saw Li Xiangnan extend a hand, smiling. "Cousin, I have finally stabilized my job. Being unfamiliar with Yanjing, I am immensely grateful for your help. Allow me the opportunity to express my gratitude properly. I've been wanting to treat you to a meal, and what better day than today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Weiman realized refusal was futile, and he could only acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. "Well, that sounds good. I could use a meal." Shaking his head, Ding Yuqiu smiled radiantly, unbothered by the situation. The prospect of meeting his relatives early on brought her a sense of excitement. "Dr. Ding off work? Farewell. Goodbye, Dr. Li." At that moment, Zhu, accompanied by her familiar colleagues from the hospital, finished work and hurriedly waved to a few people as they passed by. "Farewell." Ding Yuqiu, feeling somewhat bashful, gave a slight wave and noticeably quickened her pace. Observing her embarrassment, Lin Weiman and Li Xiangnan exchanged glances and chuckled softly. "Ah, Dr. Ding, are you leaving with Dr. Li?" Just then, Wang Qin rode up on her bicycle, halting abruptly behind them, her head tilted in curiosity. "Dr. Li, where are you two headed?" "Oh, I see." Wang Qin stuck out her tongue and dashed off, teasing Li Xiangnan as she left. "Dr. Li, you better not bully my Dr. Ding." Li Xiangnan merely shot her a glare, too apprehensive to respond. "Let's hurry." After these two amusing interludes, Ding Yuqiu felt anxious about encountering anyone else from the hospital. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Nurse Zhang Shengnan hurried out from the hospital entrance, her bag in hand, quickly approaching the group. She paused, staring intently at Li Xiangnan, Ding Yuqiu, and Lin Weiman for a long moment, before muttering, "Dr. Li, are you and Dr. Ding perhaps on a date?" "Hey!" Lin Weiman, witnessing this scene, shook his head vigorously and nudged Li Xiangnan in the ribs. You lucky dog, in just one day, everyone is getting so chummy with you, even joking around. It's clear they all think highly of you. So, tell me, what do you think of Dr. Ding? Brother Wayman, please spare me the teasing. Li Xiangnan smiled wryly as he walked towards the door. The world remains uncertain, and I have no inclination for romance. I should hurry and eat. Lin Wayman chuckled. Yet internally he felt a tumult of mixed emotions, akin to a jar of assorted flavors overturned. If one were to say he was pleased, it was indeed true. After all, Li Xiangnan's popularity signified that the matter of Xiao Qiao's divorce could be resolved smoothly, alleviating any marital concerns for Xiaoli. Conversely, if one were to claim he was disheartened, that too was accurate. With the passage of time, Li Xiangnan's remarkable talents shone ever brighter, leaving him saddened by the loss of such a promising son-in-law for the Lin family. Chapter 28. Have you truly come to know that man? After work, Lin Yu rode her bicycle, her thoughts swirling as she hurried towards the East City Health Bureau. Today marked the first day of her sister Lin Chu Qiao's job, and as the elder sister, it was only natural for her to check in on her sibling, especially since Lin Wayman had been dispatched to visit Li Xiangnan's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Health Bureau, she halted her bicycle, glancing at her watch. Only 10 minutes had passed since closing time, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Securing her bicycle, she stood outside, eagerly awaiting her sister's arrival. Old Li in the guardhouse was leisurely sipping tea when he noticed a graceful figure peering in through the window. Sensing the girl's gentle, spring-like aura, a man accustomed to the vicissitudes of human nature, immediately perceived that she was no ordinary girl. Thus, he smiled and opened the window, calling out, "Miss, are you waiting for someone? It's quite hot outside. Come in and wait. There's a fan here," suddenly called out. Lin Yu turned to see Old Li waving with a cheerful smile. Glancing at the office building and then at the sky, she shook her head. "Sir, I am indeed waiting for someone, but they should be out soon. I have no other obligations for the time being. Dear girl, I haven't seen you before. Whose partner are you?" Old Li, having nothing better to do, struck up a casual conversation with Lin Yu. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she laughed and shook her head. "Sir, I am still quite young. There's no rush for romance." "Goodness. A delicate young lady like you without a partner? I doubt anyone would believe it. Come inside and wait." Upon realizing that such a radiant girl was not waiting for some young lad from the bureau, Old Li sighed in regret. Then it struck him, and he slapped his forehead. "Ah, I know. You must be waiting for Miss Lin, who is reporting today, right?" Previously, when Lin Wayman brought Lin Chu Qiao to report, he drove a jeep, and it was Old Li who opened the gate. Now, those who can afford a jeep are no ordinary folk, leaving a lasting impression on him. He even shared a cigarette with her. Now, observing the similar noble demeanor of Lin Yu and Lin Chu Qiao, he noticed their shared features and quickly associated them together. "You'll have to wait a few more minutes. There's a meeting in the afternoon about some rural medical support initiative. Come in and enjoy the breeze from the fan." Still in a meeting? Lin Yu glanced at her watch and nodded. With a smile, she stepped through the door into the guardhouse, gracefully positioning herself to the side. "Dear girl, take a seat for a moment. It's far too hot out here." Old Li closed the window, effectively blocking the sweltering heat from the outside. He adjusted the fan to direct a gentle breeze towards Lin Yu and hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea, placing it within her reach on the table. "Have a sip of tea. Your friend will likely be out soon," he remarked. "Chu Qiao is my sister," Lin Yu replied with a smile, expressing her gratitude to Old Li. "I envy you. The young ladies of the Lin family are all remarkably enchanting, and the young men are quite dashing." Old Li chuckled, shaking the fan with a sense of nostalgia. Those who can afford a jeep, whether it belongs to their family or their workplace, are not to be trifled with. Yet, he merely serves as a gatekeeper, and fostering connections is utterly unnecessary. However, extending a modicum of respect and convenience is a trifling matter. After uttering these words, he immersed himself in the newspaper. Lin Yu observed his measured politeness and felt a slight sense of relief as she reveled in the refreshing breeze from the fan. Feeling the oppressive heat dissipate, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her delicate nose, she glanced at the fan and, for reasons unknown, the first thought that sprang to her mind was whether Li Xiangnan's residence also possessed such an appliance. The conditions at the health bureau were undoubtedly commendable, as they had even provided a separate electric fan for the gatekeeper's room. Yet, such a luxury in an ordinary household would require 2 months' salary to afford. Most people would hesitate to make such an expenditure. Just then, a series of bicycle bells began to ring out, and Old Li stood up with a smile, exclaiming, "Miss, Your sister and her friends are back from work. Rising to her feet, Lin Yu indeed spotted Lin Chu Xiao, bag in tow, emerging from the building alongside a throng of others, many of whom hurriedly retrieved their bicycles from the shed and rode off. Thank you so much, sir. I'm off now. With a wave, Lin Yu quickly exited the guardroom and called out, Xiao Xiao, over here. Sister San, what brings you here? Where's my second brother? Lin Chu Xiao exclaimed with delight, glancing around, but failing to spot Lin Wei Min. Lin Yu smiled gently, taking her hand. Come on. Let us talk on the way. The two of them, one radiating warmth and the other exuding an air of cool elegance, attracted the attention of several young passers-by, who couldn't help but steal glances at their contrasting appearances, one voluptuous and the other slender and graceful. However, seemingly accustomed to being observed, they exchanged a slight, amused glance before proceeding to the entrance. Lin Yu patted the back seat and glanced at her sister, who was clad in a light blue dress. Will the dress get caught? Or should I accompany you? Then let us go? Lin Yu, dressed in Zhongshan trousers, elegantly swung her long legs into the vehicle. As the car picked up speed, Lin Chu Qiao leaped in with a joyful flourish, and their laughter filled the air, drawing the gaze of those around them once more. After cruising down half a street, Lin Yu gradually adjusted to her sister's weight, and the speed began to slow. Once the atmosphere quieted, Lin Chuqiu became somewhat reticent again. By the way, how was Li Xiangnan's medical skills back when he was in Hongshan County? Do you know? Lin Yu inquired directly. Sister San, why do you suddenly ask about this? Lin Chu Qiao replied, intrigued. Isn't Li Xiangnan assigned to the factory hospital now? I was just asking casually. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. So be it, there is little progress to speak of. Most of the time, it is his father who tends to patients while he merely observes, referred to as an assistant in flattering terms, but more bluntly regarded as a mere placeholder. His presence makes no difference. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of surprise, as it contrasted sharply with her impression of Li Xiangnan earlier that day. What is your impression of him? Third sister, why do you care so much about him? He has already severed ties with me, with the Lin family. In a few months, we shall be divorced. Ignoring him is the key to our family's prosperity. Lin Yu halted her bicycle. I am your sister, and I am interested in everything about you. I long to understand the life you once led. He is your nominal family member, after all, having cohabited under the same roof for several years. Turning her head, Lin Chu Qiao disdainfully remarked, indolent and uneducated. Showing no ambition, this is the impression Li Xiangnan leaves. Furthermore, he is perpetually entangled in romantic affairs. Why should we concern ourselves with such a man? Third sister, that sham marriage was our father's idea. If it weren't for the influence of the Li family in this region and the multitude of suitors, I would not have agreed to such a pretense. However, now that divorce is on the horizon, it aligns with both my father's wishes and my own. A person like Li Xiangnan is destined to have no connection with me. The sound of the bicycle chain clicking echoed as Lin Yu resumed pedaling. The image of that young man, warm and self-assured, intruding upon her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, Xiao Qiao, is this truly how you feel? Or is it merely a fade for the Lin family? You may deceive others, but to deceive oneself is truly pitiful. Behind her, Lin Chu Qiao astonishingly refrained from retorting or speaking. Lin Yu remarked softly, what if Li Xiangnan is not as incorrigible as you portray him, but rather embodies an entirely different persona? Have you genuinely sought to understand that man? Yet, she perceived a sudden disarray in the breaths behind her, followed by a statement that resonated in her ears. Sister, I have no interest in getting to know such a person. Lin Yu smirked. I hope you realize just how exceptional he is later on and do not regret your decision. Chapter 29. Does he reside in such a place? At the entrance of the state-run hotel, Ding Yuqiu expressed her gratitude to Li Xiangnan, while Lin Weimin pretended to unlock his bicycle nearby. Dr. Ding, you are too gracious. I am merely a newcomer in the emergency department, hoping you will guide me, as you are the senior. Li Xiangnan replied with a smile. Ding Yuqiu sincerely waved her hand. Young Dr. Li, you have it all wrong. You should be the one to guide us. All right. You two should disperse the scent of alcohol. Comrade Lin, Dr. Li, I shall take my leave now. Brother Weimin, you haven't had too much to drink, have you? Are you trying to change the subject? They exchanged glances, and with an unspoken understanding, shared a quiet laugh. Lin Weimin, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, said, You are a clever one. You catch on quickly, so do not feign ignorance with me. Ding seems to have an interest in you. Brother Weimin, what are you talking about? She's merely a colleague. I have only just met her today, Li Xiangnan replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as he touched his nose. In matters of the heart, there exists both the notion of affection that blossoms over time and the phenomenon of love at first sight. Who can claim that admiration cannot arise on the very first day of acquaintance? Lin Weimin's words resonate with truth, yet he himself feels a tinge of embarrassment in expressing them. He casually positioned his bicycle, directing it towards the Hongshan Co-Machinery Repair Factory. Brother Weimin, I never anticipated you to be such a seasoned veteran in matters of romance. Impressive. Li Xiangnan chuckled, opting not to delve deeper into the subject. After all, Lin Weimin was none other than Lin Chuqiao's elder brother, the sibling of the wife he had yet to divorce. Discussing other women in his presence felt slightly awkward. Are you trying to send me away? Lin Weimin playfully patted his shoulder and continued on his path. Was the wine I shared with your second uncle merely a waste? I haven't even seen where you reside. Let's go. As he spoke, he removed the net bag draped over his shoulder and hung it back on the handlebars of his bicycle. As your second uncle, it's quite remiss of me not to know where you live. I'm merely delivering some necessities. Recognizing that Lin Weimin was not one to be easily dissuaded from his intentions, Li Xiangnan sighed, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Lin. The two strolled leisurely, indulging in their cigarettes. It seems your medical skills are quite commendable. Your colleagues in the emergency department hold you in high regard. Lin Weimin remarked casually. Brother Weimin, you jest. That is far from the truth. My eyesight is intact. The nurses greet you when you leave, especially Dr. Ding from earlier, who praised you endlessly over dinner, extolling your prowess and vast knowledge. I can discern that she genuinely admires you, the newcomer. Lin Weimin exhaled a puff of smoke and, noticing Li Xiangnan hesitating to speak, quickly interjected, you should stop right there. Excessive humility often manifests as arrogance. There's no need for that. It is what it is. Medical skills are unlike anything else. They are grounded in true expertise. Li Xiangnan could only silence himself with the cigarette. At that moment, the two had reached the vicinity of Li Xiangnan's residence, and Lin Weimin spotted a figure squatting under a streetlight, irritably swatting at mosquitoes. As soon as a sound escaped, the figure stood up. Chui, why are you waiting out here so late? Surely, you cannot be waiting for me? Li Xiangnan exclaimed, surprised to see the silhouette. Earlier, when he left the restaurant, he had glanced at the clock on the cashier's counter, which had already shown past 7. This meant that Chui Xingzhan had been waiting at his doorstep for nearly 2 hours. Little Li, I indeed waited for you. Chui Xingzhan grinned widely, carrying a bag as he approached the warehouse entrance. I bumped into old Sun from the security department this afternoon and learned that the fellow had resolved your coal stove issue. I thought to myself, having just a stove is of little use. You wouldn't be able to prepare breakfast in the morning. So after my shift, I went to the coal shop and bought you 2.5 pounds of coal. My rations are limited, so I hope you don't mind it being a bit scant. Lin Weimin was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment at the respect Li Xiangnan commanded. Li Xiangnan felt a warmth in his heart and hurriedly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Chui. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Greetings. As a newcomer from a distant county, I, serving as a clerk in the administrative department, feel it is my duty to provide care for talented individuals like yourself who have left their homes. This is not a particularly precious item. Please accept it. Chui Xingzhan smiled, taking a drag from his cigarette while swatting away a mosquito from his leg. Although coal briquettes are not of great value, they are nonetheless an essential commodity, purchased in fixed quantities each month by every household. He would never dare to use his title as the factory doctor to procure them. It must be from his own allocation. By giving some away, his household would naturally have less. Yet, he chose to proceed with this act, justifying it as caring for those who have left their homes. However, there are many others in the factory who have also left their hometowns. Why does he not extend the same care to them? Humanity possesses duality. One cannot hastily judge a person's character based on a singular action. Initially, Chui Xingzhan's difficulties troubled him, but thanks to Li Xiangnan preserving his dignity, these subsequent minor gestures revealed Chui's genuine respect for Li. Relationships are reciprocal. Old Chui, observing this man in his 30s, Li Xiangnan patted his shoulder, omitting any distant titles. Hurry and unlock the door. You've been waiting for nearly 2 hours and must be starving. Come in, I'll steam some rice for you. With that, he waved his hand, briefly nodding to Lin Weimin before swiftly departing. This old Chui, Li Xiangnan sighed, shaking his head as he opened the door. Brother Weimin, please come inside. There are many mosquitoes outside. Inside the red brick house, the original rough appearance was preserved, with several square meters of newspaper pasted against the gray walls near the bed. The ground, though paved with cement, bears the scars of time, riddled with unevenness and depressions. Even Li Xiangnan has resorted to propping the foot of his bed with wooden blocks to maintain balance. The room contains 2 tables, one large and one small, along with 3 or 4 benches and 2 decaying cabinets. He noticed that the bed had been fashioned from one of the cabinets, merely covered with a bedding roll and topped with a thin mat, lacking any semblance of comfort. Every piece of furniture exudes a musty, decrepit odor. Had it not been for Li Xiangnan's diligent efforts to keep the place spotless, one might easily mistake it for a refugee dwelling. Is this truly where Li Xiangnan resides? Lin Weimin felt a tightening in his throat, and his nose tinged slightly with the onset of tears, as this robust man found his eyes glistening with unshed emotion. Chapter 30. A troubled conscience. Li Xiangnan brought in the coal balls gifted by Cui Xinjian and quickly set about preparing them. He gathered some kindling and struck a match to ignite the fire, intending to brew tea for Lin Weimin. There's no need for such trouble. I'm not thirsty. Just sit down. Lin Weimin's throat relaxed, and he unclenched his fists, allowing the pent-up emotions within him to dissipate as a forced smile appeared on his face. It's nothing, Li Xiangnan replied, fanning the flames with a palm leaf fan, then lifting the lid of the copper kettle to check the water level. Finally settling down on the ground with focused intent. His demeanor suggested that the simplicity of his surroundings had no bearing on his state of mind, and Lin Weimin couldn't help but admire the young man's resilience. He had noted earlier that these 2 humble rooms served as the warehouse for the factory hospital, facing west, and suffered greatly from the sweltering summer sun. Even with the door ajar, he could sense the oppressive heat rising from the sun-baked roof and walls. This room, which featured merely a small window in the southwestern corner, was devoid of any cross breeze. How could one expect a cooling zephyr? The sweltering nights made it nearly impossible to find restful sleep. The Lin family had secured a job for Li Xiangnan, and his household registration was being addressed. Yet it pained Lin Weimin to see him residing in such conditions upon his arrival in Yanjing. It was no wonder that since moving in, Li Xiangnan had never invited him to visit his dwelling. Just moments ago, he had vehemently discouraged Lin Weimin from coming over, perhaps out of fear that he would overthink the situation. The thought of his younger sister and their benefactor living in such an environment left Lin Weimin feeling quite uneasy. Shaoli, stop your busy work for a moment. I wish to have a word with you. It's nothing, Brother Weimin. We had a bit too much to drink earlier. Didn't we? You must be feeling the heat. That's just the effect of the alcohol. Have some tea to quench your thirst. Lin Weimin could only manage a wry smile. He found it amusing that Li Xiangnan sought to mask the natural temperature fluctuations of the room, using intoxication as a guise. This young man would never allow anyone to feel indebted to him. Sighing, Lin Weimin reached into his bag and produced a cloth pouch containing 2 pounds of flour and a couple of bars of soap. Here, this is 2 pounds of flour. Make some flatbreads in the morning. It should last you a week. And here are 2 bars of soap. With the summer heat, you'll be sweating more. So do wash frequently, and let me know when you need more. These were items that could only be procured with ration tickets. Flour was one thing, but soap was allocated at a mere bar per household for 2 people each month. As the flames intensified, Li Xiangnan felt reassured enough to allow the water to boil on its own. He took a seat at the long table and expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother Weimin, I often impose on you. Let me offer you some soap tickets. He began rummaging through a box, only to be stopped by Lin Weimin. Shaoli, there's no need to fuss over something of no real value. Just accept it graciously. Look at the sweat on your forehead. As a young man in the sweltering summer, you are wasting too much soap. Seeing Lin Weimin's insistence, who was swatting away mosquitoes, Li Xiangnan reluctantly conceded. All right, you are quite stubborn. Noticing Weimin scratching his thigh and then his back, Li Xiangnan apologetically closed the door. Brother Weimin, I am truly sorry. There's a bamboo grove just behind this room, and the mosquitoes are quite numerous. Quite numerous? Lin Weimin replied instinctively. It's akin to being submerged in a swarm of mosquitoes. Li Xiangnan chuckled and offered a cigarette as an apology. Let us smoke them away. Haha, you rascal. Lin Weimin laughed, amused by Li Xiangnan's ability to find humor in adversity. After hastily sipping a few cups of tea while waiting for the water to boil, Lin Weimin stood to take his leave. I see you are doing well in your work, and that brings me great comfort. Shaoli, I had intended to share some words of caution to not let us down, but it seems such advice is unnecessary now. You are quite remarkable, and no longer require my encouragement. He patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder and stepped out the door. Brother Weimin, I will continue to strive. Li Xiangnan called after him as he accompanied him to the entrance. What a brother, Wayman. Li Xiangnan smiled, closed the door, and took a seat at the table to sip his tea, embarking on a peculiar journey of nurturing mosquitoes to lure and ultimately eliminate them. Second brother. Lin Yu greeted him with brisk steps. She seemed all right, though she had gone upstairs right after dinner, her spirits still somewhat subdued. Pouting slightly, Lin Yu shook her head and remarked, although I have engaged in conversation, I sense that Xiao Qiao is not being entirely truthful. But let us set that aside for now. Have you had a chance to inspect Li Xiangnan's accommodations? What do you think? It's a complicated matter. Anticipating her inquiry, Lin Wayman ascended the steps and replied earnestly, however, if I were to reside in such an environment, I fear I would go mad within a week. The heat is unbearable, and the sheer number of mosquitoes nearly lifted me away. Lin Muyu's expression shifted, and she stamped her foot in urgency. How could the maintenance factory arrange such living conditions for him? This is no jest. Did our father fail to communicate clearly from the beginning? That's not appropriate. The only available spaces would likely lead to such arrangements. I know Director Xing well. He is not one to be inconsistent. The maintenance factory is facing its own. Does Li Xiangnan harbor any grievances? Lin Muyu was deeply concerned. This young man's capacity for endurance is astounding. Not only does he have no complaints, but he has even grown accustomed to it. Lin Wayman shook his head. Noticing Lin Muyu's uncertainty as she crossed her arms, he quickly inquired, how is our father feeling today? He chatted with Xiao Qiao for a bit. He should be all right. You don't intend to bring up. The housing situation must be resolved promptly. Otherwise, we shall have Li Xiangnan stay at our home. Lin Wayman declared with newfound determination. Lin Muyu puffed her cheeks, took a deep breath, and declared, then I shall accompany you. Are you going too? Sister, do you wish to incur our father's wrath? Lin Wayman chuckled. He can scold all he wants. I wish to see if his conscience can bear it. Let us go. Lin Muyu lifted her chin defiantly, resembling a spirited little rooster. Lin Wayman was taken aback. She seemed to have aligned her thoughts with his. Before long, they arrived at the study upstairs. Lin Jianzhou, wearing his glasses, was diligently composing a report when he noticed Lin Muyu and Lin Wayman knocking on the door and barging in without waiting for an invitation. What are you two up to? Do you understand the rules? Dad. Before their stern father could finish his sentence, Lin Muyu, prepared for a reprimand, calmly and confidently interjected, when do you plan to address Li Xiangnan's accommodation issue? Chapter 31. Lin father's concession, seeing his son and daughter storm in with such fervor and even closed the door behind them. Lin Jianzhou removed his glasses and closed the report, a flicker of curiosity crossing his serious face. You both disregard propriety to confront me over an outsider like Li Xiangnan? For some inexplicable reason. Hearing the term outsider uttered by their father stirred a sense of discomfort in both Lin Muyu and Lin Wayman. Observing the furious Lin Muyu and the anxious Lin Wayman, Lin Jianzhou smiled and leaned back, his broad back resting against the yellow pearwood bench. Wayman, what have you said to your sister to provoke such anger? Dad. Lin Wayman's face darkened as he hurried to fetch a thermos of warm water for his father to replenish his tea. I refrained from commenting. Sharing in the urgency of the situation, both Muyu and I were genuinely concerned about Li Xiangnan's accommodation issues. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhou nodded and shrugged, saying, but hasn't Li's accommodation issue been resolved? Moreover, I promised him I would address his employment and household registration matters. Hasn't his job been secured? The household registration is in process. I have not gone back on my word, have I? Lin Muyu paused in disbelief, stamping her foot. Dad, you are being unreasonable. Hey. Upon hearing this, Lin Wayman was taken aback, quickly interjecting to stop Lin Muyu. Muyu, how can you speak to your father like that? He has indeed addressed these two matters. As he spoke, he shot a glance at his sister, urging her to remain calm. However, Lin Muyu, anxious, stamped her foot again, noticing her second brother's repeated attempts to silence her and their father's stern, unsmiling demeanor. She ultimately clenched her fists, forcing herself to regain composure. Having just learned that Li Xiangnan's living conditions were meager, stifling, and infested with mosquitoes, she felt an overwhelming urgency, to the point where she was at a loss for words. Muyu, Lin Jianzhou remarked, blowing on his hot tea, the factory director, Xing Chunlai, has called me to express his apologies. I am aware that Li Xiangnan's living situation is indeed poor. Their unit must follow procedures for housing allocation. While I share your concern, we cannot bypass the established rules, no matter how pressing the matter may seem. I must inform you that the allocation of housing is governed by specific policies. Those who meet the criteria are entitled to benefit, while those who do not find it futile to approach me. I have no obligation to plead on their behalf. Such advantages are largely contingent upon one's own capabilities. Lin Yu stamped her foot, exclaiming, "You have not seen the conditions of his current residence. It is not only rudimentary but unbearably hot in summer, plagued by an abundance of mosquitoes, rendering it uninhabitable. What? Is he unable to endure even such circumstances? Indeed, he must be a pampered individual. And I shall certainly refrain from speaking in his favor." Lin Jianzhou's tone grew increasingly severe. "That is not the case, father," Lin Wei-min interjected, hastily restraining his sister. "Xiaoli has not expressed any grievances. I merely visited his dwelling today and felt a pang of conscience, prompting me to mention it to Muyu. After all, Li Xiangnan has rendered services to our Lin family and to Xiao Qiao. Witnessing him in such an environment truly stirs discomfort within me. It is indeed a reality. If you were to see it yourself, I believe you would also find it unbearable." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhou was momentarily taken aback, his brows slightly furrowing as he contemplated the matter. "You speak with reason. It appears your impulsiveness lies in this aspect. Had you merely sought to secure benefits for him, I would have looked down upon you. However, with your current sentiments, it seems I have underestimated Xiaoli." As Lin Weimin noticed a shift in his father's demeanor, he pulled a chair over and seated himself at the desk. "Today, I brought some daily necessities to visit Xiaoli. Since he commenced his shift, both the nurses and doctors at the hospital have expressed high regard for him. Their demeanor has been amiable, and they all seem quite impressed. Achieving this level of respect on one's very first day as a doctor is no small feat." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Jianzhou replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. "The emergency department? Crab poisoning? He managed to save someone?" Lin Jianzhou's eyes brightened, revealing a flicker of astonishment. Could this rural barefoot doctor truly possess greater skill than his two colleagues? Murmuring to himself, he suddenly noticed Lin Muyu's lips curling into what appeared to be a smile. Recalling her earlier eagerness to speak on behalf of another and remembering her recent tasks at Ward 301, he inquired, "Muyu, did you perhaps overhear something at the hospital?" At this moment, Lin Muyu felt a surge of pride, straightening her posture as she declared, "I didn't just hear about it. I was present at the scene. I delivered supplies to the factory doctor at noon and happened to witness the entire event. Li Xiangnan had no idea who I was. I can honestly say that I witnessed him save a life. To describe it as a heroic endeavor would not be an exaggeration." Understanding Lin Muyu's gentle nature and knowing that his daughter never boasted, Lin Jianzhou was profoundly shaken by such high praise emanating from her lips. "Please, elaborate on the specifics of today's events." After a moment of contemplation, curiosity about Li Xiangnan swelled within Lin Jianzhou. Lin Muyu and Lin Wei-min exchanged a glance, accompanied by a subtle smile, before settling onto a bench. Their conversation unfolded for over an hour. After some time, Lin Jianzhou, having consumed 2 large cups of tea, found himself profoundly impressed by Li Xiangnan's performance in the emergency department at noon. Composed and unperturbed, he exhibited a calm demeanor and a measured response, all while possessing an extensive knowledge of medicine. This Li Xiangnan truly garnered my admiration. It is indeed rare for someone of his age to wield such capability. Upon hearing her father's increasingly favorable assessment of Li Xiangnan, Lin Muyu breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, setting everything else aside, "The individual named Cui Xingjian at their factory hospital used to flatter and curry favor. Yet somehow, Li Xiangnan has managed to command his unwavering obedience." "Oh, is that so?" Occupying a high position, Lin Jianzhou understood that the art of managing people is no simple feat. Moreover, just moments ago, Cui Xingjian had waited for 2 hours at Xiao Li's doorstep, solely to deliver some coal balls, fearing he might not have the means to cook in the morning. Such treatment is not something one can attribute to mere simplicity. Lin Wei-min shared his observations as well. Lin Jianzhou squinted thoughtfully, endeavoring to construct an image of this prospective son-in-law, who had piqued his considerable interest. After a long moment of contemplation, he seized the nearby calendar and circled a date upon it. "The night after tomorrow, I shall be free. Convince Li Xiangnan to join us for dinner. I wish to meet him in person," he declared. "Additionally, regarding the housing matter, I will personally call the factory director, Lu Zhiyuan." Rest assured, Lin Weimin and Lin Muyu exchanged a glance, a wave of relief washing over them, and they both broke into laughter. Chapter 32. You are magnificent. With the door closed, Li Xiangnan sat at the table, sipping tea while assessing his current assets. To call it assets would be somewhat misleading, as he possessed a mere 65 yuan and a few ration tickets. After meticulously tallying up, he realized that the 50 yuan Lin Weiman had given him remained untouched. He had relied on the 10 and 15 yuan provided by his father, Li Fuguwei, before the college entrance examination and upon his departure. Some had been spent during the exam period, and additional funds were used for purchasing necessities in Yanjing. As for the ration tickets, when accounting for the ones Lin Weiman had sent, and including Lin Chuqiao's share, each person was entitled to a monthly quota of 20 jin, amounting to 52 jin when combined. This would suffice to sustain him until the 15th of next month, when his salary was due. For an individual, this was more than adequate. Furthermore, with the addition of oil tickets, coal tickets, and a few miscellaneous food tickets, though their quantity was limited, they were sufficient for a month's living expenses for one person. However, if he were to entertain guests, more ration tickets would be required, necessitating a recalibration of his budget. Frequent dining out would compel him to tighten his belt when purchasing food from the ration station next month. Today was July 23rd, and with half a month remaining until his salary was disbursed at the beginning of next month, he hoped that by managing his 65 yuan judiciously and avoiding unnecessary expenses, he might even find a semblance of abundance. Although life was tight, it had begun to show signs of improvement. As Li Xiangnan pondered how to idly pass the time until his salary arrived next month, a faint aroma of mugwort wafted through the crack of the door. His ears perked up at the sound of rustling outside. Upon opening the door, he beheld a hunched figure holding a bundle of smoldering mugwort, wafting its smoke around the base of the wall. A warmth spread through his heart as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Old Master Qin, what brings you here to help me fend off the mosquitoes? You truly are a kind soul." "Ah, little Li." Old Master Qin straightened his back, revealing a grin adorned with yellowing teeth. He brushed the mugwort against the threshold of Li's window and chuckled. "We are both wayward souls, after all. My place is swarming with mosquitoes come summer. I had some leftover mugwort leaves, so I thought I'd come over and lend a hand." "No need for gratitude," Li Xiangnan replied, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Old Master Qin. He accepted the mugwort and, following the old man's lead, diligently wafted it around the door and windows. The fragrant, distinctive scent filled the air. Old Master Qin lit his cigarette, puffing leisurely as he directed, wafted inside, too, especially around the bed. "It will make for a more restful night. After that, shut the door and wait a spell. All the mosquitoes will perish. I'll keep you company at the door for a bit." Agreed. Li Xiangnan felt a genuine warmth in his heart from the old man's concern. Following his instructions, he closed the door and returned with a cup of tea, offering it to Old Master Qin. "Please, have some tea. Thank you so much." He then fetched 2 stools, placing them outside for both of them to sit upon. "No need for formalities between us." Old Master Qin, smoking a cigarette, extracted the fan tucked into his waistband and gently fanned Li Xiangnan. He then gestured towards the factory hospital, still illuminated, and inquired, "Old Zhou hasn't left yet?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan, initially jesting, felt a sudden pang of surprise at Master Qin's reaction and, puzzled, asked the reason. "Dr. Zhou is working overtime. Is there more to it? May it be that no soul suffers in this world, and let the medicine gather dust upon the shelves." Old Qin echoed his sentiments. Watching the old man's retreating figure, curiosity stirred within Li Xiangnan. He extinguished his cigarette and set off towards the factory hospital. However, halfway there, he looked up only to find the lights on the upper floor extinguished. Soon, the sound of bicycle bells echoed down the road, and glancing down, he noticed that Zhou Feng was not riding but quietly pushing his bicycle while shining a flashlight, gradually fading into the distance. Observing Zhou's somewhat heavy and weary demeanor, Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow and turned to glance once more at the internal medicine floor, his curiosity deepening. Tomorrow, he resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Ding Yuqiu regarding the matters of the internal medicine department and Zhou Feng, even contemplating a personal visit to the floor. It seemed quite effective. A slight smile graced Li Xiangnan's face as he decided to consult Old Master Qin the following day on where to procure some wormwood, hoping to endure the oppressive, mosquito-laden summer ahead. After finishing his cool herbal tea and noting that the clock had struck 9, he began to prepare for bed. Meanwhile, in the family quarters, Lin Yu knocked on her sister Lin Chuqiao's door, discovering her younger sister Lin Yue excitedly chattering with Xiao Qiao about something. "What time is it? You're not planning to sleep, are you, Yue?" "Third sister, I am currently discussing this problem with fourth sister." I borrowed the restored college entrance examination papers from my classmates and was just estimating my score. Would you like to hear about it? Lin Yu was in high spirits, unwilling to leave so easily. You all are truly efficient. So, tell me, how did you estimate your score? Lin Yu was also curious about what kind of results Lin Qiao would achieve after her rural study and review. Third sister. Haha, this time, I am certain I can be admitted to Yin University. Coconut shavings. Lin Yu exclaimed, jumping up on the bed. Shoo, are you trying to get yourself in trouble? If you wake Dad, he will definitely scold you. Although Lin Yu was also delighted, she quickly covered her little sister's mouth to prevent her from being too unruly, yet still exclaimed in surprise, Really? You're doing this well? Yes, third sister, I am applying to the Yin University Medical School. My grades will surely qualify. Lin Yu declared confidently. Yin University Medical School? That is quite an impressive achievement. It is a leading institution in the medical field in our country. Lin Yu was astonished. Noticing that Lin Qiao's mood seemed somewhat subdued, she quickly asked, What about you, Xiao? Shaking her head, Lin Qiao expressed a hint of regret. I will likely aim for Xia Medical School. Really? Even though you can't go to Yin University? Xia is still quite good. Oh dear, it seems our family is about to produce a whole line of university students. Lin Yu was equally excited. Lin Qiao let out a slight sigh. She hoped to be admitted to Yin University to fulfill her dream. Observing her younger sister's excitement, she felt both envious and regretful. Lost in thought, Lin Yu nudged Lin Yu, urging her to sleep, reminding her that her sister had work the next day and should not be disturbed. Then what about you? We should go together, Lin Yu replied. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. I have matters to discuss with your fourth sister, ones that are beyond your childish understanding. You are still so young. Lin Yu waved her hand dismissively. Fuming, Lin Yu stamped her foot, puffed out her not-so-prominent chest, and placed her hands on her hips, declaring, Lin Yu, do not underestimate me. I am already 19, you know. I have grown up. Yet you still act like a child. Lin Yu shot her a sidelong glance, then straightened her own chest. Not daring to say another word, Lin Yu quickly retreated in defeat. Behind her, Lin Qiao stood in a daze, silently clutching her heart with her arm. Xiao, earlier in the kitchen, I overheard Mother instructing second sister-in-law to arrange several blind dates for you. What are your thoughts? Lin Yu whispered as she closed the door. Chapter 33. A talented scholar and a beautiful lady. The night passed without incident. When Li Xiongnan awoke, the clock's hour hand pointed to 7. The working hours at the factory hospital began at 8, leaving him an hour to attend to his personal hygiene and breakfast. The sun shone warmly outside, casting a gentle glow into the small room, instilling a hint of warmth within. Calculating the time, Li Xiongnan decided that it was just right to rise for breakfast, so he promptly got out of bed and dressed. He first kindled the coal stove, vigorously fanning it until sparks began to dance upward. Satisfied, he placed a water-filled copper kettle atop it to boil, then hurriedly retrieved a bowl of flour from the bag to prepare the dough. Grasping the toothbrush holder firmly and tucking the towel securely, he opened the door, ready to step outside. However, as soon as the door swung open, he spotted two familiar figures not far away. Sun Jia, the deputy director of the security department, waved from a distance and called out, Shaoli, someone is looking for you, and I brought them over. Furrowing his brow, he glanced over to see Lin Yu, who was holding a net bag, smiling brightly as she nodded at him, her eyes crescent-like with joy as though her presence was a delightful surprise. Dr. Lin, what brings you here? He inquired. Lin Yu secured her bicycle, beamed a gentle smile, and patted the crossbody bag she carried, replying playfully, Have you forgotten? I came to deliver a report to your factory's leadership. Today, she donned a simple white shirt paired with tailored trousers, her feet adorned with round-toed leather shoes, the white socks peeking out, exuding a tranquil elegance even in ordinary attire. Li Xiongnan scrutinized her for a moment before nodding, stepping aside to greet her. You arrived quite early, Dr. Lin. Sun Section Chief, please, come in and have a seat. Certainly. Lin Yu, undeterred, surveyed the modest room briefly before stepping inside. At that moment, Sun Jia approached and playfully grasped Li Xiongnan arm, gesturing knowingly toward the interior of the room, exclaiming with envy, Shaoli, you truly are a talent. You've managed to win over our esteemed Dr. Lin right upon your arrival. Section Chief Sun. Li Xiongnan was taken aback for a moment. Then a hint of bitterness crept onto his lips as he replied, You jest. Dr. Lin and I share a purely professional relationship. I understand. Sun Jia prodded his side teasingly. I can see it clearly. Dr. Lin is indeed interested in you. Who would come to seek you out so early in the morning? Just look at that net bag. Perhaps it contains a gift for you. I was startled when I saw her at the door. When Dr. Lin first arrived at our factory hospital, it caused quite a stir. Everyone was rendered speechless upon her arrival. Yet, unexpectedly, no one has caught her eye for such a long time. And here you are, having just arrived, and you've already enticed her away. Haha. Listening to these mixed sentiments of envy and admiration, Li Xiangnan found himself speechless. He offered a cigarette, saying helplessly, "You truly misunderstand. Did you not hear Dr. Lin say she was here to deliver a report?" Haha. Sun Jie slyly leaned in to peer inside. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, "Then why didn't she go straight to Director Lu's office? Instead, she came to you, Shaoli. You've taken advantage and yet act coy. That's where you've gone wrong." As he spoke, Sun Jie deliberately raised his voice. "Shaoli." Others would be thrilled to be misunderstood as having a romantic involvement with Dr. Lin. Yet here you are, insisting on explaining yourself. Dr. Lin may not be pleased with that. After saying this, he chuckled at the sight of Li Xiangnan's flustered expression and patted his shoulder, adding enviously, "A talented man matched with a beautiful woman. I dare say you are the only one in our factory capable of winning Dr. Lin's heart. TSK. On your very first day, fate has already smiled upon you. We can only envy your good fortune. Oh, such a lovely lady, and you don't want her? Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood inside, her face flushing crimson as she overheard the remarks seemingly directed at her. Indeed, she harbored no intentions of pursuing a relationship with Li Xiangnan, yet for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Deputy Section Chief Sun Jie incessantly explaining his innocence in relation to Li Xiangnan, a wave of despondency washed over her, leaving her in a state of inner conflict. In a moment of bewilderment, the stark reality of the bare-walled room struck her. Reminiscent of the dwelling described by her elder brother Lin Weiman, cramped, rudimentary, and dilapidated, causing an inexplicable pang in her heart. It was merely 7 in the morning, yet the temperature within the room had already begun to rise. A subtle warmth brushing against her face and compelling her to seek refuge in the shadows for a semblance of coolness. Though the small abode was not oppressively damp or chilly, the sweltering heat of summer posed an unbearable challenge to existence. Fortunately, her father had assured her and her elder brother the previous night that he would expedite the arrangement of housing for Li Xiangnan. As she pondered this, the sunlight at the doorway was suddenly obscured by Li Xiangnan's entrance. "Where is Section Chief Sun?" she inquired hastily. "It is still early. The air outside is not unbearably hot, but your room, facing the sun, is sweltering." Lin Yu gestured with her hand beneath her chin to fan herself. "I have only a single palm fan, a gift from Elder Qin. Please use it. I apologize for the inconvenience." Li Xiangnan offered the fan. "Why are you apologizing to me? I merely expressed discontent with the poor conditions of the accommodation arranged for you by Director Xing." Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she surveyed the meager furnishings. Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. With a job secured in Yanjing and his household registration being addressed, the issue of housing was in progress at the factory. He regarded this small room merely as a temporary refuge, believing that the transient hardships were entirely bearable. Beside her, Lin Yu waved a fan, and a refreshing breeze swept over. She expressed her surprise. "It's only your first day, and you've already become acquainted with the doorman, Mr. Qin, and Section Chief Sunday. You've even struck up a rapport with Clerk Chui. Dr. Li, your social skills are quite impressive." Li Xiangnan, modestly downplaying her compliment, glanced at the mesh bag resting on the table and inquired, "By the way, Dr. Lin, do you have any other matters to attend to?" "I still need to freshen up. Last night, as I was passing by the street, I happened upon a vendor selling floral water, so I brought you a bottle." She continued, "Clerk Chui mentioned that you live not far from the factory hospital. Considering the abundance of greenery here in the summer heat, I thought you might suffer from insect bites, so I took the liberty of bringing you a gift. Please don't refuse. I am rewarding you for saving a young man yesterday." Lin Yu bit her lip, suppressing her anxiety. She had nearly let slip details about her second brother, Lin Weiman. Now, Li Xiangnan was unaware that she was Xiao Qiao's third sister, providing her with an opportunity to assess his character. "Dr. Lin, thank you so much. I shall gladly accept. I did feel quite uncomfortable last night." As she produced a bottle of floral water from her bag, Li Xiangnan did not decline it. "Last night, Old Qin also used some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, but by the latter half of the night, a few more appeared out of nowhere, leaving me quite distressed. While conversing, she opened 2 food containers, revealing a fried dough ring, 2 steamed buns, a lion's head meatball, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Did you buy too much? This seems intentional. Li Xiangnan was taken aback, and then pointed to the dough that was fermenting nearby. Dr. Lin, my dough is still resting. I plan to make noodles soon. He hesitated, suddenly feeling that the scene was rather peculiar. Hurry up, why are you in a daze? Go. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu had already pushed him out the door. Chapter 34. The melancholic beauty. The Lin family's circumstances were quite favorable. They had 2 sons and 3 daughters, all of whom were exceptional. In the past, they had a housekeeper to assist with cooking and laundry. Yet Lin Jianzhou held his children to high standards, ensuring they were not lacking in household skills. For some inexplicable reason, the thought of preparing a bowl of noodles for Li Xiangnan brought a subtle joy to her heart, igniting an impulse to hum a tune. She struggled to suppress the smile threatening to escape her lips. Shaoli, did you sleep well last night? At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside, causing Lin Yu to freeze. Is someone coming? Her face suddenly flushed, and her hands became a flurry of nervous activity. What should I do? If someone sees me making breakfast for Li Xiangnan, I can't imagine the rumors that would ensue. As she pondered anxiously, a figure stepped through the doorway. They both looked up, and the atmosphere abruptly stiffened. Dr. Lin, what are you doing here? The doorman, old Qin, nearly dropped the cigarette hanging from his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment as he noticed her rolled-up sleeves and the soft dough in her hands. Dr. Lin, are you making breakfast for Shaoli? Upon witnessing the astonished expression of old Master Qin, whose eyes conveyed a peculiar intrigue, Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes nearly digging into the floor in discomfort. With a sheepish smile, she wiped the sweat from her brow and hurriedly explained, I am not here to seek out Factory Director Liu. Rather, I intended to visit Dr. Li's residence, concerned that he may be facing some grievances at the factory. Old Master Qin chuckled knowingly, his cigarette held between his fingers as he shook it lightly. Dr. Lin, I may not comprehend these intricacies, but you are indeed doing well. Young Dr. Li is new here, and it is only natural that we, as factory personnel, show concern for him. Lin Yu, however, suddenly realized the flimsy nature of her excuse. After all, what claim did she have to being one of the factory's own? If she were to assert that she was a leader sent by the 301 hospital to oversee the well-being of the factory's medical staff, no one would take her seriously. Thoughts of why Dr. Ding and Dr. Luo were not showing similar concern for Dr. Li flitted through her mind, leaving her feeling quite abashed. Nevertheless, having committed to this course of action, she had no reason to dwell on regret. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, Old Master Qin, what brings you here? Oh, I brought some mugwort for young Li. You may not be aware, but our factory's dormitories, the gatehouse, and even this area are surrounded by woods, attracting a plethora of mosquitoes. Burning some mugwort can alleviate some of that trouble. I gathered a bit from the back mountain early this morning and brought it for Dr. Li. Lin Yu sincerely expressed, Old Master Qin, you are truly thoughtful. Greetings. Young Shaoli resides in a place far inferior to mine, and I feel compelled to offer assistance in any way possible. As one ages, it becomes difficult to witness the hardships faced by the younger generation. Grandpa Qin chuckled, standing by the door while indulging in a cigarette. Lin Yu nodded, re-evaluating the relationship between Li Xiangnan and Grandpa Qin in his mind. Shaoli, smoking so early in the morning? Aren't you concerned about developing lung disease? As they conversed, a jovial censure echoed from outside. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Grandpa Qin, stifling his laughter, glanced at the frozen Lin Yu and shifted his feet towards the entrance. Grandpa Qin, what brings you here? Cui Xingjian hurriedly entered with a net bag, and upon catching sight of Grandpa Qin smiling at him from the doorway, he was momentarily stunned. Observing the peculiar expression on the elder's face, he inquired, What are you laughing at? Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze was drawn to the brightly lit interior. A glance revealed Lin Yu at the table, sleeves rolled up, kneading dough with a forlorn expression directed at him. Dr. Lin, what are you doing here? Why are you making dough for Shaoli? You. Were you here last night? Cui Xingjian stumbled over his words, genuinely perplexed by Lin Yu's unexpected presence in Li Xiangnan's humble abode at such an early hour. It was barely past 7. His proximity allowed him to arrive swiftly, but Lin Yu's home was considerably distant. The mere thought of her being here so early to knead dough raised suspicions that she had perhaps spent the night in this place. Where should he direct his gaze? Lin Yu noticed the young man casting a dubious glance towards the bed and immediately understood, her cheeks flushing crimson as she couldn't help but scold. What nonsense are you thinking? How improper. And no. Cui Xingjian scratched his head, observing Dr. Lin's bashful demeanor, which only reinforced his suspicions. He then exchanged knowing glances with Grandpa Qin. What brings you here? Grandpa Qin inquired with a cheerful smile, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere and reluctant to leave. I brought some porridge for Shaoli, made by my family. Cui Xingjian proclaimed proudly. Ah, how delightful that you both thought to come together. Grandpa Qin remarked with a knowing grin. That cannot be. The noodles Shaoli had were personally prepared by Dr. Lin. Cui Xingjian exclaimed, noticing Lin Yu already slicing the ingredients with enviable skill. Shaoli, are you up yet? Ha. Grandpa Qin chuckled, while Cui Xingjian's lips twitched in response. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood there in a daze. What on earth is happening this morning? Was this intentional? I merely prepared breakfast for Shaoli, and now so many have arrived? Oh dear. Grandpa Qin, Xiao Cui, what brings you both here? Where's Shaoli? As Xie Chunlai entered. He was taken aback by the sight of the two, but before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed their peculiar expressions and their incessant gestures towards the side. Turning his head, he instinctively froze, letting out a sound of surprise. After a brief moment of confusion, his expression shifted dramatically, finally culminating in an exclamation of astonishment. Doctor Lin, what brings you here to prepare breakfast for Shaoli? He was acutely aware of Shaoli's situation, knowing that Shaoli was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Yet he distinctly recalled that Shaoli's relative was the fourth daughter of the Lin household, and not this third one. Director Xing, I have explained this twice. Lin Yu felt quite close to Uncle Xing Chunlai, and at this moment, she couldn't help but pout, her little face etched with grievance. Xing Chunlai was momentarily taken aback. He failed to comprehend the situation, yet was profoundly shaken. Given the presence of Old Man Qin and Cui Xingjian, he refrained from probing too deeply and instead lightheartedly offered cigarettes to the two. At that moment, a few people gathered around the small house. Murmurs of Dr. Lin and Dr. Li and speculative conversations about relationships floated about. When he attempted to approach and listen in, the crowd dispersed with laughter upon seeing him. Li Xiangnan's face darkened slightly. It was evident that Lin Yu had just been here, and many of his colleagues had noticed, leading them to suspect a romantic involvement. These troublemakers. He shook his head in disbelief and entered the house. Just as Li Xiangnan was about to express his gratitude to Lin Yu, he was rendered speechless. By the long table, Xing Chunlai, Cui Xingjian, and Old Man Qin were all looking at him with peculiar smiles. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood by the stove, her gaze directed at him, filled with an indescribable sense of grievance. Chapter 35. The Intelligence Revealed by Dr. Lin. Director Xing, Officer Cui, Old Man Qin, what brings you here? Sensing their strange expressions, along with Lin Yu's face of grievance, Li Xiangnan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his peculiar state of mind and greeted the group. Shaoli, you are truly fortunate. Director Xing spoke with profound significance, a smile concealed upon his visage. Indeed, Dr. Li and Dr. Lin have personally prepared breakfast for you. How fortunate you are. Cui Xingjian's smile was barely contained. Old Master Qin, instead of teasing Li Xiangnan, chuckled contentedly, clutching a cigarette, seemingly waiting to witness his embarrassment. Ah, you are quite correct. My luck is indeed exceptional. When Dr. Lin visited the factory, she fortuitously prepared a little extra during breakfast, and now, as I am in the midst of rising dough, she kindly assisted in making a meal. Have you eaten yet? We might as well partake together. Li Xiangnan instinctively offered an explanation, inviting them to join him for breakfast. That simply cannot be. This meal was made expressly for you. I lack such good fortune. Director Xing, smiling, stood up and briskly approached, giving Li Xiangnan's shoulder a pat, his voice boisterous as ever. Ah, Shaoli. Upon witnessing the delight radiating from Director Xing, Li Xiangnan felt a strange sensation. The director was well aware of his family situation. What could this envy imply? Having spoken, Director Xing discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan before striding out the door. Director Xing, leave a bit for me. Li Xiangnan called after him. But old Xing waved his hand and quickened his pace. Oh dear, I must also be on my way. I need to go prepare hot water for Chief Ma. At this moment, Cui Xingjian glanced at his watch, hastily rising to gather his net bag and lunchbox, leaving promptly after packing. I too must depart. The shift change is imminent. Old Master Qin chuckled as he ambled toward the exit, hands clasped behind his back. Hearing their words, Li Xiangnan tugged at the corners of his mouth, fully understanding the situation. The three individuals had intentionally lingered to witness his embarrassment. Once they caught sight of his awkwardness, their amusement was complete, and remaining there would have seemed ungracious. Mr. Cui, Grandpa Qin, and Li Xiangnan exchanged glances at the table, noticing an increase in items since his departure, and Mr. Cui chuckled, "Since there's more breakfast, let us have a bite to tide us over." With a beaming smile, Cui Xingjian grasped his hand and whispered, "If we don't leave soon, Dr. Lin's gaze could slay us. Dr. Li, you should eat quickly. I'm off." With that, he whisked Grandpa Qin out the door. Li Xiangnan scratched his head, shrugging as he turned to the perpetually sullen Lin Yu. "I haven't even asked why they came. And now they've all left." Dejected, he plopped down at the table. Lin Yu pointed towards the door and the tabletop, explaining, "Grandpa Qin brought you mugwort. He went to the back mountain at dawn to gather some. Mr. Cui brought you porridge, personally made by his family. Director Xing brought you soy milk, freshly prepared from the tofu shop next door. It smells delightful." Well, it seems these individuals have come together for a purpose. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that the trio, much like the workers outside, had misunderstood Lin Yu, believing she had come specifically to prepare breakfast for them. Hence, upon witnessing her demeanor, their glances were laden with ambiguity. He noticed a hint of melancholy in Lin Yu's gaze and chuckled softly, feigning ignorance as he gestured towards the lavish spread before them: steamed buns, crispy donuts, soybean milk, porridge, pickles, and a lion's head meatball. "Dr. Lin, look at this grand feast. I cannot possibly finish it all by myself. Would you be so kind as to share a bit with me? It's far too warm here for me to store any food, and if I cannot finish it, it will all go to waste. But I have already eaten." Lin Yu replied, pursing her lips. In truth, she had hurried over that morning, fearing that Li Xiangnan would leave early, and thus had not had the opportunity to address her own breakfast needs, leaving her stomach empty. "Just eat a little. It is shameful to waste food. This is all precious grain," Li Xiangnan implored, looking at her for assistance. "Very well, I shall help you out." Lin Yu feigned reluctance, nudging the porridge towards him, then pushing her own lion's head meatball and pickles forward before she fetched a bowl of noodles from the pot and took a seat at the table. The spread was indeed magnificent. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but marvel. Just yesterday morning, he had cautiously ordered a bowl of noodles at the state-run restaurant, and now, on this second day before work, he found not only noodles, but also crispy donuts, soybean milk, porridge, and rice, all complemented by the enticing aroma of the lion's head meatball. Such a disparity was beyond his expectations. Seeing Li Xiangnan devouring his food with fervor, Lin Yu quickly cautioned him to slow down. "What's the rush? There's no one competing with you." As she spoke, she set down her utensils, took a bun in hand, tore it into pieces, and gently placed it on his plate. "Take your time, drink some porridge as well. We wouldn't want you to choke." "Yes, you should eat too." Li Xiangnan smiled as he wiped his mouth, slightly embarrassed, and said, "I hope I haven't made a fool of myself." "Not at all. Please, enjoy your meal." Lin Yu, however, found him refreshingly genuine, devoid of any pretentiousness. As she observed his expressive eyes, a smile began to form on her face. Yet, suddenly she froze, acutely aware that her knee had brushed against Li Xiangnan's leg, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Stealing a glance at him, she realized he seemed completely unfazed by the contact. However, for Lin Yu, who had never engaged in any physical contact with a man, the sensation was both unfamiliar and exhilarating, leaving her feeling flustered. Unable to resist the urge, she instinctively nudged her knee closer, only to retract it again upon. This subtle gesture ignited a wave of excitement and anxiety within her. Lacking experience in such matters and fearing detection, she fought to suppress the urge to touch Li Xiangnan again and quickly sought to divert her attention. "By the way, Shaoli, it seems the factory is arranging for someone to provide medical assistance in the countryside. Are you interested?" "Provide medical assistance?" Li Xiangnan paused in surprise, shaking his head. "Dr. Lin, I am in the emergency department. If I were to go, what would happen to my department? Although I just started yesterday, I have already experienced the hectic nature of the emergency room. It is so understaffed, it would be unreasonable for me to leave. I doubt the factory would approve my request anyway." "Not necessarily," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Before the emergency department was established, we all managed just fine. Could it really be that everything would come to a standstill without you or Dr. Ding? That would be impossible. Moreover, regarding this visit to provide medical assistance in the countryside, I actually intended to recommend both you and Ding Yuchio from the factory to participate. What? Both of us are going? Wouldn't that leave the emergency department unattended? But there is still Luo Dineo. Although he hails from a surgical background, the emergency department predominantly deals with surgical issues, and he can manage adequately. Furthermore, I must emphasize another point. This trip to assist in the countryside presents a myriad of challenges and a diverse array of medical conditions, which will undoubtedly facilitate the growth of your colleagues in the emergency department. It offers a wealth of experience, making it, in fact, a significant opportunity tailored for you. Lin Yu articulated her reasoning with clarity. Additionally, this mission involves comrades from the 7th Factory and the 8th Hospital working together, allowing for fruitful exchanges of medical knowledge and techniques. This is indeed a rare opportunity to forge connections with numerous medical professionals, which will greatly benefit your future endeavors. This directive has been issued by the department, and several health bureaus are currently preparing for this initiative. As she gazed at the man seated at the table, Lin Yu suddenly felt a wave of daze wash over her face flushing unexpectedly. The scene of discussing matters at the table bore a striking resemblance to the earlier moment when she personally cooked a bowl of noodles for Li Xiangnan, reminiscent of a couple enjoying their domestic life. She looked at the sharply defined, resolute features of the man across from her, and as she lifted her gaze to the increasingly bright daylight outside, she found herself wishing for this moment to linger a little longer, her heart fluttering for a brief instant. Her watery eyes gazed across the table, inadvertently filled with a hint of flirtation. Chapter 36. Did you not have a date with Dr. Ding last night? With a contented burp, Li Xiangnan parted ways with Lin Yu at the fork leading to the factory office, leisurely making his way to work. The sumptuous breakfast had far exceeded his expectations. Now, feeling fully satiated, his spirits were significantly elevated, and he brimmed with vitality. Although he yearned for a diverse array of breakfasts every day, he was acutely aware that it is easier to fall from frugality into extravagance than to descend from extravagance to frugality. Occasional indulgences spark anticipation for life, while mediocrity remains the prevailing theme. Approaching the entrance of the factory hospital with a sense of hope and reverence for the future, he immediately spotted a familiar figure hunched over, locking his vehicle. With a smile, he took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, Dr. Luo. The individual was none other than Luo Dali, who harbored a plethora of grievances. Haha, good morning, Dr. Li. He had been locking his car beneath the shelter, muttering curses about Li Xiangnan, the bane of his existence, and was startled when Li called out to him unexpectedly. However, after the events of the previous day, Luo Dali dared not confront him openly, opting instead to feign a casual demeanor, concealing his hostility. Oh, Dr. Luo, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? As Li ascended the steps, he immediately noticed the dark bags under Luo Dali's eyes, bloodshot and weary. I was engrossed in medical texts. Luo Dali replied dismissively, though inwardly he had cursed Li 1,000 times over. Standing on the steps, after waiting for a couple of moments, Li Xiangnan finally smiled and patted Luo Dali's shoulder as he approached. With a warm smile, he remarked, Dr. Luo, do remember to take care of yourself. You are indeed the pillar of our emergency department. You must hold on and not wear yourself out. Then you ought to help me write a self-reflection. Luo Dali instinctively wanted to retort, but held back, forcing a smile as he stepped aside. I truly appreciate your concern. Dr. Li. Ah, we are colleagues. It is only natural. Li Xiangnan replied. By the way, Dr. Luo, what medical book are you engrossed in? You seem quite eager. May I take a glance? I'm writing a self-reflection. Do you genuinely think I'm perusing medical literature? Luo Dali thought to himself, barely suppressing a scowl, nearly cursing out loud. Look at you being so petty. I promise I shall return it. Is it some kind of closely guarded secret? Li Xiangnan studied Luo Dali's expression for a few moments before feigning enlightenment and retorting. As Li Xiangnan walked away, laughing heartily, Luo Dali silently clenched his fists, fuming with indignation. He had come to understand the depths of Li Xiangnan's cunning. The man was truly devious, full of ulterior motives. Did this fellow not realize that he was burning the midnight oil to write a self-reflection? His insinuation of studying medical texts at home was merely a way of indicating that he had misdiagnosed a case yesterday and was now frantically revising to prevent another mishap. This scoundrel managed to insult without resorting to profanity. What a rogue. Dr. Luo, why are you just standing here? Oh dear, why does your face look so grim? A nurse from the emergency department, carrying her bag, passed by and inquired in surprise. Turning his head, he saw the petite nurse from his department. At that moment, Luo Dali finally mustered a cold snort he had long suppressed. Humph, just you wait. The nurse appeared taken aback, silently tightening her grip on her bag strap. But, Dr. Luo, what have I done to provoke you? Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan entered the office, where Ding Yuqiu was already seated behind the desk. Upon seeing him, she greeted him warmly. Zhang Xingnan, Wang Qin, and Zhu Zhu were animatedly chatting nearby. However, their conversation abruptly ceased at Li Xiangnan's arrival, their gazes frequently darting in his direction. Observing the scene, Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, three women could create quite a spectacle, and he could only imagine the intriguing topic they were discussing. As he opened the medical record book, Li Xiangnan prepared himself for a demanding day ahead. Curiously, however, only one female worker with a minor foot injury had come to see Ding Yuqiu that morning, leaving the office unusually quiet. He finally grasped the essence of what Ding Yuqiu had mentioned yesterday about the sporadic busyness of the emergency department. Indeed, patients, much like leaks, come in waves, and it was evident that this morning was not one of their peak times. Hey, Dr. Li, I heard Dr. Lin made you breakfast bright and early this morning. Was it delicious? You didn't have a date with Dr. Ding last night, did you? Li Xiangnan, feeling rather bored while perusing medical texts, suddenly noticed Zhang Shengnan leading Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu, who were surrounding him with keen interest. A quick glance revealed that Ding Yuqiu was indeed absent from her desk. Little Dr. Li, Dr. Ding has gone to the restroom. Could you please enlighten us? Wang Qin inquired with curiosity. Is it true that Dr. Lin made breakfast for you this morning? Li Xiangnan's expression darkened, and he retorted, have you all been discussing this since dawn? How gossiping of you. Dr. Li, your fate is sealed. Nurse Zhang Shengnan stated with conviction while gazing intently at Li Xiangnan. What are you talking about? Li Xiangnan was perplexed, struggling to grasp Nurse Zhang's implication. Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu exchanged amused glances and urged Nurse Zhang. Oh, Nurse Zhang, do enlighten Dr. Li. In a moment of fluster, Zhang Shengnan managed a slight smile and teasingly asked, Dr. Li, do you prefer Dr. Ding or Dr. Lin? If you cannot decide, it might just lead to a love triangle. You truly are in trouble. Li Xiangnan, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, you all are overly concerned. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are. I am still young. I haven't even entered university yet. I'm not considering romantic matters. Goodness, Dr. Li. I see you are quite taken with Dr. Lin. One of them remarked. Dr. Li, truly, Dr. Ding is quite admirable. You might regret not choosing her. Dr. Li, does this mean you plan to attend university? The trio immediately erupted into chatter when suddenly, someone burst in. Ding Yuqiu, having returned, stood by the door, astonished at the sight of Zhang Shengnan and the two nurses surrounding Li Xiangnan. What are you discussing? What's this about Dr. Ding and Dr. Li and university? She questioned. At once, the young nurses dispersed in a flurry. Li Xiangnan rolled her eyes and shook her head, on the verge of offering an explanation when suddenly a voice echoed from the corridor. Dr. Li from the emergency department, you have a phone call. A phone call? Li Xiangnan murmured in acknowledgement. After that, she knocked on the door. Dr. Li, why are you standing there in a daze? The call is waiting for you in the communications room. Hurry, it could be a long-distance call, which is quite valuable. Oh, thank you. Li Xiangnan quickly rose and dashed out. Ding Yuqiu entered the office, casting a glance at the three nurses who were pretentiously wiping the table and organizing the medicine cabinet. She rapped on the desk and said, Wang Qin, Zhu Zhu, what were you just saying to Dr. Li? Were you talking behind my back again? Zhang Shengnan exchanged knowing looks with the two and approached with a playful smile, leaning over her desk. Dr. Ding, you might not be aware, but early this morning, Dr. Lin was in Dr. Li's room, even making him breakfast. Many people in the factory witnessed it. Ding Yuqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing wildly. Chapter 37. Did Lin Yu spend the night in your room last night? The factory doctor's communications room was adjacent to the pharmacy, featuring a small door with a glass window positioned near the main entrance. When Li Xiangnan arrived, the telephone receiver rested on the windowsill. She hastily picked it up and greeted, hello? A familiar voice resonated on the other end. Is this Li Xiangnan? This is Lin Weiman. Weiman, is it? Li Xiangnan responded, somewhat surprised. Her second uncle had just shared drinks with her the previous night, and now, before 9 o'clock, he was calling her. Given his personality, it was reasonable to assume that he would need to take care of certain matters personally. With numerous questions in his mind, he promptly inquired, what is it that you need? Xiao Li, your household registration has been processed and is now established in our residential compound. I am quite familiar with the director of the street office. He delivered the paperwork to me early this morning. If you are free at noon, please come to the logistics department in room 301 to collect it. I have to head to the station soon to procure supplies and will be occupied until late. Otherwise, I would have personally delivered it to you. Has the household registration been completed? So soon? Li Xiangnan was utterly astonished. He genuinely felt the efficiency of the Lin family's operations, filling his heart with excitement. This was truly wonderful. All right, I must hurry to attend to my tasks. Remember to come and pick it up. I am quite anxious leaving it here. When you arrive at the office, simply look for Xiao Wang. Absolutely. I will make sure to come during lunch. Lin Weiman was indeed quite busy and hurriedly hung up the phone. Nevertheless, upon receiving this news, Li Xiangnan's spirits lifted considerably. With his employment now secured and the household registration issue resolved, he would truly become a resident of Yanjing. Congratulations, Dr. Shaoli. Old Li in the duty room was reading a newspaper. Upon seeing him hang up the phone, he peered over his thick glasses with a smile. Master Su, I appreciate your help. Li Xiangnan, understanding the situation, quickly fished out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one. Please, have a smoke. Oh, Shaoli, you are too courteous. Master Su hastily rose to receive the message, noticing how considerate the newly arrived Dr. Li was. He spoke more freely, lighting a cigarette and gesturing towards a nearby blackboard, chuckling, the factory hospital has numerous departments, some are in surgery, others in the restroom, while some are out. When the communication room cannot locate anyone, they jot down the incoming messages on the blackboard for the doctors and nurses to reference. Some of the more candid information is directly conveyed by Old Su, written plainly on the board. Li Xiangnan turned his head and indeed spotted a blackboard adorned with numerous notes. He quietly committed this information to memory, expressing his gratitude. Master Su, you are truly a great help. Meanwhile, in the emergency department's second room, Ding Yuqiu, her cheeks flushed, concealed her somewhat disordered emotions as she gazed at the three nurses surrounding her. You aren't jesting, are you? How could Dr. Lin possibly make breakfast for Dr. Li? She is Dr. Lin, our esteemed aide worker. Such a position carries significant weight. One could argue her status is only slightly lower than that of Dean Feng. Lin Yu, a designated mutual aid physician between the 301 hospital and the factory hospital, was indeed an unattainable figure for those at the factory hospital. Moreover, her beauty, intellect, and an air of nobility rendered her a paragon, a stark contrast to the others and a vast chasm in terms of standing. How could someone of her caliber possibly prepare breakfast for Li Xiangnan? Ding Yuqiu found it utterly unbelievable. Yet, the three nurses spoke with such conviction and detail that she could not help but be persuaded. Indeed, many people witnessed it in the morning. It is said that Director Xing, Officer Cui, and the doorman, Grandpa Qin, also visited Dr. Li's small room earlier today. They were all present at the scene. If you do not believe it, you may verify it with them. Zhang Shengnan asserted with utmost certainty. Ding Yuqiu blinked, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit sore. So many people had seen it, and with a prominent leader like Director Xing involved, it seemed that the matter was indeed true. The situation was real, yet she found it incomprehensible. Gently patting Ding Yuqiu's hand, Wang Qin expressed her concern. Dr. Ding, you must act swiftly. Dr. Li is truly remarkable, and you cannot afford to miss out on him. Oh, who would want to miss him? The implication of her words seemed to suggest that she herself was pursuing Li Xiangnan, which caused Ding Yuqiu to blush instantly. She waved her hand and said, You all focus on your own matters. Let us not discuss this any further. Zhang Xingnan exchanged knowing glances with the two nurses, signaling them to leave, while she urged, Dr. Ding, you must put in the effort. I truly believe Dr. Li is exceptional. Missing out would bring genuine regret. Oh, you. All right. I shall say no more. I'm off. Zhang Shengnan sighed and departed. Ding Yuqiu, however, lowered her head, forcing herself to enter a productive mindset. Yet after a considerable time, she found that she had not absorbed a single word from the medical texts on her desk. Tap, tap, tap. After a series of footsteps echoed in the corridor, the imposing figure of Li Xiangnan entered the office and seated himself at the desk. Ding Yuqiu instinctively turned her head, only to find him in remarkably good spirits, his smile nearly impossible to conceal, which darkened her heart. Indeed, the situation is as it appears, and Li Xiangnan seems to be reveling in it, his spirits remarkably high. She is inclined to inquire whether Lin Yu spent the night in his quaint abode. If that were the case. No, how could it be? Lin Yu exudes the grace of a well-bred young lady. It is inconceivable that she would share a bed with someone without being married or even courted. Such behavior would defy societal norms. And Lin Yu is undoubtedly aware of propriety. Furthermore, they had only just met yesterday. It would be utterly implausible for them to engage in indiscretions on their first encounter. This is simply too far-fetched. No, I must personally investigate. Perhaps the circumstances are not as the others suggest, and it could merely be a coincidence that Lin Yu prepared him breakfast. They are not in a relationship, nor has anything untoward transpired, though the three nurses huddled together. Their gazes were laden with peculiar intrigue. Ding Yuqiu frequently cast furtive glances in her direction, and whenever their eyes met, she would hastily avert her gaze, seemingly hesitant to maintain eye contact. What is happening here? Li Xiangnan felt perplexed. Meanwhile, Ding Yuqiu, observing Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qinzhu entering the inner room, hesitated momentarily before taking a deep breath, capping her pen, and preparing to approach them. Just then, a roar echoed through the corridor, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu turned their heads simultaneously, while Zhang Shengnan and the others hastily emerged from the inner room. Astonishment etched on their faces as they stared at the entrance. Soon, Luo Dali's furious, shocked, and resentful countenance appeared at the threshold. He seemed breathless, his expression taut with barely contained rage. Ding Yuqiu was the first to rise, furrowing her brow as she exclaimed, "Dr. Luo, why are you shouting? What has transpired?" "Dr. Li Yu." Luo Dali managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, his hand raised in anger, trembling as he pointed at Li Xiangnan. His expression shifted multiple times, muscles quivering before he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "Could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." "Ding Yuqiu?" Li Xiangnan. Chapter 38. I implore you, grant me a partner. Upon hearing Luo Dali request Li Xiangnan to step out, Ding Yuqiu exchanged anxious glances with the other nurses, including Zhang Shengnan, and instantly felt a surge of tension. The memory of Luo Dali's misdiagnosis from the previous day still lingered, and his furious demeanor had not faded from their minds. Everyone recalled the animosity he bore towards the newly arrived Dr. Li. The thought of allowing Li Xiangnan to step outside sparked concern. Was he intending to confront him? The moment this notion crossed her mind, Ding Yuqiu felt a wave of anxiety and hurried over, saying urgently, "Dr. Luo, whatever you have to say, please say it in front of everyone. We are not strangers. What are you planning?" Luo Dali's face stiffened, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. How could he articulate his thoughts? Moreover, why was she so anxious about him calling Li Xiangnan outside? Clearly, like Dr. Lin, she had taken a liking to this capable and handsome doctor, wasn't she? Was she truly so fearful of him encountering trouble? "Dr. Luo." Zhang Shengnan quickly rallied the two young nurses to support Li Xiangnan. "Are you intending to be rude to Dr. Li? I must remind you that we reside in a civilized society. It is time to suppress those troubling thoughts. Should you lay a hand on Dr. Li, we will not stand idly by. Indeed, Dr. Luo, you shall not succeed. We shall not permit Dr. Li to accompany you." Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu stood nearby, visibly indignant, even positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Xiangnan's desk. Ding Yuqiu gestured urgently. "Wang Qin, swiftly go upstairs and summon Dean Feng. It appears Dr. Luo is truly intent on causing chaos." No, please wait." Upon hearing this, Luo Dali became instantly anxious, his face contorting in distress as he protested, "I am not here to trouble Dr. Li. I merely have some matters to discuss with him." "Why are you treating me as if I were a scoundrel? Is that not the case?" Zhang Shengnan rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to confront him should he display any rudeness. Oh dear. Witnessing Zhang Shengnan's readiness for a confrontation, Luo Dali became increasingly frantic, hastily attempting to block Wang Qin's path. "I genuinely have something to convey to Dr. Li. Rest assured, it is not a quarrel." "Then do speak." Wang Qin halted, fixing him with a determined gaze. Luo Dali scratched his head, wiping the sweat from his forehead, casting a pleading look towards Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan had been silently observing Luo Dali's anxious expression, touched by the collective support he received. He was not intimidated by Luo Dali's potential scheming, having never regarded him as a rival. However, seeing Luo Dali so desperate to approach him, after having previously raged in the corridor, left him intrigued. With a smile, he intercepted Wang Qin and nodded at Ding Yuqiu. "Dr. Luo, do you truly have something to discuss with me? Is it not about a fight? Although my fists may not be larger than your forehead, my techniques are certainly more dazzling." Li Xiangnan said, laughing as he waved his hand. Luo Dali's expression turned sour as he hurriedly shook his head. I genuinely have no time for a brawl. There is indeed a matter at hand. Very well then. Let us speak outside. Li Xiangnan agreed, nodding. Shall we? Ding Yuqiu called out anxiously. It's nothing. In broad daylight, does Dr. Luo dare to act violently? Li Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively, leading the way out of the clinic. Luo Dali glanced at Ding Yuqiu, his emotions a tangle, before following suit. Oh dear. What on earth is this about? Really, Dr. Luo is relentless, isn't he? Wang Qin exclaimed as she quickly pulled Zhu Zhu to the window to peer outside. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Shengnan also rushed to the windowsill, scanning for the figures of Li Xiangnan and the other. Dr. Ding, what do you think, Doctor? Luo's brain is discussing with Dr. Li? Could there be some hidden agenda? Zhang Shengnan wondered aloud. The group eagerly awaited, and indeed, they spotted Li Xiangnan leading Luo Dali beneath the shade of a large tree across the way. Dr. Luo, please, what is it that you wish to discuss? Li Xiangnan stood with his hands clasped, observing the approaching Luo Dali. Dr. Li, a cigarette. Luo Dali promptly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered it. Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Luo Dali could show such humility. Calmly accepting the offering, he noticed that a match was already extended towards him. After taking a puff, he settled onto a stone bench, looking at his companion with keen interest. In a moment of desperation, Luo Dineo called out in front of numerous doctors and nurses, refusing to believe that the other party was unperturbed. However, after a prolonged wait, he had consumed half of his cigarette without uttering a single word. Noticing the anxious and conflicted glances directed at him, Li Xiangnan smiled slightly and jested, Dr. Luo, if you do not speak soon, I shall venture in myself, and you will owe me a meal for bringing me back out. Oh, please don't. Luo Dali immediately responded with a nervous shake of his hand, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before extinguishing it with conviction. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Dr. Li, are you single? PFF. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan coughed out a mouthful of smoke in astonishment, exclaiming, what does that have to do with anything? It is of great significance. Given the opening, Luo Dali, suppressing his unease, nervously perched on the edge of the stone chair, added, if you are married, then I might still have a chance. What? Li Xiangnan responded, looking at Luo Dali with curiosity. Dr. Li. Luo Dali averted his gaze but spoke with conviction, I have heard all about it. This morning, Dr. Lin went to your home to prepare breakfast for you. Last night, you were on a date with Dr. Ding. I implore you, please find me a partner. It is unseemly to be straddling two boats. You're talking nonsense. At this, Li Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Luo Dineo, what are you thinking about all day? When did I ever go on a date with Dr. Ding? Dr. Li, do not deny it. Many people saw it last night. I overheard them discussing it while I was in the restroom. In the present day, our nation has adopted a monogamous system, rendering the notions of multiple wives obsolete. I implore you, kindly relinquish one of your partners to me. I beseech you. Luo Dineo, Li Xiangnan retorted, is it truly necessary for me to engage in this discussion with you? What occupies your thoughts daily? Dr. Li, have you not been on a date with Dr. Ding? You are driving me to despair. Luo Dali exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Am I obliged to elucidate anything to you? Li Xiangnan cast a disdainful glance in his direction. What about Dr. Lin? You haven't been courting her. What purpose does she serve in preparing breakfast for you? Such intimacy surely implies a romantic involvement, does it not? Luo Dali inquired anxiously. Li Xiangnan raised an eyebrow coolly, responding, Dr. Luo, if you possess such energy, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing your professional skills rather than meddling in the romantic affairs of others. Dr. Li, Luo Dali, troubled by his own marital issues, felt compelled to lower his tone. I certainly have the energy, and it is quite abundant. My professional development cannot overshadow my romantic pursuits. To be frank, I have never had a partner, and I have finally encountered two suitable candidates. Li Xiangnan pursed his lips, thinking to himself how Luo Dineo was deluding himself. Anyone who would choose him must truly be blind. He shrugged and cast a glance at Luo Dali's balding head, which was quite conspicuous. Sensing Li Xiangnan's mocking gaze lingering on his receding hairline, Luo Dali grimaced, Dr. Li, I am not yet 30. Goodness, I had assumed you were 50. Luo Dali felt a surge of frustration, secretly amused. Li Xiangnan stood up and brushed off his trousers. Noticing that Li had made no promises, Luo Dali grew anxious. Dr. Luo, I truly feel embarrassed to say this. Can you please rein in your aspirations for something unattainable? Luo Dali's face flushed, to which he retorted, "But you can't monopolize everything." With a playful flick of the collar on Li's shirt and a gentle poke to his chest, Li Xiangnan's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Luo Dali, Ding Yuqiu is mine, and Lin Yu is undoubtedly mine as well. If I discover that you are harassing them, well..." Though he did not articulate the consequences, the imposing tone sent a jolt through Luo Dali, whose eyes met Li's piercing ones, causing him to instinctively lower his head. Chapter 39. Dr. Ding. You still have a chance. Am I truly straddling two boats? Do I, like a toad, covet the flesh of a swan? Is it only you, Li Xiangnan, who is worthy, while I am the toad? With your legs so long, how can you expect the female dogs to approach you if you do not wag your tail? What pretense of purity is this? Such audacity. And you dare to claim I have the ability to pursue on my own, as if I would lower myself to seek you out. You insufferable wretch. His resentment bubbled forth, akin to a spilled vat of vinegar, and with each passing moment, his anger intensified. All right, Li Xiangnan, you think you're so impressive, don't you? I refuse to believe I am inferior to you in every aspect. You may throw your weight around in the workplace, but in matters of the heart, I will surely triumph over you. I have been preoccupied with Ding Yuqiu for so long that I even transferred from surgery to the emergency department for her sake. Yet, on the very first day, she has already gone on a date with you, Li Xiangnan. Fine, if I cannot have Ding Yuqiu, I shall turn my attention to Lin Yu instead. I shall see what you, Li Xiangnan, can possibly contest with me. In a fit of anger, Luo Dali pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and took a deep drag, gritting his teeth as he kicked a stone bench. What on earth is going on? Why is Dr. Li patting the other person on the shoulder? It feels as though Luo is seeking something from Dr. Li. I wonder what it could be. The scene suggests they are on amicable terms, having put past grievances aside. A few nurses scattered in surprise. Before long, Li Xiangnan strode confidently through the door. Ding Yuqiu glanced over, about to inquire, but to her astonishment, he spoke first. Dr. Ding, may I borrow your bicycle for a bit this afternoon? I have some matters to attend to. A bicycle? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, then nodded, retrieving the keys from her bag hanging nearby and placing them on his desk. Feel free to use it, but where are you headed? What is it that you need to attend to? Although her inquiry lacked a certain courtesy, her curiosity was undeniable. Just a personal matter, Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile, not intending to elaborate. After all, the matters concerning household registration were personal affairs between him and the Lin family, intertwined with social intricacies. The fewer people who were privy to it, the better. While he believed Ding Yuqiu would not divulge anything, one could never be too cautious, for walls may have ears, and it would not bode well if ill-intentioned individuals were to learn of it. With a blink of her eyes, Ding Yuqiu glanced towards the corridor, wondering if it was related to the matter concerning Dr. Luo earlier. It was of no consequence, however. Li Xiangnan shook his head. This statement only deepened Ding Yuqiu's confusion. Zhang Xingnan waved her hand to prevent Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu from being too overt in their reactions. She then cast a glance at Dr. Ding, approaching with a smile, and inquired, Dr. Li, what did Dr. Luo want with you? He seemed rather secretive when he asked you to step out. I've never seen him so cautious, almost as if he harbored some unspeakable concern. There's nothing unspeakable about it. Li Xiangnan chuckled heartily, recalling the little nurses in the office and Ding Yuqiu's evident concern for his personal matters, along with the ridiculous demeanor of Luo Dali. He remarked nonchalantly, that big-headed Luo. I heard Dr. Lin made me breakfast, and he was absolutely frantic, seeking my advice. He wants Dr. Lin to make breakfast for him too. He lamented that he still hasn't found a partner. Bah, that big-headed Luo truly lacks shame. How audacious can he be? Wang Qin spat disdainfully. Zhang Shengnan was equally incensed, exclaiming, what kind of person is he? He should take a good look at himself. Now he has got his sights set on Dr. Lin. I've had plenty to say about him when he was interested in our Dr. Ding. It's absurd, like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. I'm utterly baffled. No wonder he didn't dare speak about it in front of us. He feared we would drown him in our scorn. How audacious of him to think he could compare himself to Dr. Li. Zhu Zhu added, her fists clenched in indignation. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. If this is the case, it would be entirely Dr. Luo's self-indulgence. That fellow is probably just envious of you. He is indeed envious of Dr. Lin for preparing breakfast for Dr. Li. The nurses chimed in unison. Upon seeing Ding Yuqiu and several nurses gazing at him expectantly, Li Xiangnan realized that if he did not clarify matters today, he would likely face endless inquiries in the future. With a resigned smile, he explained, It's not as serious as everyone is suggesting. There is no romantic involvement between Dr. Lin and me. She simply came over this morning to deliver a report to the factory leadership and kindly picked up some breakfast for me on her way. When she arrived, my dough was fermenting, and fearing it would spoil, I lent her a hand. Perhaps due to Dr. Lin's popularity at the factory, people have been discussing this. I assure you, our relationship is entirely innocent. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, simultaneously exhaling in relief, frequently casting looks towards Dr. silently conveying that he still had a chance. Especially for Ding Yuqiu, the weight in her heart lifted, allowing her to relax completely. As Li Xiangnan surveyed the relieved expressions around him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you all so concerned about my personal affairs? I've mentioned that I haven't graduated from university yet, and I'm not considering any romantic relationships. But that does not rest solely in your hands, dear Dr. Li. Love can strike unexpectedly. What if you inadvertently find yourself enamored? Zhang Shengnan teased as she retreated, having received her answer. Ding Yuqiu also took her seat and smiled, inquiring. Dr. Li, from your tone, it seems you participated in this year's college entrance examination? Noticing that several nurses were attentively listening, Li Xiangnan felt there was no need for concealment. Yes, I did, he replied. Given your tone, it's evident that you will be admitted to university. When the time comes, do not forget us, your old colleagues. Ding Yuqiu said with a mix of apprehension and reluctance. It's still too early to say. Li Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively. Your knowledge is profound. You will undoubtedly succeed, Ding Yuqiu murmured softly. The emergency department was surprisingly calm that morning. As soon as his shift ended, Li Xiangnan hopped on Ding Yuqiu's bicycle and hurried towards the 301 hospital. This military general hospital emanated an air of solemnity and gravity the moment one entered, its scale vastly surpassing that of the factory's medical facility. If given the opportunity, I must work at a larger hospital. Amidst the slight shock, Li Xiangnan felt a burgeoning hope for the future as he locked the bicycle and stepped into the bustling hospital lobby. Chapter 40. A chance encounter with the original partner Secretary Jiang. Here is the notice for the upcoming Rural Medical Support meeting. Please pass it on to the hospital leadership. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 p.m. at the East City Health Bureau. You may discuss it among yourselves beforehand. In the office of the 301 hospital, Lin Chuqiao retrieved the prepared documents from her bag and handed them to Secretary Jiang. Thank you so much, Secretary Lin. I truly appreciate your making this trip. Please have some water. It's scorching hot at midday. Do take a moment to rest. Jiang Gan received the document and solemnly placed it on the desk, resolving to deliver it punctually to the leader once work commenced. I apologize for interrupting your rest. I shall forego the water, as there are numerous documents that require delivery to various hospitals and factory clinics. Lin Chuqiao, with her bag slung over her shoulder, did not take a seat and was about to depart. You are truly diligent, Lin Gan. It is sweltering at noon, and yet you do not take a moment to rest, Jiang Gan remarked as he escorted her to the door, filled with admiration. Please, do not trouble yourself. I must be on my way. Excuse me. Lin Chuqiao waved her hand and hastily made her way to the staircase, rummaging through her bag for her notebook to locate the office of Lin Weiman. It was still early, just 12:15, and she had spent the morning distributing meeting documents. Having not yet had lunch, she contemplated finding Lin Weiman to join her for a meal in the cafeteria, and perhaps catch a glimpse of this second elder brother, since she was already there. At that moment, she heard a familiar voice emanating from the reception area on the first floor. Excuse me, could you tell me which floor the logistics department of our hospital is on? Oh, it's on the first floor, at the end of the corridor. Whom are you looking for? I need to speak with a colleague from the logistics department regarding a matter. They should be on break. You might want to check. Thank you. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Chuqiao was momentarily taken aback. She quickly turned to glance down from the corner of the staircase on the second floor, inadvertently catching sight of a familiar, yet distant figure. Li Xiangnan. What brings him here? Isn't he employed at the repair factory clinic? What business could he possibly have with the second brother at this time of day? As she observed him walk deeper into the corridor, Lin Chuqiao hurried downstairs and stood at the corner of the staircase, peering into the hallway. Indeed, she spotted Li Xiangnan entering the office. Without hesitation, driven by curiosity, she quickly made her way to the door marked with the logistics department sign. The door was slightly ajar, allowing her to clearly hear the conversation within. Hello, comrade. I am Li Xiangnan. May I ask which one is Comrade Xiao Wang? Li Xiangnan, with a bag slung over his shoulder, stood inside the door politely. looking at the 4 staff members seated inside. You are Li Xiangnan? I am Xiao Wang. Director Lin instructed me to wait for you in the office at noon. The documents you requested are here. Please take a look. A young man with a square face quickly stood up, smiling as he handed over a file folder. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking time out of your break. Li Xiangnan chuckled, promptly accepting the file folder and pulling a cigarette from his pocket to offer one to the young man. He noticed clearly that although there were people in the office, they were all resting with their heads down on the desks, except for Xiao Wang, who was diligently focused on the documents before him, suggesting he might have been waiting specifically for Li. Ah, you flatter me. Director Lin specifically instructed me to wait for your arrival. Now that I have handed over the documents to you, I can rest easy. Xiao Wang laughed heartily. Documents? What documents? How did he know that the second brother was not in the office? Had they spoken on the phone? Lin Chuqiao furrowed her brow, feeling as though Li Xiangnan and her second brother shared a camaraderie that seemed to surpass her own. Had they grown so familiar, conducting personal matters without her knowledge? Moreover, observing the demeanor of this clerk, it is evident that the second brother must have conveyed something to him, for he dared not show any negligence towards Li Xiangnan, even refraining from taking a nap as he awaited him. The clerk's demeanor, to a certain extent, reflects the attitude of the second brother. Could it truly be so? He is not even the brother-in-law endorsed by Lin Weiman. Is it necessary to treat him in such a manner? The information is accurate. It is all here. Thank you. Li Xiangnan gratefully extended his hand to shake with him, asking him to convey his gratitude to Director Lin. You are too kind. Little Wang waved his hand, his demeanor amiable. Li Xiangnan nodded and strode away. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Chuqiao hurriedly made her way outside, ascending the stairs to the second floor. Within moments, Li Xiangnan had briskly exited the corridor and proceeded to the reception room. Curiously, she took a couple of steps down and happened to see Li Xiangnan offering a cigarette to the elder in the reception room. At that moment, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Li Xiangnan had always struck her as languid, muddled, and resigned, exuding an air of despondency akin to that of an octogenarian nearing the grave. Yet now, he radiated warmth, confidence, and vitality, displaying a remarkable knack for social grace. Even knowing to offer a cigarette to the diligent staff in the logistics department, and not neglecting the elder in the reception room either, appearing exceedingly considerate and well-mannered. Such behavior was utterly inconceivable in Li Jiaduan, where he typically held himself aloof, often leaving others only with the impression of his haughty demeanor. It would be impossible not to be astonished. The stark contrast in impressions left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Li Xiangnan, oblivious to the fact that Lin Chuqiao was also at the 301 hospital, had nearly crossed paths with her. He hurriedly rode his bicycle towards the library. The Lin family was quite dependable. He had reviewed the household registration documents, and everything appeared in order. Although the household registration was under the Lin family, the booklet indicated it was a temporary attachment, and he was listed alongside Lin Chuqiao, who was the head of the household. Li Xiangnan understood that this arrangement was also intended to facilitate a future divorce, as long as he could separate his household registration. There would be no need to obtain any household registration book from Lin Chuqiao's parents. When the time came to divide the property, he could, if he wished, transfer his household registration to the new residence seamlessly. Possessing such a comprehensive household registration booklet essentially provided him with an identification proof in Yanjing. Otherwise, navigating with an introduction letter from his hometown would prove quite inconvenient. For instance, outsiders could not obtain a library card without a local household registration booklet, a student ID from one of the universities, or a special introduction letter issued by the street office. The first-generation identity cards were only issued in Yanjing starting from 1984. Thus, he still relied on the household registration booklet for mobility. Li Xiangnan had a specific purpose for visiting the library. According to revelations from Lin Yu, in half a month, a rural medical assistance initiative would commence. He recognized that this was not only an opportunity for personal growth, but also a rare chance to gain visibility among higher authorities. Should he perform well, it might attract the attention of prestigious hospitals, opening doors for advancement. Within the library, he was certain there existed medical literature from this era. He needed to swiftly review and master this knowledge to fill in any gaps in his understanding. Otherwise, possessing advanced medical knowledge from the future without the means to apply it practically would be a source of great frustration. Only by aligning his medical skills with the contemporary healthcare landscape could he truly maximize his potential. Otherwise, Should he encounter another case of acute appendicitis and hastily suggest laser surgery, it would surely terrify the patient. Ultimately, he would still need to rely on the traditional scalpel. 15 minutes later, Li Xiangnan stood before the grand facade of the municipal library after purchasing 3 meat buns. Chapter 41. The Allure of My Sister-in-Law. The Beijing Library, formerly known as the Capital Library, opened its doors to the public in 1912, officially welcoming readers. Standing before this venerable and solemn institution, Li Xiangnan was filled with an overwhelming sense of ambition. This treasure trove of knowledge held an abundance of intellectual wealth he could scarcely hope to exhaust. The magnificent architecture inspired in him a profound respect and reverence. Thus, having skipped lunch, Li Xiangnan dared not bring his meat buns inside. Instead, he found a cool spot near the bicycle shed to eat, all the while absorbing the library's dignified atmosphere. At that moment, a melodious laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells, reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld a spirited young girl skipping up the steps, her hands clasped behind her back, accompanied by a girl with a long ponytail. Her delicate oval face was adorned with rosy lips, eyebrows like distant mountains, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, drawing one's gaze irresistibly to her enchanting features. Her form was slightly slender, yet her stature was remarkably tall and striking. A cascade of raven hair fell into 2 delicate ponytails at the back, partially obscuring her fair and luminous neck. In stark contrast to her ebony tresses, her skin was as white as that of an infant, and her arms and calves, smooth as lotus, were exposed beneath a floral dress, infusing her appearance with a youthful vibrancy, akin to a forest sprite descended into the human realm. A tall lowly, Li Xiangnan surreptitiously stole a few glances before resuming his consumption of buns. In an era where most residents of Yanjing toiled diligently, such a figure and demeanor could scarcely be cultivated by mere scholarly families or illustrious clans. Lin Yu turned around, hands on her hips, and confidently declared, "Liang Hui, my dear Huier, do you not understand my mother or my father? Would they allow me to read novels at home? They would beat me to a pulp. I tell you, people like them are the villains in novels, the very adversaries I must contend with." Uffed. Li Xiangnan, mid-bite of his bun, could not suppress a laugh upon hearing her words. The unexpected sound echoed beneath the library steps at noon, instantly causing Lin Yu and Liang Hui to turn their heads and spot Li Xiangnan sitting below. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yu, hands on her hips and her cheeks flushed, pouted and darted down the steps. "Yu, wait for me. Don't fall." The eager Liang Hui hurriedly trailed after her. But Lin Yu had already reached Li Xiangnan. "Hey, were you just laughing at me?" Lin Yu asked shyly, her face still tinged with crimson. Li Xiangnan held a bun in his mouth and glanced around, raising his head to see Lin Yu with her cheeks puffed up in indignation, captivated by her youthful charm. He shook his head and replied, "With so many people here, how can you be so sure that I am laughing at you? Perhaps it is someone else who is amused." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp his words. Looking around, she instinctively inquired, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where are the others?" "It's just you." Li Xiangnan chuckled, teasing her. "Really? Can't you see? This area is nearly filled. Otherwise, why would I be sitting here eating a bun? I'm squeezed in, forced to sit like this." Just then, before Lin Yu could express her surprise, Liang Hui gasped and immediately clutched her arm in fear. What? Where are the people? Don't scare us." The 2 girls exchanged glances, their eyes widening in sheer terror. Upon witnessing them huddle together like startled fawns, Li Xiangnan quietly lowered his head, nearly bursting into laughter, and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Lin Yu glanced at her blushing companion, pried her arm free, and mustered the courage to step to Li Xiangnan's other side, only to catch him stifling a laugh. "Oh, you," she exclaimed, "you are playing tricks on us." Her face flushed crimson, her cheeks puffing up once more, a blend of shyness and indignation directed at Li Xiangnan. "How can you be so unreasonable? Apologize to us. Look at how you frightened my friend." The unique fragrance of the young girl was carried by the gentle breeze to Li Xiangnan's face. Backlit, one could even discern the fine tufts of hair adorning her ears. A sudden, inexplicable flutter stirred within him, prompting an unprecedented cessation of his playful thoughts. With a smile, he remarked, "I apologize. I simply find you all rather amusing. It was but a small jest. Little sister, if your parents were to learn you refer to them as villains, they might be quite heartbroken. Do enjoy your buns. You are still quite young." Lin Yu was particularly sensitive to remarks about her youth. Lin Yu was forbidden to mention it, and this stranger, Li Xiangnan, was even less entitled. Liang Hui, let's go. Ignore this rogue. Hello, comrade. I would appreciate your assistance in obtaining a library card. Thank you. Li Xiangnan approached the service desk, presenting the household registration book he had recently acquired. Hearing the commotion beside her, Lin Yu glanced up and was met once again by the sight of Li Xiangnan's white shirt. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she noticed he seemed to have recognized her, and for reasons unknown, felt compelled to clarify, "What's the matter? My mother has taken my library card. I am merely applying for a replacement." Li Xiangnan opened his mouth but said nothing, instead breaking into a smile. This girl was quite peculiar indeed. "Liang Hui, let us depart," Lin Yu urged her friend, hastily making her exit. The application for the card cost a mere 10 cents, allowing for 1 month of complimentary borrowing. After that, a daily overdue fee of 1 cent would be imposed. "Young man, be sure to return the books promptly." "Understood, thank you." Li Xiangnan nodded, accepting the library card before swiftly making his way to the reading room on the first floor, where he began searching for medical literature. The category tag hung above his head, compelling him to constantly discern, to the extent that he failed to notice colliding with someone. "Ouch, were you doing that on purpose? Why are you following me?" Lin Yu rubbed her shoulder, her face flushed. "I apologize, little sister. I'm also searching for books. I certainly did not follow you. If you weren't following me, then why did you bump into me?" Lin Yu bit her silver teeth in annoyance. All right, Yue, let us hurry and find our books, or we won't have enough time to read this afternoon." Liang Hui urged her to move along. Li Xiangnan shook his head in despair. He had deliberately moved several rows away to search slowly. Finally, in the corner of the bookshelf, he discovered a medical reference book. He grabbed a copy of Clinical Medicine Precautions, 1977 edition, and swiftly settled into a spot in the corner, flipping through to see if it contained the information he required. "Yue, let us hide in this corner. That scoundrel surely won't find us here. That guy is truly outrageous. He scares us, mocks us, and even bumped into you. Indeed, it feels as if we must have had a feud with him in our past lives." Just as he was engrossed in his reading, 2 individuals took a seat across the table. Li Xiangnan lifted his head, his expression frozen. Their eyes met. Lin Yue's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. Chapter 42. A meeting born of conflict in the presence of others. They had spoken ill of him. Lin Yu and Liang Hui, both scions of the prestigious courtyard, felt an immediate embarrassment so profound that they wished to dig their toes into the ground to escape, regardless of the prior circumstances. It was indeed the case that the other party had occupied the seats first. They had arrived later and were now caught in the act of disparaging him behind his back. After a moment of bewilderment and anxiety, Lin Yu grasped her close friend Liang Hui's hand, forcing a smile as she said, "It was all my doing, so please don't blame Liang Hui. I sincerely apologize." Observing the girl's earnest demeanor and her willingness to take responsibility, Li Xiangnan offered a slight smile and casually remarked, "It's not a matter of great consequence. It's no trouble at all." After speaking, he briefly glanced at the table of contents of a clinical medicine book, jotted down a few notes in his notebook, closed the book, and then strolled over to the nearby bookshelf. Once he departed, Liang Hui's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and with lingering trepidation, she exclaimed, "You scared me to death. Why does he keep haunting us? It's utterly excessive. Liang Hui, this time it's not him pursuing us, it's us pursuing him. And do refrain from calling him a ghost. Be careful, he doesn't tee over here." Lin Yu pouted, curiously peering at Li Xiangnan as he searched for a book on the shelf. "Hey, Yue, whose side are you on? Why are you defending him? Did you not see how he mocked us earlier? He even frightened us at first. I thought there were real ghosts during the day. My heart is still racing. I dare not venture into deserted places," Liang Hui said, pressing her hand against her chest in fear. "Haha, since when did you become so timid?" Lin Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes curving with laughter. "You can't talk. Your face went pale with fright too. It's all his fault for ruining our good mood." Liang Hui opened the book on the table but quickly closed it, feeling apprehensive. "Yue, given the current situation, why are you still bringing me something like strange tales from a Chinese studio? Are you trying to frighten me further?" She whispered, "Shoo, someone's coming. Don't say a word." Lin Yu hastily nudged her friend, lowered her head, and pretended to immerse herself in the English-translated novel Uncle Tom's Cabin. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan remained oblivious to their conversation, engrossed in the clinical application book he had recently acquired. "Hey, Yue, what do you think he's up to?" Once he departed, the 2 girls eagerly resumed their discussion. expressing their curiosity about Li Xiangnan's actions. We could just take a look. Lin Yu stood up, propped herself against the table, and tilted her head to catch a glimpse of the title of the book he had been holding, exclaiming in surprise, "It's actually a clinical medicine book. It seems rather specialized." Yue, do you think he, like your sister, is a doctor?" Liang Hui inquired, intrigued. "I don't know. Perhaps he's just a student with an interest in medicine." Lin Yu pouted, articulating her thoughts. "My sister wouldn't come to the library to read during lunch. She's far too busy. She's catching up on sleep during her break since she has a full schedule with patients in the afternoon. Doctors are always swamped." "That's true. Perhaps it's merely a hobby." Liang Hui agreed. Yet she found Lin Yue's logic flawed and shook her head. "But your point doesn't hold. He must be in his 20s. At least." Lin Yu shrugged. "So what? My fourth sister is 20 and has just taken the college entrance examination. He appears to be no more than 21. Hardly that old. Perhaps he is a university student. Oh, why not inquire about which institution he attends? After all, you aspire to become a doctor, and his interests align with yours. What do we call like-minded individuals? Comrades." Lin Yu chuckled, echoing her sentiment. Upon saying this, she quickly covered Liang Hui's mouth. Noticing the serious gazes directed toward them from those seated nearby, she admonished softly, "Liang Hui, let us keep our voices down." Sticking out her tongue, Liang Hui nudged her friend with her knee and suddenly laughed. "Yue, didn't you mention that one does not truly know another without conflict? So, doesn't that imply we are acquainted through our little mischief?" That phrase pertains to heroes of the realm. Our situation is quite different. Lin Yu smiled. Her lips pressed together, realizing perhaps it does not quite apply. Her friend's words eased her tension, and as she gazed again at Li Xiangnan, any lingering hostility had dissipated. She now regarded him with a discerning eye. This fellow had a buzz cut, exuding vitality, with striking eyebrows and eyes that sparkled like stars, always glimmering with a lively light when he looked at others. His countenance was resolute, with sharp features as if sculpted by a chisel. His appearance was not just handsome, but indeed strikingly so. As Lin Yu observed him, a wave of curiosity surged within her, eager to discover the purpose behind his incessant search for books. "Yue, you have indeed asked the right person. I dread studying. How could I possibly carry a pen?" Lin Yu cast an exasperated glance, rolling her eyes before turning to Li Xiangnan. "Hello, may I borrow your fountain pen?" Li Xiangnan, momentarily taken aback as he recorded the title of a book, glanced at his notebook. Seeing that he had nearly finished, he capped the pen and pushed it over with a refreshing nod. "Go ahead." "Thank you," Lin Yu replied softly, only to feel a pinch at her waist. She grimaced and seized Liang Hui's hand. "Why did you pinch me, you rascal? It doesn't hurt. Enough of the antics, quiet down. The people around us are getting restless. Can't you see that those across from us are reading as well?" Li Xiangnan absorbed every word, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The three of them exchanged glances for a moment, and the atmosphere shifted from lively to tranquil. Suddenly, Li Xiangnan smacked his forehead, lifted his head, and looked around for a clock. Not finding one, he turned to Lin Yu. "Classmate, what time is it?" "Just past 1:15. Lin Yu glanced at her watch. As soon as she spoke, she heard Li Xiangnan exclaim, "Oh no." He hastily gathered a few books, slung his bag over his shoulder, and dashed toward the door. "What's wrong with him?" Liang Hui inquired curiously. "How would I know?" Lin Yu replied, a hint of disappointment in her gaze as she watched Li Xiangnan depart. She pouted slightly. It seemed he hadn't even said goodbye to her. Lowering her head, she melancholically copied down a few lines, only to suddenly realize she was still holding Li Xiangnan's pen. Quickly, she closed her book, tucked it into her bag, and hurried toward the exit. "Yue, what are you doing?" Liang Hui exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Hey, are you no longer interested in your fountain pen?" The only response she received was the hurried ringing of a bell, as Li Xiangnan quickly vanished into the street. "No, I must return the pen to him, otherwise, he might think I am just a girl who seeks to benefit at others' expense." Chapter 43. I must find you, classmate. Please refrain from inquiring about others' information. I am bound by confidentiality. I cannot disclose anything. The teacher supervising the library caught Lin Yue's gaze lingering on the register and swiftly covered it, expressing her displeasure. "What are you doing? If you continue to peek, I have seen many girls like you. Is it because you saw someone handsome that you are curious about him? Shouldn't you focus on your studies instead? You're still so young." Lin Yue's cheeks flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words. Inhaling deeply before pouting, "If you want to let me look, then so be it. There is no need to berate me." With that, she turned away. Yet a hint of relief washed over her, as she playfully stuck her tongue out at the approaching Liang Hui, pulling her aside. Yue, what are you doing? Why are you running so fast? I need to borrow your car. I'm returning the fountain pen. Lin Yu reached for the pocket at Liang Hui's waist. Liang Hui dodged, surprised. Yue, do you even know where that person is? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yu flashed a cunning smile. At the Hongshanka Machinery Repair Factory Hospital, the doctor with the surname Li. Wow, you managed to sneak a glance at the register? Liang Hui admired her as she handed over the keys. Without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. What should I say if your mother asks me about this? Liang Hui dashed out of the door, while Lin Yu had already swiftly made her way to the other side of the bicycle shed. I'm off to play with my fourth sister, Lin Yu declared, unlocking her bike and leaping onto it, her long legs propelling her forward. She motivated herself, wishing she could catch up with that fellow along the way. On the second day of work, he certainly did not wish to arrive late. Passing by Luo Dynaidi's office, he was surprised not to see him there. Li Xiangnan speculated that the lad was probably summoned to the factory, hinting at the lingering repercussions from the previous day's events. Upon noticing Li Xiangnan panting as he entered, Ding Yuqiu glanced at the clock on the wall, astonished. Something came up, which delayed me, but fortunately, I just made it to work. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he observed the hour hand finally pointing to 1:30, allowing him to relax slightly as he smiled. Thank you for the bicycle, Dr. Ding. He then stood up, handing over the bike key and placing it lightly on the table. With a broad grin, Li Xiangnan casually remarked, all taken care of. That's great. Ding Yuqiu replied with a smile. Just as she was about to inquire further, Zhang Shengnan emerged from the inner room, beaming. Haha. Ding Yuqiu chuckled at this remark, casting a grateful glance at Li Xiangnan, surprised to find him amusing at times. Zhang Shengnan shot a glare at Ding Yuqiu, her expression conveying a sense of disappointment. As if to say, Dr. Ding, I was clearly speaking on your behalf, and here you are laughing. Sighing inwardly, she felt a sense of hopelessness. Zhu, at the nurse's station, propped her chin in her hands, observing the scene with a shake of her head, feeling resigned to Dr. Ding's foolishness. Indeed, the notion that women in love are often the most naive seemed to hold true. Wang Qin also expressed her own frustration. As a few individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, a sudden wail pierced the air, an anguished cry from a woman, both piercing and sorrowful. Instinctively, propelled by professional sensitivity, everyone, including Li Xiangnan, sprang to their feet. Help! Doctor! Doctor! Please, save my child. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door of Dr. Luo's first consultation room, followed by the voice of old Su from the reception. Comrade, Dr. Luo is unavailable. Quickly, take her to the second consultation room. What has happened to the child? Upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiangnan swiftly maneuvered around the desk and dashed toward the door, with Ding Yuqiu and 3 nurses following suit. Just as the woman rushed in, they collided at the entrance. Ouch! Zhu stumbled against the ajar door, falling to the ground, while the woman also collapsed. Quickly, she rushed to assist her. Sister? Are you all right? I'm fine, doctor. Please, you must save my child. I beg you. The woman cried, her face drenched in tears, brimming with desperation, oblivious to her own pain as she pushed her child forward. The child? Hearing the woman's words and seeing the child, Zhang Xingnan's expression turned grave. Her anxiety, although they were all dedicated doctors committed to saving lives, the factory hospital lacked a pediatric department, and none of the doctors or nurses had any experience treating children. What is wrong? Please, tell us the specifics. Having somewhat discerned the thoughts swirling in the nurses' minds, Ding Yuqiu grasped the woman's shoulders and gently shook her. Sister, please calm down. Tell me, what has happened to the child? She fainted, at home, and she was convulsing. What should I do? Doctor? The woman spoke in a frenzied tone, her voice laden with dread. Will she die? Is my child in danger? What should I do, doctor? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Dr. Ding, Zhang Shengnan, Zhu, and Wang Qin, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Do not panic. Listen to me, everyone. Remain calm. At that moment, Li Xiangnan knelt on the ground, his voice firm and resolute. Though the child is merely 8 or 9 years old, we have encountered similar cases with workers who have suffered from seizures and fainting spells. Do not burden yourselves with worry. Treat her as a younger female worker and heed my instructions. All right. Ding Yuqiu exchanged a glance with Zhang Xingnan, and a sense of reassurance settled in their hearts. Without further ado, Li Xiangnan approached the small girl, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. He placed his hand on her forehead, then gently felt her neck, before finally resting his hand on her wrist to check her pulse. After several seconds, he confirmed, "It is a febrile seizure." A chorus of gasps echoed around them. "Yuan-dan, please wake up." The woman cried out in despair, completely at a loss. Just then, a voice echoed down the corridor. Cui Xingjian had arrived. "What is happening here?" "Shaoli, I remarked on how busy you all are." But before he could finish his words, he suddenly caught sight of a woman half-seated on the ground, cradling a child in her arms. Instantly, his expression transformed. Paling to an ashen hue, he dropped to his knees, frantically embracing his wife, Xiao Feng. What happened to her? What's wrong? To his astonishment, this woman turned out to be a relative of Clerk Cui. The crowd was taken aback. What an uncanny coincidence. Forgetting to comfort Cui Xingjian's distress, Li Xiangnan shouted, "Silence. Follow my instructions. Dr. Ding, fetch the sedative. Nurse Zhang, prepare and disinfect the silver needles." She bit her tongue. She bit her tongue. Xiao Feng suddenly exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "Stay calm." Li Xiangnan maintained his composure, prying open the girl's mouth and inserting his thumb. However, the moment he did, a sharp crunch echoed as her teeth clamped down, and blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. This scene rendered Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin, who were nearby, pale with shock. They instinctively covered their mouths, tears like pearls cascading to the ground. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Shengnan rushed over, their scalps tingling. Left in a state of disbelief. "Administer the sedative." "Dr. Ding, quickly." "All right." Ding Yuqiu, wiping her tears with a heavy heart, swiftly injected the sedative into the girl's arm. Only then did Li Xiangnan scoop her up, rushing towards the hospital bed while shouting, "Bring the silver needles." Chapter 44. One wave subsides, another rises. Diazepam, known in Western medicine, is a sedative specifically designed to alleviate anxiety and has remarkable pharmacological effects in treating febrile convulsions, such as those experienced by the young girl, Yuan-dan. 2 minutes after lying on the hospital bed, under the influence of the sedative, her slight tremors began to diminish, and the tension in her facial and neck muscles started to relax. The once tightly shut eyelids of the little girl revealed a gradually calming movement of her eyeballs beneath. It worked. Ding Yuqiu wiped away the tears that had been brought forth by fear, feeling a genuine sense of relief. Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin also exhaled in unison, while the anxious woman, Xiao Feng, gripping Cui Xingjian's arm, swallowed hard, though her emotions were evidently less taut. "The child is saved." "Saved." Cui Xingjian gently patted the back of his family member's hand. His elderly father's face was etched with the lingering unease of recent terror. He reassured his wife. Yet his gaze toward Dr. Li Xiangnan remained fraught with guilt and gratitude, as his thumb was still firmly clutched by his daughter, Yuan-dan. "Dr. Li," Zhu Zhu called from across the bed, delicately wiping the blood from the girl's lips with a gauze. She averted her eyes from the distressing sight multiple times, asking, "What shall we do now?" Ding Yuqiu, caressing Yuan-dan's head and wiping the sweat from her forehead and neck, turned to Dr. Li Xiangnan with a questioning look. It was clear that everyone in the room regarded him as their pillar of hope. No one dismissed him due to his recent arrival. They respected his medical expertise nonetheless. "Please wait." Perceiving the concerned gazes of those around him, Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly and forced a smile as he accepted the gauze from Zhu Zhu, gently massaging the child's tightly clenched chin. Xiao Feng, aware of the immense struggle the doctor had just endured, expressed her gratitude. "Dr. Li, thank you. Without you, Xiao Yuan-dan would surely have bitten her own tongue, and who knows what calamity that might have caused." "Xiao Feng, calm down. Let us not disturb the doctors. They will surely do their utmost to save the child," calmly interjected Cui Xingjian, despite his own anxiety. "Listen to me. We must create a conducive environment for Dr. Li and Dr. Ding. Let us remain quiet and not interrupt them." Though anxious, Cui Xingjian understood the gravity of the situation and hurried to reassure his wife. Healing the sick is a solemn task. They must not add to the chaos, particularly when the one lying on the hospital bed is their beloved daughter. All right. Xiao Feng covered her mouth, with only the size of a bean-sized tear rolling down the back of her hand, no longer daring to make a sound. "Dr. Li," Cui Xingjian choked back several sobs, ultimately managing to utter the words, "I beg you." "Understood." Li Xiangnan nodded with a smile. At that moment, the child relaxed her jaw, allowing him to withdraw his finger from her mouth. He observed that his thumb bore a deep bite mark, revealing what appeared to be white bone beneath. The bloodied wound a harrowing sight. Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin all shut their eyes in sympathy. Ding Yuqiu quickly reached for an alcohol swab, eager to staunch the bleeding, while Zhang Shengnan handed over a bandage. Not just yet. Li Xiangnan, undeterred by his own injuries, gestured with his hand and ignited the alcohol lamp. Zhang Shengnan opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately nodded, handing the bandage to Dr. Ding, and hurriedly lit the lamp before bringing over the small cart. Cui Xingzhan and Wang Xiaofeng were oblivious to his intentions and held their breath in anticipation. Although a sedative had been administered, the effects of the tranquilizing medication could only temporarily suppress the seizures. I will employ acupuncture to alleviate her convulsions. That should suffice. Li Xiangnan explained meticulously upon noticing the gazes of the onlookers. As they nodded in understanding, he withdrew a slender silver needle from his pouch, sterilized it in the delicate flame of the alcohol lamp, and gently pierced the little girl's philtrum. He then proceeded to the Higu, Shixian, and Shaoshang points. Four elongated silver needles were finally inserted into the small New Year's Day girl. Li Xiangnan glanced at the wall clock and exhaled in relief. Dr. Ding, please rotate each needle for 2 minutes, then pause for 2 minutes, and repeat this cycle 3 times. Understood. Ding Yuqiu responded without hesitation, stepping forward to meticulously mimic his technique in the rotation of the silver needles. Letting out a slight sigh, Li Xiangnan finally sank into a chair beside him. Dr. Li, allow me to bandage your wounds. Zhu Zhu rushed over, wiping away her tears as she found a disinfectant cotton ball on the cart and carefully cleaned the blood from his injury. It is said that one's fingers are connected to the heart. Seeing him grit his teeth while speaking, everyone understood the excruciating pain he was enduring. Zhang Shenan could no longer bear to watch and hurried over to assist Zhu Zhu in tending to his wounds. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiangnan furrowed her brow. Has she been coughing recently? Has she exhibited any other symptoms? Yes, she coughed a couple of nights ago, but we didn't think much of it. Who would have guessed she would have a seizure? Cui Xingzhan lamented, recalling that the child had previously experienced poor appetite and had been taken to the hospital, where it was said to be merely a case of food accumulation causing a cough, which was easily remedied with medication. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng regained her composure, wiping away her tears as she spoke. Dr. Li, it is entirely our fault. We thought this time was just like before, merely a common cold with fever and a cough from indigestion. Yesterday, the child mentioned a slight headache and vomited several times, even calling me her grandmother. I should have insisted her father take her to the hospital. The child has always been frail and sickly. We have grown accustomed to it. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's expression changed subtly. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Shengnan, along with several nurses, turned to look at her, somewhat astonished. Dr. Li, what is it? High fever, seizures, altered consciousness, excruciating headache, accompanied by vomiting. These are symptoms of meningitis. Meningitis? Cui Xingzhan murmured, panic-stricken. Is this illness serious? Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shengnan, and the others already had ashen faces. I ask you, is this indeed the first instance of the child displaying seizure symptoms? Li Xiangnan suddenly rose, her gaze piercing as it fixed on Wang Xiaofeng. Yes, I am absolutely certain. She is my own child. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xiangnan interjected sharply. Dr. Ding, prepare penicillin at once. We cannot afford to delay. Hurry. Penicillin? Ding Yuqiu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the ingredients of the medication in his mind. A bitter expression crossed his face as he exchanged glances with Zhang Shengnan and the others. However, this medication is unavailable at our factory hospital. Unavailable? Li Xiangnan's countenance darkened, his brow furrowing. Then where can we obtain it? Where are you going? Ding Yuqiu inquired anxiously as he finished packing away the silver needles. I'm heading to the 301 hospital. I will personally seek assistance. Li Xiangnan's voice faded down the corridor. Observing his demeanor, Cui Xingzhan was left dumbfounded and timidly asked, Dr. Ding, what will happen to my child if we don't have penicillin for his meningitis? Ding Yuqiu exchanged silent glances with several nurses, lowering their heads in unison. Oh, so you are indeed here. Your timing is impeccable. Li Xiangnan seized her bicycle handle, urging, quickly get off. I need to go to the 301 hospital to save someone. Let me borrow your bike for a moment. Lin Yu, previously elated, suddenly changed her expression, hastily dismounting and unhesitatingly relinquishing her bicycle to him. However, as Li Xiangnan mounted the bike, she swiftly hopped on as well. Hurry, let's go. I'm familiar with that place. Li Xiangnan, trusting her intentions, stood up and pedaled furiously, swiftly carrying Lin Yu out of the factory gates. Chapter 45. The Intricacies of a Woman's Heart. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the 301 hospital, Master Tong, I would like 2 steamed buns and a serving of minced eggplant. Please. Here is your ticket. Lin Wayman stood at the hospital window with his meal box, after which he fished out 20 cents from his pocket and handed it over. Got it. Why is Section Chief Lin so late today? The chef, Tong, who served meals at the window, clearly recognized the deputy director of the logistics department, who held considerable influence. After receiving 2 steamed buns, he generously scooped a hearty portion of minced eggplant into the lunchbox. Oh, don't mention it. The materials arrived at the courtyard, and I spent the morning helping unload them. I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Wayman shook his head, wincing as he placed a hand on his waist. You must eat more for the sake of our hospital. Your efforts are appreciated. Chef Tong respectfully jiggled the spoon and tapped the iron basin, pushing the last bit of minced meat into the lunchbox. Director Lin, please don't be modest. There is hardly anyone left to eat. Enjoy this last bit of delicacy. Thank you very much. Lin Wayman replied courteously, smiling as he walked away. Are you waiting for me? Did you come specifically to find me? What is the matter? Upon hearing his sister's words, Lin Wayman was startled and quickly sat down, his meal untouched, nervously staring at her. Go ahead and eat. I have no urgent matters. I simply came to deliver the documents for the meeting and thought I'd check on you. However, your colleagues informed me that you were out this morning. After waiting a while and feeling utterly famished, I hurried here for a meal. Lin Chuqiao briefly explained. Phew, I thought something serious had happened. You scared me. Lin Wayman finally relaxed, chuckling as he picked up his chopsticks. Just as he took a bite of the minced meat, he glanced at his sister with a mischievous look. What is with that expression? Lin Chuqiao, nibbling on a steamed bun, glanced around and whispered, You should tone it down a bit. Those unaware might think you have some peculiar ailment. Hey, I'm just happily chatting with my sister. Who would dare to accuse me of making faces? Are you still aware of the ghostly visage? Hurry and have your meal. Yet, Lin Wayman, with a smile, took a bite of eggplant and inquired. Did you wait outside my office at noon? Yes, Lin Chuqiao nodded, having an inkling of what her elder brother was about to ask, feigning ignorance. Did you see Li Xiangnan? Lin Wayman pressed on. Li Xiangnan? What is he doing here? Is he looking for you? Upon hearing this, Lin Wayman exhaled in relief, realizing his sister had not encountered Li Xiangnan. The thought of Chuqiao wanting to divorce that young man left him with a tangle of emotions. To be honest, the moment he saw his sister earlier, a distinctly different image sprang to mind, and upon hearing she was waiting outside his office, he couldn't help but worry about a possible confrontation between her and Li Xiangnan. His household registration has been processed. This matter was entrusted to me by our father to oversee, and once it was finalized, the street office sent him right over. I asked him to come and collect the documents. Lin Wayman clarified, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his sister's face. You should eat some eggplant as well. How can you just have one bun? It's not enough to only eat pickles. Noticing that Lin Chuqiao's lunchbox contained merely half a bun and a small serving of pickles, Lin Wayman promptly pushed the lunchbox towards her. Lin Chuqiao waved her hand. You eat it. I'm not very hungry. And besides, you exerted yourself this morning. Have some meat to replenish your strength. You must eat a little. At the end of the meal, Master Tong provided me with an abundance of food, and I can't finish it all. Please help me out. Only then did Lin Chuqiao take a few bites and fall silent. What is wrong with you? Halfway through his meal, Lin Wayman noticed that his sister had grown cold again, and a sense of unease enveloped him. Second brother. Lin Chuqiao wasted no time and got straight to the point. Do you often communicate with Li Xiangnan? Is your relationship quite close? While it is indeed our father who has tasked you with handling the household registration, shouldn't you inform me of any developments? If you hadn't mentioned that Li Xiangnan came here for the registration materials, I would have remained oblivious. Is it true that if I don't inquire, you would keep me in the dark forever? Why is it that you conceal everything from me? Lin Wayman quickly waved his hand, insisting that is not the case at all. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he thought of his 3 sisters, Lin Yu, Lin Chuqiao, and the ever-acerbic Lin Yu. They were indeed his Achilles heel, and he dreaded their reactions. Observing the fluctuating emotions on his sister's face, he felt compelled to explain. You and Xiaoli are destined for divorce. Discussing him in your presence might affect your mood. I am considering your future. Whether it affects me is my concern. Whether you bring it up is yours. This is a matter of attitude. Lin Chuqiao replied icily. Hey, this girl is even scolding me now. He chuckled. All right. I see how it is. I promise, from now on, I will inform you of anything regarding Li Xiangnan. Is that acceptable? Lin Weiman's serious declaration, though it appeared grave, surprisingly lifted his spirits. It seems that my sister's feelings towards Li Xiangnan are not as cold as an iceberg, but rather, she has developed genuine affection for him. That is more like it. Lin Chuqiao broke the last piece of steamed bun into crumbs and tossed it into her mouth, then clapped her hands and closed the lunchbox. Oh, you. Sometimes I truly cannot comprehend what is going on in your mind. Lin Weiman shook his head with a wry smile. Remember, it is best not to attempt to decipher a woman's thoughts. Lin Chuqiao curled the corner of her lips, glanced around, and inquired, by the way, where is my sister? The people in her department mentioned she was not in, nor did she have lunch at the cafeteria. Lin Weiman instinctively replied, perhaps she has gone to the repair factory hospital. The repair factory hospital? I recall our mother mentioning that she is merely an auxiliary doctor there, and her time spent on field duties is quite limited. Yet, the people in her department claim my sister did not go to work at all this morning. Li Xiangnan is there, Lin Weiman said, chewing on the steamed bun as he looked at her. What? What did you say? Li Xiangnan is at the repair factory hospital? Why did you not inform me about his assignment there? Does my sister know about this? Yes. Seeing Lin Chuqiao's agitation, Lin Weiman could only purse his lips and concede. She knows? My sister is aware that he is at the repair factory and still goes there? What does she mean by that? Lin Chuqiao's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes as she stood up. So, second brother, you and third sister are secretly maintaining ties with him behind my back, and you are on good terms with Li Xiangnan, aren't you? What are you talking about? Did I not just explain to you? It was out of concern for your future. Upon his arrival in Yinjing, he found himself in unfamiliar territory. My concerns, along with Mu Yu's, were indifferent towards him. I refrained from discussing it further to avoid misunderstandings. I implore you not to be upset. Lin Weiman quickly grasped her arm. Second brother, Lin Chuqiao exclaimed, wiping her tears. I have expressed my desire not to be kept in the dark. Whether or not you choose to inform me is a matter of attitude. Is it appropriate for me to be the last to know about everything? You are being excessive. After speaking, she averted her gaze from her second brother, hastily picked up her lunchbox, and fled. Fourth sister, I apologize. Lin Weiman called after her, his lips twitching in dismay. This was a significant blunder. He needed to urgently contact Mu Yu to discuss the matter. Outside, Lin Chuqiao, fuming from being misled by her second brother and third sister, was further incensed upon spotting Li Xiangnan riding a bicycle with Lin Yu, hastily heading towards the office building. Was it not enough that her second and third siblings had concealed matters from her? When had her younger sister developed such a closeness with Li Xiangnan? They were sharing a ride. Lin Chuqiao felt utterly bewildered witnessing this scene. Chapter 46. A roadblock. The cafeteria was located to the left of the hospital's main entrance, and Lin Chuqiao observed as Li Xiangnan and Lin Yu bypassed the outpatient department, making their way toward the administrative office building. Her heart was filled with both frustration and anxiety. Hadn't that fellow already sought out her second brother at noon? Why was he returning at this hour? To her surprise, she had brought along her little sister, and they were riding the same bicycle. An inexplicable pang of emotion surged within her, compelling her to hasten her steps and follow them. Dr. Li, where would you like to go first? I am somewhat familiar with the area. Allow me to guide you. During their journey, Lin Yu dared not inquire too deeply, but gleaned that the emergency department of the factory hospital had attended to a young girl in need of medication that their facility lacked, prompting Dr. Li to seek assistance at the 301 hospital. Let us first head to their logistics department. Li Xiangnan parked his vehicle in the bicycle shed beneath the administrative building at the rear of the outpatient department and swiftly ascended the stairs. The logistics department? Isn't my second brother stationed there? A flicker of determination crossed her face. I am accompanying Dr. Li to save a life. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. This is indeed a noble endeavor. What do I have to fear? With this thought ignited, Lin Yu steeled herself and charged forward without trepidation. However, after only a few strides, she collided with someone at the corner. Before she could utter a sound, her wrist was seized. Are you all right? Li Xiangnan's sunlit visage was filled with concern. I'm fine, really. Lin Yu's heart raced, and she dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head in silence. Realizing that her wrist was still firmly held, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Just as she prepared to speak, her wrist was released, prompting her to exclaim, Hey, where are you going? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although she felt a sense of relief at not having to see Lin Weiman, an inexplicable anxiety began to swell within her. Dr. Li. Do you know anyone in the pharmacy department? She hurriedly inquired as she rushed outside. What do you mean you don't know anyone? Can they truly disregard a human life? Without connections, I cannot procure the medicine? Lin Xiangnan dashed down the steps, hastily heading towards the back entrance of the outpatient building. Wait for me, Lin Yu exclaimed, panting as she placed her hands on her hips, taking a brief moment to catch her breath at the foot of the stairs before pursuing him. Upon noticing Lin Xiangnan sprinting upstairs, she grasped the arm of a passing nurse. Excuse me, could you kindly inform me which floor the pharmacy department is located on? Second floor, west side. Thank you so much. Lin Yu smiled and waved her hand before quickly making her way to the stairwell. As she beheld the long flight of stairs, her legs felt like lead, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Spotting Lin Xiangnan heading in the opposite direction, she called out, Dr. Li, over here, this way. You're too hurried and have lost your way. Lin Xiangnan offered an apologetic glance, but did not slow his pace. I can see that you are deeply concerned for the child. Dr. Li will be fine. With your assistance, little Yuan will surely turn the tide. Lin Yu expressed sincerely. What is going on here? A woman furrowed her brow, slightly bewildered by the actions of Lin Xiangnan and Lin Yu. In here, Lin Yu pointed to a bustling, transparent windowed room, where individuals were continuously moving supplies in and out. She pulled Lin Xiangnan towards it. Upon looking up, she noticed the sign for the pharmacy department had indeed disappeared, replaced by a sign affixed to the door itself. No wonder he could not find it. The Department of Pharmacy oversees the ingress and egress of pharmaceuticals within the hospital, serving as the superior entity to the dispensary. Therefore, to procure penicillin, one must engage them for negotiations. Comrade. Li Xiangnan nodded towards Lin Yu and quickly approached the window. Is your department head available? I need to speak with him. Department head Wang, someone is seeking you. A staff member called out, and soon a tall, slender figure emerged from within. Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of patient conditions. In your modest factory hospital, how many patients do you encounter in a day compared to us in Ward 301? What is the point of such a discussion? Death is a daily occurrence in hospitals. I cannot bend the rules for you. I trust you will understand. Before Li Xiangnan could complete his statement, Department Head Wang abruptly cut him off. His words lacked any semblance of empathy, instantly igniting Lin Yu's sense of justice as she glared in disbelief. How can you speak like that? What do you mean by how many people die in a day? You are still a physician, are you not? Can you really stand idly by and watch a life slip away? We are not rejecting the application process. We merely wish to obtain the medication urgently. Is this not a sentiment befitting a white-clad angel? In the distance, Lin Chuqiao silently grasped the doorframe, her heart fluttering slightly, clearly affected by the rising tension. Observing the furious Lin Yu, Li Xiangnan discreetly drew her behind him. Meanwhile, Department Head Wang responded with a cold smile. Comrade, what kind of place do you think a hospital is? Life and death are inevitable for all. On peak days, over 100 may perish here. If everyone behaved as you do, disregarding the rules in pursuit of medication, what would become of our pharmacy department? Isn't that a complete mess? Moreover, considering the precious nature of penicillin, it is utterly implausible that it would be handed over simply based on your words, without proper procedures. Even though I sympathize with the plight of the little girl you mentioned, I cannot make exceptions. Please be mindful of your language. You are indeed heartless. Enough. Enough. Dear girl, let us refrain from further words. Li Xiangnan gently nudged Lin Yu's arm, swiftly interposing himself, and turned to Section Chief Wang with an apologetic smile. We are merely too anxious. So, may I inquire who I should approach to obtain the medication? You must seek out Dean Miao, if he grants approval. I shall promptly retrieve it for you, replied Section Chief Wang. Isn't this akin to bullying? Must we consult the dean just to acquire some medication? Is this not a deliberate ploy? Lin Yu erupted upon hearing this, convinced that the other party was intentionally placing obstacles in her path. All right, comrade, thank you. Section Chief Wang chuckled, adding, Dean Miao's office is on the 5th floor. Li Xiangnan, however, simply smiled and nodded, turning to lead Lin Yu away. Dr. Li, how can you remain so calm after their outrageous behavior? How could such individuals be present at 301 hospital, let alone hold the position of section chief? It baffles me, Lin Yu exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, regardless of the grip on her wrist. Section Chief Wang has his reasons. He is not without justification. Our goal is to obtain the medication to save a life, not to waste time here. Let us proceed to find the dean. Li Xiangnan stated calmly. Hey, are you truly going to seek out the dean? Clearly, he intends to thwart you. Lin Yu stamped her foot in frustration and hurried outside. Lin Chuqiao emerged from the restroom across the hall, glanced at the two ascending the stairs, and then at the direction of the pharmacy, silently squeezing her palms. Chapter 47, Li Xiangnan? Isn't that my brother-in-law? Dean Miao, all departments have been duly notified. The meeting will commence promptly at 2:15. Secretary Xiao Wang knocked on the door, respectfully greeting while holding a folder. Dean Miao Jijia nodded, glanced at the clock, and said, "All right. Boil 2 kettles of water and prepare the tea with Xiao Li and the others. We have an extensive agenda for the rural medical assistants, and it seems we will be in session for the entire afternoon. You may head off to prepare. I will join you shortly." "Understood, Dean." The secretary nodded and turned to leave, only to find a man and woman standing at the entrance. Instinctively, she asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Who else could it be?" "Dean Miao, of course." Lin Yu pouted, her face displaying irritation. Li Xiangnan tugged at her arm, his face beaming with a smile as he glanced into the room. "Comrade, we are here to see Dean Miao. Would you kindly step aside? The dean has an urgent meeting and cannot be disturbed." The secretary shook her head, instinctively blocking the two, assuming they had no good intentions. "Allow them in." Miao Jijia capped his pen and turned his authoritative gaze towards the door. Lin Yu swept the secretary aside, expressing her displeasure. "Why does everyone at your hospital act like roadblocks? It's so difficult to get anything done." Li Xiangnan shot her a knowing glance and said to the secretary, "My apologies. Comrade, my friend is just a bit impatient." The secretary's face revealed displeasure as she bit her teeth and shot a glare at Lin Yu. Perhaps out of respect for Dean Miao, who was present, she refrained from expressing her anger. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" Lin Yu retorted defiantly. "I never mentioned seeking the dean's help, yet you obstruct me. What if it pertains to a matter of life and death? Can you bear the responsibility?" Miao Jijia couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Xiao Wang, you may return to your duties." "Yes." The secretary respectfully straightened her posture and exited the room. Once she left, Miao Jijia glanced at the clock and turned his attention to the two young individuals. This girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19, was evidently a well-protected young lady with a strong sense of justice. It was likely she had encountered some obstacles in the hospital, which explained her grievances. In contrast, the other young man exhibited a far greater disposition, adept in navigating social nuances and always shielding the young girl. Miao Jijia observed Lin Yu's adorably indignant expression before shifting his gaze to Li Xiangnan. "Young man, your partner isn't speaking. You ought to take the initiative. I have a meeting shortly, and your time is limited." "I am not." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's cheeks instantly flushed, and she instinctively countered, only to halt abruptly when she caught Li Xiangnan stifling a laugh directed at her, though she was reluctant to acknowledge him as her partner. A flicker of hope within her yearned for that very acknowledgement, preventing her from exposing the truth. Li Xiangnan found the situation amusing yet exasperating. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters, as the pressing issue at hand was the matter of penicillin. "Director Miao, I hope you will indulge my intrusion, as I am here concerning a certain medication. I am an emergency physician at Hongshan Co-Machinery Repair Plant, and after lunch, a young girl arrived in our department." Thus, he swiftly laid bare the situation regarding the convulsions of the little girl. Upon hearing this, Miao Jijia nodded thoughtfully and cast a penetrating glance at Li Xiangnan. "So, for the sake of an unfamiliar patient, knowing well that it would transgress the rules and potentially lead to obstacles, you still unhesitatingly sought the medicine for her?" "Director Miao, this is not merely about a stranger. It is a matter of life and death. The child is still so young. It is exceedingly tragic." Li Xiangnan gazed intently into the director's eyes, pleading for assistance. "Young man," Miao Jijia replied with an air of indifference, "what if I said I cannot assist?" "How can you say that, director? At such a critical moment for saving a life, we have exhausted our efforts in discussion, and your response is that you cannot help. I truly question how you came to hold the position of a hospital director, a leader of a hospital devoid of compassion for saving lives. How can you effectively manage the healthcare institution?" Lin Yu, standing nearby, was incensed by these words, pointing an accusatory finger at Miao Jijia's nose and exclaiming, "What kind of director are you? If you are to act in this manner, I would be better suited for the role, for I understand that the duty of a physician is to save lives. My aspiration in attending medical school is to become a good doctor and rectify the corrupt practices among your ranks." Miao Jijia clenched his jaw, embarrassment washing over his face. He had never been scolded so brazenly by someone so much younger. The heat of shame flushed through him. Hey, Young lady, please calm down. Allow me to speak. Li Xiangnan had no inkling of Lin Yu's fiery temperament, and he quickly pressed her down onto the sofa. What more is there to say? He exclaimed. Let me speak, shall I? Calm down. Gripping Lin Yu's struggling hand, he nodded emphatically at her. All right, fine. With both her hands captured, Lin Yu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, desperately attempting to pull away, only to find that his grip tightened further with her every movement. Director Miao, Li Xiangnan, disregarding Lin Yu's feelings, hastily declared, rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Since the 301 hospital is a designated support unit for the factory hospital. In the face of such an urgent situation, we must establish a different emergency mechanism, distinct from the usual application procedures. Otherwise, adhering strictly to the established protocol and dogma not only hampers the advancement of healthcare, but also poses a grave threat to the safety of people's lives. Miao Jijia's eyes lit up as he straightened his expression, reevaluating the young man before him. We are at the forefront of medical care. If, amid our mission to save lives, we allow bureaucratic red tape to stifle our enthusiasm and resolve, how can we hope to rejuvenate the healthcare system? How can we bring happiness to the people? Director Miao, I sense that you had more to say earlier. Li Xiangnan remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet. Lin Yu, still taken aback by his words, also stood up, though her gaze did not meet Director Miao's. Instead, it rested on the profile of this young man, who, despite being entrenched in the machinery factory, remained deeply concerned for the entirety of the medical profession. Goodness, he is truly handsome, not only in appearance, but also in spirit. Ha! Young man, you speak quite well. Miao Jijia swiftly inscribed a line on his notebook, tearing it away with a flourish. What I intended to say was, if you provide me with a compelling reason to persuade me to bypass the rules, I would assist you. However, it seems that is no longer necessary. You have pleasantly surprised me, and I am willing to help you as well as that little girl I have yet to meet. How wonderful. Di Miao. You are indeed a good person. Lin Yu exclaimed joyously. You little girl, weren't you just scolding me? Miao Jijia chuckled. That's different, it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Please deliver this note to Director Wang of the pharmacy department. He will assist you in obtaining a box of penicillin. Miao Jijia approached, solemnly handing the note to Li Xiangnan, and shook his hand. You mentioned you are a doctor in the emergency department of the repair shop. May I ask your name? I am Li Xiangnan. Thank you, Di Miao. I shall take my leave now. Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Li Xiangnan turned his head, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure fleeting by. Who was that? He paused, feeling an uncanny sense of recognition. Lin Yu lowered her gaze, pushing aside the broad hand that had grasped her wrist. Her eyes fixed intently on the young man before her. Is he truly my brother-in-law? For some reason, Lin Yu's heart, which had been fluttering with joy, suddenly felt a pang of disappointment at this moment. What is the matter? You are about to get the medicine. Why aren't you happy? Come on, let us go get the medicine. Li Xiangnan had no inkling of her thoughts. He gave her a light pat and hurried downstairs. Chapter 48. The Lin family is quite lively. How should I explain this to Xiao Qiao? Why couldn't she absorb what I just said? No, she was clearly upset earlier. Her emotions were already heightened. Once she calms down, I shall have you speak with her again. Perhaps the knot in her heart will loosen then. Having enjoyed a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Lin Weiman was lost in contemplation regarding the incident that had upset his youngest sister. He realized he should not conceal matters from her. Otherwise, given her straightforward and earnest nature, she would surely become obstinate. Lin Weiman resolved that he must discuss matters concerning Li Xiangnan with his sister more openly in the future, to avoid being accused of having a problematic attitude. Xiao Qiao was right. A woman's heart is indeed difficult to decipher. Even though a divorce was imminent, why was there a need to concern oneself with Li Xiangnan? Wasn't it merely aggravating? Scratching his head, Lin Weiman discarded the toothpick and had already arrived at the base of the administrative building. He noticed the elderly gentleman at the reception was busy preparing the coal stove for boiling water. Approaching him, he offered a cigarette and stood by the door to smoke. The old man reminded him that the young lad who came over at noon seemed to have returned again. He was taken aback, and before he could take more than a couple of puffs, he saw Li Xiangnan and Lin Yu hurrying out from the rear entrance of the clinic, heading towards the bike shed. What? Li Xiangnan? Lin Yu? Why are they together? The sudden appearance of these two individuals startled Lin Weiman, and by the time he regained his composure, one was cycling while the other sat on the rear seat, swiftly departing. What the? Lin Weiman exclaimed. discarding his cigarette and extinguishing it hurriedly as he dashed down the stairs, calling out, "Xiao Li Yue." However, the two seemed to be in a great hurry. Li Xiangnan even stood up to pedal faster, as if he was particularly eager to leave. Despite Lin Weiman shouting 3 or 4 times, the bicycles only accelerated. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Stunned, Lin Weiman stood with his mouth agape, hands on his hips, muttering, "What on earth are these two up to? So perplexing." His mind was clouded with questions, and curiosity gnawed at him. Just that noon, Li Xiangnan had come to collect household registration materials, and he had coincidentally encountered his sister, who was having lunch in the cafeteria after delivering meeting documents. And he had even received a reprimand regarding Lin Muyu's visit to the machine repair factory hospital without informing Xiao Qiao. Now, he unexpectedly found his younger sister with Li Xiangnan again. What an inexplicable connection. Why was it that their family could not seem to avoid this person, Li Xiangnan? Still puzzled, he took out another cigarette and lit it. After smoking for a while and failing to comprehend how his sister could be with Li Xiangnan, he extinguished the cigarette and turned to ascend the stairs. Just as he turned, he spotted Lin Qiao standing behind him, her expression filled with sorrow. "Ah? Xiao Qiao, why are you still here? Didn't you go to deliver the meeting materials?" Lin Weiman was taken aback. "Humph, if I had left the cafeteria right away, how could I have witnessed such a riveting drama?" Lin Qiao retorted coldly, crossing her arms. "Ah?" Lin Weiman was taken aback as he glanced in the direction where Li Xiangnan had taken Lin Yu, and suddenly realized, "Xiao Qiao, did you see them too? What on earth were those two doing together? How did they end up colliding like that? Why are you asking me? Who should I ask?" Lin Qiao replied, her demeanor radiating a desire for distance as she fixed her gaze on her second brother. "Why would I know?" Feeling unnerved by Xiao Qiao's piercing stare, Lin Weiman chuckled awkwardly, pulling her into the shade. He raised his hand and vowed, "I swear, this time I truly have no idea. I was just puzzled as to why my little sister was with Li Xiangnan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been surprised enough to run out and chase after them." "You genuinely have no clue?" Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. "I've sworn, how could it be false?" Lin Weiman's eyes darted for a moment as he chuckled. "Xiao Qiao, what exactly did you see? What were they here for?" Despite her frosty demeanor, Lin Qiao's expression softened slightly when the topic arose. "He came here to seek medicine for a little girl in need." "Seek medicine?" Lin Weiman was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Isn't that something Muyu could handle? Why did he rush over here? Couldn't he just apply for the medicine?" "Humph." Lin Qiao disdainfully glanced at her second brother. "Are all the people at your hospital as rigid as you? You're adhering to dogma and rules. If they followed protocol, that little girl's brain would have been irreparably damaged by now." Upon finishing her words, she was momentarily taken aback, recalling that this was something she had heard from Li Xiangnan in the dean's office. Now, she found herself quoting it, and subtly. It seemed she too had begun to share his discontent with the myriad regulations of the hospital, causing her cheeks to flush. "Is it urgent?" Lin Weiman pondered. Sensing the gravity of the situation, indeed, it was crucial to hurry and procure the medicine. As he spoke, he suddenly inhaled sharply and looked up with urgency. "Do you know if he has obtained it? What medication is it?" "He has acquired it, penicillin." Lin Qiao observed her elder brother's demeanor and realized that he was indeed unaware of the matter. No wonder. The production of this drug had been affected in recent years, only becoming available in major hospitals nationwide at the beginning of this year. It was a rare antibiotic. Their hospital, certainly, did not have it. No wonder this fellow was in such a haste. Upon hearing that the medicine had been secured, Lin Weiman felt a wave of relief wash over him and chuckled. "Old Lu from the communications office just mentioned that Li Xiangnan has come to the building again, probably unable to find me, and has gone off to seek someone else. But wait, who is he looking for to obtain the medicine? Apart from me, doesn't he know anyone else here? Haha, such is his character. When he sets his mind on something, he will certainly see it through. Just like your tenacity, Xiao Qiao." Lin Weiman laughed heartily, feeling both astonished and elated at that moment. "Humph, as if you know him so well." Lin Qiao shot him a glance. "Aren't you curious?" Lin Weiman smiled quietly. "Curious? Not at all." Mounting her bicycle, Lin Qiao prepared to leave. "Xiao Qiao, why the rush? Let us converse a while longer," Lin Weiman urged anxiously. With a swift gesture, Lin Qiao mounted her bicycle and sped away, exclaiming, "I am not like you. I have several documents to deliver to various hospitals. Off I go." As he watched his sister depart, Lin Weiman pinched his brow, a sudden amusement bubbling within him. His third sister, Lin Yu, was perpetually frequenting the repair factory's hospital. while his younger sister, Lin Yu, had also struck up a connection with Li Xiangnan. Now, it appeared that the original partner, Xiao Qiao, was equally reluctant to let go. TSK, how lively our Lin family has become. With his hands clasped behind his back, he shook his head and ascended the steps. Chapter 49. That young man, Li, is quite fortunate in the conference room of the 301 hospital. Director Miao Jijia had already taken his seat at the head of the meeting, while various department heads were settling in. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, he remained oblivious. Fixated on the lines inscribed in his notebook. Implement 2 distinct medication protocols, separating routine requests from emergency needs, thereby establishing 2 feasible approval systems. Prioritize the work demands of frontline personnel. Attentively consider the perspectives of clinical doctors, particularly constructive suggestions from the General Emergency Department. Dr. Li Xiangnan from the Emergency Department of the Repair Factory. These were the insights he had jotted down after agreeing to Dr. Li's request for an exception in obtaining medication, inspired by their earlier conversation. He had an inkling that this young factory doctor possessed clinical insights and a comprehension of the healthcare profession that far surpassed his own. The repair factory? Having concluded his remarks, he swiftly organized the department heads to take their seats before turning and exiting the conference room. At that moment, with a creak, Li Xiangnan, oblivious to Elder Qin's thoughts, halted his bicycle at the entrance of the factory hospital. He dismounted with a swift motion, letting out a deep sigh. Just as he was about to enter, he caught sight of Lin Yu, her face flushed as if she were attempting to shield her backside. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lin Yu's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck as she hurriedly waved her hands. I'm fine. It's just that you rode too fast. And I was jostled about. My backside feels like it's falling apart. How could I not be in pain?" Yet, she hesitated to voice her discomfort. Instead, discreetly rubbing her back with the back of her hand, her gaze lowered in embarrassment. I am Lin Yu. The young girl offered a faint smile. Her joy evident. "Then I shall head inside," he declared. "Go on, hurry. Saving lives is paramount." Lin Yu lifted her head, raising her small fist in encouragement. "You can do it, Dr. Li." "Indeed." Li Xiangnan, trusting her words, clutched his satchel tightly against his chest and quickly strode into the lobby. With a sudden clap, Lin Yu finally lowered her bicycle's kickstand and skipped over to the shade of a nearby tree, rubbing her backside. "Oh dear, my backside is all numb." Just as Li Xiangnan ascended the steps, he noticed Cui Gan sitting at the foot of the stairs, discreetly wiping away tears. Upon hearing footsteps, Cui Xingzhang, the imposing figure before him, startled him into an upright position as he approached anxiously. "The medicine, did you get it?" "Yes, I have it," Li Xiangnan replied with a relaxed smile, raising his satchel. "Wonderful. That's splendid." Cui Xingzhang's lips moved several times, and in an instant, tears of joy streamed down his face. Dr. Li. Upon hearing footsteps, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shinan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin, who were gathered around the hospital bed, turned their hopeful gazes towards him. Wang Xiaofeng anxiously rose to her feet, her eyes filled with anticipation as she glanced at Cui Xingzhang, seemingly hesitant to confirm whether the medicine had been procured. "Dr. Li has obtained the medicine." Cui Xingzhang entered with excitement. "Wonderful." An eruption of cheers filled the emergency room, and Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin even embraced each other, weeping openly. Ding Yuqiu wiped the corners of her eyes, expressing both joy and gratitude. "Dr. Li, thank you for your hard work. Little Yuandan is saved." "Indeed." Li Xiangnan handed her the shoulder bag, instructing, "Inside is a box of penicillin, containing 8 vials. Quickly administer one to little Yuandan and monitor her condition. If there are no seizures within 24 hours, a second dose will not be necessary." "I understand." Ding Yuqiu solemnly accepted the bag, noticing his inquiring gaze. She hurriedly added, "Dr. Li, I will perform a skin test immediately. This test would check for any allergic reactions to the penicillin." "Very well." Li Xiangnan nodded, then proceeded to the sink to wash his face. Zhu Zhu quickly approached with a towel, admiringly stating, "Dr. Li, you are truly magnificent." "Oh, you flatter." Li Xiangnan replied with a smile as he accepted the towel. Laughter erupted among the surrounding young women, yet none found Zhu Zhu's words to be misplaced. Even Wang Xiaofeng, this woman, nodded gratefully and said, "Dr. Li, you are a truly remarkable physician." "Indeed." Cui Xingzhang attempted to speak several times, yet whether due to anxiety or excitement, he found himself at a loss for words. "It's all right," Li Xiangnan replied, accepting the cup of water handed to him by Wang Qin. He took a sip and approached Cui, reassuring him, Meningitis has been promptly treated. There is nothing to worry about. Just remember to rest well in the future. Everything will be fine. The factory hospital has me here. Dr. Li, it is truly a blessing to have you as our factory physician, Cui Xingjian said. His voice choked with emotion. Ding Yuqiu was preparing a skin test for Xiao Yuan, and when she exchanged a glance with several nurses, fully understanding the significance of those words. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Dr. Li here. When the child convulsed, I was completely taken aback. Had our home not been so close to the factory, I dread to think what might have happened, Wang Xiaofeng said, her eyes brimming with tears. Cui Xingjian embraced his beloved, silently patting her back. The skin test revealed an allergy within minutes, yet fortunately, Xiao Yuandan did not exhibit any allergic symptoms. Ding Yuqiu immediately administered penicillin to the little one. Within a matter of minutes, everyone, including Li Xiangnan, focused intently on the petite figure lying in the hospital bed. Soon, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, first catching sight of a stranger, then turning to her father and asking, "Daddy, Mommy, where am I?" A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Wow! Wang Xiaofeng's anxious heart finally found peace, and she burst into tears. Cui Xingjian fell to the ground with a thud, grasping his family's hands, and weeping uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Dr. Li, you are our family's savior. Indeed, Dr. Li, you are our benefactor." Wang Xiaofeng also collapsed to the ground, bowing her head fervently alongside her husband. No, Brother Cui, Lao Cui, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up." A startled Li Xiangnan quickly turned to pull him up, calling out for the moved Ding Yuqiu and others to assist. Within the second emergency room, the atmosphere was filled with warmth. Lin Yu stood on the flower bed, watching this touching scene, her hand covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. "What is going on? Lin Yu, why are you here? Crying and laughing, what is with you?" "Sister, just now, I just saved someone with Li Xiangnan." Woo-woo. Chapter 50. When emotion begins to spread upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Yu felt a surge of curiosity and grasped Yue's hand, shaking it excitedly. "Look, sister, quickly see." Lin Yu ceased her weeping and pulled her sister up onto the flower bed. Pointing towards the second emergency room, she said, "Look, the parents of the child who was saved are kneeling before Li Xiangnan. It's so touching, they have made me cry. A child? Dr. Li saved a child just now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a shock. Just yesterday, she had accompanied Li Xiangnan when he saved a person on his first day at the factory hospital's emergency department. However, it also made Lin Yu realize how proficient Li Xiangnan was in internal medicine, and she naturally admired his medical skills. However, upon hearing Lin Yue's words, could it be that Li Xiangnan has once again saved a child? Has he become so proficient even in pediatrics? Is this truly the same rustic doctor, often deemed idle and frivolous, as described by the Lin family? With immense curiosity, Lin Yu peered into the consultation room through the window, and indeed, she witnessed Cui Xingjian and his wife being supported by Li Xiangnan. On the bed within, a little girl lay wide-eyed and alert. Although Li Xiangnan spoke little, it became clear to me that the girl was suffering from meningitis and urgently required a medication called penicillin, which their factory hospital lacked. Initially, they intended to request the medication from your hospital, but Li Xiangnan insisted there was no time to waste. The child's condition was critical. Consequently, he rushed to your hospital in search of the medicine. Penicillin? Lin Yu gasped, rising in alarm. No wonder he was so anxious. The availability of this medication was indeed scarce. The production in Huai province had only recently increased, and the supplies were primarily directed to major hospitals in various regions. Given this situation, have you managed to procure the medication? Naturally, Lin Yu proudly tossed her twin ponytails and wiped away her joyful tears, stating, "Had we waited for you to apply for the medicine from the hospital, who knows what might have happened to that little girl. Li Xiangnan and I went to your pharmacy department to seek assistance, but we were obstructed, so we went straight to the hospital director." Wow, you truly have remarkable audacity. Upon hearing that even the director had been approached, Lin Yu could hardly contain her astonishment. Did the director genuinely agree to provide you with the medication? Of course. However, as Lin Yu recalled the director, she felt a burning embarrassment for having misunderstood him. But what? Why are you keeping me in suspense? Just tell me. Nevertheless, the director spoke in half measures, which infuriated me. It was only after Li Xiangnan intervened with some words that the director finally acquiesced. Phew. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief as she glanced towards the emergency room. Meningitis is no trivial matter, had it not been for Li Xiangnan. that child might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, your director and the head of the pharmacy department insisted that Li Xiangnan submit some application. It's truly laughable. Human lives are at stake. By the time they finish their bureaucratic procedures, it would be too late. This is not merely my opinion, but what Li Xiangnan conveyed to your director. He even suggested that your director establish 2 separate application mechanisms for routine outpatient and emergency services. He truly is a remarkable talent. Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was astonished, her mind conjuring an image of Li Xiangnan passionately arguing his case in the director's office. Unable to suppress a smile as she remarked, such a Li Xiangnan indeed resonates with his character. Indeed, Dr. Li is genuinely a good person. As Lin Yu spoke, she recalled the Lin family's past evaluations of Li Xiangnan. With a playful poke at her elder sister, she expressed with a hint of exasperation, "Sister, I truly cannot fathom why our parents and elder brother hold such a poor opinion of Li Xiangnan. He is undeniably skilled in medicine, possesses noble ethics, and carries himself with such grace and humility. If it weren't for him, given my temperament, I would likely have been unable to procure this medication. I could hardly contain my frustration towards those antiquated figures at the hospital. It infuriates me just to think about it. Oh, I assumed you were unaware that he is your brother-in-law." Lin Yu chuckled, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Instantly, Lin Yu felt a rush of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly admitted, "At first, I truly did not know. It was only later, while at the hospital, that I discovered his name is Li Xiangnan." "How did you come to know Li Xiangnan? Surely, there is a story behind this?" Lin Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Hey." Lin Yu felt a wave of guilt wash over her, turning away as she dared not meet her sister's gaze. "We were discussing our family's attitude towards Li Xiangnan. Could we please not change the subject?" Recognizing her younger sister's bashfulness, Lin Yu stifled a laugh and her expression turned contemplative. "I too find it perplexing. How is it that such a virtuous, knowledgeable, and humble individual is regarded so poorly by our parents? I believe they are merely viewing him through tinted lenses. They have not taken the time to understand the true nature of Li Xiangnan before hastily passing judgment," Lin Yu asserted, raising her hand in defense of Li Xiangnan. "Oh, little sister, how commendably righteous you are. It seems you feel a particular sense of injustice on his behalf," Lin Yu teased. Lin Yu blinked and gazed at her younger sister. "Not at all," Lin Yu sighed, quietly kicking at the fallen leaves by her feet. "I just don't want someone who is deemed irrelevant by others to be seen in such a light. How can he be so carefree? How can he be so idle? I find him to be far more noble than those entitled scions from our courtyard. Haha, they are indeed the epitome of debauchery. To label them as such is to elevate their status. Let us refer to them as the spoiled offspring of privilege." She scoffed. Lin Yu gently patted her sister's head and inquired, "It seems you are quite pleased to know Li Xiangnan." "Of course, I am delighted," Lin Yu declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "Then how did you come to know him? Do share. That is not permissible. You cannot leave. You must clarify this with me." Lin Yu stood up and grasped her, feigning urgency. Just then, Master Su from the reception shouted from the hallway, "Dr. Lin, you have a phone call." "All right, I'm coming." Lin Yu patted her sister. "Wait for me. We shall continue this conversation shortly. Remember." With that, she turned and hurried towards the reception. Sticking out her tongue, Lin Yu stifled a chuckle, casting a reluctant glance towards the emergency room before quickly walking to her bicycle. With a swift motion, she kicked off the stand and, mounting her bike, sped away. "That must be your sister outside, right?" Master Su peeked out the window and suddenly smiled, glimpsing outside. Lin Yu let out a sigh and promptly expressed her gratitude to Master Su. She hurriedly descended the steps, only to find that the quirky girl had vanished without a trace. This foolish girl is infuriating. There was no time to inquire about the situation at the emergency room. She hurried to the bike shed, unlocked it, and pedaled furiously toward 301 Hospital. Chapter 51. If it were your words, I would forever be unavailable. What could Ding Yao want with me? Exiting the reception room, she had no chance to greet Li Xiangnan or Ding Yuqiu, as Lin Yu pedaled toward 301. However, not far into her ride, lost in thought, she nearly lost control and collided with someone who suddenly darted out from the roadside. Creak. The bicycle came to an abrupt halt, narrowly avoiding a large tree, leaving a deep brown tire mark on the concrete path. Breathless and shaken, Lin Yu was about to inquire if the other party was unharmed when she was confronted by the rather unsavory visage of Luo Dali. "Dr. Lin, where are you off to?" he inquired. Luo Dali, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? You nearly caused me to crash. Seeing Lin Muyu's face pale with anger, Luo Dali grasped her handlebars and chuckled. Oh, Dr. Lin, I saw you weren't going fast, so I thought I'd stop you. If you were speeding, I wouldn't have dared. Noticing Luo Dali's unfortunate demeanor, Lin Muyu, who already harbored no fondness for him, tugged at her handlebars and frowned. Let go. Dr. Lin, please listen to me. Let go. Lin Muyu admonished sharply. If you don't let me go, I shall call for help. Dr. Lin, wait. I truly have business with you. I'm not merely here to waste your time. Luo Dali hastily released the bicycle handle, pleading, please, I implore you to listen. I've secured 2 tickets for tonight's screening of Lu Xinjia. Would you join me? Dr. Lin, grant me this favor. It was no easy feat to procure these tickets. Huh. Luo Dali, it seems you have yet to reflect on your conduct with the factory leadership, yet you still possess the audacity to concern yourself with cinema. If you wish to go, then go alone. I am quite busy and have no time for this. Should you persist in your entreaties, I will have no choice but to summon the factory security. Lin Muyu narrowed her eyes, glaring at his hand as it reached for the bicycle handle. Very well. I shall cease my pursuit. Dr. Lin, when might you be available again for a movie? Luo Dali looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Lin Muyu offered a cold smile, mounting her bicycle, and replied, if it were up to you, I would forever remain unavailable. As Luo Dali's expression stiffened, he could only watch helplessly as she floated away until her figure vanished beyond the factory gates. A surge of intense anger welled up within him. He stomped his foot in frustration. What could possibly be so special about that Li Xiangnan? Was she truly captivated by that fellow, unable to tolerate anyone else in her gaze? After uttering this, he brushed off the dust from his clothing, cast a glance in the direction Lin Muyu had departed, and made his way towards the factory hospital, his mutterings uninterrupted. Humph, this only proves that my judgment has not faltered. If she becomes my woman in the future, she will undoubtedly be devoted to me. I have a profound fondness for a woman who is steadfast in her affections. After 2 measurements, the temperature remained at 2 degrees. Dr. Li, little Yuandan's temperature is completely normal now, Ding Yuqiu remarked, glancing at the thermometer in her hand and addressing Li Xiangnan, who had been recording in the medical file. He set down his pen and approached the bedside, gently touching the little girl's head, which was indeed cool to the touch, still bearing the remnants of sweat from her previous fever. With a warm smile, he inquired, Yuandan, how do you feel? Uncle Li, thank you. I feel much better now. My mom said you are my savior, and I will repay you well in the future. Little Yuandan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Ha ha. Li Xiangnan and those around him burst into laughter, playfully ruffling her hair. Very well, I shall await your repayment. But the condition is that you must eat well and sleep soundly to grow strong, all right? Okay, I will remember, Uncle Li. Little Yuandan replied obediently. Cui Xingzhan gazed affectionately at the scene before him. Once Li Xiangnan finished speaking, he promptly inquired, Dr. Li, you have worked hard, and I truly appreciate your efforts. Please tell me the fee, and I shall settle the payment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan did not refuse. He had previously discussed with Ding Yuqiu that the factory hospital served as a welfare institution for the machine repair factory, where typically, workers do not incur expenses for medical treatment. However, it was rare for family members to seek medical attention. Now that Xiao Yuandan had utilized a vial of penicillin and might require another one the following day, the medical resources of the factory hospital were not solely his to waive, and he knew he could not do so. I have inquired. And a vial of penicillin costs 4 yuan 50. Li Xiangnan swiftly prepared a prescription for him. Should another dose be necessary tomorrow, an additional payment would suffice. Understood. Cui Xingzhan readily agreed. 4 yuan 50 was nearly 1/10 of his salary, yet he had already weighed the value of money against the value of life. And without a moment's hesitation, he took the prescription and went to make the payment. The acute phase of Xiao Yuandan's condition had been resolved. But another concern remained, her observation period. In a more advanced society, one could simply have her admitted to the pediatric department. Upon sharing this matter with Ding Yuqiu, she furrowed her brow deeply. After contemplating for a moment, Li Xiangnan rubbed his face and remarked, It seems I must pay a visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Obstetrics and gynecology? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, her complexion paling slightly as she cast a peculiar glance at Li Xiangnan. As Zhang Shengnan was measuring Xiao Yuandan's blood pressure, she hastily entrusted her task to Zhu Zhu and swiftly approached the two at their desk, her expression filled with concern. Dr. Li, Are you truly intent on visiting the obstetrics and gynecology department to have Director Liang accept Xiao Yuanden? Are you aware of who Director Liang is? How could she possibly be unaware of the situation? On her very first day, Director Ma Ying from the administrative department provided an overview of Director Liang, mentioning that she had previously caused a man's prostate issues. Yet, Li Xiangnan could not retreat at this moment. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Look at what you're saying. Is Director Liang really capable of harming anyone? I am going for the sake of Xiao Yuanden. It is a matter of official duty. Under broad daylight. What could she possibly do to me? Dr. Li." Just as Li Xiangnan finished speaking, Cui Xingzhan rushed in from outside, shaking his head with a bitter expression. "While your intentions for Xiao Yuanden are commendable, I cannot allow you to go." As he spoke, he cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Shengnan and Ding Yuqiu, then firmly grasped Li Xiangnan's hand, stating, "Director Liang's medical skills are indeed commendable, but her reputation outside is not particularly favorable. If you seek her assistance and end up in an inappropriate situation, I would not be able to live with myself. It is simply not worth it." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiangnan could only chuckle in disbelief. He patted Lao Chui's hand and replied, "Come now, Lao Chui. You are taking this too seriously. Perhaps it is merely some men who cannot attain what they desire, disparaging Director Liang. Spreading unfounded rumors is certainly not the way to go. Without personally engaging in this matter, I would be forming a judgment about Director Liang's character, which would be tantamount to complicity in wrongdoing. Moreover, Lao Chui, this concerns your daughter. If we do not allow her to stay for observation and something were to go awry, how would we handle it?" But Cui Xingzhan was nearly beside himself with anxiety. "Director Chui, there is no need for haste. I shall accompany him." At that moment, Ding Yuqiu had already approached the doorway in her flat shoes, her gaze sparkling with a dangerous glint as she looked at the two stunned individuals, Li Xiangnan and Cui Xingzhan. Chapter 52. Divorced with 2 children, none to rely on. The obstetrics and gynecology department is located on the 3rd floor, occupying the entire level. As Li Xiangnan ascended the staircase, he cast several glances at the seemingly distraught Ding Yuqiu beside him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Well, Dr. Ding, you really need not accompany me. I can manage on my own." Dr. Li. At his words, Ding Yuqiu paused her steps, genuinely defending him. "While I may be concerned for Cui Xingzhan, this is an emergency department matter. If you were to find yourself in peril, I would feel immensely guilty. That simply cannot be." Li Xiangnan still struggled to comprehend why everyone seemed so apprehensive of Director Liang. Was she not merely someone with a tarnished reputation? "I am merely engaging in normal discourse. What could possibly go wrong? Is she really that formidable?" This revelation took Li Xiangnan by surprise. Although he had heard vague references to Director Liang's conduct from Ma Ying before, they were far too general. Now, with Ding Yuqiu's explanation, he found himself harboring a slight suspicion regarding Director Liang. "Wait, that can't be right. How can I cultivate an immediate desire to meet Director Liang? Am I, unbeknownst to myself, ensnared in a whirlpool of infatuation? Even before our meeting, such potent allure already exists?" Li Xiangnan felt a sudden jolt of alarm, discreetly wiping away the sweat from his brow, and embarked on a series of mental preparations. "Humph, Dr. Li, do not blame me for not warning you. It is essential to remain steadfast in your convictions. Do not allow her to enchant you. I shall constantly remind you." Ding Yuqiu gazed intently into his eyes. "Ah, Dr. Ding, we are here to attend to serious matters, not to indulge in the charms of Director Liang. Let us proceed." "Phew, that is a relief." Ding Yuqiu exhaled, leading Li Xiangnan up the staircase to the 3rd floor. The layout of the obstetrics and gynecology department indeed differed from that of other departments. Upon ascending, the first sight was a reception desk where 2 nurses were seated. Upon noticing Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu's arrival, they momentarily froze before hastily rising. "Dr. Ding, what brings you here?" one nurse inquired, her expression reflecting surprise, before her gaze shifted to Li Xiangnan, exchanging a glance with her colleague, both of them brimming with curiosity. Sensing the nurse's scrutiny directed at Li Xiangnan, Ding Yuqiu retorted irritably, "I am accompanying Dr. Li to see Director Liang. Is she in surgery or in the office?" "This afternoon, there are no surgeries. She is in her office. Allow me to escort you." The nurse cheerfully led the way while those passing by, including nurses entering and exiting the patient rooms, cast curious glances at the trio. "Oh, isn't that the Dr. Li who just came from the emergency department? Oh my, he truly is tall and handsome, exuding an aura of approachability, and look at him, He is always smiling. What could he and Dr. Ding possibly want from Director Liang? Our two departments hardly intersect. But who cares? Let us go take a look. I've heard that Dr. Li and Dr. Lin are romantically involved. Just last night, she stayed over at his place. As Li Xiangnan listened to the surrounding cacophony of chatter, he felt somewhat dazed. They say 3 women make a play. And in the obstetrics and gynecology department, with its multitude of doctors and nurses, all being female, one can only imagine how many plays that amounts to. Director Liang. The emergency department's Dr. Ding and Dr. Li are here to see you. At this moment, the trio had arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology office. And as Li Xiangnan glanced up, he noticed the sign above indicating it was the director's office. He found it somewhat surprising to hear young voices coming from within. Could it be that a director of obstetrics and gynecology is still quite young? Oh, Sister Yuchio, what brings you here? While Li Xiangnan was lost in thought, a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, floated from inside. He followed Ding Yuchio into the room, and his eyes brightened. Director Liang. We hope we're not disturbing you. Ding Yuchio greeted cheerfully, her earlier apprehension towards Director Liang seemingly forgotten. She gestured towards the newly arrived Li Xiangnan, introducing him. This is our department's new doctor, Li Xiangnan. Ah, so this is the esteemed Dr. Li? I've long heard of your reputation. Director Liang chuckled lightly, extending her delicate hand. Hello, Dr. Li. Hello, Director Liang. Li Xiangnan extended his hand to shake hers, politely greeting her, while his breath was already assessing her. A subtle shock coursing through his heart. She appeared to be merely in her early 30s, however. Both her face and the back of her arms bore skin so tender and smooth, it seemed almost fragile, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Her features were exquisitely with a prominent nose and full, sensuous lips. Her oval face was adorned with a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with an alluring glint, captivating the gaze of onlookers. Were it not for the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which hinted at her true age, one might easily mistake her for a girl in her 20s. In striking contrast to her delicate visage was her proud, voluptuous figure. The moment he laid eyes on Liang Mei, he was reminded of a character from the anime of a later era, Tsunade. Indeed, she was impressive. Li Xiangnan ruminated over all the women he had encountered since his arrival in this world, struggling to find anyone who could compare to Liang Mei. Not even Lin Yu. There was not a single contender. At that moment, he began to grasp why Liang Mei was often referred to as the heartthrob Director Liang by outsiders. Setting aside her beauty, her astonishing figure, which could hardly be concealed beneath her white coat, was a formidable weapon in it. When combined with her natural allure and the beguiling charm of her features, she was nothing short of a goddess. It was no wonder that so much attention surrounded her. Such a person was destined to be the focal point wherever she went. Dr. Ding, did you come to see me for this matter? Just as Li Xiangnan was lost in thought, Ding Yuchio seemed to have already conveyed her intentions to Director Liang. Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Liang Mei. Dr. Ding, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot acquiesce. You are also a veteran of our hospital and are well aware of the protocols between departments. Firstly, our obstetrics and gynecology department has never accepted a child before. I am not a saint and do not wish to be the first to take such a risk. Secondly, if I were to hastily accept that child, it would be tantamount to inviting immense trouble upon myself. She was treated in your department, correct? She received medication and injections. Should complications arise upon her transfer to obstetrics and gynecology, it would be difficult to clarify the situation. Lastly, if something were to go awry, do you not think that both the factory and the patient's family would instinctively attribute it to our lack of experience? Please understand my position. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuchio instantly grasped Director Liang's stance, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face as she stood up, disappointment evident in her voice. Director Liang, you are right. I have not considered this thoroughly. Please carry on with your work. I shall take my leave. Liang Mei did not lift her head, merely responding with a soft hum. However, Li Xiangnan grasped Ding Yuchio's arm, stating, Director Liang, I have a few words I wish to share with you. If, after hearing them, you still uphold your previous decision, I shall take my leave immediately. Would that be acceptable? Liang Mei raised her head, regarding Li Xiangnan with surprise, a smile gracing her lips. Dr. Li, I have heard of your commendable actions yesterday. She glanced at the anxious Ding Yuchio, intrigued. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to persuade me. Dr. Ding, please allow him to remain. Ding Yuchio was taken aback, immediately flustered, and cast a wary glance at Li Xiangnan. Little Li, you mustn't. Everything is fine. Just wait for me outside. Li Xiangnan replied with a gentle smile. pushing the hesitant Ding Yuqiu out the door before stepping inside himself. Close the door. Liang Mei, however, smiled alluringly as she set down her pen and stretched lazily. Ding Yuqiu exclaimed in confusion, "Isn't it daytime? Why are you closing the door while you're just talking?" Panic surged within her. Chapter 53. It is precisely because we have been drenched by the rain that we wish to extend kindness to others. Seeing that Li Xiangnan made no attempt to evade the situation, Ding Yuqiu obediently closed the door. This unexpected compliance startled Liang Mei, who had merely intended it as a jest. The doctor named Li Xiangnan had already begun to circulate in the factory since his arrival at the hospital yesterday. It was said that during his first day, he had saved a worker who suffered from crab poisoning even before his shift began. And he had clashed with the misdiagnosing doctor, Luo Dali. The once untouchable Luo had even been reprimanded personally by Director Feng for his blunder, and that very morning, he had been summoned by factory leaders for a lengthy scolding. All of this was credited to the efforts of Li Xiangnan. Moreover, it was rumored that just on his second day, the aide from the 301 hospital, Lin Yu, had come to prepare breakfast for him. Liang Mei found herself quite intrigued by this young, capable, and charismatic doctor. She was also curious about how this man, after hearing her and Ding Yuqiu's remarks, could possibly find a reason to accept that little girl. "You are indeed audacious. Most men would not dare to be alone with me, fearing the gossip that might ensue. Yet here you are, boldly shutting the door. Are you not concerned about the misunderstandings that Dr. Ding might harbor outside?" Liang Mei rose to the thermos, poured a cup of tea for Li Xiangnan, and gracefully placed it on the coffee table before seating herself opposite him. "This suggests that I am no ordinary." Li Xiangnan smiled slightly, tapping the table in appreciation. "Thank you, Director Liang, for the tea." A soft giggle escaped Liang Mei, illuminating her face like a blooming flower as she leaned back, crossing her legs with an elegant poise. Just as Li Xiangnan lifted the teacup, his gaze was inadvertently captivated by a glimpse of porcelain skin, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. Good heavens! Liang Mei was indeed bold, donning a qipao that split daringly up to her thighs beneath her lab coat. This slight misstep inadvertently accentuated the exquisite contours of her legs, making it difficult for one to tear their gaze away. Now it becomes clear why the qipao so beautifully accentuated her voluptuous figure. However, she certainly possesses substance. Do tell. If you can persuade me, I might just be inclined to accept your viewpoint and embrace that young lady who has been softened by your clinic's care. Liang Mei appeared to be in splendid spirits. No, her mood was undeniably buoyant. That subtle crossing of her legs was a calculated maneuver to gauge Li Xiangnan. He was not like other men, not a mere lecher who would seize any opportunity to indulge his desires. To indulge in the visual feast was a mere bonus. Her earlier display of her long and slender legs was a deliberate test of his character. If this young man were a libertine, fixated on her legs, she certainly wouldn't have allowed him the chance to continue speaking. However, the reality proved otherwise. Li Xiangnan was quite composed, deliberately averting his gaze, thus granting her a measure of respect that brought her considerable solace. Taking a deep breath, he pondered his words, secretly reassessing his perception of Liang Mei. At the moment he closed the door, he harbored some concern that Director Liang might resort to the manipulative tactics common in later generations. It is often said that a graceful lady and a gentleman make for a perfect match, and with such an exquisite beauty tempting him, he genuinely worried about his own resilience, particularly given that the child Xiao Yuandan was still under observation for meningitis, and being the cherished daughter of Cui Xingzhan. He felt compelled to exercise restraint and bide his time, seeking an opportunity to reject Liang Mei's potential advances, while appealing to her emotions and reason. Though declining her might provoke her displeasure, safeguarding his integrity necessitated such action. Yet, at present, none of these scenarios had unfolded, leading Li Xiangnan to quietly acknowledge that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Director Liang was, in essence, not that type of person, and her conduct thus far had exemplified an admirable sense of propriety, with no breaches of decorum whatsoever. He began to form a clearer understanding of the rumors circulating outside, speculating that they were either the result of envious women conspiring against Director Liang or men who, unable to attain her affections, disparaged her instead. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangnan smiled gently, assuming a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Liang Mei gazed back at him, her eyes revealing no turbulence. Furthermore, in the realm of obstetrics and gynecology, you possess a wealth of experience in treating women and caring for newborns. Although Xiao Yuandan has already reached the age of 7 or 8, thus surpassing the classification of a newborn, she remains quite similar to younger children, merely a few sizes larger. You can still draw upon your previous experiences in childcare to observe her condition. This insight is unique to your field and would be ill-suited in any department such as surgery, internal medicine, or endocrinology. Liang Mei nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective, yet her expression remained tranquil. Additionally, I must mention the future plans for the obstetrics and gynecology department and the factory hospital. After articulating these points, Li Xiangnan found his previously chaotic emotions settling, his thoughts crystallizing, and his speech flowing with newfound clarity. Our repair factory is a state-owned enterprise, a large establishment managing a workforce of 20,000 employees, akin to the population of a small county. The demand for medical care has outstripped the capacity of our 5 departments, including surgery, to address the increasing health needs. The emergence of Xiao Yuandan presents us with a significant opportunity. Liang Mei raised her eyebrows in surprise, casting a curious glance at Li Xiang, leaning in slightly to listen more intently. Noticing her growing interest, Li Xiangnan seized the moment to elaborate. With a workforce exceeding 20,000 and considering the numerous family members, the total number far exceeds 50,000. Among these, the elderly, the infirm, and women and children are countless, with children constituting a substantial proportion of that demographic. What we shall embark upon next is to seize the opportunity presented by the upcoming minor New Year consultations to propose the establishment of a pediatric department at the factory hospital. I will meticulously compose a report on this matter, drawing extensively from the data provided by the obstetrics and gynecology department regarding this case for insightful feedback. The report will bear your name, Director Liang, as the lead, while I shall merely compile the information. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Liang Mei's eyes. Being a long-standing member of the hospital, she was acutely aware of the implications of a new department's inception, which heralds the emergence of new positions and authority. Director Liang, consider the emergence of the 301 Hospital or the establishment of affiliated hospitals by Yin University. Aren't they all examples of starting small and growing larger? To take a more immediate example, let us consider the Hongqing Steel Mill. Their hospital, after several phases of adaptation, is already trending towards opening its doors to patients' families. With over 30,000 workers, they undoubtedly face a more pronounced mismatch in medical resources than we do. If we take the initiative to establish a pediatric department first, it could pave the way for the subsequent formation of departments such as urology, rehabilitation, and otolaryngology, transforming our factory hospital into a pioneering medical institution serving the surrounding area. Moreover, once the brands of the obstetrics, gynecology, and pediatric departments are established, it is entirely plausible that the machine repair factory could be the first to inaugurate a children's hospital. Wouldn't that make you, Director Liang, the inaugural president? Upon hearing these words, Liang Mei was visibly shaken. She inhaled deeply, gazing at Li Xiangnan in astonishment. Unable to fathom how this individual could possess such a clear vision for the future of the factory hospital, Li Xiangnan paused for a moment, sipping his tea to momentarily suppress the urge to discuss the reform of the emergency department, as his primary aim was to garner Liang Mei's support. After a brief respite, he observed Liang Mei, who was lost in thought and hesitating, aware that she was still contemplating the feasibility of his words. Just one final push was needed. Director Liang, as a mother yourself, I must speak candidly. If one day your child were to encounter a minor accident and sought treatment at a nearby hospital, only to be delayed due to the absence of pediatric care, would you not feel a profound sense of sorrow? Upon uttering these words, Li Xiangnan met Liang Mei's gaze directly and calmly stated, "It is precisely because we have weathered storms ourselves that we wish to offer others an umbrella." At that moment, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck Liang Mei's heart. She contemplated his words in silence, which echoed loudly in the stillness. After a considerable pause, she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and, with a radiant smile, extended her hand. "Shali, you are indeed a talent. Given your ability to empathize and consider others, I am in agreement." "Thank you, Director Liang." Li Xiangnan smiled gently, patting the delicate back of her hand before rising to leave. Suddenly, Ding Yuqiu, who had been pressing her ear against the door, was startled to see Li Xiangnan descending the stairs. She stood in a daze and asked, "Where are you going?" "To fetch Xiao Yuandan upstairs." "What? Just a moment ago you disagreed, and now after 10 minutes inside, you've changed your mind? What were you two doing in there?" Chapter 54. Who knows what they were doing in the room? "Nurse Zhang, do you think it's credible that Dr. Li and Dr. Ding went upstairs to consult Director Liang about the situation with Xiao Yuandan?" I can't shake the feeling that this matter is rather precarious. In the emergency department, Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin were amusing Xiao Yuandan, but she remained skeptical about the prospect of Xiao Yuandan being transferred to the obstetrics and gynecology department for observation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng turned her gaze towards them, her face a canvas of confusion, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated concern. Although several nurses and doctors had refrained from discussing the severity of Xiao Yuandan's meningitis, the sorrow displayed by the 2 doctors and 3 nurses in the emergency department indicated that this was no trivial matter. She glanced at her family member, Cui Xingjian, and without realizing it, a few tears fell. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Xiao Yuandan said sweetly as she looked at her father. And only when he nodded did she joyfully accept the treat, hastily tearing open the wrapper and popping it into her mouth. At this moment, Cui Xingjian sighed softly, shaking his head as he said, "It's all right. I've mentally prepared myself. If our hospital cannot manage, I will speak to Xiao Li about taking the child to 301. It may be a bit far, but it's unavoidable. What a hassle. Moreover, in such hot weather, Xiao Yuandan's health is already fragile. If we move her and she overheats, what if something goes wrong along the way?" Zhang Shengnan approached, shaking her head in If Director Liang doesn't agree, I believe Dr. Li will certainly find a way to address this issue, so you needn't worry. Alas, Cui Xingjian offered a wry smile and shook his head, stating, "I have interacted with Director Liang on numerous occasions, setting aside the unfounded rumors circulating outside. Her work ethic is notably efficient and serious. I doubt she would concur with Dr. Li's suggestion. After all, our hospital has never admitted children before. Although I am part of the administrative department of the factory hospital, I cannot set a precedent. Who would willingly bear such a significant responsibility without cause? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine." Old Chui, Wang Xiaofeng began to sob with worry. "It's all right. Although I shouldn't say this. We shouldn't complicate matters for Dr. Li and his team over a minor issue like the New Year's Day. He has already done enough for us by saving the child. If this situation were to cause discord between our emergency department and the obstetrics department, I would be quite displeased." Cui Xingjian forced a smile, patting the family member's hand as he offered comfort. "Indeed," Zhu Zhu sighed. "Director Liang is an adept manager of the obstetrics department, frequently praised by the factory leadership. I suspect she wouldn't admit a child simply for one case. There's a saying that goes, better to refrain than to make a mistake." Wang Qin anxiously interjected, "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." "What do you mean? I haven't said anything incorrect. We must consider both reason and logic," Zhu Zhu retorted, pouting. "Chui understands the rules well himself. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Zhang about her true thoughts." The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Shenan, who casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she settled at her desk. "To be honest, I find the situation quite precarious. Director Liang is notoriously stringent. Which doctor or nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department dares to defy her? Given her lifestyle, how could she possibly command their respect otherwise? We must prepare ourselves and contemplate how we might resolve this matter." Zhu Zhu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Self-reliance is paramount." The expressions of those present darkened, and little Yuandan even sensed the collective gloom, fearfully burrowing closer to her mother. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, causing everyone in the room to rise, their hearts racing as they gazed towards the entrance. Soon, Li Xiangnan appeared at the threshold. Cui Xingjian hastened to greet him, anxiety and trepidation etched on his face as he inquired, "Dr. Li?" Wang Xiaofeng sprang to her feet, gripping her daughter's hand tightly, her expression fraught with tension. Zhu Zhu, Wang Qin, and Zhang Shenan all clenched their fists in silence, though they had anticipated this moment. The fear of hearing the truth from Li Xiangnan's lips loomed large. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Li Xiangnan broke into a grin and said, "Why are you all so tense? You're making me uneasy. Old Chui, sister-in-law, take Yuandan and come with me upstairs." "What?" Cui Xingjian gasped, utterly taken aback. It was Wang Xiaofeng who, overwhelmed with joy, burst into tears and exclaimed, "Dr. Li, is what you say true? Is our little Yuandan really going to be admitted for observation in the obstetrics and gynecology department? How could Director Liang possibly agree?" Inside the room, Zhu Zhu, Wang Qin, and Zhang Shengnan were all taken aback. Just moments ago, none of them believed that Li Xiangnan could persuade Director Liang. Yet now the reality before them left no room for doubt, filling their hearts with an array of questions. Ding Yuqiu entered from behind, her expression far from pleasant. Glancing at the others in the room, she finally spoke. Zhu, lend a hand, and come down when you're done. All right. Zhu nodded, picking up the child's thermometer and medical records from the table before following. Dr. Li, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Cui Xingjian exclaimed, carrying the child over and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Li Xiangnan smiled slightly, patting Cui Xingjian on the shoulder. Old Cui, there's no need for such formality. Let's hurry along. We must seize the moment while it is ripe. Understood. Cui Xingjian nodded, aware that great kindness is often unspoken. Some sentiments must be demonstrated through actions to be believed. How could I possibly be in high spirits? Director Liang initially didn't agree at all. Ding Yuqiu's face flushed as she recounted the events. What? Wang Qin was utterly bewildered and quickly inquired. Dr. Ding, you've muddled me completely. Do not interrupt. Zhang Xingyan pressed on with her questioning. Are you saying that Director Liang eventually agreed? How did that happen? Humph. Ding Yuqiu huffed, sitting down in frustration. Director Liang left Dr. Li alone in the office and even shut the door. 10 minutes later, Dr. Li came out, and then he agreed. Who knows what transpired in there? Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qin. What? Chapter 55. If you can do it, then go ahead. Surely not, Dr. Ding. Dr. Li is not that kind of person. How could he possibly have such an incident with Director Liang? Wang Qin shook her head immediately, clearly disapproving of Ding Yuqiu's assertion. Zhang Xingnan's heart raced several times, and she timidly inquired, Dr. Ding, could you be mistaken? How could they possibly be involved with each other? Oh dear, Nurse Zhang. What are you saying? That sounds rather harsh. What do you mean by involved? Though she found it hard to believe, Wang Qin felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Zhang Xingnan's words. Zhang Jia, why are you pulling me? Look how distressed Dr. Ding is. We should hurry to comfort her. Wang Qin urged anxiously. Stop right there. Zhang Xingnan shook her head and retorted, Dr. Ding is feeling upset right now. If we go over there now, it would be like pouring salt on her wounds. Let her calm down first. What should we do then? Dr. Li has already. With Director Liang. Shoo. Don't speak nonsense. I believe Dr. Ding must have misunderstood. Zhang Shangnan remained convinced that there was more to the story and refused to accept Dr. Ding's claims. Misunderstood? But Dr. Ding is so adamant. Zhang Shengnan whispered, Dr. Ding is waiting outside the office. How could she know what is happening or being said inside? We should trust Dr. Li. After all, he is the one involved. Dr. Ding's reaction is merely a sign of concern. When faced with sudden developments, it's natural to overthink. Can't you see that she harbors feelings for Dr. Li? Indeed, Zhu has gone to the obstetrics and gynecology department. We could certainly seek her verification first to ascertain Director Liang's attitude towards Dr. Li, perhaps by inquiring indirectly. Very well. Wang Qin nodded, diligently attending to her tasks while eagerly awaiting at the entrance of the emergency room. Dr. Ding, what is happening in your department? It seems to be a mix of laughter and tears. At that moment, Luo Dali cheerfully entered and inquired. Nothing much. Ding Yuqiu lifted her head, turned slightly to wipe her eyes, and forced herself to adopt a composed demeanor, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Luo Dali. How could it be nothing? I can hear everything clearly. What children? What obstetrics and gynecology? What are you all doing upstairs? And why is old Cui with you? Luo Dali, now exceedingly invested in every matter concerning the second emergency room, was naturally quite curious. It's none of your business. Wang Qin retorted with irritation. Luo Dali chuckled and shook his head. Ah, Xiao Wang, that is not quite right. As a doctor in the emergency department, I must certainly keep abreast of all matters, big and small, pertaining to our department. It is indeed my responsibility. Dr. Luo, are you speaking truthfully or merely jesting? Zhang Xingyan inquired in a low voice. Luo Dali cast a glance at Ding Yuqiu, chuckled softly. It is undoubtedly the truth. My heart is solely devoted to the emergency department. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Shengnan interjected swiftly. What on earth? This startled Luo Dali, his face momentarily stiffening as he exclaimed. It's only been 2 days, and he has saved someone again? Are you still a child? Huh. I told you not to ask, yet you insisted. Now you see, Dr. Li's medical skills are exceptional, and his character is noble. Well, you'll only feel more inadequate. Zhang Shengnan cast a disdainful glance at him. Indeed, our Dr. Li is perpetually on the path of healing and saving lives, while you, on the other hand, are forever lost in self-reflection and critique. If tasked with saving a child suffering from meningitis, I can only imagine you would be utterly at a loss. Utterly at a loss, my foot. Though the words escaped in a moment of urgency, Luo Dali's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cast an awkward glance at Ding Yuqiu before attempting to slip away. Coming from a surgical background, he had heard of meningitis, yet had never treated such a patient, especially not a child. In this moment of comparison, a wave of intense jealousy surged within him. It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What is there to be proud of? Feeling distressed, Luo Dali spat out a dismissive remark and turned to leave. Hey, Dr. Luo, if you're so capable, why don't you take charge? Where are you going? Wang Qin shouted after him. Laughter erupted among the three in the room. Meanwhile, in the obstetrics and gynecology department upstairs, upon seeing Li Xiangnan accompanied by Cui Shijian and Wang Xiaofeng with the child, a nurse came over to assist them and arranged a hospital room. Zhu Zhu collaborated with the obstetrics and gynecology nurses to settle little Yuandan, ensuring that the relevant equipment, such as the ECG, thermometer, and blood pressure monitor, was also requested from the nurses' station. Dr. Li, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected the obstetrics and gynecology department would accept little Yuandan. I am at a loss for words. Once the little new year was settled, Cui Xingjian firmly grasped Li Xiangnan's hand and, deeply moved, remarked, Old Cui, this is merely my duty. Excessive gratitude would be unwarranted and would seem as if I am seeking undue credit. Li Xiangnan patted his hand lightly, responding with calmness. All right. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. In any case, I truly appreciate your efforts. Cui Xingjian wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye as he observed the little new year lying on the hospital bed, blinking. Li Xiangnan swiftly approached and advised, Little New Year, while you are hospitalized here, be sure to listen to the nurses. Uncle believes that you will recover swiftly. Thank you. Uncle. The little new year nodded understandingly. Ah, Mr. Cui, what brings you here? Has your wife given birth again? You are quite fortunate. At that moment, Liang Mei entered from outside and immediately spotted Cui Xingjian standing by the door, greeting him with curiosity. Director Liang, Cui Xingjian, upon seeing the head of obstetrics and gynecology, quickly donned a grateful smile. I sincerely express my gratitude on behalf of my family and child. I cannot thank you enough. Is this your child? Upon hearing this, Cui Xingjian suddenly realized that Li Xiangnan had approached Director Liang to request hospitalization, without even mentioning his own circumstances. He felt a swell of emotion, recognizing that the success of this matter was entirely due to Li Xiangnan's own capabilities. He sighed. Indeed, if it weren't for you and Dr. Li, I would not have had this blessing. Thank you. All right, Old Cui, this is merely part of my duties. I am here to check on the child's condition. Director Liang smiled and, with a sense of competence, led two nurses to the bedside of Xiao Yuandan. Cui Xingjian quietly tugged at Li Xiangnan's arm, ushering him out the door. Little Li, let's refrain from unnecessary chatter. It would only make me seem pretentious. However, I must convey one thing. Should you encounter any difficulties with the factory doctor in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. From now on, you shall be regarded as my brother, Cui Xingjian. Observing the earnest sincerity and the glimmer in Cui Xingjian's eyes, Li Xiangnan broke into a smile and nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Something is amiss. After securing her bicycle in the library's bike shed, Lin Yu ascended the steps with a light-hearted stride and entered the building. As she passed the lending desk, she playfully winked at the teacher seated there, oblivious to his bewildered expression, before cheerfully making her way into the reading room. Liang Hui. Spotting her best friend nestled in a corner, Lin Yu hurried over. My dear aunt, why are you shouting so loudly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Keep it down. With a look of discontent, Liang Hui raised her head to see her good friend, and amidst the irritated glances from those around them, she pulled Lin Yu down into a seat. Did you stumble upon a fortune or something? Why are you so elated? Of course. Lin Yu placed her bag down, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and retrieved the car keys to return them. I honestly thought you would leave without waiting for me. At this remark, Lin Yu's previously joyful expression faltered, and she hurriedly rummaged through her bag. She extracted Li Xiangnan's pin, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Oh no. I completely forgot to return the pen. What? You were so jubilant just now that I thought you had returned the pen to its owner. Yet here you are, brimming with excitement. I am truly amazed by you. Liang Hui pouted, took a sip from her cup, and upon observing her best friend's fluctuating emotions, her curiosity erupted like a volcano. Wait a moment, Yu Wei, have you experienced something significant? Your mood swings from melancholy to elation are quite uncharacteristic of you. Hee. Indeed. Something has transpired. Lin Yu grasped the pen and soon enough, her spirits soared once more. Pray, Do share the details with me. Liang Hui's eagerness surged as she urged. Tell me everything. What happened? Did you catch up with him? I did. Lin Yu recalled the incident of rescuing Li Xiangnan, a hint of pride illuminating her countenance. You caught up with him, yet you didn't return the pin. What were you thinking? I simply didn't have the time. Lin Yu chuckled quietly. Oh my. Liang Hui observed her friend's concealed delight, stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and shook her head in disbelief, saying, Tisk Teske, there's something amiss with you. Very much so. This is not like you. What is it that's amiss? Honestly, focus on your book. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly pulled her friend down, insisting that she not disturb others reading. Yue, my dearest, please don't tease me. Quickly tell me what happened. I am utterly dying of curiosity. You pursued that individual, yet failed to return the pen, and you wear such a joyful expression. What on earth have you been up to for the past hour? Liang Hui was nearly beside herself with anticipation. Very well, my dear aunt, Liang Hui declared earnestly. I swear that not a single word you utter today shall reach your parents, or anyone for that matter. Agreed? Should I divulge even half a syllable? May I be cursed to never find a partner. Lin Yu nodded with a hint of pride, a smile dancing on her lips as she replied, Let me tell you. That individual is named Li Xiangnan. He is indeed a doctor at the repair shop's hospital, specifically in the emergency department. When I encountered him at noon, he was remarkably saving a life. Oh my. Shoo, keep your voice down. Upon hearing her friend's exuberant exclamation, Lin Yu quickly covered her mouth, casting apologetic glances around them. And subtly warned, if you continue to shout like that, I shall cease sharing with you. Lin Yu's admonition piqued Liang Hui's curiosity immensely. Under her relentless prodding, Lin Yu soon recounted the events of that afternoon in their entirety, coming from a distinguished medical lineage. The whimsical Lin Yu narrated the tale with such fervor that it left Liang Hui in a state of astonished disbelief. After a considerable pause, Liang Hui drained her cup of water, her throat still parched as she exclaimed, Goodness! So you truly assisted that child alongside Dr. Li. Was I the one who was great? It was undeniably Dr. Li who was remarkable. Observing her friend's fervent conviction, Liang Hui nodded vigorously. Indeed. This Dr. Li is truly admirable. You hold him in high regard, Yue. This is not mere flattery. I have discerned Li Xiangnan's character through this matter. Observing her smile knowingly, Liang Hui nudged her best friend playfully. So, what kind of person do you think he is? Passionate, dedicated, upright, and possessing an unwavering resolve to achieve his goals. He is also remarkably humble. If it weren't for his persistent efforts, I would have undoubtedly clashed with those individuals at the hospital long ago. Liang Hui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yue, you are just too innocent and too bold. Who would dare to provoke you? You're the bold one. Lin Yu playfully punched her. I'm complimenting you, not criticizing you. This is called youthful exuberance. Do you understand? Liang Hui was adept at providing emotional support. Finally, noticing Lin Yu's tender, dreamy smile, she teasingly asked, Yue, do you like him? What? Lin Yu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my brother-in-law. How could I possibly like him? Truly. She thought to herself that if her sister, Lin Chuqiao, were to find out, her situation would be dire. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing her friend's words, her heart began to race, akin to a fawn frolicking across a meadow. While she felt a surge of joy, a shadow of sorrow. What if she truly had feelings for him? What was she to do? After all, he was her brother-in-law. Naturally, this delicate relationship was something she could never confide in Liang Hui. After all, this is a private matter concerning the Lin family, particularly regarding my sister's reputation. They are on the verge of divorce, and if this were to spread, it would surely become a subject of ridicule. Oh, divorce? Indeed, why should I feel disappointed? My sister is set to divorce Li Xiangnan. I overheard my parents discussing that they seem to be in a sham marriage, merely to help my sister fend off the suitors from the village. They simply obtained a certificate, and nothing more, since they are not truly a couple. Their divorce is inconsequential. I am indifferent to it. Li Xiangnan will soon revert to being the single Li Xiangnan. When will my sister finalize the divorce? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled increasingly, shining like a multitude of stars. Liang Hui, observing her closely, was left utterly astonished. What is this friend of hers thinking? One moment she seems anxious and troubled, and the next, she is filled with joy and excitement. Surely, she must have developed feelings for Li Xiangnan? Chapter 57. Dr. Ding, are you jealous? Having ensured that old Chui's daughter was settled, Li Xiangnan exited the obstetrics and gynecology department and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he exhaled a sigh of relief, stretching his limbs and striding confidently into the emergency room. Finally, he had resolved the matter and felt considerably lighter. Casually seated behind the desk, Li Xiangnan unscrewed the lid of his cup and took a sip of tea. Rising to refill his cup from the thermos, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. In the past, Zhang Shengnan and a few nurses, along with Ding Yuqiu, would have immediately inquired about the situation in obstetrics and gynecology. Yet, he had been in the room for several dozen seconds without a single person addressing him. Casting a glance to the side, Li Xiangnan observed Ding Yuqiu engrossed in her writing, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qin, busy behind the nurse's station, occasionally lifted their gazes toward him, their expressions revealing an ineffable emotion. A fleeting calculation crossed his mind, and Li Xiangnan discerned their thoughts. A subtle smile graced his lips as he settled at the table, sipping his tea. "Dr. Ding, are you feeling envious?" At that moment, Wang Qin, who had also felt a twinge of thirst, unexpectedly spat her tea upon hearing his words, splattering it all over Zhang Shengnan's nurse uniform. Both women exclaimed in dismay, casting astonished glances at Li Xiangnan while simultaneously expressing their grievances. Ding Yuqiu, in a state of utter fluster, dropped her pen, her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Dr. Li, what on earth are you saying?" In truth, how could she not be taken aback? Yes, she was indeed feeling envious. However, this sentiment was one she could privately acknowledge. To hear it uttered by Li Xiangnan himself altered its significance entirely. Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qin shared a similar sentiment, exchanging a glance that rendered their previous quarrel over the tea forgotten. They hurried over to Li Xiangnan's table. "Dr. Li, you truly are amusing. How did you know that our Dr. Ding was feeling envious?" Wang Qin pouted. Zhang Shengnan playfully prodded Ding Yuqiu, lifting her chin, and gestured toward Li Xiangnan. "Look at you, Dr. Ding, all flustered. Your heart knows the truth. You should tell Dr. Li why you're feeling envious." "I won't." Ding Yuqiu, her face flushed, cast a sidelong glance, and, belatedly, pinched Zhang Shengnan, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not jealous at all." "Ha ha." Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, rising to take a seat at Ding Yuqiu's desk, raising his hand in a gesture of reassurance. "I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between me and Director Liang. You all really need to feel jealous. Who would believe that?" Ding Yuqiu shot him a disdainful look, turning her head away in a haughty manner. "Look at you, and yet you claim you're not jealous." Li Xiangnan could hardly contain his laughter. "You." Ding Yuqiu's face turned crimson, and she subtly stamped her foot beneath the table. "Just because I say it's not true doesn't mean it's not true. Well, I must clarify to all of you that I genuinely have not had any involvement with Director Liang." Li Xiangnan chuckled. "Director Liang was completely persuaded by my reasoning. I proposed that our hospital could establish a pediatric department in the future, and she agreed to lead it, while I would handle the specific affairs." "Really? No way. Pediatrics? Are you telling the truth?" Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shengnan, and Wang Qin exclaimed in unison, turning their attention to him. "Of course it's true. I thoroughly discussed the implications of the New Year's project with Director Liang. After all, this is an opportunity." I appealed to her emotions and reason. "Director Liang is not one to lack understanding. How could she be unaware of the significance of establishing a pediatric clinic? In the future, our hospital must evolve like the larger institutions around us, developing towards a comprehensive direction, with a strong possibility of transforming into a multifaceted hospital that serves the community. There are precedents for this." Li Xiangnan elaborated thoughtfully. Then he reminded them, "Moreover, if these reasons are still inadequate, the final point is indeed crucial. Director Liang, being a mother herself, would surely not wish to witness her own child languishing in the hospital due to a lack of pediatric care, which could worsen their condition. If she were to put herself in that situation, wouldn't her heart ache as well? As human beings, unless one possesses a heart of stone, empathy is inherent in all of us." Upon hearing these reasons, the three were struck with astonishment, realizing that they had completely misjudged Li Xiangnan, even attributing to him base thoughts regarding his relationship with Director Liang. Particularly, Ding Yuqiu felt a burning embarrassment as she stood up, her face flushed, and sincerely apologized, saying, "Dr. Li, in comparison to you, I realize how petty I have been. I was even angry, suspecting there was some unspeakable secret between you and Director Liang. I am too ashamed to express what I thought of you. I am truly sorry. It's all right. Now that we've clarified things, it's all good." Li Xiangnan reassured them. But please, do not speak of this outside. After all, the pediatric initiative is still in its nascent stage. Discretion is paramount. And I trust you all to keep this confidential, including Director Liang. Li Xiangnan urged. Zhang Shengnan, filled with admiration, remarked sincerely, Dr. Li, I am increasingly convinced that you are truly remarkable. From the very beginnings of treating a single patient, you have contemplated the future development of our hospital and even ignited the idea of establishing a pediatric department. You genuinely care for the welfare of everyone at the hospital. Indeed, I believe Director Liang has also been inspired by Dr. Li's dedication and confidence, which is why she agreed. Reflecting upon the future, I envision our children, the children of our factory, being the first to benefit from the amenities of the factory hospital, receiving timely medical attention. I believe that we all owe our gratitude to Dr. Li for his contributions to the factory community. Wang Qin expressed with a sense of melancholy. Dr. Li, it is my ignorance. You think of the children and the hospital, while I, in my narrow-mindedness, have only focused on superficial perceptions and harbored doubts about you. I truly deserve reproach, Ding Yuqiu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Xiangnan smiled gently and remarked, You are all merely intimidated by Director Liang's previous reputation. In my interactions with her, I found her to be a bold, pragmatic doctor with a strong sense of purpose. In the future, when we hear rumors, we must resolve not to believe or disseminate them, nor engage in actions that may harm others. Once you truly engage with Director Liang, your perspectives on her will undoubtedly shift. The three nodded slightly, exchanging glances imbued with understanding. Although Ding Yuqiu and Wang Qin had backgrounds in obstetrics and gynecology, their limited encounters with Director Liang had shaped their impressions based solely on hearsay. This time, the opportunity for Xiao Yuandan to remain in the obstetrics and gynecology department for observation was largely due to Director Liang's significant efforts. Furthermore, contrary to Dr. Ding's suspicions, there was no underhanded agreement involved. Rather, it was Dr. Li's grand vision for the factory hospital that resonated with Director Liang. This opportunity was secured by Li Xiangnan's advocacy, fueled by Director Liang's genuine hope for the factory hospital. Such a Director Liang is far removed from the image of a woman with a disordered lifestyle. After finishing his words, Li Xiangnan did not leave. Instead, he lightly tapped the table and said, In fact, if Director Liang does not agree, I have already prepared a fallback plan. That would be the upcoming reform in the emergency department. Reform? Upon hearing this, the three individuals, including Ding Yuqiu, were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged puzzled glances with Li Xiangnan. Chapter 58. I want to reform the emergency department. Yes, reform. Li Xiangnan stood up and pushed over a notice board typically used by nurses to track patients' conditions. Ding Yuqiu glanced at Zhang Shengnan, clearly perplexed, and asked, Dr. Li, do you mean to say that if Director Liang rejects your proposal, you still have an alternative? Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qin exchanged looks, both intrigued. Of course. Li Xiangnan chuckled as he rummaged for chalk. We cannot place all our hopes on others. Let me ask you, if Director Liang does not agree to accept Xiao Yuandan, what shall we do? Well, Wang Qin scratched her head and replied with a sheepish grin, Dr. Li, I really don't know. Perhaps we would have to send Xiao Yuandan to the pediatric department at Hospital 301, as we previously discussed. But if that happens, and something goes wrong in this sweltering heat, what shall we do? Zhang Shenan said anxiously. At this moment, Ding Yuqiu patiently waved her hand, urging the two to calm down. Don't rush, let Dr. Li explain. I am quite intrigued by his plan B. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan smiled, stating that one of the pivotal reasons for relocating Xiao Yuandan was the question of who would care for her after work hours. This exemplifies one of the directions for reforming the emergency department. When faced with critically ill patients, we should immediately implement a 24-hour work schedule, allowing our emergency department to conduct observation and care for patients, thus ensuring the continuity of treatment. A 24-hour work schedule? Ding Yuqiu exclaimed in astonishment, clearly not anticipating Li Xiangnan's proposal. It is worth noting that the 24-hour duty system for resident physicians was only established in 1962, and even then, it was limited to departments with inpatient facilities due to their need for medical staff to rotate shifts. The emergency department, being an outpatient service, raises the question, is such a schedule truly necessary? Evidently, Zhang Shengnan and Wang Qin shared similar doubts. Dr. Li, given that no patients visit our facility at night, is it really necessary for us to adopt a 24-hour work schedule? Zhang Shengnan voiced her concerns. In response, Li Xiangnan remarked with a smile. This is precisely what I mean by an emergency mechanism. It is essential to distinguish between urgent situations and our usual protocols. This way, we can effectively manage scenarios like Xiao Yuandan's without having to beseech assistance from other departments. However, when that time comes, where will we have Xiao Yuandan sleep? Ding Yuqiu also expressed her confusion. This is what I refer to as the second direction of reform. I wish to petition the hospital to establish a dedicated ward for patients in our emergency department. This would allow us to administer intravenous therapy without requiring patients to remain in the corridors. Furthermore, patients like those with mild ailments can be accommodated there as well. Of course, this is only applicable to departments that our hospital currently lacks. Patients from surgery or internal medicine would still need to be transferred to their respective wards. Our emergency room serves merely as a temporary holding area until patients are stabilized. I wholeheartedly agree. Wang Qin immediately raised her hand, smiling as she said, I have had this idea for some time, but did not dare to voice it. I recall that during late spring, many people caught colds, creating a bustling crowd that made it difficult to navigate the corridors. If we had a dedicated inpatient ward, it would certainly alleviate the congestion. Indeed, Zhang Shengnan also endorsed this proposal. What do you think, Dr. Ding? Ding Yuqiu's gaze remained fixed on Li Xiangnan, genuinely pleased by his dedication to the advancement of medicine and his thoughtful approach to addressing the needs of the emergency department. Dr. Li, your presence in our emergency department is truly a blessing. I am not merely flattering you. I genuinely mean it. Haha, I will draft the application for this initiative. I anticipate it may take some time to process. And are we all in agreement regarding the 24-hour emergency work schedule? Li Xiangnan inquired with a smile. Agreed. Ding Yuqiu was the first to raise her hand in support, recognizing that this was an essential step for the emergency department to attain a status comparable to that of obstetrics and gynecology, and she fully endorsed the idea. Zhang Shengnan also concurred with this notion, yet she inquired, but Dr. Li, I agree with the idea, but what about our staffing? We only have 3 nurses and 2 doctors. With daytime shifts and nighttime duties, won't we be overwhelmed? This will particularly disrupt our rest. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. Li Xiangnan replied with a subtle smile. In the event that we encounter a similar situation again, those who voluntarily choose to stay overnight will be granted a full day and night of rest the following day. This is merely the initial phase. Should our workload increase later on, I will request additional personnel from the factory. Furthermore, we can implement a 3-shift system to ensure that everyone receives adequate rest. A 3-shift system? That concept is rather novel. The others blinked in astonishment. Each shift lasting 8 hours, Li Xiangnan continued, Dr. Ding. We can draw inspiration from your department's previous 12-hour shift system, but we shall modify it to be more humane. Impressive. I am truly in awe of you, Dr. Li. Your profound understanding and high level of expertise in the medical field are evident in every aspect. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will bring us in the future. Ding Yuqiu expressed her admiration. Li Xiangnan smiled warmly. Very well. I shall commence drafting the reform plan for the emergency department. Just you wait and see. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized the sun had already set, and the evening glow had painted the horizon in shades of crimson. The department was now devoid of any presence. I was so engrossed that everyone else had already clocked out. With a light pat on his head, Li Xiangnan stretched lazily, preparing to tidy up and conclude his workday. You're truly here? I've been waiting for you in your little room for half the day. And you still haven't arrived. What are you so busy with? It's nearly 6 o'clock. Aren't you off work? At that moment, Lin Weiman's voice accompanied by his footsteps echoed as he entered the clinic. Li Xiangnan turned around and, filled with delight, stood up. Brother Weiman, you've come at just the right time. I wanted to treat you to a meal. I appreciate your help with my household registration. Li Xiangnan pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Perfect. Let us go. We can talk while we eat. I have something to discuss with you too. Lin Weiman threw an arm around his shoulder and led him outside. What is the matter? This left Li Xiangnan utterly perplexed. My father-in-law wants to see me tomorrow? Why the rush? My job here isn't even stable yet. Chapter 59. His father-in-law wants to meet him? Visiting the Lin family was something Li Xiangnan had assured them of as soon as he stepped off the train. However, he had not anticipated meeting the elder so soon. After all, he had only just started at the factory hospital 2 days prior, and his work situation was still precarious. Yet now, his father-in-law was inviting him for dinner tomorrow evening, which revealed their eagerness and generosity, making it difficult for Li Xiangnan to decline. Thus, without much hesitation, He agreed to Lin Weiman's invitation. Drink up, Brother Weiman. You're raising fish, aren't you? Your alcohol tolerance isn't like this. At the dining table, Li Xiangnan poured a glass of erguo for Lin Weiman, lifted the cup, and placed it in his hand before tilting his head back to drink it all, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Hey, my friend, why are you in such high spirits today? Have you learned to ply me with drinks? What delightful news do you have? Lin Weiman chuckled, shaking his head. Although he harbored some curiosity, he nevertheless accepted the drink that was offered to him. Oh, nothing much. Just matters pertaining to work. Let's not dwell on that. Let us drink, Li Xiangnan declared, as he picked up a piece of shredded pork and garlic sauce and stuffed it into his mouth before pouring more wine for Lin Weiman. You rascal. Lin Weiman observed him with a bemused expression as he poured the wine, nodding in appreciation and smiling as he asked, I haven't inquired about your work lately. How has it been? Are you adjusting well? He dared not broach the topic of having seen Li Xiangnan and Lin Yu riding a bicycle to the 301 hospital earlier that day. Although he was quite intrigued by the matter, he felt it was inappropriate to inquire directly without prompting. Nevertheless, he thought it permissible to broach the subject indirectly. Quite well. Quite well. My colleagues are very united and take good care of me. Even though I am a newcomer, no one has bullied me. Li Xiangnan chuckled lightly. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident involving Luo Dala's attempt to intimidate him, for he did not wish outsiders to perceive the factory hospital as a tumultuous place. You are surprisingly magnanimous. Lin Weiman smiled quietly. He had heard from Lin Yu about Luo Dali's antics to undermine Li Xiangnan in the emergency department the previous day, and the fact that Li remained tight-lipped about it was quite unexpected. Moreover, it seemed that he had no intention of discussing his encounter with Lin Yu today. To uncover how the two had come to know each other, the key to unraveling this mystery lay with his younger sister, Lin Yu. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Weiman exchanged toasts and lingered with Li Xiangnan for a short while before, in response to Li's gratitude, he concluded the meal. Li Xiangnan shook his head, saying, Weiman, there's no need for such formality. I can manage on my own. Just give me the address. Lin Weiman chuckled gently, rising to his feet. A momentary pause ensued, and Li Xiangnan quickly comprehended the situation. The Lin family resided in a compound, seemingly of considerable stature in Yanjing, complete with a gatekeeper, which meant he indeed could not enter unaccompanied. What's the rush, Weiman? Li Xiangnan mused, wiping his mouth and waving goodbye before turning towards the factory hospital. The meal cost him over 2 yuan. While it was expensive, he felt no pang of regret. Had he been the old Li Xiangnan, he would have eagerly anticipated meeting Lin Chuqiao's father, but the current Li, having traversed time, felt little inclination towards Lin Chuqiao and consequently harbored no desire to ingratiate himself with this potential father-in-law, his emotions remaining notably steady. Ah, old Qin, have you dined? As he passed the gatehouse, he noticed old Qin washing dishes at the faucet. Li Xiangnan cheerfully offered him a cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. You rascal! How considerate of you to bring me a cigarette when my hands are full. Recognizing Li Xiangnan, old Qin smiled warmly, wiping his hands on his coat before taking the cigarette. I just finished eating. The factory leaders treated us at the canteen today. I had my nephew, who is a chef, bring me a meal. I was too lazy to cook for myself, so it worked out perfectly. Li Xiangnan turned his head and, indeed, noticed the brightly lit room in the direction of the canteen. He chuckled and remarked, the factory director and the others are certainly busy. Indeed, Grandpa Qin replied with a smile, handing him a newspaper and meaningfully added, Young Li, I can tell you are an intellectual. During your spare time, it is not enough to merely tend to your own small plot. You must also read more books and newspapers to understand what is happening in the world. One cannot afford to be insular. Surprised by this profound reminder, Li Xiangnan paused and, upon meeting those insightful eyes, involuntarily nodded. I intended to check on old Zhou today. It has been a day full of tasks. Not yet. He is probably with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Li Xiangnan was taken aback. He had never encountered that name among the doctors and nurses in the emergency department. You should go up and take a look. That child has had a tough life. Old Su said, his tone tinged with sadness as he spoke of Xiao Wu. Li Xiangnan nodded, and with a heavy heart full of curiosity, ascended the stairs. By now, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the factory hospital's building was already deserted. On the second floor, the left side housed the surgery department, while the right side contained internal medicine. The door of the room with the light on bore the sign for the second internal medicine ward. After listening for a while, he discerned faint rustling sounds emanating from within the room. Furrowing his brow, he quietly approached. In the tranquil corridor, only the subtle sounds from the second ward, yet this intangible noise amplified in the silence, reaching Li Xiangnan's ears like a drumbeat. He took 2 steps and arrived at the door of the hospital room, where his gaze fell upon a young man gently massaging the legs of an elderly patient in the corner near the window. The movements were tender and exceedingly cautious. The elderly man, likely in his 50s, had his eyes slightly closed and breathed steadily, with a heart monitor beside him emitting faint beeps and flickering numbers. The young man, slender and slight of build, wore a patched gray shirt and a pair of ill-fitting suit trousers that were 2 inches too short, revealing his ankles. His shoes, made of cloth, bore several repairs near the toe. Li Xiangnan observed this scene with curiosity, a vague suspicion stirring within him. This was Wu Shulin, and the one attending to him was his son, Wu Mao. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts from behind. Li Xiangnan turned to see Dr. Zhou Feng, the head of the internal medicine department, and quickly greeted him. However, Zhou Feng raised a finger to silence him and pulled him aside. "What brings you here? Have you had your meal?" At that moment, Li Xiangnan noticed that Dr. Zhou was holding a lunchbox containing 3 or 4 steaming buns. "Dr. Zhou, I've noticed the lights on the second floor are always on. I heard you often work overtime, so I thought I would come and take a look." "I've already eaten," Li Xiangnan replied with a smile. "You must have had a drink too?" Zhou Feng said, a hint of envy in his voice as he placed the lunchbox on the windowsill and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Li Xiangnan. "Have one. Just a bit." Li Xiangnan struck a match to light Zhou Feng's cigarette before lighting his own, then curiously inquired, "Dr. Zhou, could it be that you often work overtime because of that young man?" Just a moment ago, he observed with clarity that there was only 1 patient in the internal medicine ward. Zhou Feng must have been working overtime frequently to take care of the elderly patient. Almost correct. Speaking of this, Zhou Feng sighed deeply, expressing, "Old Wu has had a tough time. I wonder how much longer he must endure this." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiangnan fell into a contemplative silence. The fact that Old Wu rushed into the workshop without hesitation to salvage the equipment during the fire indicates his sense of responsibility. Such an opportunity has introduced further unpredictability into his already tumultuous life. It truly seems that misfortune seeks out those who are already burdened by hardship. "So, regarding this Wu Mao you mentioned, did he continue his studies?" Li Xiangnan inquired, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What schooling could he pursue? He dropped out immediately. His father's illness requires constant care. Just now, I prepared some thin porridge in the office for him to feed old Wu. And I also made a few steamed buns for him to nibble on. Young Wu is currently making matchboxes for the local street office, earning a meager 17 cents for 100 boxes, barely enough to get by." Zhou Feng lamented. At this point, he extinguished his cigarette thoughtfully, patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, and remarked, "Young Li, the hospitals outside cannot treat old Wu's illness. I have consulted numerous experts, and each time I return disheartened. Finding a cure for this ailment is exceedingly difficult." Although he was aware of Li Xiangnan's capabilities, he understood that even he would be at a loss when confronted with such complex medical dilemmas. After all, the seasoned specialists, upon learning of old Wu's condition, merely shook their heads in despair. With that, Zhou Feng cradled the food container, offered Li Xiangnan a smile, and turned to enter the ward. "Dr. Zhou, you have arrived." Within the room, Wu Mao's voice resonated with surprise. However, Li Xiangnan felt a twinge of disgust, unable to shake off the lingering regret etched on Zhou Feng's face as he turned to depart, reminiscent of the solitary figure he had glimpsed on that fateful night, wandering despondently along the factory path. "Ah, Dr. Li, why are you still here after hours?" "Oh, I merely came to check on Zayuanduan. Is everything well?" "Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Li." Wang Xiaofeng, taken aback, hurriedly opened the door, ushering him inside. "Please, come in and have a seat." "No, I was just passing by. As long as she is doing well, that suffices." Li Xiangnan peeked in and saw Zayuanduan peacefully sleeping, then waved his hand and said, "You both should rest. I shall not intrude." "Not at all, not at all." Wang Xiaofeng stood awkwardly by the bedside, her smile warm and grateful. "You too. Take care and rest well. Today has been quite taxing." Li Xiangnan did not linger, turning towards the staircase. "Hey, old Chui, how's it going? I told you Dr. Li would definitely come to check on your daughter. I was right, wasn't I? I just saw him enter the factory hospital." Yet, before Li Xiangnan could descend, the deputy head of the security department, Sun Jia, appeared with Chui Xingjian, blocking the staircase. "Dr. Li," Chui Xingjian exclaimed joyfully, lifting the oil paper bag in his hand. "Have you eaten?" Come, let us go to your home for a drink. I brought back a good deal of pickles from Lu Baiju and some freshly made braised dishes from Dazzlin, perfect for snacking with drinks. Li Xiangnan, having indulged in a hearty meal and drink, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself as he felt his stomach. Nevertheless, he refrained from cruelly rejecting Lao Chui's goodwill, recognizing that this gesture was an expression of gratitude for his efforts that evening. With a smile, he replied nonchalantly, "Though I have eaten, I find myself hungry again. Let's go? Excellent. Let us move." Chui Xingzhan exclaimed cheerfully, hastily descending the stairs. Sun Jie switched on his flashlight, and, as Li Xiangnan he expressed his admiration, saying, "Shaoli, I just heard Lao Chui recount your exploits. My goodness, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Without you, Lao Chui's daughter would have been in dire straits." Li Xiangnan, modest in nature, playfully punched Sun Jie and retorted, "Old son, can you hold your—" Looking out into the dark night beyond the courtyard, Sun Jie licked his lips in longing. A couple of shots wouldn't be an issue. But more than that would be too much. I still have a night shift to cover. Then let us satisfy your wish. Let us go. Chapter 61. It turns out I am not alone. Wang Xiuqin was bustling about in the kitchen when she heard some commotion at the door. She hurried out to assist Lin Chuqiao in removing her shoulder bag and hanging it by the door. "Quickly wash your hands. I'll heat up the food for you." Lin Chuqiao nodded, stepping into the foyer and surveying her surroundings. Her father, Lin Jianzhou, was seated on the sofa perusing the newspaper, while Lin Yu and Lin Yu were not on the sofa, but instead at the desk in the adjoining room, engaged in discussion. Her eldest brother, Lin Weiguo, and sister-in-law, Wei Lan, were absent from home, leaving only her second sister-in-law, Xiao Qing, busy washing dishes in the kitchen. "Sister, why are you working overtime so soon after starting your shift? Your superior must be quite unreasonable." Lin Yu skipped over and linked arms with her. "This is a matter of work ethic. I believe Xiao Qiao is right. Today's tasks should be completed today. You must learn well, Yu Wei." Lin Jianzhou did not lift his gaze, yet his words floated through the gaps of the newspaper. "Of course, our fourth sister is ever so diligent. She still possesses that resilience from before, not feeling the slightest discomfort despite the sweltering heat." Lin Yu also strolled over, offering Lin Chuqiao a towel to dry her hands. "Xiao Qiao hasn't eaten yet. Let's not talk about that now. Fill your stomach first." Second sister-in-law Xiao Qing emerged from the kitchen with a plate, while behind her, Lin Mu was bustling about with various dishes. After surveying the surroundings and noticing Lin Weiman's absence, Lin Chuqiao inquired, "Second sister-in-law, where is my second brother? Is he working late as well? Who knows where he has gone? He doesn't even bother to call. Don't wait for him, just eat." Lin Mu replied with displeasure. Just as they were conversing, Lin Weiman entered from outside, changing his shoes while exclaiming, "Oh, it's so hot. Riding a bike in this summer is utterly exhausting. Mom, I've already eaten. I'm just responding to Dad's call to greet Li Xiangnan and invite him over for dinner tomorrow night. I had a few drinks with him this evening." Lin Weiman chuckled as he made his way to the bathroom to wash his hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuqiao paused, her chopsticks halting midair. Lin Yu and Lin Mu exchanged glances, remaining silent. So he sought him out. Lin Mu, Wang Xiuqin, frowned slightly, glancing at Lin Jianzhou before snorting and turning to enter the kitchen. "What did he say? Will he come over tomorrow night?" Lin Jianzhou inquired. "Of course. It's all been arranged." Lin Weiman chuckled softly, then plopped down beside the sofa, leaning towards the fan to cool his head. After perusing the newspaper for a while, Lin Jianzhou found himself unable to absorb a single word, so he folded the paper and rose, announcing, "Xiao Qiao, once you've finished, come find me in the study." With that, he retreated into the room. Lin Chuqiao continued to eat her meal, taking note of Lin Weiman's exaggerated fan-blowing, though she perceived he was covertly stealing glances at her. Lin Yu, however, was rather excessive, staring at her without blinking. "Yu today you." Just as Lin Chuqiao was about to inquire about Lin Yu's whereabouts, Lin Weiman suddenly clutched his knee, exclaiming, "Ouch, why does it hurt so much? Yu, quickly go to my room and fetch a medicated plaster. It must be my old ailment acting up." Observing her second brother's antics, Lin Yu hesitated, glancing at her fourth sister, Lin Chuqiao, uncertain whether to assist her brother or continue her conversation with her sister. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and get the plaster." Lin Mu pinched Lin Yu at the waist, and when she yelped, she whispered urgently, "Just take your time, don't come out." Upon catching a glimpse of Lin Mu's expression, Lin Yu's eyes darted around as she pieced together the situation, bouncing energetically into the bedroom. Lin Yu, with her chopsticks held in her mouth, observed the trio's clumsy performance before her, remaining silent. She set down her chopsticks, took a sip of water, and headed to the restroom. Second brother, what are you up to? As soon as she left, Lin Yu hurriedly moved closer. Yu Yingwei is such a fool, so reckless. Lin Weiman lamented, a sense of dread lingering in his heart. Today, she went off with Li Xiangnan, and Xiao Qiao discovered them and even followed them. What? Lin Yu exclaimed, her alabaster complexion paling further as she glanced towards the restroom. She didn't tell me that her fourth sister knew about this. Of course not. I ran into her outside the emergency room at noon. That's when I learned she had met up with Li Xiangnan. After a thorough interrogation, I found out she encountered him in the library. Xiao Li went to borrow medical books at noon. Borrowing medical books at the library at noon? What on earth is that fellow up to? Lin Weiman expressed his astonishment. Perhaps he's preparing for his upcoming rural medical assignment, thinking of filling in the gaps in his knowledge. Then it seems Xiao Li is quite ambitious. Whatever happened to that carefree lad? Just then, Lin Qiao emerged from the restroom, abruptly halting their conversation. They exhaled in relief only after she proceeded to the study. Second brother, there's absolutely no medicated plaster in your room. Are you trying to deceive me? Lin Yuwei emerged from her room, ready to strike Lin Weiman in irritation. The plaster is right here. I certainly know there isn't any in the room. Lin Weiman chuckled as he pulled out a medicine box from beneath the coffee table, applying the plaster unconcernedly. How dare you treat me like a fool? Lin Yuwei puffed out her cheeks, prepared to retaliate against Lin Weiman. What should I do now? Second brother, third sister. Will fourth sister beat me up? Lin Yuwei suddenly panicked. Hee. It seems that your third sister would have joined in the scolding. At this moment, Lin Weiman chuckled with glee, saying Muyu. Xiao Qiao now knows that Li Xiangnan has been assigned to the machinery repair factory's hospital. She is also aware that you visit their hospital daily and that you know Li Xiangnan is there. Lin Yuwei, it turns out I am not alone. Ha 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 ha. Sister, you are doomed too. Chapter 62. A position attainable only after a lifetime of struggle. Father, I have arrived. In the study, a single green-shaded lamp illuminated the room, casting a bright light that filled the space with clarity. Lin Jianzhou gestured towards a chair, calmly stating, please, take a seat. Obediently settling down, Lin Qiao placed her hands together on her lap, sitting upright, as she speculated that her father merely wished to inquire about her work. How has your experience at the office been these past few days? Upon hearing the anticipated question regarding her job, Lin Qiao felt an inexplicable sense of relief and responded, although I am in the field department of the Health Bureau, it is quite beneficial for honing my skills. Director Home mentioned that interacting with people now will aid in transitioning to an office role later on. I understand, and I will strive to work diligently. Lin Qiao nodded, fully agreeing with her father's perspective, knowing that she wouldn't miss the forthcoming opportunities. Xiao, Lin Jianzhou then shifted the conversation, picking up a family photograph from the desk and polishing it with his sleeve. Your elder brother is an associate professor at Xia Medical College, and your sister-in-law is also a university lecturer there. Your second brother serves as the deputy director of the logistics department at the 301 hospital. As for your sister-in-law, although she has devoted herself to raising children since marrying your brother, you are well aware that the Xiao family is rooted in Yanjing, with several brothers holding significant positions in transportation and their father being a leader in that domain. Furthermore, your third sister, Muyu, was previously an obstetrician, but now she has taken on an additional role as a member of their hospital's joint assistance team, shouldering the mission of supporting underprivileged hospitals and is likely to be promoted to the leadership of the Military District General Hospital in the future. As for your younger sister, I have heard her boast about her college entrance examination results, and it is assured that she will be admitted to the medical school of Yanjing University. Just look at our family. Each member is a paragon of excellence, and all are destined for success. Your father takes great pride in having such outstanding children. Do you grasp the significance of what your father is conveying today? Lin Jianzhou fixed his intense gaze upon his daughter. Lin Qiao nodded solemnly. Father, I understand. I comprehend your meaning, and I will strive to do better. Thus, could your partner be someone like Li Xiangnan, a young man from a rural background? No matter how capable he is, can he truly transform his fortunes? Despite possessing some medical skills, what will truly propel him forward are connections, resources, vision, and a measure of opportunity, none of which he possesses. I can already foresee his future. Being merely a small director in the factory hospital is the pinnacle of what he can achieve throughout his life. And what about you? At this juncture, Lin Jianzhou rose from his desk and approached his daughter, gently patting her shoulder. The Lin family and the Li family exist in realms of distinct hierarchy. You need not carry any psychological burden for divorcing him. We, the Lin family, have already extended sufficient kindness towards Li Xiangnan. Do you comprehend this? I understand, father. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuqiao nodded. Very well, you have had a long day. Do rest early. Then I shall take my leave, and you too should retire early. Lin Chuqiao stood up and swiftly made her way to the door, exiting and heading directly to the restroom across the hall, where she shut the door behind her. She turned on the faucet slightly, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. Yet, she stared intently at her reflection in the mirror, noticing a faint redness around her eyes. Is she saddened? It seems not much. Is there a sense of reluctance? It appears not. Is she happy? It seems not either. What, then, is this emotion? It lingered in her heart. She felt akin to boiling water trapped within a copper kettle, her heart having long since reached a simmer. Yet a massive copper lid pressed down upon her, stifling her efforts to escape. No matter how she struggled, the weight of that lid would firmly contain her, preventing even the slightest drop of water from escaping. Melancholy spread within her like ink spilled on white paper, an indelible stain on her heart. Upon entering the living room, she found her elder brother, sister, and younger sister absent. Her sister-in-law was in the kitchen washing dishes. Upon seeing her emerge from the study, her mother poured her a cup of hot tea and led her to the floor-to-ceiling window. My dear daughter, Wang Xiuqin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and pointed towards the imposing, formidable high walls in the distance. Do you see that? Do you know what it is? She asked. No, that is not merely a wall. It is a fortress that Li Xiangnan will never be able to breach in his lifetime. He is on the outside, while you are on the inside. As long as you are a member of the Lin family, you cannot escape. And he, no matter how hard he strives, is destined from birth to struggle in the depths of adversity, forever barred from entering this realm. Observing her daughter's silence, Wang Xiuqin spoke earnestly. I understand that your marriage to Xiao Li is a fade, yet I know my daughter well. Over time, feelings inevitably develop. Mom, I don't. Lin Chuqiao instinctively retorted. Wang Xiuqin chuckled softly, patting her hand. I am a woman. How could I not discern your sentiments? My dear, I hope you find a suitable partner, someone who complements you, to ensure a better life in the years to come. Tomorrow, Li Xiangnan will come to our home, and your father and I will clarify matters with him. Mom, I understand. At that moment, gazing at her mother's graying temples, Lin Chuqiao smiled through misty eyes, feeling an indescribable tranquility within. Her daughter had finally expressed her stance, and Wang Xiuqin was moved to tears. Ah, with your words. A great weight has been lifted from my heart. How wonderful. Now go and rest. Chapter 63. Between filial piety and emotion, what will you choose? Lin Yu sat on the edge of her bed, nervously squeezing her hands together, pondering in silence. I am not sure. Perhaps you should ask? I certainly will not. Sister, you are treating me as a mere pawn again. At noon, my fourth sister has already learned about my encounter with my brother-in-law. I can only imagine what thoughts might be swirling in her mind. Now, if I were to approach her, wouldn't that be inviting trouble upon myself? Lin Yu pouted, sliding down the door of her bedroom to sit. Not at all. Your fourth sister is not a petty person. Didn't your second brother mention that she understands you and Li Xiangnan went to room 301 for legitimate business? Lin Yu was quite familiar with her fourth younger sister. However, she was unaware of how I ended up with my brother-in-law. Lin Yu continued to grumble. Oh dear. Calling him brother-in-law so effortlessly, it sounds rather natural. Lin Yu also sat on the floor, gently patting her sister's shoulder. It's merely a matter of a fountain pen. Your second brother is right. I truly do not wish for Li Xiangnan to misconstrue that our Lin family is neglecting him. As for not informing Xiao Qiao, it is to prevent her from harboring any other thoughts regarding Xiao Li. Then you must go. You should first gauge the situation. If she isn't asleep, I will join you shortly to chat with her. Lin Yu stood up, pouting. All right then. I'll go check. With that, she quietly opened the door, glanced at the empty corridor, kicked off her slippers, and tiptoed barefoot like a little kitten to the innermost bedroom, knocking gently on the door. Sister, it's me, Yu. Are you asleep? Pressing her ear against the door, she waited for a while before hearing a voice from inside saying, Come in. Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy as she signaled to Lin Yu, who had poked her head out from the bedroom, and then opened the door to step inside. The pink-themed room was infused with an unmistakable youthful charm. At this moment, Lin Chuqiao lay with her back facing outward, having just bathed and adorned in a cool, sleeveless long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Sister. Lin Yue gazed enviously at her sister's flawless physique, whispering softly, Yue, I am aware of what you wish to convey. Feel free to engage with whomever you desire and pursue whatever you wish. I am not one to be overly meticulous. Lin Chuqiao stated, I am quite fatigued today and wish to retire early. You should do the same. Yue initially anticipated a lengthy discourse from her elder sister, yet was taken aback when a single remark silenced all the thoughts she had prepared. Pouting, Lin Yue mused, I merely called out to my sister, and she responded, encouraging me to live according to my own nature, claiming she is not concerned at all. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, pondering deeply. Perhaps she simply does not wish to hear about your encounter with Li Xiangnan today? How could that be? Lin Yue shook her head confidently. Second brother mentioned that our sister was quite upset at noon, feeling we concealed matters from her. Therefore, when I explain this evening, she should be pleased. I shall accompany you. Lin Yue expressed her concern. Well, very well. Lin Yue pouted, reluctantly retreating into her room as she observed her third sister stealthily enter the adjacent bedroom. After knocking a sequence of 2 long and 1 short taps as a signal, Lin Yu remained silent as she slipped into Lin Chuqiao's chamber. Indeed, upon seeing Lin Chuqiao lying with her back to the doorway, her graceful figure rivaled even her own. A smile graced her lips as she stepped across to the opposite side, where her sister's radiant and enchanting visage came into close view. Oh, pretending to be asleep even though you know it's me. Lin Yu crouched at the edge of the bed, taking hold of Lin Chuqiao's delicate hand. What did Dad say to you this evening? I am perfectly composed. Lin Chuqiao opened her eyes, her expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, as tranquil as a still pond, then turned to lie flat on her back. You sent Yue, didn't you? Ah, you are truly astute. You seem to know everything. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu realized that both she and Yue had underestimated one another. Then tell me, what are you thinking about now? I'm not thinking about anything. Lin Chuqiao replied. Dad, didn't he say anything? You needn't worry. Just go to sleep. I don't believe you. But it is true. Really, he said nothing? Indeed, nothing at all. With lingering doubt, Lin Yu left the room, only to find herself on the second-floor balcony, where she embraced the breeze while contemplating her thoughts. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the first floor, Xiaoqing emerged from the bathroom with cucumber slices on her face, startled by a chuckle. Wayman, why are you laughing while soaking your feet? Lin Wayman, seated on the wooden sofa with his feet comfortably resting in the basin, responded with a wry smile. I am merely laughing bitterly. Let me ask you, if faced with a choice between filial piety and affection, which would you choose? And what do you think Xiao Qiao would decide? Xiaoqing, attuned to her husband's thoughts, quickly grasped the situation. Are you suggesting that our parents have sensed that Xiao Qiao does not genuinely wish to divorce Li Xiangnan, and thus they pressured her with words tonight? Lin Wayman inquired. Astonished, huh? You've noticed too? Humph. Xiaoqing scoffed. Do you really think our family is filled with fools? If I can perceive that Xiao Qiao is not quite herself, surely our astute parents can as well? Alas, considering our mother's temperament, Xiao Qiao must be feeling quite distressed. Wayman, having spent so much time with Li Xiangnan lately, could you elaborate on what kind of person he truly is? What are you planning? Lin Wayman asked cautiously. What do you think? Chapter 64. Sister, do you ever get massages? Lin Yu managed a faint smile and sighed. Let us just sleep. Don't dwell on it. Lin Yue paused, then stared at her third sister for a long moment. Astonished. Sister, you haven't been turned away, have you? Pretty much. Your fourth sister refuses to say anything. It's futile for us to speculate. Let us just get some rest. Sister, I just want to sleep with you. I have a few things I'd like to ask you. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she burrowed under the covers. What is it? Lin Yu lifted the blanket and lay down, turning off the bedside lamp and closing her eyes. Well, how did you develop your figure? I'd like to learn from you. Do you give yourself massages often? Lin Yu, having just closed her eyes, abruptly opened them wide. Old Chui, are you all right? The wine has surely intoxicated you. Just look at your dazed eyes. Come now, let us raise another glass to Dr. Li, but you must not play tricks. Sun Jia, with a contented belch, poured the remnants of the second bottle of Erguo Tu into Chui Xinjian's glass, resolutely finishing off this celebratory spirit. He pulled the slumped old Chui back up, recalling the earlier declaration of a willingness to risk life for a friend. Your tolerance for alcohol leaves much to be desired. Practice is essential. Old son, I have drunk, truly. Perhaps half a gene? Cui Xingzhan's head swayed as he spoke, unable to suppress another hearty belch. Ugh. Li Xiangnan and Sun Jie waved their hands dismissively, their expressions betraying their distaste. Enough, brother Sun, no need to persuade further. It is clear that old Cui has indeed had too much to drink. I'll take over for him. Let us finish this glass and call it a night. Li Xiangnan, feeling the effects of the alcohol himself, could hardly fathom the remarkable drinking prowess of these two gentlemen. Not at all. This time, it was Cui Xingzhan who raised his hand, his flushed face turning serious. I am truly delighted today. What is rightfully mine is mine. He busily lifted his wine glass. Here, here. Sun Jie pressed the glass into his hand, chuckling. Indeed, Dr. Li is the savior of your family, Cui. What harm is there in drinking a few more glasses? It is only fitting. Come, old Cui, let us toast to Dr. Li. Cui Xingzhan placed his hand atop Sun Jie's, momentarily halting the proceedings, and with reddened eyes, declared, This makes sense. In my lifetime, I have never yielded to anyone. Yet you, Li Xiangnan, are the first to earn my genuine respect. Even without my daughter's circumstances, my admiration for you would remain unspoken. What trouble does Luo Dali wish to stir up? Fear not. Allow me to handle him. I shall confront him tomorrow. If he succeeds in driving you away, it would spell disaster for my daughter. Just look at me. Whether to give him a thrashing is the matter at hand. Lao Cui, you've had too much to drink. Li Xiangnan felt a surge of emotion. That buffoon Luo was not a formidable foe, and such small fry were hardly worth expending so much energy on. Dr. Li, that sentiment is misplaced. Sun Jie interjected, somewhat inebriated. Lao Cui stands up for you. That is his affair, not yours. Furthermore, having spent several days in your company, I have observed your commendable character and exceptional medical skills. You are truly a paragon among men. Individuals like Luo need not trouble you. Leave him to us. Do not tarnish your hands. Come, one last drink, and let us call it a night. Seeing this fellow, so intoxicated yet still willing to defend him, Li Xiangnan realized that persuasion was futile. He downed his drink in one gulp, bringing the lively gathering to a close. Lao Cui, are you all right? Would you care to stay here for the night? Observing Sun Jie helping Cui Xingzhan to his feet, Li Xiangnan rose as well. Brother Sun, are you all right? Have you had too much to drink? He was astonished to see that Sun Jie, supporting Cui Xingzhan, appeared to be in no distress. With that, he assisted Cui Xingzhan as they strolled along the tree-lined path. Li Xiangnan pressed his lips together, massaging his slightly throbbing head. The scent of alcohol surged in his throat, a clear indication of his inebriation. He said nothing, hastily closed the door, discarded the light, and without even bathing, collapsed into bed, succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence. When the sun's rays pierced through the foliage and illuminated his eyelids, he realized he had endured a night of drunkenness, and it was already the following day. Before he could fully open his eyes, he was struck by a bitter dryness in his throat, and the unmistakable aroma of alcohol invaded his nostrils, causing immense discomfort. He abruptly leaned over the side of the bed and vomited, his eyes finally fluttering open. Yet, he was immediately taken aback. The floor before his bed was covered with a thick layer of coal ash, suggesting that someone had already tidied up the aftermath of his previous night's indiscretions. Sun Gu, what on earth are you doing? Li Xiangnan instinctively assumed it was Sun Jie cleaning up, but as the words left his lips, he sensed something was amiss. No man's arms could possess such delicate beauty, porcelain-like in their whiteness. He halted mid-sentence, abruptly raising his gaze, only to be struck dumb once more. It's me, Dr. Li. Wipe your mouth. Compelled by some unseen force, Li Xiangnan accepted the handkerchief but hesitated to use it. Instead, he straightened his posture and inquired, Dr. Ding, what brings you here? The individual before him was none other than his colleague from the emergency department, Ding Yu. Surprised to see me? Did you perhaps wish for Dr. Lin to be the one here instead of me? Ding Yu pouted, her toes awkwardly touching together. No, Dr. Ding, you've misunderstood. Sun Jie from the security department said he would come over in the morning, and I thought it was him. It's been a while. And you, having drunk too much, didn't even lock the door. Fortunately, there aren't any valuable items at home. Otherwise, a thief would have been overjoyed. Ding Yu brought over a set of clothes and said, You should get dressed first. I've started the stove, and you can have breakfast once you get up. Clothes? Li Xiangnan was taken aback, looking down and suddenly blushing, quickly wrapping himself in the blanket. Dr. Ding, where are my clothes? I washed them after you expelled quite a bit of unpleasantness. Ding Yu replied, her cheeks flushed. So, you took them off for me. Li Xiangnan's face reddened as well. What do you think? Ding Yuqiu lowered her head and chuckled, her face burning to the roots of her neck. Unable to meet his gaze, Li Xiangnan forced a smile, tightly gripping the corner of the blanket. Little Li, you're up quite early, huh? TSK. You've already washed your clothes. At that moment, Sun Jie's voice echoed from outside the room. Ding Yuqiu immediately panicked. Li Xiangnan, too, was in a frenzy, leaping from the bed to get dressed. Just as fortune would have it, Sun Jie entered the room at that precise moment. Witnessing Li Xiangnan getting dressed, and the mortified Ding Yuqiu, whose face was crimson, their eyes met. The three of them stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 65. Your Fortune in Love, A Lifetime of Envy. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as none dared to speak first in such a situation. A single misstep could lead to a monumental misunderstanding. However, it was the most embarrassed party, Li Xiangnan, who first shattered the silence, striving to muster a semblance of a smile. Well, brother Sun, I must clarify that the situation is not as you perceive. Do you believe me? Li Xiangnan endeavored to present himself as less flustered, deliberately slowing the motion of fastening his shirt buttons. Can you guess whether I believe you? Sun Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cast a meaningful glance at Li Xiangnan, then turned his attention to the visibly uneasy Ding Yuqiu. It would indeed be strange if things were not as he had witnessed. Look at Dr. Ding's demeanor. It's as if she wishes to dig a hole and hide. Dr. Li, it is truly remarkable that you managed to have the stunning Lin Yu prepare breakfast for you yesterday. Yet today you find yourself entangled with Dr. Ding. Ah, indeed, you are a person of great ability. This talent is one I cannot envy. I am at my wit's end. Captain Sun, it is truly not as you imagine. Dr. Li and I are entirely innocent. Observing the effort Sun Jie was making to suppress his laughter, Ding Yuqiu felt utterly exasperated. Indeed, Li Xiangnan, now out of bed, pointed to the garments hanging on the tree branches outside and explained, I had too much to drink last night and vomited on myself. Dr. Ding merely helped wash my clothes. Just washing clothes, and look at your expression. Well, Dr. Li, I believe you. Sun Jie replied with a grin. You believe me, yet you still wear that expression? Can you guess whether I believe you? Li Xiangnan retorted, somewhat irked. Dr. Li, let us assume that I do believe you. Sun Jie exerted great effort to control his micro-expressions, pressing his lips together. Li Xiangnan felt as though he was playing the lute to a cow. Upon overhearing their conversation, Section Chief Sun found himself in a most awkward predicament, while Ding Yuqiu felt utterly embarrassed, exclaiming, Oh dear, it's truly nothing. You've misunderstood. Just as Dr. Li said, I merely helped wash a piece of clothing, swept the floor, and tidied up the room a bit. Oh, Dr. Ding, you've truly gone above and beyond. I had originally promised to tidy up last night, but after indulging in Dr. Li's hospitality and creating this mess, I feel quite ashamed. Sun Jie observed the surroundings, confirming that, indeed, as she had stated, the room was spotless. He hastily expressed his gratitude. Dr. Ding, regardless of what transpired between you and Dr. Li, you deserve all the thanks for these chores, without a doubt. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Ding Yuqiu innocently lowered her head, seemingly resigned to her fate. Li Xiangnan, equally bemused, ambled over in his cloth shoes to gather the toiletries and advised, I see there's no persuading you, so I'll go freshen up. Son, why don't you take a seat for a moment? By the way, Section Chief Son, I assume you haven't tea at breakfast yet? I brought some fine flour and a bit of sesame oil from home. I'll whip up some noodles for us to share shortly. Ding Yuqiu, wishing to avoid further explanations, decided to invite him for noodles, believing that the saying a man is less likely to speak ill of someone after sharing a meal would hold true. That sounds wonderful. Dr. Ding, I am in for a treat. Sun Jie cheerfully replied, before heading out to greet the person on duty, quickly following Li Xiangnan as he left the room in silence. Early in the morning, the door remained ajar, and how could I possibly have had an affair with Dr. Ding? You are overthinking it, truly. As soon as he stepped outside, Li Xiangnan felt compelled to explain once more. I am well aware. Sun Jie replied with a sly smile. What? Now it's my turn to be astonished, Li Xiangnan exclaimed, looking at him with disbelief. You knew, and yet you were teasing Dr. Ding on purpose? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was utterly taken aback, and he couldn't help but admire. I must say, Sun Ge, I never would have guessed that you possess such expertise in matters of the heart. I am thoroughly impressed. Indeed, Sun Jie patted his chest and declared, It was through my cunning that I turned raw rice into cooked meals with your sister-in-law. She is a dancer in our workers' song and dance troupe. Wow, Sun Gu. I yield. Li Xiangnan sincerely offered a thumbs up. Oh, spare me. Sun Jie playfully poked him in the waist. Both Dr. Lin and Dr. Ding are breathtakingly beautiful. No matter how lovely my wife is, she cannot be compared to them. You must seize your opportunity. Regardless of whom you choose, I wish you all the best, and while I'm at it, I'll offer you some advice. I appreciate your good intentions, Sun Gu. Li Xiangnan thought, both amused and exasperated, as he honored this romantic sage. All right then, I shall stop by the security department to say hello. I must sample Dr. Ding's culinary skills. If you end up as family in the future, it would be unacceptable if she can't cook well. I will keep a watchful eye, Sun Jie said cheerfully as he departed. Li Xiangnan stood there, feeling dazed. After washing up at the back of the cafeteria, he was truly at a loss regarding his emotions. On his way back, he encountered several small groups of people huddled together, casting curious glances towards his humble abode. Recalling a similar scene from the previous day when Lin Yu had visited, it was evident that the factory employees were discussing Dr. Ding preparing breakfast in his quarters. Sighing, he thought to himself that he must find time to inquire about the housing allocation. Although I am not a celebrity, I still dread unfounded rumors. As a vigorous young man, why should I fear a bear? With aspirations for a bright future, Li Xiangnan approached his small dwelling, ready to enter, only to be met by Cui Xingzhan, who emerged with a basin of water and immediately spotted him. Dr. Li. Cui Xingzhan peered furtively into the room, hastening towards him with a look of astonishment. You are truly remarkable. Yesterday, it was Lin Yu preparing breakfast for you, and today it's Dr. Ding. Each one a rare beauty. Your luck with women is something I could only envy for several lifetimes. Old Cui, spare me your envy for now. Why are you here instead of preparing breakfast for Xiao Yuan and your wife? Li Xiangnan replied with a hint of annoyance. Cui Xingzhan chuckled, casting a cautious glance around before lowering his voice. Li, guess who I ran into this morning while buying breakfast? Deputy Director Luo from the office. I heard that the housing allocation applications have been submitted, and he mentioned it to me this morning. I thought I should hurry over and inform you. Can you guess who Deputy Director Luo is? Who? Li Xiangnan asked, instinctively intrigued by Cui Xingzhan's serious demeanor. Luo Dali's distant cousin. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. Chapter 66. The Comical Duo and the Three Emergencies. Deputy Section Chief Luo from the factory office is a distant relative of Luo Dali, which implies that if Luo Dali were to learn of this matter, he could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Previously, Li Xiangnan and Luo Dali had personal grievances, but if this matter were to involve the allocation of housing, it would escalate to a public vendetta, transforming private animosities into a matter of official concern. Especially now, as Li Xiangnan had recently developed an urge to change his residence. Hearing about this situation naturally heightened his vigilance. He patted Cui Xingzhan on the shoulder and smiled warmly. Old Cui, I appreciate you informing me of this. Had I remained oblivious, I might have been caught off guard and left utterly perplexed. Now, I am well aware of the situation. Rest assured, Shaoli, your affairs are my affairs. I will pursue this matter relentlessly. As for Luo Dali, I am eager to see what schemes that little rascal attempts to conjure. Cui Xingzhan also narrowed his eyes, joining Li Xiangnan in a shared sense of What are you talking about? I've been calling from inside for a while now. The noodles are ready. At that moment, Ding Yuqiu briskly emerged from the room and spotted the two chatting by the entrance, calling out to them. Here comes my sister-in-law. Cui Xingzhan chuckled mischievously. Ha ha. Look at Dr. Ding. She is quite amusing. Cui Xingzhan jabbed Li Xiangnan in the side, unable to contain his delight. Old Cui, there's a limit to this. Li Xiangnan waved his hand in exasperation, caught between amusement and annoyance. Cui Xingzhan glanced around, chuckling. What's the matter? Are you afraid of a bear? Doctor. Lin Isnt here. Come on, let us go have some noodles. Didn't you buy breakfast this morning? Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in response, utterly speechless at Cui Xingzhan's exuberance. You and Sun Jie truly are a pair of clowns. Just then, Sun Jie approached from a distance. Spotting Cui Xingzhan and teasing him, what brings you here? There's no alcohol this early, only noodles. Cui Xingzhan rolled his eyes, recalling how this fellow had drunkenly indulged himself the previous night, feeling a twinge of resentment. Oh, come on, old Cui. You're quite the character. You got so drunk that I had to carry you to the obstetrics department. You're forgetting your gratitude by saying that. So, if you can enjoy Dr. Ding's noodles, I can't, right? You're heartless. Sun Jie laughed heartily as he approached. Cui Xingzhan, blushing, looked at Li Xiangnan in confusion. Well then, Consider yourself lucky. He playfully punched Sun Jia, rummaging through his pocket to offer him a cigarette, adding with a grin, "Thanks for last night." "So, you were waiting for me here?" Cui Xingjian retorted, slightly annoyed. The three of them settled at the table, and indeed, Ding Yuqiu had prepared the marinated delicacies ahead of time, serving them in bowls. I must say, Dr. Ding's culinary skills are unmatched. The aroma of these dishes is simply irresistible. Sun Jia inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, Dr. Ding mentioned she brought some sesame oil. How could it not be fragrant? Cui Xingjian remarked eagerly, chopsticks poised in anticipation. "You two, stop with the banter and hurry up and eat." Li Xiangnan touched his forehead in silent exasperation. Can one truly silence your mouths, even while dining? Ding Yuqiu chuckled as she brought over bowls, serving each of the three a portion. "Hey, Dr. Ding, this hardly seems fair. Look at how piled high Xiao Li's bowl is. Mine is but a meager serving." Sun Jia feigned indignation. "Be grateful. You've reaped the benefits and still complain. Hurry and eat. Finish up so you can leave without embarrassing yourselves. We are merely benefiting from this." Cui Xingjian teased. Ding Yuqiu replied with a smile, "You two finish first. If it's insufficient, I can serve more. I've given Dr. Li a generous portion because he overindulged last night, leaving his stomach empty. You two clearly are seasoned drinkers, likely not needing to purge. Yet you fail to care for our dear Dr. Li. Ah, I see now. This is a deliberate attempt to undermine us. We shall refrain from future transgressions, all right?" Sun Jia said with a grin. "Now we've begun to champion for Shaoli. How envious we are." Cui Xingjian chimed in with a mischievous nod. Ding Yuqiu's face flushed, resembling a perfectly ripe tomato. Upon noticing, Sun Jia and Cui Xingjian exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After a few bites, the dynamic duo swiftly finished their noodles and prepared to depart. "Hey, aren't there more noodles? Why the rush?" Ding Yuqiu, observing their haste, quickly stood up and playfully remarked, "Don't act as if I'm deliberately withholding your meal. Indeed, it was worth the visit." Sun Jia hinted, "TSK. If I wish to savor Dr. Ding's noodles in the future, I shall simply visit the Li residence." Li Xiangnan, upon hearing this, kicked the two individuals, urging them to leave hastily, all while attempting to make their exit as embarrassing as possible. Ha! The two of them scurried out like startled rabbits, still laughing heartily as they distanced themselves. Casting a glance back at Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Do not take offense at those two. They are genuinely good individuals, devoid of malice. We shared a drink last night, and it certainly brought us closer, allowing for some playful banter." "I understand," Ding Yuqiu replied with a cheerful smile, pursing her lips. "Why would I be upset with them? I am delighted to see you integrate so swiftly into the group, surrounded by friends who truly care for you." For my benefit?" Li Xiangnan scratched his head in confusion. "Dr. Ding, have you discerned something?" With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, Ding Yuqiu feigned innocence. "What are you talking about, Dr. Li?" Gazing intently into Ding Yuqiu's captivating eyes, Li Xiangnan harbored doubts that she knew everything, yet she remained unyielding in her denial. Unable to voice his thoughts, he merely gestured towards the table. "It's nothing. Your noodles are quite delectable. Do indulge before they become soggy." Indeed, a half-hour later, the two locked the door and cheerfully made their way to the factory doctor. Behind them trailed three individuals, the astonished Chushu, Wang Qin with a dumpling half-stuffed in her mouth, and Zhang Shinan, who had halted her bicycle, one leg propped on the other side. Patting the back seat of the bicycle, Zhu Zhu, eyes wide, pinched Zhang Shangnan. "Sister Zhang, do pinch me quickly. I must be dreaming. Did we not just see Dr. Ding emerging from Dr. Li's dormitory? Have they spent the night together?" Chapter 67. Prohibition of Traditional Crafts. Cui Xingjian, having indulged in an extra bowl of noodles at Li Xiangnan's residence, paid a visit to his daughter before arriving at the office rather early. Once he completed his tasks, he settled into his seat and perused the newspaper while awaiting the arrival of others. Just before working hours commenced, Ma Ying's figure appeared at the doorway, prompting him to greet her with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Section Chief Ma." Noticing the jovial demeanor of young Cui as he approached to take the briefcase, Ma Ying cast him a sidelong glance. Familiar with his disposition, she waved dismissively and remarked, "You are particularly attentive today. Ordinarily, you would not be so eager to take this bag. Speak up, what is it?" "Ah, Section Chief, you truly are like a worm in my stomach." Cui Xingjian chuckled, his face beaming with a sheepish grin. "Enough. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Ma Ying furrowed her brow and shot him a glare. "I was merely jesting." Chui Xingjian retorted playfully, meticulously arranging the briefcase and then sliding a teacup towards her. Section Chief, please enjoy your tea while I share my news. Make it quick. Ma Ying spat out a mouthful of tea and picked up the newspaper. I have a meeting at the factory shortly, so don't take too long. I have nothing pressing to convey. I will be brief. Chui Xingjian chuckled again, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully striking a match to light it for her before continuing. This morning, I encountered Deputy Director Luo from the factory office and learned that the housing allocation application has been submitted to Director Lu. Ma Ying narrowed his eyes, set down the newspaper, and coldly remarked, Xiao Chui, I must say, do not even think about housing allocation. Your family is from Yanjing, and your living conditions are better than many in the factory. It is utterly impossible for the factory to consider you. Before he could finish, Chui Xingjian chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Director Ma, how could I even consider myself? I know I am not qualified. What I meant to say is that Dr. Li from our emergency department is still waiting for housing allocation. This revelation took Ma Ying by surprise. He scrutinized Chui Xingjian for a moment before sighing. Xiao Chui, I have heard about how Xiao Li saved your daughter, but you cannot repay your benefactor with public affairs. Those are two different matters. I understand your desire to assist him, but intervening in leadership decisions is beyond your purview. Director Ma, your words truly resonate with me. We common folk certainly cannot interfere with the decisions of factory leadership. That is precisely what I wanted to convey. Recently, you must have heard about the discord between Dr. Luo and Dr. Li in the emergency department. If Luo Deneo were to learn about the housing allocation, do you think he might conspire with his uncle in the office to undermine Dr. Li and seize the housing that rightfully belongs to him? If Deputy Director Luo does not even submit an application for Dr. Li, wouldn't that be a covert attempt to sabotage him? Is that so? Ma Ying's brow furrowed, and he abruptly stood up. Director Ma, please do not be agitated. I merely intended to discuss this matter with you, Chui Xingjian said with a smile, fanning him to provide some relief. Ma Ying, lost in thought with clenched fists for quite some time, suddenly broke into a smile. He pointed at Chui Xingjian and exclaimed, Ah, you clever lad. I see what you're getting at. You want me to discreetly inquire whether Deputy Director Luo is colluding with his nephew to undermine Xiao Li. Am I right? Ma Ying nodded, patting Chui Xingjian on the shoulder. You're absolutely correct. The allocation of housing is a significant matter. Xiao Li possesses the qualifications to be included in the prospective housing list. He is destined to be the backbone of our factory's hospital. If that scoundrel Luo Yong dares to bully anyone from our hospital, I shall not hesitate to put him in his place. With that, he picked up his briefcase, preparing to leave. Are you certain that Luo Yong has submitted his housing application? Seeing Ma Ying's indignation, Chui Xingjian felt a twinge of emotion and quickly nodded, absolutely. That fellow lives next door to me and takes great pleasure in flaunting his little authority in front of me. All right, keep this under wraps. I'm off to see Director Lu, Ma Ying declared, leaving the office in a flash. Chui Xingjian chuckled softly, gently covering Ma Ying's teacup, and sighed. Oh, Xiao Li, I am truly worried sick for you. In the emergency department that morning, there were only 3 patients, all young individuals seeking out Ding Yuqiu. Li Xiangnan, feeling quite disheartened, suddenly heard a commotion in the corridor as a patient was forcefully expelled from Luo Dali's consultation room. His spirits lifted. He swiftly stepped out to invite the individual into his office. What could have possibly caused a quarrel with Dr. Luo? The laborer hung his head, hesitatingly remarking, who knows? I've been shedding hair these past few days and thought I might consult him to see if Dr. Luo's condition might become my fate. Fearing I might end up like him, unable to find a partner or marry. Li Xiangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth, stifling a laugh as he shook his head and replied, You truly have a knack for rubbing salt in people's wounds. How was I to know that, Doctor? Luo is so thin-skinned. Getting angry over a mere comment. Honestly, I won't be consulting him again. Dr. Li, please examine me. What seems to be the issue? The kidneys govern the storage of essence, and their vitality manifests in the hair. You are somewhat deficient in energy and blood. To be precise, your kidneys are slightly depleted. I shall prescribe you some 6-flavor Rehmannia pills. Take them for a week, ensure you get ample rest, and refrain from indulging in intimate relations. Li Xiangnan stated with utmost seriousness. Dr. Li, I don't even have a partner. The laborer shyly replied. Li Xiangnan shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly saying, Then traditional practices are strictly prohibited. The laborer's face stiffened, then instantly flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and admiration for Li Xiangnan. Upon noticing a few nurses glancing his way, he hastily snatched up his medication and fled like the wind. Aha, this fellow is truly amusing. I can only imagine how exasperated Dr. Luo must have been this morning. I am genuinely impressed. Dr. Li has an uncanny ability to discern ailments. He identified kidney deficiency at first glance, without even taking the pulse. Several young nurses began chattering animatedly, while Li Xiangnan merely smiled faintly, unconcerned by their chatter. However, Ding Yuqiu stood up for him, which indicates that Dr. Li has already mastered the art of observation to perfection. You all should take note. Hee hee. Li Xiangnan rubbed his nose, chuckled softly, stretched lazily, and stood up, saying, Dr. Ding, keep an eye on things for me. I shall check on Xiao Yuan and inquire about the situation. Zhu Zhu, half leaning on the table, cupped her face with a mischievous grin and said, Dr. Ding, do tell us, what was it like to be pampered by a man last night? Zhu Zhu, what are you saying? Ding Yuqiu exclaimed, her face instantly turning as red as a cherry, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure that seemed ready to spill tears. Chapter 68. You two truly make a perfect match. Do not deny it, Dr. Ding. We three saw you and Dr. Li laughing and chatting as you emerged from his room early this morning. Who else would be at his house at such an hour? Zhang Shengnan leaned in with a smile, gazing intently into Ding Yuqiu's eyes, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu felt a mix of anger and amusement. Oh, you all. I was merely wondering what you were whispering about this morning. It seems you were gossiping about my relationship with Dr. Li. Dr. Ding. Hee hee, why not confess? Are you feeling guilty? Zhu Zhu's words may hold some truth. You did spend the night at Dr. Li's place, did you not? We all know your home is quite far. It takes 20 minutes by bike. You used to arrive later than us for work. Wang Qin held her teacup, feigning an innocent bystander. You all are quite the chatterboxes. Thankfully, I have nothing to feel guilty about. Where do you think I went? I merely arrived early this morning to prepare breakfast for Dr. Li. Listen. Zhang Shengnan chuckled. Dr. Ding, it seems you are also pursuing Dr. Li. Since Dr. Lin prepared breakfast for her, you felt compelled to do the same. Dr. Ding, it appears you are quite smitten with Dr. Li. Oh dear, Dr. Ding, do not deny it. We are not blind. We can clearly see. Zhu Zhu covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Indeed. Wang Qin chimed in. Moreover, Dr. Ding, compared to that cadre from Dr. Lin's side, you are undoubtedly one of us from the factory hospital. We naturally support you. While Dr. Lin may harbor feelings for Dr. Li, when it comes to marriage, I believe your chances are considerably greater. Dr. Lin comes from a prominent family, and I suspect her background may not align with Dr. Li's. Oh, come now. That is a bit excessive. Dr. Ding's family is also quite well off. Zhang Shengnan hastily interrupted Wang Qin, straightening Ding Yuqiu's posture and smiling. In any case, Dr. Ding, just trust us. We genuinely hope for your joyous union with Dr. Li. You have no idea how delighted we were to see you two together this morning. You truly make a perfect pair. Indeed, Dr. Ding, it seems you took our words to heart yesterday and are genuinely making an effort. I have high hopes for you. Zhu Zhu expressed her encouragement. I shall ignore you all and listen to your chatter. An utterly mundane occurrence. Yet your eloquent tongues have made it sound extraordinary. Now, off you go to find a cool spot. Ding Yuqiu genuinely wished to burrow into the ground, never anticipating that her early morning visit to prepare breakfast for Li Xiangnan would be witnessed by those three individuals. Yet, despite a twinge of anxiety, she felt an inexplicable joy when they remarked on her compatibility with Li Xiangnan. However, she was keen to conceal this little secret from the three companions before her. Dr. Ding, it's quite pleasant here. May we stay? Wang Qin inquired, her face lit with delight. Go away, go away. Patients are waiting. I shan't converse with you any longer. Ding Yuqiu waved her hand dismissively, feigning a gesture to summon the young nurse waiting at the door. Wang Qin stuck out her tongue and, satisfied, led Zhu Zhu and the others away. Phew. Ding Yuqiu exhaled softly, her heart fluttering with excitement, as sweet thoughts danced in her mind like honeyed delights. Shaoli. Master Su from the reception called out as soon as he descended the stairs. Master Su, is there something you need? Li Xiangnan approached briskly, offering a cigarette. What could I possibly need? It's Dr. Lin from room 301, Master Su revealed, flashing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. She called to inform that she won't be coming today and will be attending a meeting at the hospital. She also expressed her gratitude, as the hospital director is currently deliberating over your proposal. Proposal? Li Xiangnan paused, surprised. Dr. Lin was notably courteous, even taking the time to inform him about a meeting. Master Su chuckled softly, taking a drag from his cigarette. Dr. Lin cares about you. Master Su, You shouldn't jest in such a manner. Li Xiangnan smirked, hastily retreating from the conversation. Master Su pointed at the blackboard and chuckled. There's also a Lin Weiman who called to provide an address and a phone number, saying you might find it useful. He reminded you not to forget the agreed-upon matters. Shaoli, is this Lin Weiman trying to set you up with someone? Are you going to his home for a blind date? Li Xiangnan, torn between laughter and frustration, replied, Master Su, you are quite the gossip. Ha. Old Su silently chuckled and shut the window of the communication room. With his cigarette unfinished, Li Xiangnan walked to the entrance and sat on the flower bed to smoke. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that he had indeed mentioned to Dean Miao of room 301 the previous day the idea of separating the applications for routine medication from those for emergency use. So that was it. But was Dean Miao taking it too seriously? Did he really convene a meeting to discuss it? Had he struck a chord with him? Such a large hospital is markedly different, exhibiting a level of efficiency and a genuine regard for the constructive opinions of frontline staff. It seems that Dean Miao Jijia is a leader who not only aspires to effectuate change, but is also willing to do so. Li Xiangnan's admiration for him grew rapidly, instilling in him a glimmer of hope for the future of the healthcare profession. He quickly took a couple of puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it, as his reform proposal for the emergency department was nearing completion. He decided to refine and revise it promptly, aiming to submit the draft to the hospital leaders today. Upon returning to his office, Li Xiangnan paid no heed to the peculiar glances cast upon him by nurses Zhang Shangnan and the others. He immediately began to write, meticulously researching and polishing the reform plan for the emergency department. He remained occupied until after 2 in the afternoon, finally setting down his pen with a sense of satisfaction at the 2 pages of meticulously written documents. Grasping the draft, he made his way to the 4th-floor office of Dean Feng, only to discover that the dean had gone to see Director Liu. Hastily, he descended to inquire about the direction of Old Su's office in the transmission room, eager to deliver the documents promptly. From a distance, Li Xiangnan spotted Xing Chunlai striding purposefully towards the factory hospital, hands clasped behind his back. Once he came to a halt, he promptly greeted Director Xing. May I ask where Dean Feng is? I have an urgent draft regarding the reform of the emergency department that I would like him to review. Ah, you rascal. I was just about to look for you. Xing Chunlai replied, a wide grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing the completion of Li Xiangnan's sentence, he was momentarily taken aback, but then expressed keen interest as he accepted the document. The reform draft for the emergency department? Well, you truly are a talent. You've only just arrived and already provided us with a delightful surprise. May I take a look? Of course you may. Li Xiangnan responded with a polite smile. Xing Chunlai nodded, swiftly flipping through the draft. His previously calm smile soon transformed into a serious demeanor, followed by an expression of utmost gravity. He raised his gaze, which now held considerable meaning, and then returned to the document, licking his fingertips before hastily turning to the 2nd page. He scrutinized the paper with intense focus, occasionally furrowing his brow, then relaxing it again. Finally, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Li, you've truly outdone yourself. This draft is remarkably constructive and addresses pressing issues that the emergency department urgently needs to resolve. I'm genuinely pleased. Choosing to be a doctor in the emergency department is truly a case of utilizing one's talents to their fullest potential. Old Feng is in Director Liu's office. I shall go have a thorough discussion with them regarding your matter. With that, he solemnly grasped the document and turned to leave. Li Xiangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth, momentarily caught between laughter and tears, and exclaimed, by the way, Director Xing, what brings you to seek me out? Has my uncle arrived? Startled, Li Xiangnan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Xing. I shall take my leave immediately. Hurry along. Your uncle seems rather anxious. Understood. A sense of urgency gripped Li Xiangnan. He turned and dashed away. Watching the young man depart, Xing Chun couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Chapter 69. Uncle has arrived. Of course it's fine. Ding Yuqiu had been pondering why Li Xiangnan had stepped out when she overheard Zhang Shengnan mention that doctor. Li was engrossed in drafting reform documents. She speculated that Li Xiangnan had gone to deliver materials to Director Feng. Upon hearing that his uncle had arrived, her spirits lifted a notch. You should go greet him. Don't keep him waiting. Thank you. Li Xiangnan took the car keys, nodded, and headed to the shed to retrieve the vehicle. No need for thanks. You are merely welcoming your uncle, not a stranger. Ride carefully and don't rush. After she spoke, a blush crept across Ding Yuqiu's face as she subconsciously realized she regarded Li Xiangnan's family as her own. watching him finally mount the bike without haste. She waved goodbye with a sense of relief. Why is Xiaoli in such a hurry? Master Su emerged from the reception area, spotting Ding Yuqiu standing at the entrance. It is indeed urgent. Dr. Ding, didn't I remember that Xiaoli is not from Yinjing? Master Su inquired with a cheerful demeanor. He hails from Hongshan County. It's quite a distance away. I checked the map, and it's nearly over 1,000 kilometers from here. Ding Yuqiu gazed reluctantly at the figure disappearing at the factory entrance before turning to head towards the emergency room. You must treat Xiao Li's uncle well. Master Su's insinuation lingered in the air. Ding Yuqiu blinked. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. What are you talking about, Master Su? He is his uncle, not mine. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hongshanka Machine Repair Factory, Director Lu Ziyuan, Director Xing Chunlai, and Director Feng Qingshan of the factory hospital were seated together, each cradling a cup of tea. Old Feng, did you see that? If I hadn't personally inquired, I would have been unaware that what you said about your hospital was true. This Luo Yong is utterly unreasonable. How could he tamper with the list of proposed housing assignments you submitted? It infuriates me. Director Lu's face was a stormy shade of dark. Director Lu, I am equally bewildered. Director Feng exclaimed. In this housing allocation, I only proposed 2 names. One was Director Zhou Feng from Internal Medicine, and the other was Li Xiangnan. Although Li Xiangnan is a newcomer, his medical skills are widely recognized within the hospital. He is not only proficient in internal medicine, but has also delved deeply into pediatrics. If it weren't for him, Xiao Chui's daughter would have faced grave peril. Therefore, I had no hesitation in considering him for the allocation. Yet, upon arriving at the office, this Luo Yong concealed the fact that he removed Xiao Li's name from the list. It is sheer nonsense. Director Feng's frustration was palpable. Xing Chunlai, still perusing the documents Li Xiangnan had given him, chimed in. If I recall correctly, this Luo Yong is a distant uncle of Luo Dali, is he not? I suspect that these 2 individuals have been communicating in private, attempting to deceive us. Such nonsense. If it weren't for my persistent attention to the housing issue concerning Li Xiangnan, we would all be left in the dark. If we inadvertently overlook Li Xiangnan, both morally and rationally, we would be at fault and might even offend the higher authorities. This feels akin to a mute person enduring bitter gourd. Lu Ziyuan, in a fit of anger, slammed his teacup down, exclaiming that this Luo Yong should be dismissed without hesitation. What do you all think? Director Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Ziyuan's decisiveness in handling matters, declaring that someone should be dismissed without delay. However, it was true that this individual had indeed overstepped his bounds. He turned to old Xing and said, "What is your opinion? Hey, you old rascal, are you afraid that Luo's father will come after you?" Xing Chunlai chuckled in frustration. Am I intimidated by him? If necessary, we can simply cease our interactions. Feng Qingshan retorted bitterly. Lu Ziyuan's demeanor softened slightly as he waved his hand, asking, Old Feng, what concerns do you have? Indeed, that is a sound suggestion. Xing Chunlai remarked, glancing at Lu Ziyuan. What else? Lu Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the handling of Luo Dali, I will fully adhere to the factory's recommendations. Considering the current state of the emergency department, I advise both directors to exercise caution. After all, this is a critical time for staffing. Once we have the opportunity to recruit more medical talent, we can then reassign this individual to a less significant position. This is a regrettable necessity. In truth, I would prefer to dismiss him immediately. Agreed. Lu Ziyuan nodded affirmatively. Moreover, regarding the housing allocation for Li Xiangnan, as a newcomer, I am concerned about potential gossip within the factory. Thus, I suggested that the publicity department and the broadcasting station amplify the promotion of his contributions, particularly his treatment of crab poisoning and the case involving Xiao Chui's daughter, in order to establish a model and silence any murmurs of discontent. Old Feng, your meticulous approach to your duties is truly commendable. I always knew appointing you to manage the factory hospital was an astute decision, huh? Lu Ziyuan praised, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, Xing Chunlai grinned widely, raised the materials in his hand, and remarked, Old Feng, you are indeed correct in your final point. It is essential to establish a model that aligns with public sentiment. I shall provide you with an additional piece of exemplary material. The draft for the emergency department reform in my possession was just handed to me by Li Xiangnan. It is quite fresh. It was originally intended for you, but I have intercepted it. You two take a look. Lu Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this young man is truly exceptional. He has only been here a few days and continues to deliver surprises. Feng Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Let me see it. The emergency department is currently the focal point of our factory hospital. The three leaders gathered together, meticulously studying Li Xiangnan's reform draft word by word. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan had arrived at Yanjing railway station on his bicycle. After scanning the exit area, he indeed spotted a middle-aged man, only 20 years his senior. He chuckled to himself, purchased a roasted sweet potato from a nearby vendor, secured his bicycle, and sauntered over, extending the sweet potato towards the man's ear from behind. Li Fuqin sat atop a heap of bags, craning his neck to observe the ebb and flow of passengers coming and going. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the alluring aroma of sweet potatoes. Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of a golden-orange sweet potato, which instantly brightened his spirits. As he turned again, he beheld the handsome visage of Li Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, it truly is you, my boy," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. For reasons unbeknownst to him, in the unfamiliar city of Yanjing, the sight of a familiar face made Li Xiangnan's eyes glisten with tears. Choking back emotion, he enveloped Li Fuqin in a warm embrace and softly murmured, "Third uncle." Chapter 70. Hello, Xiaoding. I am your third uncle. Li Xiangnan's father, Li Fugui, ranked second among his siblings. The elderly family had 3 sons. The eldest, Li Fuqiang, held a position in the county government of Hongshan County, while the second, Li Fugui, inherited the family tradition, establishing a traditional medical practice at home. During quieter moments, he would take Li Xiangnan on house calls, acting as a wandering physician. The youngest, Li Fuqin, worked at the state-owned farm in Hongshan County, serving as an office clerk primarily responsible for external relations. In truth, Li Fuqin was not particularly old. He was a late arrival for the venerable Mr. Li, who had initially hoped for a daughter. Upon discovering another son, his desire for a complete family was momentarily set aside. At just 40 years of age, he was in the prime of life. This proximity in age, only 20 years apart, meant that during Li Xiangnan's childhood, it was often Li Fuqin who spent the most time with him, forging a bond that could easily be deemed even deeper than that between Li Xiangnan and his father. As he reminisced about the delightful and amusing scenes of catching fish in the river, foraging for sparrows on the mountain, trapping mice along the field ridges, and roasting sweet potatoes in the wild, a wave of warmth washed over Li Xiangnan, causing his eyes to well up with unshed tears as he gazed at his uncle. Watching his uncle, who had nurtured him, savoring a sweet potato with such relish, Li Xiangnan plopped down beside him, fetched a cigarette from his pocket, and tucked it behind his uncle's ear. "Uncle, aren't you busy at the farm? How come you found the time to come to Yanjing? You could have informed me beforehand. I didn't mean to keep you waiting for so long. Take your time eating. You know, speaking of this just brings up my grievances with that Lin Wayman fellow. Why the rush to come to Yanjing? The college entrance exams have just concluded, and he insists on bringing you and Chu Qiao along. Just because Lin Chu Qiao is his sister, does that mean you aren't my nephew? They want to reunite so hastily, while our family hasn't even had the pleasure of toasting to your achievements yet." Uncle Li Fuqin exclaimed, indignation evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan understood the underlying displeasure from his family regarding Lin Wayman's urgency in bringing him to Yanjing. While it was true that Lin had notified the Li family, he had failed to bid farewell in person, which indeed lacked the necessary decorum. "Hey, you rascal." Uncle Li Fuqin's eyes widened, his dark face reflecting concern. "You always advocate for the Lin family. Listen here, if you keep siding with them, they won't appreciate it. Otherwise, why would they orchestrate your divorce with Chu Qiao?" Just as Uncle Li Fuqin finished his sweet potato, Li Xiangnan casually pulled out a handkerchief to offer him, only to realize that he still had Ding Yuqiu's handkerchief in his pocket from yesterday, which momentarily took him aback. Li Fuqin caught sight of a pink handkerchief, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he spat disdainfully. "Forget it. I have no interest in such trivialities. A simple wipe with my hand suffices. Is this handkerchief from Chu Qiao? I knew that our Li Xiangnan possesses remarkable charm, even without Lin Chu Qiao. We still have Wang Chu Qiao and Zhang Chu Qiao to admire." Upon noticing Li Xiangnan meticulously stowing the handkerchief away, he couldn't help but tease him with a smile. "What does that girl look like? Is she as beautiful as Chu Qiao?" Uncle Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. With a sigh, Li Fuqin remarked as they gathered their belongings to leave, "Many in the old Li family share my sentiments, regardless of their acknowledgement. The years with Chu Qiao have undeniably been the most glorious for our family. She has brought honor to us. Yet, to be frank, That girl hails from a noble lineage, one we cannot aspire to. While I too am reluctant to see her divorced from you, what can we do? The concept of social standing is something your father understands all too well. We should let it go. We simply do not belong to the same world. Li Xiangnan pondered these words, aware that in the context of their era, the union of two families indeed could not escape such prevailing norms. Moreover, when it comes to significant matters, the Lin family has been exceptionally meticulous. They have helped you secure a job in Yinjing and resolve your household registration issues, which is something our old Li family could have only dreamed of. In this way, neither family owes anything to the other, which is quite satisfactory. Xiangnan, do not cling stubbornly. When it is time to let go, let go. The owner of that handkerchief seems quite admirable. When will you introduce me to her? Uncle. Li Xiangnan found himself at a loss for words, bemusedly asking, what brings you to Yinjing? Surely, you are not here to oversee my romantic affairs on behalf of the old Li family, are you? What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Li Fuqin kicked him lightly. Expressing his annoyance, you are undoubtedly the most accomplished member of our family. Your uncle may work at the county government, but has he ever set foot in Yinjing? Look at you. You have established yourself here. You have a partner, are married, and have children. Now that is truly expanding the family roots in Yinjing. This is one of the reasons for my visit. There are other tasks as well. Li Xiangnan shook his head in resignation. Of course. Li Fuqin adjusted the woven bag in his hands. Your parents have been clamoring for days for me to come here. Yesterday, they spent the entire day preparing local specialties for you. Another task is to check in on how you are faring. Your uncle insists we cannot let you be mistreated in this unfamiliar place. Not at all. You are overthinking it. Li Xiangnan smiled, touched, as he exited the station and bent down to unlock his bicycle. Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've even managed to acquire a Phoenix bicycle? Impressive. Li Fuqin's eyes lit up with admiration. This also belongs to that young lady. I'm merely borrowing it. Li Xiangnan scratched his head, bemused. She truly treats you well. Xiangnan, I suggest you expedite your divorce from Chu Qiao and marry that girl without delay. Li Fuqin hung bags on the bicycle while continuing to tease him. Uncle, I had no idea you were so eager to play matchmaker. The cheeky lad exclaimed. How dare you speak to your uncle like that? I merely wish to hold my grandchild sooner. Hurry up, let us not dawdle. We must head to your factory. Without hesitation, Li Fuqin leaped onto the back seat, urging Li Xiangnan along. Uncle has always been this way, full of vitality and determination. A man who pursues his desires with remarkable execution. Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, mounted his bicycle, and set off. Look at this broad road. My goodness, the grandeur of this city gate is truly impressive. We could never match such splendor back home. And the number of cars in Great Yinjing is astonishing. Just listen to that roar. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with difficulty. As Li Xiangnan pedaled vigorously, he found himself compelled to slow down, seeking refuge in the shade amidst Li Fuqin's continuous exclamations of awe. Dr. Li, he had intended to quickly return the bicycle, but as he turned the corner near the repair shop, he spotted Ding Yuqiu waving from the factory entrance. Dr. Ding, this is... With a screech, Li Xiangnan brought the bicycle to a halt and hurried to make introductions. However, Li Fuqin did not wait for him to finish. He jumped off the bike and extended his hand. Hello, I am your uncle. Ding Yuqiu. Li Xiangnan? Chapter 71. The uncle who uses connections to pave his own way. Uncle, hello? A blush spread across Ding Yuqiu's face, mingled with excitement and joy. This elder, referred to as third uncle, happens to be a senior to Li Xiangnan, and his casual declaration of their kinship suggests an implicit acknowledgement of our... It is a heartfelt endorsement from the depths of his being. Henceforth, as you interact with Xiangnan, do take special care of him. He finds himself in a foreign land in Yinjing, and your presence would certainly ease my concerns. Li Fuqin flashed a genuine smile, warmly shaking hands with Ding Yuqiu. His words bore the weight of a solemn entrustment, causing Ding Yuqiu to blush, stealing a glance at Li Xiangnan, who wore an innocent pout. With a light-hearted chuckle, she stammered, third uncle, I will. That is splendid. Li Fuqin laughed heartily, then playfully nudged Li Xiangnan, chiding, while I converse with the young lady. What business do you have pouting over there? I am not. Li Xiangnan, filled with both respect and exasperation for this beloved elder, quickly sidestepped. Yet his demeanor remained one of acquiescence. Third uncle, allow me to assist you. At that moment, Ding Yuqiu joyfully approached the bicycle, casting a discreet glance at Li Xiangnan while positioning her body to shield him from Li Fuqin's playful advances. Oh dear, young lady, These are quite heavy. Seeing her enthusiasm, Li Fuqin, undeterred, came over to lend a hand, swiftly selecting a lighter item to place in her hands. Here, take this one. All right. Ding Yuqiu smiled brightly. Beckoning to Li Xiangnan, what are you standing there for? Come inside. Oh. Observing the fervor of Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan felt a stir of emotions. Responding with a nod as he pushed the bicycle into the factory. Eh? Xiaoli, is this your relative? Outside the security room. Grandpa Qin was replacing the coal in the stove when he caught sight of the three entering. Grandpa Qin, this is my third uncle. Li Xiangnan hurriedly introduced. Uncle. This is our factory's steadfast support, Grandpa Qin. Ah, Grandpa Qin. How do you do? Li Fuqin set down the burlap sack from his shoulder and quickly approached with a warm handshake, expressing, Xiangnan is in your factory. We will rely on your care in the future, and I thank you. As he spoke, he fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped it, and directly pressed it into the other man's hand, saying, please enjoy. It's a small token. Oh no. Grandpa Qin, seeing that it was a pack of Diqianmen worth 3 cents, was taken aback, astonished by Li Xiangnan's uncle's generosity, leaving him momentarily speechless. This is far too extravagant. Grandpa Qin, it's nothing. Please enjoy, and if you run out, just ask my nephew for more. This small gift pales in comparison to your kindness towards my nephew. Li Fuqin chuckled as he waved his hand, adding, you continue your work. We'll be on our way. All right, take care. Do you need assistance? Grandpa Qin set down the fire tongs, eager to help. Grandpa Qin, please carry on. We can manage. Li Xiangnan felt deeply moved, realizing that his uncle was paving the way for him with both financial support and goodwill. If you need anything, just let me know. Oh, and Doctor Ding is here too. That's splendid. Grandpa Qin then noticed that Ding Yuqiu was following Li Xiangnan, and his face broke into a broad smile. Old Master Qin, with a pouting expression, found himself at a loss for words. With a stamp of his foot, he hurriedly followed along, leaving only Old Master Qin behind, chuckling while holding a cigarette. Third uncle, this is our machinery repair factory. Over there are several large workshops, and at the back is a canteen. Our factory has 2 sizable canteens. If you continue straight down this road, you will reach our factory hospital. As Li Xiangnan walked, he provided an enthusiastic introduction. Nodding towards the direction ahead, third uncle, that way is my dormitory. It may be a bit small, but I am quite content. That's splendid. You just arrived in Yinjing, and having a place to stay is already a blessing. Why be picky? Li Fuqin observed and took notes as he followed his nephew to the warehouse beside the hospital, where Li Xiangnan resided. Just then, a series of bicycle bells rang out from behind them. The group turned to see a young man in his 30s speeding towards them on a bicycle. A blush crept onto Ding Yuqiu's face, and she quickly turned away. Li Xiangnan set down his burlap bag and turned to greet the newcomer. Old Chui, what brings you here in such a rush? The person was none other than Chui Xingjian, a clerk from the administrative office. He came to a screeching halt, smiling as he looked at Li Fuqin and the shy Ding Yuqiu before his gaze finally settled on Li Xiangnan. I was looking for you this afternoon. Doctor Ding mentioned you hurriedly left, and I was concerned you might need assistance finding someone. So, I took a brief leave from Section Chief Ma and came looking for you. You went out of your way to find me, Li Xiangnan replied, pleasantly surprised, feeling a warmth in his heart. However, Li Fuqin immediately caught on to the underlying sentiment. He tossed his burlap bag over his shoulder and approached with a smile. Hello. Xiangnan was here to pick me up this afternoon. I am his third uncle. Greetings. Third uncle. Chui Xingjian leaped from the vehicle and, with a swift kick, raised his hand in greeting. I am a colleague from the Xiaoli Factory Hospital. A pleasure to meet you. Li Xiangnan introduced. This is Chui Xingjian from our administrative department. No need for formality. We are all part of the same family. Chui Xingjian, feeling slightly embarrassed as Li Fuqin warmly grasped his hand, insisted. That simply won't do. Li Fuqin released his grip, reached into his pocket, and produced a pack of Diqianmen cigarettes, which he promptly pressed into Chui Xingjian's hand. Chui, my nephew will be at the hospital. I'll be counting on your care. Chui Xingjian paused, though he did not clearly see what kind of cigarettes they were. He immediately understood and tucked them away into his pocket. Rest assured, in the factory hospital, Xiaoli is like a brother to me. I will certainly look after him. He knew that if he refused the cigarettes, his uncle would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable, perhaps even worried. As anticipated, Li Fuqin immediately broke into a smile. That's wonderful. I truly appreciate it. Now, let us head inside for some tea. Chui Xingjian wasted no time, quickly grabbing the various bags hanging from his bicycle and bringing them inside. Upon entering, he noticed Ding Yuqiu preparing tea while Li Fuqin surveyed the small room. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan and gestured outside. Li Xiangnan understood perfectly and cheerfully remarked, "Dr. Ding, could you please help by boiling some water? I'll fetch a pot of cool water." "Certainly. Leave it to me." Ding Yuqiu nodded, showing no reluctance. Once outside, Li Xiangnan inquired, "Old Chui, what is going on? You seem to be acting rather mysteriously. Is that all you're concerned about?" Li Xiangnan was taken aback. "Are you being serious?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's eyes turned icy. Chapter 72. This uncle of yours is truly a pitiful creature. Chui Xingjian nodded, noticing that Li Xiangnan, upon learning of such a significant matter, merely expressed surprise. His emotional state remained remarkably stable. Chui could not help but marvel at his extraordinary composure, yet still urged Li Xiangnan, "This is something we must discuss in detail. How did you come to know that Luo Dali is in cahoots with his uncle?" Li Xiangnan asked as he fished a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Chui. The two strolled towards the water station, smoking and conversing. Has Section Chief Ma also involved himself? Regarding the stern and humorless Section Chief Ma, Li Xiangnan recalled how, during the initial report, he had chosen not to take offense at Ma's deliberate display of authority, which had earned him some gratitude from the latter. He never anticipated that upon hearing about the housing allocation issue, Ma would enthusiastically seek information on his behalf. Feeling a touch of gratitude upon learning that Dean Feng was also concerned about his situation, Li Xiangnan exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, "What happened next?" At this, Li Xiangnan was taken aback. He had considered approaching Dean Feng directly to ascertain the situation, even contemplating asking Factory Director Xing for insights if necessary. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the housing allocation issue was intimately tied to his own interests, and he was wary of the potential consequences of meddling without cause. Little did he know that, without his intervention, the underlying interests had already begun to clash. Shaoli, Chui continued, "Section Chief Ma and I have analyzed this repeatedly. From the hints in Dean Feng's words, it appears that Luo Dali will not be remaining in our hospital for long." Chui Xingjian was well versed in the intricate dynamics of officialdom. He firmly grasped the man's arm and solemnly declared, "This matter has surely reached a conclusion, whatever it may be. It will undoubtedly be beneficial to you. At this juncture, refrain from uttering a word or taking any action. With our intervention, you need not worry. As the principal party involved, you must consider the repercussions. Often, your mere absence can alter the very essence of the situation. Remember this. Perhaps the prolonged silence indicates that he is merely biding his time, setting aside other considerations. The sheer patience and composure he exhibits are qualities Chui Xingjian believed he himself could not possess. Justice will ultimately prevail. There exists a sense of fairness in the world." Knowing that both Luo Dali and Luo Yong, who had been up to no good, had faced repercussions, Li Xiangnan felt a slight uplift in his spirits, and his steps grew considerably lighter. However, upon nearing his home, he spotted his distant uncle, Luo Yong, sitting on the steps of the courtyard, smoking. As he approached, Luo Yong extinguished his cigarette with a scowl and rose to his feet. Despite his uncle's perplexed expression, Luo Dali plastered a smile on his face and greeted him, "Uncle, what brings you here? Why not come inside?" But before he could finish his sentence, a swift kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. The handlebars of his bicycle struck his head with a resounding thud, the weight of the rear pressing down upon him. With a wince of pain, Luo Dali grimaced, yet the physical discomfort was overshadowed by the bewilderment of the assault, leaving him feeling aggrieved. He immediately protested, "Uncle, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? What have I done to deserve this? What the hell did I do to provoke you? I have been utterly ruined by you. Damn it." Luo Yong spat on him, crouched down, and patted Luo Dali's pallid face. "Didn't you say that simply striking out Li Xiangnan's name would suffice? Didn't you claim it could be easily brushed aside? Didn't you mention that Li Xiangnan was merely a minor character, someone whose affairs would hardly attract attention? How foolish of me to be so blinded by the few cigarettes you offered. Uncle, what is the matter? Why are you so furious? What has happened?" Luo Dali covered his face, apprehensively gazing at his enraged uncle, feeling quite dejected. "What's wrong? I thought this time would be like before, where after the office drafted the list, Director Lu would just glance at it and sign off. Instead, this situation is entirely different from a year ago when we were allocated rooms. Director Lu summoned the leaders of several branches and even invited the directors of the subordinate hospitals for a meeting to meticulously verify each name. Are you not aware that this is akin to placing a stone upon my own foot? Do you not realize that Li Xiangnan's name was added by Director Feng? The entire hospital has only 2 slots, one for Zhou Feng and one for him. Do you wish to see me fail? You know. When I encountered Director Feng in the corridor this afternoon, do you have any idea what his gaze towards me was like? And do you know how Directors Liu and Xing regarded me when I later approached them about the high-temperature allowances? Damn it, this is all you're doing. Luo Dali expressed his grievances, saying, Uncle, Li Xiangnan is indeed insignificant, and he is a newcomer. I cannot fathom why Dean Feng and the factory leaders hold him in such high regard. Had I known this, things would not have transpired in this manner. And what if he was scolded a couple of times? I was scolded yesterday too. Damn it. Luo Yong, in a fit of rage, kicked him and retorted, his face flushed with anger. Just a couple of scoldings? Director Liu has transferred me to the foundry workshop. I have been utterly ruined by you. The official notice will be issued tomorrow. If I refuse to go, I'll be directly dismissed. This is all your fault. You ungrateful relative. Why don't you just vanish? What? Uncle, how could it be so serious? What about me? Luo Dali's heart sank, fearing he might also be affected. You. Luo Yong gripped his chin, his expression menacing. Although it was I who put pen to paper, the idea originated from you. What do you say to that? Luo Dali, our familial ties are severed from now on. Do not let me see you in the factory. Luo Dali's head was thrust into the scorching, sun-baked mud pit. And upon raising it, his eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. How could this seemingly inconspicuous conspiracy have led to his sudden downfall? Chapter 73. Love that transcends thousands of miles. Though he claimed that living in Yanjing was quite acceptable and urged Li Xiangnan not to be overly sensitive. Upon witnessing the bare and desolate conditions of the small room, Li Fuqin felt a pang of sorrow for his nephew, nearly moved to tears. The Li family in Lijiaton was quite affluent, with numerous siblings, and resided in a courtyard comprising several sections, with the main reception house even boasting 2 stories. Considering the living conditions provided to Li Xiangnan, the space resembles nothing more than a mere storage room at the old Li house, especially with the sweltering gusts of wind infiltrating from outside. The small chamber is devoid of even a hint of coolness. Sitting there, one is relentlessly beset by beads of perspiration. The bed is a makeshift assembly crafted from wooden cabinets, and the tables and benches bear the unmistakable marks of at least a decade's wear. Li Fuqin, increasingly pained by the sight, shook his head and sighed, his gaze inevitably falling upon Ding Yuqiu, who was squatting on the ground, fanning the stove. He remarked, My dear girl, may I ask your esteemed surname? I was so preoccupied earlier that I forgot to inquire. Unworthy to be mentioned, my surname is Ding. Ding Yuqiu replied with a gentle smile, discreetly wiping the sweat from her brow. Rest assured, though Xiangnan may be a bit unruly, he possesses a strong ambition. This is surely just a temporary arrangement. In the future, you will have a better abode to inhabit. I will not allow you to suffer any indignities. Li Fuqin aimed to speak well of his nephew. Uncle. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu felt her heart race wildly, a blend of joy and shyness enveloping her as she responded, That is certainly true. Dr. Li is indeed exceptional. And he is not as you described, troublesome. His medical skills are commendable, his character is noble, and he is particularly thoughtful and ambitious. We all hold him in high regard. He is bound to achieve remarkable success. Is that so? Li Fuqin chuckled, surprised by Ding Yuqiu's high praise for his nephew. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Having experienced love himself, he understood that this was likely a case of seeing one's beloved through rose-colored glasses. Dr. Li, just as they were conversing, a woman's voice called out from outside. Li Fuqin stood up in confusion, yet Ding Yuqiu recognized the voice and promptly went out to greet the visitor. Oh dear. Dr. Ding, there you are. How fortuitous. I have brought you something as well. My husband said since we are preparing meals for New Year's anyway, we might as well cook a couple of extra dishes, so here they are. They are 2 vegetarian dishes. I hope you don't mind. Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed as she entered the room, carrying a net bag. Dr. Li would never complain. We are grateful for your kindness. Ding Yuqiu replied as she followed Wang into the house. Upon noticing that Wang Xiaofeng had stopped in her tracks upon seeing Li Fuqin, she explained, Sister Xiaofeng, this is Dr. Li's uncle, who has come from out of town. Xiaofeng, you've brought something? Li Xiangnan interjected. Oh no, Lao Chui, please don't trouble yourself. I'll go out to buy something shortly. I feel like I'm always sending you on errands. Seeing the couple's sincerity, Li Xiangnan quickly halted them. Li Fuqin, observing the scene, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His nephew had only arrived in Yanjing a few days prior. Yet he had already made so many genuine acquaintances willing to look after him. He felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed from outside, followed by Sun Jie's voice. "Xiao Li, hurry up. We need to prepare some dishes. My brother-in-law caught some fish in the river today. It's incredibly fresh." "Huh. Lao Chui, Dr. Ding, why are all of you here?" As he spoke, he entered the room with his net bag, only to be taken aback by the crowd gathered inside. Li Xiangnan shot a glare at Cui Xingjian, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to Sun Jie. "Brother Sun, your drinking habit is quite prominent. This is my uncle, who has just arrived from the county today." "Uncle, greetings." Sun Jie respectfully saluted with a straight posture. "Haha, you're quite the character." Upon seeing the sight before him, Li Fuqing couldn't help but chuckle, striking a match and passing it over. After surveying the scene, he waved his hand and declared, "I believe we needn't prepare any more dishes. With these two offerings, along with the river delicacy brought by Xiao Sun, let us not forget what I have brought today. These are all authentic local specialties from Hanshan County, allowing you to savor the flavors of Li Jiaduan. Xiangnan, please open the sack." "All right." Li Xiangnan grinned broadly, glancing at the bulging net bag, immediately realizing that his gluttonous third uncle had not skimped on goodies. "Oh my, today is a feast for the palate." Sun Jie rubbed his hands together in delight. Cui Xingjian, equally elated, said, "Xiao Li, I truly wish to taste the specialties from your hometown. Indeed, our visit has not been in vain." Ding Yuqiu watched curiously as Li Xiangnan unfastened the sack. Yet thoughts of her own pressing matters caused her to frequently glance outside, torn between the desire to stay and the urge to leave. "Miss Ding, do indulge a little and sample the culinary prowess of Li Xiangnan's mother." Li Fuqing observed her anxiety and said with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, all her reservations dissipated. She flashed a radiant smile, nodding enthusiastically. The prospect of enjoying Li Xiangnan's mother's cooking brought her immense joy. "Ah, sweet garlic. I knew my mother would surely prepare this. Old Chui, bring it to the table. This flavor cannot be replicated in Yanjing." "Goodness gracious, fermented tofu with white liquor? Did my mother make that as well?" "Third uncle, she hasn't hidden it somewhere, has she? I certainly didn't see it a few days ago." "Pickles. Behold the exquisite appearance of these treasures. Has my mother truly uprooted all the splendid cabbages from our cherished garden?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, their amusement palpable. Soon after, a series of ceramic jars were gingerly extracted from a burlap sack by Li Xiangnan. Delicacies such as sweet and sour wood ear mushrooms, stir-fried green beans, fried peanuts, candied ginger, and pickled chili peppers emerged, each more intriguing than the last. The ground was adorned with an array of jars, large and small, each brimming with the flavors of home, lovingly transported over 1,000 miles by the third uncle. However, the joyful exclamations abruptly ceased as the onlookers turned to see Li Xiangnan seated on the ground, cradling a jar. He unscrewed the lid to reveal marinated beef, and Ding Yuqiu gazed at him, her heart tightening unknowingly. She beheld the man, his head bowed, tears streaming down his face, his silence deafening. Chapter 74. Does he dare to stand me up? In the Lin family's residence, apartment 101 of Building 6, Lin Jianzhou sat in a solitary armchair, perusing a newspaper, while his elder brother, Lin Weiguo, occupied the opposite end, engrossed in a medical tome illuminated by the lights streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Jianzhou's wife, Wei Lan, and his second sister-in-law, Xiao Qing, lounged on a chaise, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Weimin dutifully perched on a bench in the hallway, frequently glancing at the clock, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lin's mother, Wang Xiuqin, emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Casting a glance at Lin Jianzhou, "Xiao Qing, please accompany your sister-in-law and mother to reheat the dishes." Lin Jianzhou commanded without lifting his gaze. "Understood." Xiao Qing exchanged a glance with Lin Weimin and rose, pulling her sister-in-law to her feet. Wang Xiuqin waved her hand and approached Lin Jianzhou, leaning in to softly inquire. "Old Lin, this has already been reheated once. Should we heat it again? Or shall we not wait any longer?" "How can that be?" Lin Jianzhou frowned. "We agreed to gather for a meal. It would be quite improper not to wait for others." "Very well." Wang Xiuqin nodded and swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Elder brother, Lin Weimin, overhearing this exchange, hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow, and gestured with his eyes to silence Lin Jianzhou, for there might be unforeseen complications arising from the delay. Lin Weimin waved his hand dismissively, turning to his father with a hint of anxiety. "Father, I arranged with Xiaoli yesterday to pick him up. If you don't allow me to go, one tea that lead to a breach of trust? Lin Jianzhou remained silent, while Lin Wei was scoffed. That was my suggestion. What's the matter? If he is coming to our door, do you still intend to go fetch him? As if we were the ones in need? Is that necessary? But Lin Weiman's face fell in dismay. There is no but about it. Your elder brother is correct. This is a matter of decorum. You needn't take it to heart. Besides, did we not instruct you to convey the address to him over the phone? Once he arrives, the gatekeeper will naturally call to inform us. Why the haste? Lin Jianzhou gestured towards the sofa with an impassive expression. Sit still and learn from your elder brother's composure. Lin Weiman scratched his head, feeling vexed as he took a seat, but concern began to gnaw at him. Xiaoli was unfamiliar with Yanjing, and this being his first visit to the Lin family, he would undoubtedly have to inquire about the address, which would surely delay him. This might very well be the reason for his anticipated tardiness. Sister, little sister, why are you not coming inside? What are we standing here for? Lin Chuqiao secured her car and ascended the steps. I dare not remain inside. My father wore a stern expression that increasingly made me feel as though this were a banquet of treachery. Lin Yue pouted, clearly at a loss for words. Just request the phone from the office at the bureau. You've worked hard these past few days. It's sweltering outside, and look at you. You've become sun-kissed. Lin Muyu expressed her concern. Oh, it's merely a trifling task. I feel more at ease using my own phone. As Lin Chuqiao climbed the steps, she pinched her younger sister Lin Yue's fair cheek. You remain as earnest as ever. All right, let us head inside. Lin Muyu opened the door, ushering her in. Upon hearing the unexpected quiet within, Lin Chuqiao paused, pulling Lin Muyu aside. Sister, has that person not arrived? At this, Lin Yue and Lin Muyu exchanged glances. Has Xiao Qiao truly become so reluctant to even mention Li Xiangnan? Not at all. Our whole family is waiting for him. Lin Muyu replied softly. Humph, I knew he would certainly lack decorum. We're all assembled, waiting for him to dine. Is that appropriate? I'm going upstairs. Don't call me for dinner tonight. I can't be bothered to see him. Lin Chuqiao huffed, swiftly entering the house and darting upstairs without greeting her parents. Wang Xiuqin explained. Your father thought it was about time for us to serve the dishes. Then I shall assist. Lin Yue exclaimed with delight, immediately bouncing over. Mom, I'll help too. Lin Muyu followed her into the kitchen. In no time, the table was set with an array of dishes, and the Lin family gathered in clusters, either standing or seated around the room. Time passed fleetingly, second by second. The expressions on Lin Weigua and Wei Lan's faces darkened at a palpable rate. By the time the clock struck 6:30, Lin Jianzhou could no longer remain seated. He removed his glasses and folded the newspaper. Weiman, ride over and see what has transpired. Certainly. Lin Weiman had been eagerly awaiting this instruction and sprang to the door like a coiled spring. How outrageous. This is infuriating. Lin Weigua exclaimed, slapping the sofa cushion. His brow furrowed deeply. Country folk truly are oblivious, making us wait for so long. Even if something has occurred, a phone call would have sufficed. How absurd. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiman sighed and dashed out without properly putting on his shoes. 10 minutes later, the telephone in the living room rang, as anticipated. Well, Dad, it must be Weiman encountering that lost country boy. Truly a bumpkin. Coming to the city and not knowing how to ask for directions, as Lin Weigua's unrestrained reproach echoed. Lin Muyu interjected. Brother, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. Yue, answer the phone. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yue, beaming with delight, rushed to pick up the receiver. Hello. The sharp reprimands came from their own younger sister, causing Lin Weigua's face to darken. Mortified beyond measure, he wished to vanish into the cracks of the earth. Lin Muyu exhaled in relief and assisted her father, saying, Dad, let us eat our meal. It is unavoidable that someone from their hometown has arrived. We can arrange another meeting next time. Please invite Li Xiangnan to dinner, or rather, it was Lin Jianzhou who took the initiative to extend the invitation. Although Li did not attend this time, due to unforeseen circumstances, Lin Jianzhou could not shake off a slight discontent. Being stood up was something no one dared to do in his position. With a wave of his hand, he headed straight to the study, declaring, You all enjoy your meal. I am not hungry. The others in the room exchanged glances, their hearts instinctively tightening. Chapter 75. Even the dogs in the village looked down upon him. Unbeknownst to Li Xiangnan, the members of the Lin family were currently harboring their thoughts. After ending the call in the factory hospital's relay room, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was aware that he had promised to dine at the Lin residence tonight, but had to cancel due to the arrival of his uncle. They must have prepared a feast for him, and he felt certain the Lin family had their own opinions about his absence. Nevertheless, his uncle's arrival was paramount, and he could not afford to neglect him. As for the Lin family, he planned to visit them next time and offer a thorough explanation, trusting that, given the Lin family's discernment, they would not hold a grudge against him. However, while conversing just now, he found the female voice on the phone somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Yet, upon reflection, he could not place it and decided to dismiss the thought. Literally, your uncle has arrived? What a pity it is that you could not make a match this time. Old Su, residing in the relay room, had already started his meal and chuckled teasingly at Li Xiangnan. Master Su, you flatter me. I am merely a newcomer in town for a few days. Who would introduce me to a partner? You jest. Li Xiangnan remarked as he pulled out a cigarette to offer him. Not at all. I can see you have potential. Old Su took the cigarette, chuckling as he tucked it behind his ear, and remarked, but do not lose heart. At least Dr. Lin and Dr. Ding both have a fondness for you. Upon returning to the small room, he found Ding Yuqiu and Wang Xiaofeng already busy wrapping dumplings. A smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, dumplings for the wedding and noodles for the send-off. Hey, third uncle, you are in for a treat tonight. What is there to boast about? The others in the room exchanged knowing glances, chuckling as they turned their attention to Ding Yuqiu. All present were seasoned individuals. How could they not understand? Yet, this veil of subtlety was not for them to pierce, so they jovially pulled Li Xiangnan to sit at the table alongside them. Cui Xingzhan had just dashed outside to purchase 2 bottles of Erguo Tu, and had barely settled down when he popped open a bottle cap to pour wine for Li Xiangnan. Casually, he inquired, Young Li, whom were you on the phone with? He had originally arranged to dine with someone but could not make it tonight, thus having to cancel. Never mind, let us focus on drinking. Li Xiangnan raised his glass and declared, Third uncle, welcome to Yanjing. Let us share a toast. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate further, the others refrained from probing and cheerfully lifted their glasses to clink with third uncle, then downed their drinks in unison. Third uncle. Sun Jie grinned as he clinked his glass with Li Fuqin's. I am only a few years older than Young Li, so I shall also call you third uncle. Here's to you. Please tell us, what was Young Li like back home? Was he equally remarkable? Curiosity glimmered in their eyes. Nonsense. Li Fuqin shot a glance at Li Xiangnan, pointing at him with jest. This lad, back in the countryside, would reach for the moon in the heavens and catch turtles in the vast oceans. There was nothing he dared not attempt. In our local dialect, it is said that even the village dogs disdain him. Upon hearing these words, Ding Yuqiu couldn't help but smile as she imagined scenes of Li Xiangnan from his past in the village. Her curiosity about his history piqued, and she eagerly leaned in to listen. Wang Xiaofeng, observing her demeanor, stifled a giggle. Oh my, little Li is quite the rascal. Uncle San, you must share more stories with us. We are all eager to hear. Cui Xingzhan joined in with the playful banter. With his lively antics, coupled with the keen-eyed Sun Jie and the spirited Uncle San, the atmosphere quickly became animated, filled with cheerful toasts and laughter. Amidst the joyful sounds and the vibrant energy of the crowd, Li Xiangnan silently savored the tranquility of the moment, not wishing to halt Uncle San's teasing. As Uncle San recounted tales of Li Xiangnan's lively escapades in the village, the imagery brought forth a more vivid and rounded portrayal of him, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Little Li, little Li. Just then, a call echoed from outside, causing the revelers to pause their meal. I'll go answer the door. Ding Yuqiu, reluctant to disrupt the cheerful ambience, rushed over and opened the door. Cousin Weimin? She recognized this unexpected visitor, having dined with Lin Weimin the previous day. However, Lin Weimin appeared taken aback. What on earth is happening here? Why is little Li forsaking the Lin family's gathering to be with this Miss Ding? He had sensed something amiss the night before and wondered if this was indeed a foreboding sign. For Ding Yuqiu, he would even abandon the Lin family feast? Yet, in the depths of his mind, he sensed otherwise. Xiaoli was not inherently an impulsive individual. Moreover, he had just heard a considerable amount of lively chatter emanating from within the room, indicating that she was not alone. Wei Min, lost in his musings. The door swung open completely, revealing Li Fuqin, his face painted with astonishment. Third uncle? Lin Wei Min gasped, momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening with joy as he hurried forward. What brings you here? At last, he comprehended why Xiaoli had chosen to forego her meal. Upon hearing this address, Ding Yuqiu exhaled in relief. It seemed they were indeed relatives, for how else could the third uncle be acquainted with him? Just yesterday, she had doubted Li Xiangnan's claim that Lin Wei Min was his cousin, thinking it mere jest. Now, The connection had been confirmed, filling her heart with delight, especially since she believed she had performed admirably the previous night. I came to see Xiangnan. Li Fuqin chuckled, but his expression soon turned serious. As he jabbed a finger toward Lin Weimin's shoulder. What were you thinking, leaving in such haste? Our family barely had time to bid farewell to Xiangnan. And his mother is quite furious. Third uncle, it was all my fault. Lin Weimin quickly grasped his hand, exchanging furtive glances. Please, don't hold it against us. Oh dear, since you've already begun to drink, I must ensure we share a few glasses. He could not allow his uncle to divulge anything further. Discussing Li Xiangnan's divorce from Lin Chuqiao would surely expose a matter best kept from the ears of outsiders, as maintaining this secrecy was beneficial for both parties at present. Lin Weimin understood this, and Li Fuqin, having lived for half a lifetime, was certainly aware as well. It was not the right time to settle accounts with him, so he smiled warmly and invited the guest inside, seating him at the table. You must accompany me for a few drinks. You little rascal. Inside the room, upon hearing that it was Li Xiangnan's cousin, Cui Xingzhan and Sun Jie became more enthusiastic. Cousin, let me help you with the chopsticks. Cousin, allow me to pour you some wine. Lin Weimin chuckled, graciously accepting their gestures. He sat down and toasted 3 cups with his third uncle, followed by sharing 2 cups with Sun Jie and Cui Xingzhan. Before finally turning to meet Li Xiangnan's curious gaze, he happened to be seated beside little Li, and seizing the opportunity of the toasts, he leaned in closer. Speaking in a hushed tone that only the two of them could hear, your absence at dinner today nearly caused me great trouble. I almost ended up in a brawl with my elder brother. Chapter 76. Did Lin Chuqiao actually harbor feelings for Xiangnan? Was it truly his absence from dinner that almost ignited a conflict between Lin Weimin and his elder brother? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he held little emotional attachment to the Lin family, he had spent the most time with Lin Weimin, and in truth, he felt quite grateful towards him, considering him a decent cousin. The thought of causing discord between the brothers due to his own actions was troubling. Yet, he found himself perplexed. After all, it was merely a missed dinner. How could it nearly lead to a fight? What mischief could possibly arise from his absence? Having never encountered such a family dynamic, Li Xiangnan pondered for a long time without reaching a conclusion, and thus looked to Lin Weimin with a questioning gaze. Greetings, dear Uncle San. Let us embark on another adventure. Welcome to Yanjing. Yet, Lin Weimin merely exchanged a discreet glance before proceeding to offer a toast to Uncle San. Li Xiangnan, well aware of the crowded room and the inappropriateness of discussing matters concerning the Lin family, restrained his thoughts and mingled with the others. Oh, how forgetful I am. Please, continue your revelry while I find a private spot to make a phone call. After offering another toast to Sun Jie and Cui Xingzhan, Lin Weimin apologetically rose and gestured to those around him. Li Xiangnan, understanding, set down his chopsticks and said, Brother Weimin, since you are not from the factory, allow me to accompany you. Turning to Lao Chui and Brother Sun, he added, Please keep Uncle San entertained for a moment. We shall return shortly. Very well. Cui Xingzhan waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Quickly now, Lao Sun, let us join Uncle San. The special delicacies from the Li family truly tantalize the senses. I am utterly tempted. We must express our gratitude to Uncle San for indulging our appetites. Indeed, Uncle San, let us proceed. Sun Jie exclaimed, raising his glass in delight. After a moment's sigh, Lin Weimin affectionately placed his arm around Li Xiangnan's shoulders and sincerely remarked, Little Li, it is not my intention to speak ill of my elder brother, yet you must inevitably engage with him while in Yanjing. In any case, heed his words, and simply regard them as mere trifles. Brother Weimin, do be cautious in your words about your superior. He might overhear. Li Xiangnan could not suppress a chuckle. Did he instruct you to contact me? Li Xiangnan inquired, surprised. Indeed, I meant to come and fetch you. Even if you know the address of the family compound, it would be quite challenging for you to navigate, as it is not easily accessible. But, never mind, I shall say no more. Regarding the specific attitudes of the elder brother and father towards Li Xiangnan, Lin Weimin found it increasingly difficult to articulate. He feared that speaking too much might sow discord between Li Xiangnan and the Lin family. To his surprise, Li Xiangnan chuckled upon hearing this and, with a gesture of camaraderie, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said, Brother Weimin, I have heard from Xiao Qiao about her elder brother on occasion. I know he is an intellectual, someone who upholds traditional etiquette and values the lineage of scholarly families. Xiao Qiao faced quite a few reprimands in her childhood. I surmise that my failure to visit after promising to do so has upset him. And having you come to fetch me must be a source of embarrassment for your esteemed Lin family. Am I right? Ah, you see through everything, Lin Wayman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile. My elder brother is so fixated on his scholarly pursuits. His stubbornness almost led to a quarrel between us today. I was quite vexed, but you needn't take it to heart. Should we meet in the future, please bear with him. Lin Weigua, the elder brother-in-law, whom Li Xiangnan had encountered once at the train station, had appeared courteous on the surface, yet Li sensed the inherent pride characteristic of a scholar within him, amplified by his background as a member of a prestigious family. This dual advantage made him a formidable and earnest intellectual to contend with. Lin Wayman did not shy away from revealing Lin Weigua's traits. Rather, he took the opportunity to caution Li about this elder brother, demonstrating a commendable loyalty to his kin. This revelation further enhanced Li Xiangnan's regard for him, prompting a heartfelt response. Brother Wayman, I am truly touched by your willingness to share this with me. Even if, in the future, I were to part ways with Xiao Qiao, you shall forever remain my second cousin, a cherished member of my family. Lin Wayman suddenly raised his head. A look of astonishment etched upon his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a tightness in his throat and a slight sting in his nose. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ah, you've been away for so long. Wayman, a toast is in order. Sun Jie, ever the familiar one, stood up and approached with a bottle of wine in hand. On the very first day of Li Xiangnan's arrival, he had witnessed Lin Wayman driving his jeep alongside factory director Xing Chun to the factory hospital, leaving a lasting impression on him, hence his warmth. And I too shall raise a glass. Today, with Uncle San here and Wayman present, we are truly delighted. Cui Xinjian also stood, lifting his wine glass high. On the day Li Xiangnan reported to the administrative department, Lin Wayman had been waiting downstairs in his jeep, a detail he remembered vividly. Both Sun Jie and Cui Xinjian felt a sense of joy in having a cousin of such esteemed background and status as Li Xiangnan, especially since he did not disdain the humble origins of this young man. With two clever cobblers, complemented by Lin Wayman's own astute and worldly demeanor, the toasts and banter flowed effortlessly, not to mention the presence of Uncle San, a perceptive individual, which elevated the atmosphere to a new crescendo. Leaning against the threshold of the small room, Li Xiangnan and Lin Wayman wore flushed faces, their eyelids drooping as they shared silly smiles. The Lin family, with their straightforward nature embodied by Lin Wayman and Lin Chuqiao, found themselves in a rather heated discussion. My uncle, feeling the warmth within the house, moved a long table to the shade of a tree at the entrance, lying there with a fan, gazing at the sky. Our family, the Li family, was determined to unite with yours through marriage, yet alas, your father has too many twists and turns in his heart. Uncle, do you think I don't wish for that? Lin Wayman spoke after a prolonged silence, his voice tinged with bitterness. I genuinely admire my brother-in-law. Even Xiao Qiao shares that sentiment. However, we ultimately cannot go against our father's wishes. What can we do? Li Xiangnan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What did you say? Uncle Li Fuqin suddenly sat up from the long table, eyes wide with surprise. Are you saying that Lin Chuqiao actually has feelings for our Xiangnan? In chapter 77, the tearful Lin Wayman, noticing his uncle's excitement, quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Pretending to cough by the tree roots several times, he stood upright and exclaimed, I'm tipsy. Oh dear, uncle, you should rest early with Xiaoli tonight. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Wayman, has Xiao Qiao truly developed feelings for Xiangnan? Well, uncle, I must take my leave. I'm genuinely intoxicated. Everything I said was merely the ramblings of a drunkard. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Wayman, wary of any further entanglements regarding hometown specialties, quickly hopped onto his vehicle and sped away. Li Fuqin, still chuckling behind him, called out, You're drunk, so ride slowly. Be careful not to fall and hurt yourself. Lin Wayman felt a deep sense of frustration. He was well acquainted with the entire Li family. He was unperturbed by the elder who worked at the county government or by the honest and simple Li Fugue, his father. Yet, he found himself daunted by the cunning of his uncle. The decision for Xiao Qiao to divorce Li Xiangnan was a directive from their parents, and though they, as children, harbored reservations and discontent, ultimately, they were obliged to heed their elder's wishes. He wished for harmony within the Lin family, for everyone to live joyfully together. Yet he also desired for his sister and brother-in-law, Li Xiangnan, to find lasting happiness. Lin Wayman understood, however, that his parents had endured countless hardships throughout their lives, having navigated various trials, and their foresight was profound and their counsel sound. The Lin family and the Li family were akin to two parallel lines, forever devoid of intersection. Unless a remarkable genius were to emerge from the Li family, propelling them to unprecedented heights, achieving parity with the Lin family, what hope was there? Li Xiangnan was indeed talented, yet lacking connections, background, and opportunity. When could he ever rise? Could his sister wait indefinitely? Could the Lin family afford to wait? As Lin Weiman rode out of the repair shop and onto the street, his heart filled with sorrow, tears soon welled in his eyes, and he felt as though his throat was constricted by cotton. He decided to halt his bicycle, sitting by the roadside to wipe his tears. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette, only to bitterly smile as he realized it was an unopened pack that Li Fuqin had tucked into his pocket when he had come out. He turned his gaze towards the jar of hometown delicacies hanging from the bicycle handlebar, overwhelmed with emotion. What wonderful people the Li family are. Each of them genuinely kind-hearted towards others. How little time had he spent with the Li family? How brief was his acquaintance with Li Xiangnan? How few meals had he shared with Li Fuqin? It was unfathomable to him how cherished Xiao must have been during those 2 years she spent working in the Li family commune, and the 3 years after she married into the family. Even if Xiao had a cold disposition, she surely would have melted under their warmth. After all, human hearts are tender. The care she received from the Li family must have surpassed that of her own kin. How heart-wrenching it must be for Xiao, torn apart from such a union by her parents. Lin Weiman empathized deeply, imagining the minutiae of his life with his wife and the unbearable pain of separation. He pulled out a cigarette, smoking it fervently, his gaze sharpening with determination. Soon enough, he resolved on a course of action. Extinguishing the cigarette, he remounted his bicycle, filled with renewed vigor. If Xiao was unwilling to divorce, he would remove every obstacle in her path. Meanwhile, in front of the small house, Li Xiangnan remained blissfully unaware of Lin Weiman's turmoil. He had already settled down beneath the tree, lying side by side with Li Fuqin, gazing at the stars above. Reminiscent of his childhood when his uncle had taken him to marvel at the Milky Way all night long. "Did you hear what Weiman said?" Li Fuqin asked, fanning himself to ward off the mosquitoes. Li Xiangnan shook his head. "Brother Weiman is drunk. Don't take his ramblings to heart. Even if there is some truth to it, we shouldn't take it seriously. The Lin family is not solely governed by Lin Weiman and Lin Chuqiao." "Hey, you rascal," Li Fuqin remarked as he sat up. "What is going on with you? Whatever happened to that fervor you had for the girl back in the day? Have you become timid since coming to Yanjing? If you like her, pursue her. Besides, you've already obtained a marriage certificate. No one can force you apart." "Third uncle, it's not about the possibility of separation. It's..." Li Xiangnan shook his head with a wry smile. "Are you afraid that Xiao will insist on divorcing you?" Li Fuqin inquired, furrowing his brow. "What kind of mindset is this, you rascal? What era are we in? Are we still clinging to the old notions of parental consent and matchmaking? As long as Xiao doesn't wish to divorce, what can her parents do?" Li Fuqin was genuinely upset, glaring at Li Xiangnan. "I ask you this. If Xiao is willing to continue with you, would you dare to carry on with her?" Li Xiangnan, understanding his uncle's stance, calmly retrieved a cigarette and lit it, responding helplessly, "Third uncle, put yourself in my shoes. If you were to oppose my marrying a girl, and I insisted on marrying her, considering the vast differences between our families and the minimal chance of mutual compromise, would you truly agree?" "This, indeed." Li Fuqin began to waver. Once one views a situation from another's perspective, it seems all arguments hold weight. He scratched his head in confusion, astonished. "When did you become so mature and worldly?" Li Xiangnan spoke with a touch of profundity. "Third uncle, I know you have my best interests at heart, but you do not comprehend the deeply rooted family values of this era. It is not something I can easily dismantle, unless they themselves choose to shatter their arrogant notions of social hierarchy." Listening to his nephew's words and gazing at the countenance that was so near yet seemed to bear the weight of a lifetime, Li Fuqin was profoundly shaken by these profound life insights. "Xiangnan, upon this reunion, I realize you have indeed matured. Your wisdom is more profound than mine. I am utterly astonished." Li Xiangnan grinned widely and replied, "Uncle, what astonishes you is yet to come." Chapter 78. Xiao, why are you crying? From a distance, Lin Weiman spotted the walls of the family compound and could not help but pedal with greater enthusiasm. He waved to the guard, swiftly parked his bicycle before the door, and in his haste, did not even lock it. He quickly removed the net bag hanging from the handlebars and descended the steps. Upon opening the door, he found the living room illuminated by a single dim light. Lin Wayman gently placed the net bag by the entrance and tiptoed inside. A sudden noise startled him as he was about to ascend the stairs. Turning around, he saw his mother, Wang Xiuqin, resting her head on her hand at the dining table, waiting with the evening meal covered by a net. Lin Wayman, upon hearing her, exclaimed, "Oh." He approached and clasped his mother's shoulder. "Mom, has Ti Xiaoqiao eaten yet?" With a broad smile, he reassured her, "Mom, there's no need for you to busy yourself. I've already eaten outside." "Humph, you dined with little Li and his uncle, didn't you?" Wang Xiuqin's eyes widened in surprise. "Hey, Mom, you truly know everything. Nothing escapes your notice." Lin Wayman chuckled, urging his mother to head upstairs. "You needn't worry. I shall take care of it. If Xiao Qiao hasn't dined, I have a plan. Do you have any solutions? Can you really be older than me, Mother?" Lin Wayman said with a sly smile, "No need to worry. You should rest. It's getting late. Off you go." Though Wang Xiuqin voiced her grievances, she nonetheless untied her apron and hung it on the kitchen door, turning to ascend the stairs while continuing to murmur. After a considerable wait, and once she was assured that her mother's footsteps had indeed reached the third floor, Lin Wayman stealthily approached the door, retrieving the jar from the net bag and placing it solemnly beneath the dining table. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he swiftly made his way upstairs. The Lin family's modest abode was quite spacious. The first floor comprised a reception room, dining area, and study, while the second floor housed the rooms of his 3 younger sisters. The third floor was the sanctuary of his parents, and the fourth floor was reserved for the 2 sons' quarters. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Wayman quietly lingered outside the doors of Lin Yu and Lin Yu, listening for a few moments before confirming they were silent, presumably asleep. He then approached Lin Qiao's door and gently knocked, whispering, "Little Qiao, open the door, it's me, your second brother." After the first knock yielded no response, Lin Wayman remained patient, chuckling softly as he knocked a second time. It was only after the third knock that Lin Qiao's slightly fatigued face appeared behind the door. "Second brother, I was already asleep. Do you need something?" Seeing his sister finally open the door, Lin Wayman grinned and took her hand. "I heard you didn't eat. Let us go grab a bite." "Second brother, I'm not hungry." "You should go," Lin Qiao protested lightly. "That won't do. You've been busy at work. Skipping dinner is simply unacceptable." Once again, Lin Wayman chuckled. "I have a delightful surprise for you that will surely whet your appetite." After scrutinizing Lin Wayman for a while, Lin Qiao, not wishing to raise her voice and attract the attention of the household, replied softly, "Second brother, please don't insist. I truly lack an appetite today. I'm going to sleep." Fourth sister, Lin Wayman, with an air of mystery, gestured towards the downstairs. "Just accompany me down for a moment. If you genuinely don't feel like eating, I won't say another word. I shall personally escort you back upstairs to rest. Have I ever asked anything of you before? This time, I implore you to come with me." Hearing her second brother's earnest plea, Lin Qiao let out a resigned sigh and followed him downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, she casually took a seat at the dining table. Observing the familiar dishes as her brother lifted the food cover, she halted Lin Wayman, who was about to heat the food, and weakly protested, "Second brother, please don't bother warming it up. I really can't eat. I'm leaving." Hey, why the rush?" Lin Wayman noticed her complete lack of appetite and gently pulled her back into her seat. "Do you know what I have prepared for you? It's not just any dish. What I'm offering you is this." As he spoke, he brought a jar from beneath the table, placed it on top, and lifted the lid. Instantly, a familiar tangy aroma filled the air, causing Lin Qiao's nostrils to twitch in curiosity. She tilted her head in confusion, gazing at her second brother. Lin Wayman remained silent, handing her a pair of chopsticks while gesturing towards the jar with a nod of his head. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qiao found herself irresistibly enticed by the familiar tang that awakened her appetite. After a momentary struggle, she surrendered to the allure, accepted the chopsticks, and cautiously extended her neck to grasp a piece from the jar. Was it ginger? Upon seeing the glistening, tender slices of ginger, Lin Qiao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother, how did you know I have developed a fondness for this?" Without a second thought, she popped a slice into her mouth. As the familiar blend of sour and sweet flavors, coupled with the unique spiciness of the ginger, flooded her palate, Lin Qiao instinctively squinted in delight, savoring each bite with renewed enthusiasm. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices, her chopsticks moved with increasing swiftness, causing her cheeks to puff out adorably. Observing his sister's enjoyment, Lin Weiman finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile, he lifted the surrounding dishes and turned towards the kitchen, saying, "Let me warm up these dishes for you. You should have a bit of everything. Mother has been waiting for you." "All right." At that moment, Lin Chuqiao felt her mouth watering, her appetite soaring, and her spirits seemingly rejuvenated. She squinted her enchanting, peach blossom eyes and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Second brother, you truly are remarkable. How did you know I liked this? Where did you buy it?" Suddenly, Lin Chuqiao froze. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the jar brimming with ginger slices, realizing why it seemed so familiar at first glance. It was, after all, a treasure from the Li family. 1,000 miles away. After waiting for a considerable time, Lin Weiman heard no sound from the restaurant. Puzzled, he hurried to the table with a plate of stir-fried water bamboo, intending to coax his sister into eating a bit more. However, as he was about to speak, he was taken aback, his voice faltering. "Xiao Qiao, why are you crying?" Unbeknownst to him, tears had already streamed down his sister's face. The moment he uttered those words, it felt as though he had placed the final straw upon Lin Chuqiao's burden, igniting the melancholy, sorrow, and longing within her. She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Qiao, fourth sister. Sister, what is wrong? Please don't cry. Are you harboring pain?" "Sister." Lin Weiman was utterly flustered. Footsteps echoed as Lin Yu and Lin Yu emerged from the staircase. Lin Weiguo and Wei Lan, along with Xiao Qing, who was comforting Wang Xiuqin, followed suit. And finally, Lin Jianzhou descended from upstairs upon hearing the commotion. The expansive dining area was filled with people, all gazing at Lin Chuqiao, who was sobbing heart-wrenchingly while cautiously picking a small piece of ginger from a jar to place in her mouth. All were left in stunned silence. No words were exchanged, yet the eyes of everyone glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 79. The three sisters weep. Lin Chuqiao, who had never cried so sorrowfully in the Lin family, tugged at the hearts of all present. The room was enveloped in silence, save for her heart-wrenching sobs that resonated profoundly, stirring the emotions of everyone around. Wei Lan, Xiao Qing, and the sisters Lin Yu and Lin Yu, known for their sensitivity, had already succumbed to tears themselves. "What has happened?" Xiao Qing quietly approached her husband, Lin Weiman, and softly inquired. Lin Weiman shook his head, likely guessing the situation, yet he dared not clarify at that moment. Lin Weiguo exchanged a glance with his wife, Wei Lan, who then stepped over to gently massage her sister's shoulders, whispering, "Xiao Qiao, ginger is meant to dispel cold, but consuming too much is not advisable. Shall I fetch you some more rice?" With a soft whimper, Lin Chuqiao shook her head, remaining silent while tightly clutching the large jar, as if she could never satiate her appetite for the delicacies within. Observing this scene, Lin Jianzhou snorted coldly, casting a glare at Wang Xiuqin before turning and ascending the stairs. Wang Xiuqin, perceptive of her husband's sentiments, let out a slight sigh and hurried, attempting to seize the jar while exclaiming, "Weiman, where on earth did you acquire this jar of ginger? What nonsense is this? Does your sister's health permit her to indulge in such excess? Truly, you are a source of worry. Xiao Qiao, hand the jar to mother. I shall dispose of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Weiman's expression changed drastically as he rushed over, imploring, "Mother, you cannot throw it away. Please allow Xiao Qiao to eat it. She has an appetite now. We cannot discard it. It took considerable effort to acquire. That will not do. Overindulgence can harm her health. Ginger is hardly a beneficial substance." Wang Xiuqin firmly rejected, making a move to snatch the jar. "Xiao Qiao, be obedient and eat less. Why are you crying over a meal? What is there to cry about?" "Mother." Lin Yu witnessed her mother and sister about to ruin the vegetables, and she rushed forward, embracing her mother. "You should go rest. Let my sister have a little more. She hasn't eaten anything for dinner. Her appetite has only just improved a bit, and it can go well with rice. Look, when has my sister ever developed a taste for this? It's quite rare. You don't understand. Don't interrupt. I think your sister has been overwhelmed by the spiciness. Quickly, stop eating." Wang Xiuqin, feeling her daughter's embrace, was beginning to feel anger rise within her. "Mom." Lin Yu also approached, somewhat dazed by her sister's crying. She still couldn't comprehend everything. However, she could not bear to see their mother take away the ginger that her fourth sister adored, and she sought ways to intervene. "What are you all doing? Listen to Mom. Stop this commotion. What time is it? Eating ginger so late. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Step aside. Let Mom take the jar away. Xiao Qiao, stop crying. Lin Weiguo reprimanded the group. I won't. This was brought by third uncle. Mom specially made it for me. It's ginger from the old Li family. Don't take it away. Don't take it away. Lin Chuqiao sobbed, clutching the ginger jar tightly, as if it were a treasure. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, suddenly understanding. Lin Yu and Lin Yu exchanged glances, realizing the reason behind Lin Chuqiao's tears. And their hearts ached in unison, their eyes reddening. Lin Weiguo shot a fierce glare at his younger brother Lin Weiman, admonishing, look at the trouble you've caused. However, it was Lin Mother Wang Xiuqin who was angrier. After a moment of stunned silence, she spoke with reddened eyes. Xiao Qiao, who are you calling mom? Is that your mother, Li Xiangnan? If you put it that way, it certainly won't allow you to partake in their food. I was perplexed as to why you suddenly burst into tears. It turns out you are simply reluctant to part. Weiguo, come here and throw this jar away for me. Mom. At that moment, Lin Weiman suddenly shouted, visibly agitated. Mom, it's just a jar of ginger. Is it really worth treating Chu Qiao this way? Weiman, how can you speak to your mother like that? She is doing this for Xiao Qiao's sake. What do you understand? Lin Weiguo, too, was incensed, turning around with hands on his hips, exclaiming, I see you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Yes, leave all of you. Mom, elder brother and sister-in-law, you should all go. Second brother, you ought to head upstairs to rest. Second sister-in-law, please help mom upstairs. Hurry. Lin Yu mimicked her sister, attempting to mediate the situation. Yes, mom, let us leave. The younger sisters will take care of things here. Xiao Qiao understands the importance of this. Xiao Qing glanced at her husband, grasping Wang Xiuqin's arm. Come on, mom, let us go rest. It's quite late. Weiman, you should come up too. Only after the group had slowly ascended did Lin Yu approach Lin Chuqiao, embracing her tenderly. Xiao Qiao, do not worry. Your sister is here. No one can take your precious ginger away. If you wish to eat, then eat. No one dares to stop you. Sister, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm afraid if I finish it. Lin Chuqiao nestled her head against her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Yu were momentarily taken aback. Sister, may I have a taste? Lin Yu swallowed hard, raised a finger, and with a pout pleaded, may I have just a piece? I see how much you're enjoying it, and I wish to taste it too. Understanding that her younger sister was trying to cheer Lin Chuqiao up, and not wanting to inquire about the reason for Xiao Qiao's tears at that moment, Lin Yu gently cradled her sister's head and smiled. Sister also wishes to savor the flavors of our hometown from afar, which our fourth sister cherishes so dearly. Sister, little sister. Lin Chuqiao halted her laughter, excitedly placing the jar she had been holding onto the table, and exclaimed, yes, you must try it too. It's truly delicious. Quickly, Lin Yu picked up a slice of ginger with her chopsticks and tasted the exquisite flavor she had never encountered before. As the medley of sweetness, sourness, spiciness, and heat burst upon her palate, her eyes instantly squinted in delight, making her hesitate to take another piece. Suddenly, a vision of an elderly woman slicing ginger at the stove appeared in her mind, her face radiating a sweet smile. Observing the satisfied grin on Lin Yu's face, Lin Yu also popped a piece into her mouth, and almost immediately, her eyes sparkled with brightness. She could no longer bear to chew the ginger, fearing that this sudden delight would be swallowed whole. How is it? Delicious, I assent it. Is it not extraordinarily tasty? Seeing the nearly identical expressions of enjoyment on her sisters' faces, Lin Chuqiao could not help but smile through her tears, eagerly watching them and anticipating their feedback. As she opened her eyes, the two sisters beheld Lin Chuqiao, who was brimming with joy and pride, and they began to grasp the reasons behind Xiao Qiao's earlier tears. What she consumed was not merely slices of spicy ginger. It was undeniably a manifestation of maternal affection from Li Mu towards her daughter-in-law. That sweet utterance of mom from Lin Chuqiao was a heartfelt acknowledgement of her elder's love. Hey, why are you both crying? Speak up. Suddenly, tears cascaded from the sisters' eyes, startling Lin Chuqiao. Chapter 80. Have we been mistaken? Xiangnan, your tolerance for alcohol has evidently improved. You hardly vomited today. Inside the small room, Li Fuqin's eyes were wide open, brimming with alertness. That evening, Li Xiangnan had laid down a mat on the other cabinet, relinquishing the original bed to his uncle, which left him with a sore back from the hard surface. Uncle, you've been on the train for nearly an entire day. Aren't you tired? You still have the energy to chat? I can hardly sleep with your excitement upon seeing me. How could I possibly drift off so quickly? Li Fuqin fanned her nephew with a hand fan, her tone resonant and full of vitality. I'm not a young maiden. What is there to be excited about? Li Xiangnan pouted, urging, let us get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take a half day off to show you around the city. That sounds good. Li Xiangnan smiled, not bothering to object. After a moment of silence, Li Fuqin inquired, Xiangnan, where does Xiao Qiao work? Li Xiangnan was genuinely unaware of Lin Chuqiao's workplace and had never inquired of Lin Weiman. After a brief pause, he replied, Uncle, didn't we agree not to discuss this matter? I wonder how you can be so single-minded. Can't I simply ask out of curiosity? Do you really think you have the right to lecture me? All right, feel free to ask as you wish. I'll leave it be. Li Xiangnan pouted and promptly shut his eyes. By the way, where does your second uncle work? He only gave me 2 phone numbers. One belonging to him and the other to that director Xing from your factory. Can his number reach him? Li Xiangnan, exhausted, sat up and replied. Lin Weiman works in the logistics department on the 3rd floor. The number he gave you is certainly from his office or the reception. You can inquire, and you'll surely find out. Uncle, what exactly do you want? Li Xiangnan asked, somewhat exasperated. I still have work tomorrow. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I have just one last question. Once I ask, you can go to sleep. Li Fuqin said with a smile. Have you met with Chu Qiao since coming to Yanjing? How is your relationship progressing? Li Xiangnan nearly jumped out of his seat, reluctantly admitting, no, when I arrived in Yanjing, I parted ways with her. I haven't seen her since, and I have no idea where she works or what her current situation is. Is that clear enough? Why are you so impatient? This is your fault. In the past, you pursued her with such determination, and now that you're in Yanjing, you just abandon her? Li Fuqin said, somewhat perplexed and anxious. When did I ever catch her? Li Xiangnan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Huh. Li Fuqin was taken aback. Noticing the inconsistency in his words, Li Xiangnan hastily clarified. The Lin family has already arranged everything. I've settled my job and my household registration. The ties between our families have been severed. What is the point of meeting? Wouldn't it be awkward? This outcome is beneficial for both families, as I mentioned before. Why do you keep asking? But the girl likes you. Are you just going to let it in like this? Li Fuqin also sat up. Hey, third uncle, do you believe half of what Lin Weiman says? Besides, can't you? As elders, see whether I have feelings for Lin Chuqiao or not. I no longer wish to be a sycophant. Being a sycophant leads to nothing in the end. I'm going to sleep. After saying this, Li Xiangnan lay down and covered his head with the blanket. Li Fuqin was taken aback for a moment. And after a long silence, he also lay down. A few minutes later, he asked, Xiangnan, what exactly is a sycophant? Third uncle, are you done yet? In the family courtyard, Lin Jianzhou finally removed his glasses, tidied up the newspaper and placed it on the bedside, took off his vest, and lay down. The two lay in bed for a long time without speaking. Wang Xiuqin sighed for a while, then turned on the bedside lamp, sat up, and said, Old Lin, I am increasingly doubting whether what I did was right. Lin Jianzhou remained silent. Wang Xiuqin nudged her husband. Stop pretending. You snore when you sleep. Get up and talk for a bit. The sound of snoring immediately ensued. Wang Xiuqin, both amused and exasperated, said, Oh please. You can't fake that snoring. It's not the same. Hurry up and talk with me. Hey, just a moment ago you were urging me to sleep, and now you're wide awake. Lin Jianzhou opened his eyes, looking utterly helpless, and turned on his side lamp as well. What do you want to discuss? That jar of stuff from tonight has completely crushed her spirits. When she called out Mom, my heart trembled. Oh Lin. Lin Jianzhou furrowed his brow. Was that jar of stuff sent by the Li family? He paused, lost in thought. Old Lin, is it truly appropriate for us to pressure the child like this? Perhaps. Let it be. As long as Xiao Qiao is happy, we should allow her to pursue her own path. Wang Xiuqin cautiously glanced at her husband. This is not solely for the Lin family's reputation. It is also for Xiao Qiao's future. What do parental affections matter in the grand scheme? As a father, am I unaware of my daughter's sorrow? Yet, enduring short-term pain is preferable to long-term suffering. We are doing this for her benefit. One day, she will be grateful for our steadfastness today. Do not be short-sighted and sentimental. Time for bed. Lin Jianzhou eloquently expressed his thoughts, leaving Wang Xiuqin's face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. Fine, fine, you have the foresight, and you are doing this for the child. I acquiesce. Is that satisfactory? It is indeed. Lin Jianzhou discarded the desk lamp, convinced that perseverance would ultimately reveal the dawn of victory. Chapter 81. Acknowledging a Godfather in the Morning. Li Xiangnan was roused by the enticing aroma of steamed buns. Upon opening his eyes, he found his uncle, Li Fuqin, diligently preparing at the stove, having already steamed the buns, and now placing them on the table with chopsticks. Uncle, it smells delightful. Li Xiangnan sat up, a joyful smile gracing his face. Indeed, while your uncle may not excel in many areas, he takes great pleasure in perfecting his culinary skills. I added a few drops of fragrant oil while kneading the dough. The entire batch is infused with aroma. Li Fuqin glanced at his nephew and then at the clock. You should get up now. It's 7 o'clock. I'll prepare some porridge, and by the time you finish washing up, it will be ready, accompanied by the pickled vegetables your mother packed. This breakfast will be delectable. All right. Upon hearing those words, Li Xiangnan was instantly invigorated. With a nimble leap, he sprang from his bed, donned his clothes, and grabbed an enamel basin to freshen up before heading out. Recalling Li Fuqin's work, Li Xiangnan inquired, Uncle, isn't the county farm quite busy lately? How could you take several days off? Ah, so that's the case. I've heard that Hongxing Farm is quite expansive. You should take the opportunity to visit when you have time. Once the weekend arrives, I'll take you around for some sightseeing. We have yet to hike the Great Wall, Li Xiangnan suggested while munching on a steamed bun. I too have heard of Hongxing Farm. It was formerly the Nanjiao farm of Yanjing, which merged with several other farms. I certainly need to explore these places. Whenever I have free time, I'll wander around a bit. I've longed to visit Yanjing. As for the farther destinations, I shall wait for you to join me. Agreed. The two settled on a time, and as breakfast neared its conclusion, Li Xiangnan rose to tidy the dishes and place them in the enamel basin, preparing to wash them behind the cafeteria. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Before he could peek out, he saw Cui Xingzhan and Wang Xiaofeng leading Xiao Yuandan into the room. Yuandan, you're better now. He was about to greet them when Cui Xingzhan affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, Yuandan, quickly bow to your godfather. Li Fuqin recognized Cui Xingzhan and his wife, having dined together the previous night, but now, witnessing this scene, he was utterly perplexed and immediately stood up. Hey, Lao Cui, what are you doing? Li Xiangnan hastily set down the basin and rushed over to assist. Cui Xingzhan nodded towards his daughter, and without hesitation, Xiao Yuandan dropped to her knees and bowed deeply to Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, quickly helped the child to her feet, wiping away the dusty marks from her forehead. He kicked Cui Xingzhan playfully from his seat, exclaiming, Old Cui, what are you doing? Why must you have her bow to me and recognize me as her godfather over a trivial disagreement? Xiao Li, it is you who saved the child's life. Without you, she would not have survived. To her, you are a savior. These past few days, whenever she did not see you, she kept asking where Uncle Li was. I thought, given her trust and affection for you, it might be nice to strengthen our bond. Xiao Li, haha. Cui Xingzhan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Li, would you be willing? What kind of question is that? The child has already bowed. How could I possibly refuse? Her healthy growth is my utmost wish. Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes at him, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement, and kicked him again. You could have at least informed me in advance. I wasn't prepared with a red envelope. Despite his words, Li Xiangnan affectionately ruffled Xiao Yuandan's hair and retrieved a 5 yuan note from his pocket, placing it in her hands. Xiao Yuandan, this is your red envelope from your godfather. Now that you're better, make sure to study hard. Godfather, I understand. I will study diligently and strive for excellence every day. That's right. Watching the innocent and cheerful Xiao Yuandan, Li Xiangnan couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. Breaking into a joyful smile, Wang Xiaofeng stood to the side, her expression transforming from unease to joy. Upon witnessing Li Xiangnan's close proximity to her daughter, she could not help but shed tears of happiness. Cui Xingzhan's mouth gaped wide, resembling an open gourd. With his eyes slightly widened in disbelief, he remarked, Third uncle. Xiao Li's medical skills are among the best in our emergency department. Li Xiangnan's face darkened. Among the 3 doctors in the emergency department, who else could it be? If not for him, my daughter's meningitis would have worsened. She had just been discharged this morning. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, he had saved a young man suffering from crab poisoning on his first day back. Had it not been for him, that worker might have lost his life. Upon hearing this, Li Fuqin burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha, crab poisoning? Meningitis? Him? With such mediocre skills? After laughing for a while, he noticed that Cui Xingzhan, Wang Xiaofeng, and Xiao Yuandan all wore serious expressions, and he realized they seemed to be earnest. Surprised, Li Fuqin glanced at Li Xiangnan and firmly grasped Cui Xingzhan's arm, saying, Xiao Cui, you cannot jest with me. Did Xiangnan truly cure your daughter's meningitis? Chapter 82. Luo Dali panicked about 10 minutes later. After listening to Cui Xingzhan's account, Li Fuqing's pupils dilated in shock. As Li Xiangnan's third uncle, he knew this nephew, who was like a son to him, exceedingly well. Mischievous in childhood, he grew up following his father, meandering through village life, and it was clear how his life would unfold. Yet, Li Xiangnan's judgments were remarkably astute, and his handling of the situation was methodical. Was this truly the same nephew who had merely drifted through village life? Could it be that he had been concealing his talents while following his father and treating patients, fearing to bring shame upon him? Third uncle, what troubles you? Cui Xingjian observed Li Fuqing's puzzled expression and teased him while distributing cigarettes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fuqing glanced at the upright Li Xiangnan. This young man has indeed matured, learning to hide his capabilities. Aha, with my father shielding me, I can afford to revel in my secret successes. Why rush forward? I'm quite comfortable as it is. Li Xiangnan felt somewhat embarrassed and could only muster a seemingly valid excuse. He certainly couldn't admit that the core had changed. You rascal. Li Fuqing shook his head, preparing to kick him. Just then, Wang Xiaofeng entered with a porcelain basin. Earlier, when Cui Xingjian was about to discuss matters, he had casually asked his wife to wash the dishes, suggesting they not disturb young Li, as work was imminent. All right then. Farewell, godfather. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Little Yunduan waved his hand understandingly, diving into his mother's embrace. Wait a moment, sister-in-law. Li Xiangnan called out to the departing mother and daughter, rummaging beneath the bed to retrieve 2 jars, which he filled with a net bag and handed over. Take these. Sister-in-law, I noticed old Chui's eyes lighting up with desire yesterday. Young Li, this is too much. These are gifts from your aunt. There is hardly enough. Cui Xingjian, despite his cravings for these local specialties, knew his limits and dared not accept. If I offer them, you should take them. We are already kin. And you even call Xiangnan godfather. We are brothers, so why be polite? Li Fuqing chuckled as he smoked nearby. Indeed, take them. Li Xiangnan pushed forward slightly. Cui Xingjian glanced at his wife and had no choice but to take the child into his arms. Thank you, Shaoli, he said. Look at you, being so reserved. Li Xiangnan chuckled, turned around, and patted his backside as he went to fetch his bag, preparing for work. All right, Shaoli, Sen Shu, we shall take our leave. Wang Xiaofeng smiled gently, holding little Yuandan's hand as they departed. Sen Shu, I'm off to work. There are 2 keys for this door. Please remember to lock it when you go out and take one with you. Farewell. After bidding farewell to San Shu, Li Xiangnan stepped outside. After walking a few paces, he inquired, why did Yuandan get discharged so early this morning? Did the rounds get completed? Yes, Cui Xingjian replied hastily, last night. Director Liang personally oversaw the rounds and came by at 6 this morning. He said Yuandan's vital signs are all normal, and she can be discharged. Just keep an eye on her at home for any issues. If anything arises, come back to the hospital immediately. Li Xiangnan nodded. He had thought the obstetrics department was being careless, allowing a discharge so casually, but it turned out that Director Liang had taken personal interest, which eased his mind. As they conversed and turned down a shaded path, they noticed a figure ahead, head bowed and face covered, hastily making their way forward. The 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Cui Xingjian winked at Li Xiangnan and quickly approached, playfully draping an arm across the person's shoulders, teasingly inquiring, Oh, who might this be? Why are you so shy to meet others? What are you doing? Upon being seized by Cui Xingjian, the individual immediately began to struggle, glancing sideways only to discover it was indeed Cui Xingjian, accompanied by Li Xiangnan. Instantly, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes, prompting him to lower his gaze, his earlier bravado dissipating. Ah, it's Dr. Luo. What happened to your face? It appears swollen. Have you been struck? Cui Xingjian, with a firm grip on his shoulder, refused to release his hold despite the other's attempts to wriggle free. What do you intend to do? Luo Dali's eyes darted nervously, scanning the throng of passers-by. What do I intend to do? I'm merely expressing concern for you. Look at your injuries. We are comrades in the same trench. How could one neglect the welfare of a fellow soldier? Cui Xingjian's voice rose in volume. Nothing happened. Then why is your face swollen? Luo Dali, do not presume that we are unaware of the petty schemes you've been orchestrating behind our backs. Dr. Li may choose not to hold it against you due to his magnanimity, but I am less forgiving. Remember this, your collusion with your uncle, Luo Yong, is not as clandestine as you believe. That bruise on your face was surely inflicted by him, wasn't it? As Cui Xingjian spoke, a sardonic smile played upon his lips, his fingers gripping Luo Dali's neck like a vice. With his nape pinched, Luo Dali resembled a frightened chick, his posture comically awkward. beads of sweat glistening on his face as he could not resist glancing at Li Xiangnan. The latter's expression remained impassive, causing Luo Dali's heart to race with trepidation. You, I won't dare anymore. I beseech you, spare me. I do not wish to end up like my uncle in the sandblasting workshop. I promise I will cease all petty antics. As he spoke, tears streamed down Luo Dali's face like they were of little consequence, his eyes brimming with terror. He pleaded with Li Xiangnan, Xiaoli. No, Dr. Li. I truly had no idea you possessed such influence. Even the most formidable figures dare not offend you. How could a mere nobody like me presume to confront you? I shall no longer dare. Kindly consider me as inconsequential as a passing gas, if you would be so gracious. Li Xiangnan fixed a cold stare upon Luo Dali, maintaining his gaze until the latter's legs trembled with fear. Only then did he avert his eyes and turn to leave. Huh, a large-headed fool. May you reap what you sow and seek your own fortune. He chuckled. Cui Xingzhan patted Luo Dali on the cheek before also turning to depart. Suddenly, Luo Dali, caught off guard, crumpled to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. He understood that although Li Xiangnan had uttered not a single word, the icy glare had conveyed everything. This matter was far from resolved. Chapter 83. Dr. Li, do you desire a wife? Li Xiangnan arrived at the second emergency room, only to find himself the earliest to arrive. Zhang Shengnan and several nurses had yet to arrive, and Ding Yuqiu was absent from duty. He retrieved the book he had borrowed from the library that day and began to read. When he sought to take notes, he realized he was still using the pen borrowed from Nurse Zhang yesterday, while his own pen remained with Lin Yu. Recalling that quirky girl, Li Xiangnan resolved to visit the library again at noon to see if she was present. After perusing a clinical medicine text for several minutes and jotting down numerous notes, Zhang Shengnan, accompanied by Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin, entered the consultation room. Hey, Dr. Li, why hasn't Dr. Ding arrived yet? Zhu Zhu inquired curiously as she stepped through the door. Li Xiangnan laughed in exasperation. I am not her shadow. How would I know why she hasn't come to work? Wang Qin, intrigued, sauntered over, scrutinizing Li Xiangnan's face, and inquired with a smile, how peculiar. Did Dr. Ding not prepare breakfast for you this morning? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan closed his book and pretended to strike her on the head, exclaiming, Dr. Ding is not my wife. She can't possibly make me breakfast every day. What nonsense are you all talking? Zhang Shengnan stifled a laugh, playfully teasing him. So, Dr. Li, do you want a wife? Are you hoping for Dr. Ding to be your spouse? Go away. Find somewhere cooler to linger. Why must you mock me so early in the morning? Li Xiangnan was truly caught between laughter and tears. A chorus of laughter erupted from the nurses. What is all this merriment about? At that moment, Ding Yuqiu appeared at the doorway of the consultation room, her hair neatly tied up, revealing her delicate oval face. As she spoke, the three nurses erupted into laughter once more. Ding Yuqiu blinked, looking helplessly towards Li Xiangnan for assistance. However, he shrugged, expressing his helplessness, and muttered, These three nurses in your room are beyond saving. Observing his awkward expression and the triumphant looks on Zhang Shengnan's face, Ding Yuqiu could easily guess what they had been teasing Li Xiangnan about. In frustration, she admonished, All you do is jest around. Hurry up and organize the medication trays today, then reconcile the accounts with Accountant Yu from the pharmacy. Understood. Zhang Shengnan cheerfully raised her hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Observing their demeanor, Li Xiangnan felt as though his fist had struck a cotton pillow, rendering all his efforts futile. After lowering his gaze to his book for a moment, he sensed a shadow eclipsing his light. Before he could lift his head, he heard Ding Yuqiu exclaim, Director Liang, what brings you here? Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted from the medicine cabinet in the inner room, and soon, nurses Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin rushed out, breathless. It was at this moment that Li Xiangnan detected a unique fragrance in the air, and upon glancing to the side, he found Liang Mei smiling as she leaned over to examine his medical texts. He couldn't help but smile wryly and politely greet her, Director Liang, waving her hand. Liang Mei chuckled and added, I just finished my night shift and thought I would drop by. Little Yuandan was discharged this morning. She's in quite good condition. Li Xiangnan stood, genuinely expressing, Thank you, Director Liang. I appreciate your care over the past few days. I encountered little Yuandan this morning, and her complexion looks splendid. What do you thank me for? It is primarily due to your excellent preliminary work that our obstetrics department could smoothly take over without any complications. We are all on the same front. Liang Mei twirled a lock of hair behind her ear and only then did everyone notice the exquisite earrings adorning her ears today, which, paired with her charming allure, rendered her stunningly beautiful. Director Liang, we are immensely grateful for your acceptance of little Yuandan. It is thanks to you that her discharge went so smoothly. Thank you. At this moment, Ding Yuqiu, upon seeing Liang Mei, felt none of the previous hostility born from misunderstanding. Instead, she regarded this sister-like figure with deep respect, recognizing the unseen struggles she bore. Dr. Ding, I assure you, this is indeed my duty, Liang Mei humbly remarked, without any trace of arrogance. The crowd responded with gentle smiles. Noticing that Liang Mei seemed hesitant to speak, Li Xiangnan preemptively addressed her, saying, Director Liang, rest assured, I will organize the proposal you requested within the next couple of days. No rush, no rush. I have complete confidence in your capabilities. Liang Mei sighed in relief and nodded appreciatively at him. Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shangnan, and others were aware of the previous discussions regarding pediatrics between the two, and upon hearing their conversation, they were further convinced that Li Xiangnan had not been deceitful, enhancing their trust in him. Oh, Director Liang, what brings you to the emergency department? What a rare visitor. Just then, Xing Chunlai strode in with purpose. I just finished my shift and thought I'd come by to check in. I heard that a talented individual has joined our emergency department. Liang Mei chuckled, seizing the opportunity to commend him. Indeed, it's quite a rarity. You seem genuinely concerned about our hospital's talent development. Before Liang Mei could finish her sentence, another person entered, the director of the machine repair factory, Lu Ziyuan. Director Lu, Liang Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she cast a puzzled glance at Li Xiangnan. While it was understandable for Director Xing to visit, given that he had reportedly been the one to introduce Li Xiangnan to the machine repair factory, the presence of Lu Ziyuan, the head of the factory, in the emergency department was indeed a significant event. The machinery repair factory manages over 20,000 personnel, with a multitude of production tasks and various trivial matters, both large and small, all under the supervision of Lu Ziyuan. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is burdened with a myriad of responsibilities. Yet, he has unexpectedly arrived at the emergency department, perhaps to visit Li Xiangnan? Liang Mei has served in the obstetrics and gynecology department for many years, yet she has never received such an honor. Directors Lu and Xing, have you come for a specific purpose? Ding Yuqiu, taken aback, immediately sprang to her feet. Nearby, Zhang Shengnan and several nurses stood with a palpable sense of trepidation. The earlier levity long forgotten, Liang Mei perked up her ears, eager to discern the reason behind the simultaneous visit of these two esteemed leaders. Ah, Directors Lu and Xing. What brings you here so early? That old Su just called for me, making me late, haha. Before the directors could respond, the unmistakable voice of Director Feng resonated from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn their attention. Approaching, Director Feng patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder and introduced, Little Li. I believe you haven't met this esteemed leader yet. This is Director Lu from our factory. Hello, Director Lu. Li Xiangnan extended his hand with a composed demeanor. Little Li, you are quite impressive. As the factory director, it brings me great joy to witness you shine in your role. We convened a meeting yesterday afternoon and unanimously approved your reform proposal. We came this morning to inspect the emergency department and to discuss how we might expand our emergency room facilities. Lu Ziyuan stated warmly. Upon hearing these words, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin were all taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Had Li Xiangnan's proposal really passed so swiftly? It appeared that the hospital was genuinely intent on vigorously developing the emergency department. For reasons unbeknownst to them, an overwhelming sense of ambition and fervor surged within each of them, igniting a desire to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to the medical and health endeavors of the factory hospital. Meanwhile, Liang Mei, standing nearby, widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Li Xiangnan. In just a few days, he had both saved lives and initiated reforms. He truly seemed to be an extraordinary genius. Did this mean her pediatric plan might actually come to fruition? As she observed the profile of the young man, Liang Mei felt an unprecedented admiration for someone. Chapter 84. Lin Chuqiao mused. Is this truly the Li Xiangnan I once knew? Concurrently, at the entrance of the machine repair factory, Lin Chuqiao leaned against her bicycle, staring at the golden characters spelling out Hongshanku Machine Repair Factory, her heart racing wildly. She had hesitated there for a full 5 minutes. After delivering the liaison meeting notices to several hospitals in Dongqing district yesterday, Today she intended to distribute the meeting notifications to various large factories with affiliated hospitals in the vicinity. By sheer coincidence, Hongshanka Machine Repair Factory was among them. She had learned from Lin Weimin that Li Xiangnan worked here, yet even now, she remained uncertain about the nature of her feelings for him, conflicted and melancholic. She found herself in a state of confusion, lacking any frame of reference, unsure whom to consult. She feared encountering him yet could not help but reminisce about the past few years, yearning to see him once more. This intricate emotional turmoil left her lingering at the entrance, hesitant to step inside. At last, she steeled herself, resolutely deciding that even if the path ahead led to peril, she must venture forth. Setting aside all else, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to Li Xiangnan and his uncle, if only for the jar of sweet and sour ginger slices from the previous evening. Just as she prepared to enter, Old Man Qin, the gatekeeper, had already emerged, standing on the steps and calling out from a distance, "Young lady, it's quite hot outside. What brings you here?" "Greetings, sir," Lin Chuqiao replied, pushing her cart beside the entrance. "I am from the East City Health Bureau, here to deliver meeting documents." "Oh, is that so? Why have you lingered at the gate for so long? In this heat, I thought you might be feeling unwell," he continued. "Just sign in here, and you may proceed." Old Man Qin cast a curious glance at the young woman, his tongue clicking in admiration. She was indeed quite charming. "Thank you, sir." Lin Chuqiao smiled and, without further explanation, signed her name before inquiring about the location of the factory office before departing. "She is quite remarkable, beautiful, with flawless skin and an admirable demeanor. Not to mention her work ethic. I wonder which fortunate lad will win her heart." Old Man Qin mused, shaking his head as he retreated into the guardhouse. Following his directions, Lin Chuqiao made her way to the office building, ascended to the 4th floor, and located the office. After coordinating the meeting documents with Director Chen Lan, she waited for the latter to sign the handover slip before asking, "Director Chen, may I inquire where your factory hospital is located? I wish to visit someone." Chen Lan perused the meeting documents and, with a smile, remarked, "How fortuitous. I too am headed there. Directors Liu and Xing departed early this morning, so I shall personally deliver these important documents to them. This is a significant matter for the Bureau. I cannot afford to delay. Let us be on our way." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance," Lin Chuqiao expressed gratefully. "Oh, it is no trouble at all. Come, Lin," Chen Lan replied with a smile as she stood up and led her down the stairs. As they descended, the resonant sounds of the machinery shop filled the air, and Lin Chuqiao observed the landscape dotted with factories and shaded by lush trees. Her mind unconsciously conjured images of Li Xiangnan strolling through this very place. "Young lady, may I inquire your age? Do you have a partner?" "My family could assist in introductions," Chen Lan said, admiring Lin Chuqiao's refined demeanor and showing a bit more concern. "Director Chen, I am 20, Lin Chuqiao replied, her cheeks flushing as she felt embarrassed to disclose her marital status. Lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Chen Lan's eyes. "Haha, just look at your bashful expression. As someone with experience, your demeanor reveals that you are indeed in love. Am I right?" Chen Lan observed as they walked, lamenting, "Oh, if only you were unattached. I must tell you, our factory hospital has recently welcomed a talent. He has only been here a few days, yet our deputy director has been quite occupied with him, even seeking him out early this morning. It is all for the reforms he proposed in the medical department. I happened to see him in the cafeteria once. He possesses a striking presence and noble bearing. My goodness, if I were younger by a few decades, I might very well pursue him myself. Is he truly that remarkable? What a pity." Lin Chuqiao responded with a polite indifference. "Indeed, that young man has only been here for a few days, yet he has consecutively saved lives. Many of the young ladies and gentlemen in our factory hold him in high esteem. You wouldn't believe it, just a moment ago. The girls in our office were inquiring about whether he is married or in a relationship. Once I have a moment to spare, I must delve into his family background." Chen Lan spoke with enthusiasm, her face radiating with unpretentious pride, as if discussing the talented youth of the workers' hospital with colleagues was an exceptionally commendable affair. However, as Lin Chuqiao listened, an unsettling feeling began to arise within her. A newcomer, a young man, repeatedly saving lives and possessing striking features. These descriptions seemed so strikingly reminiscent of Li Xiangnan. Lin Chuqiao paused, her mind racing, and she shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought. How could that possibly be him? "By the way, my dear, who are you looking for at the factory hospital? Perhaps I might know him. Are you referring to your partner or a friend?" Noticing that the young lady beside her had not participated much in the conversation, Chunlan shifted the focus onto her. "Oh, look at you, shy all of a sudden." Chunlan chuckled heartily, her demeanor reminiscent of her youth, with a delicate sensibility that made her blush easily. Look over there. That's the young man I mentioned, the one who proposed reforms and saved several lives. His name is Li Xiangnan." Li Xiangnan. As the name resonated in her ears, Lin Chuqiao felt an electric shock coursing from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. Did he propose a reform? Had he truly saved a few individuals? Look, there stands our workshop's director, Lu Ziyuan, and beside him is Director Xing, who oversees logistics and personnel. Adjacent to them is Director Feng, the head of the factory hospital. Just observe the grandeur of this gathering. These three esteemed leaders are accompanying Li Xiangnan in the emergency ward. Who else could receive such an honor? Oh, and over there, Dr. Ding and Director Liang from the obstetrics department are present as well. Indeed, the emergency department is making quite a splash today. Look at our young Li. He is truly capable, contemplating reforms for the emergency department just days after his arrival. The fact that the factory has approved his proposal is truly remarkable. Jinlan, both proud and excited, spoke animatedly. Noticing Lin Chuqiao's lingering disquiet, she apologized. "Lin, I must head over now. The factory hospital is just ahead. Once you enter, inquire with old Su at the reception, and he will direct you to the person you seek." With that, she hurried away, leaving Lin Chuqiao frozen in place. She was indeed taken aback, not only by the notion of saving lives and unfamiliar terms of reform, but also by the attention that Li Xiangnan, a newcomer, had garnered from the factory and hospital leaders. Was this truly the Li Xiangnan she knew? From a distance, she gazed at his figure illuminated by the morning sun, realizing he was enveloped in a golden glow, dazzling and resplendent, both familiar and foreign. Chapter 85. The more one fears, the more it approaches Director Lu. My proposal is as follows: to open up the corridor of the emergency room 2 and create a separate small door, establishing a 2-entry area that connects the outer infusion zone with the inner ward. The infusion area can accommodate 20 infusion chairs, which should be sufficient to handle unforeseen circumstances, while the ward can initially reserve 5 beds to meet our needs. In the future, adjustments can be made based on the specific patient conditions, and I hope the leadership will provide the emergency department with support in this regard. Standing in the vacant space adjacent to the emergency department corridor, Li Xiangnan confidently discussed his ideas with several leaders. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan exchanged glances with Xing Chunlai, and they frequently conferred with Feng Qingshan. With a decisive clap of his hands, he declared, "Director Lu, rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Xing Chunlai smiled and gave Li Xiangnan a thumbs up from behind. Feng Qingshan, who had been holding his hands together, finally relaxed his posture. "My goodness, it has been years since our factory hospital has undergone any expansion. Who would have thought that with your arrival, Li, my hospital would finally receive the attention it deserves?" What a fortunate turn of events. Lu Ziyuan chuckled, placing his hands behind his back. Feng Qingshan grinned widely and squatted down in the area designated for expansion, using a twig to sketch out the plans as described by Li Xiangnan. Lu Ziyuan then beckoned Li Xiangnan closer, patted him on the shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "As for the other point you raised about optimizing the emergency medication application, we discussed this in yesterday's meeting. What are everyone's opinions?" Firstly, the medications procured by our factory can be directly subjected to localized approval measures, allowing for immediate endorsement and distribution by the relevant departmental leaders on site. Secondly, for certain precious medications, such as penicillin, we must submit requests to the superior supporting hospital. I will make it a priority to visit the 301 hospital in the next couple of days to coordinate the necessary application procedures and strive to obtain their approval. As you are aware, these medications are inherently rare. The hospitals must first meet their own needs before considering assistance to us. Moreover, the refinement of the system requires verification and investigation from various aspects. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. I hope you can understand." Li Xiangnan nodded and replied, "Director Lu, I completely understand this matter. I have no grievances whatsoever." He had genuinely experienced the complexities involved in applying for medications, recognizing that it entailed coordination between 2 hospitals, and in cases where the superior supporting hospital was unavailable, it necessitated further coordination with the district and other hospitals for approval. This is a multifaceted and intricate issue that cannot be resolved solely through his aspirations. Your understanding brings me great comfort. for it reaffirms my judgment. You are not a young person driven by immediate gains, but rather someone grounded and pragmatic. Director Lu chuckled with delight. Behind him, Ding Yuqiu and Liang Mei stood side by side, alongside Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qing. They observed Li Xiangnan engaging confidently and composedly with the leaders, astonished by his poise and self-assurance. Li Xiangnan neither felt inferior due to his status as a mere physician, nor did he feel intimidated by the presence of factory leaders. This composure gradually revealed itself through his interactions with others, showcasing his remarkable character. Xiao Ding, your emergency department has truly welcomed a significant figure, Liang Mei expressed sincerely. To be honest, I had some reservations when he mentioned the development of pediatrics, but now those doubts have completely vanished. I believe that with Li Xiangnan here. His words carry great weight. You're absolutely right, Director Liang. I too am confident that he will soon surprise us, Ding Yuqiu said proudly. Director Lu. At that moment, the office director, Chen Lan, approached briskly, greeting from a distance. Director Chen, what brings you here? Lu Ziyuan, who had just been engaged in light-hearted conversation with Li Xiangnan, turned to face him, his demeanor reverting to that of an authoritative figure, exuding an unspoken authority. The East City Health Bureau has sent us a meeting notice, stating that they will be organizing a rural medical support initiative. We have a meeting at the Bureau in the next couple of days. I hurried over with the documents as soon as I received them, Chen Lan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It has indeed arrived. Li Xiangnan pressed his lips together, feeling grateful for the information Lin Yu had shared with him, and he admired the accuracy of her insights. Rural medical support? Lu Ziyuan paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. This is excellent news. He took the documents, glanced through them briefly, then closed them, asking, did the comrades from the East City Health Bureau just deliver this? Are they still in the office? In the past, I used to accompany him. However, she was not present. She came with me to the factory hospital to look for someone. Chen Lan shook her head, pointing behind her in astonishment. Huh? Where did the person go? Were we not supposed to be looking for someone? The crowd turned to see a slender figure pushing a cart, moving away into the distance. Li Xiangnan casually glanced over and, in a fleeting moment, found that figure somewhat familiar. Old Xing, do not leave just yet. Old Feng, let us head upstairs to your office to discuss this matter. Director Chun, please have Section Chief Ma notify all department heads to convene this afternoon in the fourth-floor conference room of the factory hospital. Director Lu quickly instructed. Understood, Chen Lan replied, stepping forward. Only then did Director Lu smile and say, Xiaoli, you will need to take more care regarding the expansion of the emergency department. That is my responsibility, Li Xiangnan replied with a composed demeanor. Meanwhile, in the emergency department, Luo Dali now dreaded that name. Upon hearing it, his expression stiffened, muttering, what the hell? Dr. Luo, old Xing, is also here. Luo Dali's lips quivered. Dr. Luo, even Director Lu is here. He is chatting and laughing with Dr. Li. Luo Dali's legs trembled, nearly causing him to slip from his chair. Dr. Luo, our emergency department is set to expand. I just heard from someone in the general department that it was the newly appointed Dr. Li who proposed the idea. Did you hear about it? Oh dear, this truly brings honor to our emergency department head. Dr. Luo, the directors came specifically to inquire about Dr. Li's opinions on the construction. They truly value our department. You cannot propose a suggestion. At the very least, you should make an appearance. Otherwise, others may believe we are indifferent to the department's development. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase your capabilities. Dr. Luo, please rise swiftly. Dr. Luo, hurry. The factory director, the deputy director, and Dean Feng have all entered. This is indeed a perfect moment for you to stand out. You must reveal yourself. Huh, Dr. Luo, why are you silent? The expressions of the two nurses changed abruptly, and they rushed over, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Dr. Luo, what on earth are you doing hiding beneath the desk in broad daylight? What is wrong with you? Your face is so pale. Are you unwell? Should I call Dr. Li from next door to examine you? Luo Dali felt utterly despondent, truly understanding at this moment what it meant to be unfortunate. Even drinking cold water could lead to discomfort. The more he feared the situation, the more it seemed to materialize. Before he could comprehend, the two young nurses had already raised their voices, calling for Dr. Li. Dr. Li. Chapter 86. The cowardly Luo Dali Li Xiangnan and his companions, upon hearing commotion at the entrance of the first consultation room, slowed their pace. They glanced at the two nurses standing by the door, curious about the matter at hand. It's Dr. Luo. One nurse blinked and exclaimed. Dr. Luo? Li Xiangnan was taken aback. Lu Yuan's expression also soured. He waved his hand dismissively and said to Xing Chunlai, "We should proceed first. Old Feng, you handle this yourself." The two young nurses appeared quite anxious, nervously pointing towards the room. Dr. Luo seems to be in a state of distress. His face has turned pale, and he is trembling under the desk. We were hoping to ask Dr. Li for assistance, but if he is in this condition, how can we continue our work today? Upon hearing those words, Feng Qingshan was nearly infuriated to the point of explosion, and he promptly entered the room. This Luo Dali, most likely having heard that Director Lu and Director Xing had come to the emergency department, assumed they were there to hold him accountable, which had left him in such a state of trepidation. Li Xiangnan followed him inside, and upon overhearing the nurse's conversation, he almost lost his composure. This Luo Dali was simply unmatched in his absurdity. With such a timid disposition, yet he fancied himself a schemer. Feng Qingshan had already reached Luo Dali's desk, bending down to observe, and indeed, he found Luo Dali, pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably, his small eyes darting about in evident panic. "Damn it! How could your father have raised such a wretched creature?" Feng Qingshan was so enraged that expletives slipped from his lips. Upon hearing Feng Qingshan's words, Luo Dali instinctively lifted his head, and upon seeing that imposing face, he immediately panicked further, stammering, Director Feng, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I was wrong. You are simply driving me to madness. How can you work in such a state?" As he spoke, Feng Qingshan slammed the desk and barked, "Get out here." Ah! Bang! The sudden loud noise startled Luo Dali so much that he bumped his head directly against the underside of the desk, clutching his balding crown and shouting in pain. The two nurses stifled their laughter nearby, unable to make eye contact for fear of bursting into giggles. Li Xiangnan also pressed his lips together, recalling all the sorrows he had encountered in his life, just to suppress his laughter. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. Feng Qingshan was seething with frustration. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would suffice, he directly attempted to pull Luo Dali out from beneath the table. After several fruitless attempts, Luo remained curled up tightly, refusing to budge. Infuriated, Feng released his grip and pointed an accusatory finger at him, finally managing to utter, "You truly are beyond redemption." With that, he rose with an exasperated huff and addressed the two nurses, "Take care of Dr. Luo. Ensure he doesn't cause any trouble." As he strode away, he spotted Li Xiangnan standing by the door and, without reservation, sighed, "I genuinely regret bringing this fellow into the hospital. How can one be so utterly inept?" With a resigned shake of his head, he patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder and ascended the stairs, disregarding Luo Dali entirely. "Dr. Li." As Li Xiangnan prepared to leave, Nurse Ren and Nurse Mao hurried over, whispering, "Look at Dr. Luo. How can he possibly function in his current state? Is it possible for us to request a transfer to the second consultation room?" "Indeed, Dr. Li, we have truly had enough of Dr. Luo. You have no idea how selfish he is. He possesses no medical ethics whatsoever. Working under such a doctor is sheer torment. May we join you?" Nurse Mao interjected. "I have a plan." Li Xiangnan glanced towards Luo Dali's direction and smiled. "For now, follow Director Feng's instructions. Keep a close watch on Dr. Luo, monitor his movements, and take good care of him. We can revisit the hospital's arrangements later. When the time comes, I will advocate for your transfer." "Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Li." The two nurses, who had endured considerable pressure, quickly grasped the implication of Li Xiangnan's words. Liang Mei had not yet departed. Upon seeing Li Xiangnan enter, she rose from her chair. "Little Li, what has happened to Luo Denodai? He looks utterly terrified." Noticing Ding Yuchio's gaze upon him, Li Xiangnan did not conceal the truth. After sipping his tea, he remarked, "This morning, while at work, Lao Chui and I saw that fellow with half of his face swollen. He must have been beaten by his uncle. Now he is hiding under the table, refusing to face anyone. Old Feng's efforts to coax him out are futile. Is he truly that frightened after just a beating? Has something else occurred?" Ding Yuchio inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Liang Mei cast a deep glance at Li Xiangnan, then smiled gently. "Well, I suppose one must ask Luo Denodai himself. Director Liang, rest assured, I keep my promises. I want to keep you waiting long." Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile. "That is settled then. Xiaoding, Xiaoli, farewell." Chapter 87. Scolded and demoted at the entrance of the repair factory, Li Fuqin had just finished conversing with the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin. He was examining a notebook that contained locations of several large farms in Yanjing. As he was searching for the bus route to the nearest farm, He lifted his head and immediately recognized a familiar figure. Chu Qiao, Chu Qiao. It's me, your third uncle. What brings you here? Lin Chu Qiao, hearing the voice, looked up in confusion. Upon seeing the familiar face, she rushed over, elated. Third uncle? It truly is you. What do you mean, it truly is you? If it weren't me, would I be a ghost? Li Fuqin chuckled, equally delighted to see his niece-in-law after so many days. Kiki. Lin Chuqiao smiled gently. And the moment she saw her third uncle, it seemed as though all her earlier gloom had vanished. She obediently called out, Third uncle. Li Fuqin nodded, glancing at the machinery repair shop before pocketing his small notebook, saying meaningfully, You are here to see Xiangnan? No, not at all. Lin Chuqiao hastily shook her head, her voice soft as she replied, I'm here to deliver meeting documents. The machinery repair shop is also within the notification range. Oh, I see. Li Fuqin indicated towards a shaded area, walking over and settling himself beneath the trees. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and chuckled. So you haven't seen Xiangnan? Lin Chuqiao shook her head, her eyes dimming slightly as she confessed, I haven't seen him. She gently acknowledged his words, reminiscing about the tangy and spicy ginger slices that Aunt Li had prepared the previous day. Gratefully, she said, Third uncle, thank you for bringing the ginger slices. They are delicious, and I love them. Not at all. If you crave them, Xiangnan has plenty more. I brought at least 10 jars. Li Fuqin, hoping Lin Chuqiao would interact more with Li Xiangnan, responded with a smile. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Chuqiao glanced at her watch and earnestly proposed, Third uncle, how about this? Once I finish delivering the documents, it will be around noon. I can take you around for a tour, if you have the time. Since you've come all the way to Yinjing, let me be your guide. Li Fuqin's heart swelled with joy at the thought. It was a perfect opportunity to glean his daughter-in-law's true thoughts. With a beaming smile, he replied, That sounds great. What is the address of your last factory? I'll take the bus there and wait for you. Lin Chuqiao nodded slightly and retrieved her notebook from her bag to search for the address. After confirming the details, she swiftly mounted her bicycle and sped towards her first destination. Look south, my friend. Uncle San truly did not come to Yinjing in vain this time. Li Fuqin grinned widely and cheerfully made his way to the bus station. In the machine repair factory's office, Qianlan observed the bustling crowd and cleared her throat, proclaiming, Everyone, please set aside your tasks for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Luo Yang's expression stiffened, his face paling instantly. The inevitable had finally arrived. Qianlan narrowed her eyes and shot a glare at Luo Yang as she opened the folder in her hand and extracted a disciplinary notice. This is the leadership's decision regarding the reassignment of our former deputy director, Comrade Luo Yang. He is to be transferred to the foundry workshop, effective immediately, without delay. A wave of astonishment swept through the office. Director Chen, why such a sudden change? What has happened to Director Luo? Indeed, why has Director Luo been reassigned so unexpectedly? To the foundry workshop, no less. That's where the laborers work. Director Luo was performing well. How could they just reassign him like that? The employees murmured among themselves, their gazes towards Luo Yang filled with confusion and skepticism. Those who had spent a significant amount of time in the office understood that this was clearly a demotion for Luo Yang. Such a demotion could stem from several reasons: a significant error in work performance, offending a powerful figure, or serious ideological issues. Meeting the collective gaze of her colleagues, Qianlan coldly remarked, Comrade Luo Yang, it seems everyone is quite interested in your situation. Would you care to explain? And no, there's no need. The fiery flush on Luo Yang's face marked one of the most humiliating moments of his life. How could he dare to expose his sordid affairs to the public? Clutching the box he had meticulously prepared, he could not even bear to look at the crowd and fled in disgrace. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, each frozen in place. Qianlan scrutinized their expressions and spoke earnestly. As the office director, I must remind you all. Exercise the authority granted to you by the factory leadership prudently. Do not engage in self-destructive actions. Attend to your responsibilities and speak appropriately for your station. The foundry workshop is the domain of skilled workers. What is this? Have you developed a sense of superiority simply by sitting in an office? In revolutionary work, there are merely different roles, not hierarchies of worth. Should I hear such remarks again, do not expect me to show leniency. Do you understand? Yes, understood, came the trembling response from all. As they felt the weight of the moment, satisfied with their solemnity, Qianlan waved her hand. Shall we? Go to the publicity department and inform them to interview Comrade Li Xiangnan at the factory hospital. His deeds must be chronicled as exemplary. I want to hear about it on the broadcast as soon as possible. Go now. Chapter 88. Establishing an example in the second consultation room of the factory hospital. Ma Ying and Cui Xingzhan entered with beaming smiles. Shaoli, guess who I just saw in the foundry workshop? Li Xiangnan, upon seeing Ma Ying, quickly stood up and offered cigarettes to both him and Cui Xingzhan. I truly have no idea. I am not very familiar with that area of the factory. As Ding Yuqiu and the three nurses nearby turned their attention, Cui Xingzhan joyfully exclaimed, "It's Luo Yang, the former deputy director. He was once the office director of the factory. I just want to check on him with Section Chief Ma, and found him being reprimanded by old Li, the workshop director of the foundry department. It was quite amusing." Luo Yang? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Zhang Shengnan. They were somewhat familiar with the two directors of the office, but why would Luo Yang's affairs be mentioned to Li Xiangnan? As they pondered this, Ma Ying cast a knowing glance at Cui Xingzhan, who promptly closed the door. You may not know this, but Luo Yang is actually a distant uncle of Luo Danao. Can you guess why he was demoted from the office's deputy director to the foundry workshop? Why? Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Shengnan, Wang Qin, and Zhu Zhu suddenly became intrigued. Ma Ying glanced at Li Xiangnan and continued with a calm demeanor. Recently, the factory has been processing housing application requests, and that old fool had the audacity to remove Xiao Li's name from the list submitted by Director Feng. Fortunately, I approached Director Liu to inquire about this matter. Director Liu then consulted Director Feng, which led to the discovery that Luo Yang had tampered with the list. My heavens, this Director Luo is incredibly bold. How could he dare to meddle with the housing allocation list? It infuriates me. How could he engage in such disgraceful conduct? Being demoted to the foundry workshop seems like a leniency. The nurses immediately became indignant, expressing their outrage without reservation. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Zhang Shengnan blinked and clapped her hands, exclaiming, I understand now. So this matter is essentially instigated by Luo Dali urging his uncle, is it not? He must be aware of Luo Yang's demotion to the foundry workshop and is now fearful of the factory's repercussions, correct? Ah, indeed, evil deeds bring about their own retribution. Now he knows fear. Why did he not realize this sooner? Ding Yuqiu also came to a sudden realization, exclaiming, so that is it. This Luo Dali is truly despicable. Indeed, the situation is largely as you described. Luo Yang's transfer to the foundry workshop is already a fact, and that is the best outcome. Cui Xingzhan said reassuringly. Ding Yuqiu hurriedly poured tea for the two, expressing her concern. But what about Luo Dali? Is he going to escape unscathed? This rascal has been scheming behind Xiao Li's back. We cannot let him off easily. Do you think that is the case? Ma Ying chuckled. Director Feng mentioned to me yesterday afternoon that he intends to swiftly find professional talent for our factory's medical team, regardless of the means. It is evident that he plans to eliminate Luo Dali once he has the personnel in place. Ah, that is simply splendid. When Luo Dali departs, I shall set off firecrackers. Zhu Zhu exclaimed with indignation, raising her hand. The group burst into laughter, collectively releasing a sigh of relief. No wonder he was so frightened earlier. Now, confronted by the factory leadership and Director Feng, he must be paralyzed with fear. Wang Qin remarked bitterly. Ding Yuqiu nodded, saying, Section Chief Ma, Officer Cui, if it were not for your assistance behind the scenes, we would still be left wondering when Xiao Li would be assigned a room. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Emergency Department, Second Ward. With that, she even bowed deeply in appreciation. Oh, Dr. Ding, I simply cannot bear such praise. Ma Ying stepped aside, gesturing with his hands. You know, Xiao Li has become the pride of our factory hospital. Whenever I step out, I am met with admiration from the workers, who claim that our administrative department has brought in a miraculous doctor. Everyone holds Xiao Li in high esteem. I too bask in this glory, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their gazes towards Li Xiangnan filled with reverence. Director Ma, Officer Cui, please refrain from flattering. I truly cannot handle it. Li Xiangnan, flattered by the compliments, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting the group to instinctively glance towards it. Zhu Zhu, positioned closest to the entrance, quickly approached and opened the door. A graceful young woman stood there, confidently addressing them. Hello, may I inquire if Dr. Li from the emergency department is present? I am Yu Tang from the publicity department and would like to interview him, showcasing his achievements as an exemplary model for our factory workers to emulate. Oh my! Ma Ying was instantly elated, quickly grasping the intention of the factory leadership. He hurried forward, exclaiming, "Officer Yu, thank you for your efforts. Dr. Li is right here." Inside the room, Ding Yuqiu and the others wore expressions of excitement. The factory intended to present Li Xiangnan as a role model for the workers, a momentous occasion that would bring honor to their emergency department and the factory hospital. Ding Yuqiu eagerly instructed, "Nurse Zhang, quickly, prepare some tea. We must ensure that Officer Yu comprehensively understands all of Dr. Li's accomplishments." Cui Xingzhan was so delighted that he couldn't contain his joy. "Yugan, come in quickly. Nurse Zhang, please wait a moment. I shall fetch some exquisite tea from upstairs." Yes, hurry along. Bring me the West Lake Long Jing from my drawer." Ma Ying, wearing a broad smile, hurriedly directed the others, observing the excitement around him. Li Xiangnan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but nonetheless approached Yu Tang with an air of poise, extending his hand. "Hello, Yugan. What would you like to inquire about?" Chapter 89. Do not overinterpret Dr. Li. I've been experiencing some discomfort in my eyes and would like your assistance. Just as Yu Tang was preparing for the interview, two young workers entered at the doorway. Ding Yuqiu promptly stood up and waved, "Please come here today. Dr. Li is quite occupied." All right. The workers were elated to receive attention from the beautiful doctor. Once seated, one of them whispered, "Dr. Ding, why does Dr. Li seem as if he is being interrogated? Has he done something wrong?" "Not at all," Ding Yuqiu replied proudly. "This is an interview conducted by the factory's publicity department regarding Dr. Li's recent accomplishments. Once the materials are compiled, they will be broadcast throughout the entire factory." "Really? I knew our Dr. Li's medical skills were exceptional. He certainly won't go unnoticed, and soon more people will come to recognize him." The young craftsman exclaimed with genuine admiration. "We are from the sand casting workshop," he added, feeling somewhat bashful. "All right." After expressing their gratitude to Ding Yuqiu, the two workers remained nearby, keenly listening to Yu Tang's interview with Li Xiangnan. Thus, had it not been for Dr. Li's unwavering courage and decisive action in administering sedatives to stabilize the little girl's convulsions, followed by the use of silver needles to further stabilize her condition, it is certain that she would have encountered additional complications, would she not? Yu Tang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she fixated on Li Xiangnan before her. However, it was not solely my endeavor. Dr. Ding and several nurses in the room also participated in the rescue effort. This was not a decision made by me alone. Li Xiangnan spoke earnestly, acknowledging the contributions of others. Understood. Yu Tang meticulously chronicled that moment in her notebook, softly murmuring, "Dr. Li not only turned the tide during the crisis, but in subsequent interviews, he did not bask in the glory, instead graciously attributing the success to the doctors and nurses in the same clinic, a display of humility and detachment from fame that I deeply admire." Li Xiangnan's lips twitched as he quickly waved his hand. "Ms. Yu, that day was indeed." Dr. Ding, noticing Li Xiangnan's embarrassment, chuckled and interjected, "Dr. Li, the truth is exactly as Ms. Yu has recorded. Do not divert. Let her continue with her questions." "Dr. Li, you were well aware that proceeding to Hospital 301 would likely pose immense challenges, potentially inciting dissatisfaction from leadership, yet you still chose to confront these difficulties head-on, seizing even the slightest glimmer of hope, did you not? Even in the presence of the high-ranking Dean Miao, you stood your ground, striving to secure a chance for that little girl's survival, did you not?" Yu Tang's eyes sparkled brightly, brimming with reverence. "At that moment, I had no such elaborate thoughts. I simply did what any doctor ought to do. Please do not overinterpret my actions." Upon hearing Yu Tang's words, Li Xiangnan felt a throbbing pain in his head. It seemed to him that her comprehension differed significantly from his own. "I understand," Yu Tang replied earnestly, continuing to write while speaking. In order to save the ailing girl, Dr. Li bravely faced the daunting challenges ahead. Even in the face of skepticism and misunderstanding, he pressed on fearlessly. After successfully treating the girl, he remained humble amidst the accolades, generously sharing his methods without reservation, and when informed about the interview, he emphasized the contributions of his fellow doctors in the healing process. Such exemplary medical ethics, undaunted by difficulties, fostering camaraderie, and remaining indifferent to fame and fortune, are qualities we should all aspire to emulate. That was beautifully articulated. Zhang Shinan, Wang Qin, and Zhu listened, their eyes glistening with tears. Applause erupted from Ding Yuqiu, who stood nearby, clapping enthusiastically. The two young apprentices, having absorbed the speech, joined in the applause, unable to contain their admiration for Li Xiangnan. Ma Ying rubbed her sore eyes, frequently glancing at Cui Xingzhan, the individual directly involved. feeling joy for Li Xiangnan and relief for Cui Xingjian. Amidst the thunderous applause, Li Xiangnan felt utterly bewildered. Your praise is rather overwhelming. Dr. Li, while you may perceive these words as exaggerated, the actions you have taken truly merit such commendation. I assure you, I have not embellished in the slightest. Yu Tang's gaze was resolute. She turned to Cui Xingjian with a puzzled expression. Cui, were you present at that time? Dear Mr. Cui, you may be unaware that Dr. Li saved my precious daughter, Cui Xingjian. The memories of that day still haunt me. Yu Tang was taken aback. Her spirit ignited as if she had discovered a new perspective. With a mix of astonishment and delight, she exclaimed, Mr. Cui, please. I long to hear your account of the events. You must share every detail with me. Chapter 90. The tragic Luo Yong. Mr. Yu, why are you crying? Half an hour later, observing Yu Tang, who was shedding tears yet continued to diligently jot down notes, Cui Xingjian felt bewildered. Mr. Cui, truly, Dr. Li is remarkable. Yu Tang wiped her tears and capped her fountain pen. Cui Xingjian nodded slightly, in complete agreement. Li Xiangnan gazed up at the ceiling, pondering how he had been oblivious to his own greatness. Reflecting on the interview, he quickly rose and said, Mr. Yu, we must adhere to the facts. Dr. Li, I am a serious journalist. The broadcast scripts for the factory and the articles for the Internal Health Journal are all penned by me. Adhering to the truth is my guiding principle. Rest assured, I shall not embellish your story in the slightest. Yu Tang's earnest expression finally reassured Li Xiangnan. With a wry smile, he remarked, do we truly need to make such a grand affair of this? Dr. Li, you are the pride of our factory hospital, a paragon of excellence. I come bearing a task entrusted to me by Director Liu, who holds great expectations for this endeavor. Apologies for the delay. I appreciate your patience. You may carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Officer Yu. Ding Yuqiu hastily waved goodbye to several nurses. Ma Ying and Cui Xingjian, sensing the moment, accompanied her to the door. Xiao Li, what are you saying? Xiao Cui is only looking out for your best interests. Ma Ying feigned a reprimand before chuckling. Xiao Cui, let us discuss this matter with Director Feng. I wonder if he has finished his work yet. Very well. Cui Xingjian winked at Li Xiangnan before departing. Phew. Ding Yuqiu dismissed the nurses and approached Li Xiangnan, pouring him a cup of tea. You must be weary. Here, have a sip to soothe your throat. Dr. Ding, do you think Officer Yu will genuinely read those scripts she wrote over the broadcast? That would be rather awkward. Li Xiangnan's expression bore a hint of embarrassment. In the sand casting workshop, Luo Yong was breathless, laboring at a towering mound of sand, wielding a shovel to sift through the coarse grains. His back was drenched in sweat, his face glistening with perspiration. After a brief effort, he required a moment's respite, his back nearly giving way under exhaustion. Luo Yong, what are you doing? Why are you resting again? How many breaks have you taken in the past hour? With such a pace, how can our sand casting workshop maintain efficiency alongside steel production? Do not hinder our workshop's progress. The workshop director, Li Tian, descended from the operational platform, teacup in hand, casting an irritated glance at Luo Yong. Director, I truly cannot continue. My arms are trembling. My back is rather painful. I am getting old. Luo Yong hastily rose from the ground, anxiously clutching his waist as he stood to the side. Didn't I tell you to take a 10-minute break just now? Why are you still lingering? Keep up with the production pace. This is something you use to emphasize to us frequently. Why, then, are you not adhering to it yourself? You're holding everyone back. Director Li stood sternly at the side, taking a sip of tea before settling onto a nearby clean mound of sand. Laughter echoed around as those who overheard the conversation cast disdainful glances at Luo Yong. I see I cannot leave. I must keep an eye on you, lest you truly indulge in idleness. You're like a stubborn donkey. If you don't get a good thrashing, you won't budge. Director Li remarked bitterly. Fine, I'll get to work. Luo Yong replied, his face contorting in dismay as he picked up a shovel and began to scoop the coarse sand with a clatter. At that moment, two workers entered the workshop and approached Li Tian, who was seated on the ground. Director, Dr. Ding has brought us some medicine, saying it's for sand irritation in the eyes. Just a few drops throughout the day should suffice. That is excellent. Take a break and then get back to work. Upon hearing the evident distinction in how Director Li treated him compared to the other workers, Luo Yong shot a resentful glance at Li Tian. What else with that look? Luo Yong, it seems your mindset is not quite right. Fine. Since this pile of coarse sand remains unscreened, you shall not leave for lunch. Hurry up. Luo Yong's expression stiffened as he concealed his emotions and silently continued working. Director, you may not know, but that new doctor, Lee at the factory hospital, is quite remarkable. He has saved several lives. And just now, Comrade Yu from the publicity department went to interview him. It's said that not only will there be broadcasts about him in our factory, but his achievements will also be published in medical journals. Quite impressive indeed. Li Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Really? Is it truly that remarkable? Pray, enlighten us. The workers in the foundry perked up their ears, eagerly listening to the discourse. And Luo Yong was no exception. However, his complexion was pale, and his eyes reflected a tumultuous complexity. Gazing at the coarse sand before him, he felt a tempest of emotions churning within. While others basked in the glory of being broadcast and celebrated, he found himself toiling in the most arduous and laborious tasks. How could the disparity between individuals be so pronounced? It was all that scoundrel, Luo Dali's fault. He would certainly seek retribution later. Chapter 91. An unexpected encounter after lunch. Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu borrowed a bicycle once more. The reforms in the emergency department were currently progressing steadily, and the establishment of pediatrics had already been placed on the agenda. Today, he ventured to the library to peruse books pertaining to pediatric development, aiming to provide references for the factory hospital. Just as he locked the bicycle in the rack, his attention was captivated by the lively scene at the steps. Several tables were arranged at the library's exit, behind which sat numerous individuals who greeted passers-by with cheerful smiles, engaging them in conversation, particularly those who appeared to be students. As Li Xiangnan ascended the steps, he soon discerned their purpose. It was the enrollment promotion office. Hello there. Did you partake in the college entrance examination this year? As Li Xiangnan raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, a crew-cut individual cheerfully approached, pulling him aside. Do not mind that area. It's all arts-related. We are from the engineering university. Why not take a look over here? I wonder if you participated in the college entrance examination this year? Li Xiangnan was led to the steps, and upon glancing around, he indeed discovered that, as the crew-cut fellow had indicated, the divisions between the areas were distinct, and the academic disciplines were clearly delineated. The large calligraphic characters elegantly displayed on the desk before him, and the broom resting behind him, create an atmosphere of artistic inspiration. Nearby, prominent art institutions such as the Central Academy of Fine Arts, the Academy of Arts, the Film Academy, the Academy of Performing Arts, and the University of Communication, among others, showcase their offerings. In contrast, a row of universities including the University of Technology, the University of Science and Technology, the University of Posts and Telecommunications, and the University of Chemical Engineering are also represented, each vying for attention. Li Xiangnan surmised the reason behind this. It was summer, and most students who had just completed their college entrance examinations found themselves with nowhere to go. In the sweltering heat, many sought refuge in the library, whether to read novels or to meet friends, making it a bustling hub of activity. However, the time of day mattered. If it were around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the crowd would likely consist of those heading to swim in the Shikahai and Hohai areas. Nevertheless, for attracting recently graduated students, this venue was undoubtedly reliable. Yet, it was also a matter of probability, as the library catered to individuals of all ages, from young children to the elderly. To effectively promote their institutions, a discerning eye was essential. At this midday hour, the number of visitors was relatively sparse. As individuals ascended the steps and dispersed to various school booths, the area remained quite spacious. Given that many in their 20s had already entered the workforce, and even those who took the entrance exams often scored poorly, the schools present were all reputable institutions, not mere vocational colleges that accepted scores in the low hundreds. Noticing the disdainful glances directed at him, Li Xiangnan smiled, unashamedly admitting, "Indeed, I participated in the college entrance examination this year." The admissions representatives from the surrounding schools, upon catching sight of Li Xiangnan, straightened in their seats, attentively leaning in, clearly eager to hear more. Once it was confirmed that the student performed satisfactorily, it was imperative to swiftly enhance one's presence. However, if the results were less than stellar, "I am Li Xiangnan." Li Xiangnan, with a casual gesture, took the paper and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this your handwriting, senior? It is exquisite." "Not at all. It belongs to your graceful senior, Pingting." The crew-cut individual pointed proudly to a beautiful girl seated behind the desk. This was undoubtedly the most sincere recruitment effort, with all content handwritten. "Li, have you estimated your score? How do you feel about it? Our university is indeed a prestigious institution. The nation is vigorously advancing industrial development. If you excel, A commendable job will surely be allocated to you. Currently, the reputation of our university is remarkable within the industry. We must study what the country requires. Fellow student, heed the nation's call and join us. The crew-cut individual gazed at Li Xiangnan with fervent anticipation. Observing the impassioned crew-cut, Li Xiangnan's lips curled slightly, reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Dr. Li. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Yu, bouncing with her twin ponytails, approached energetically. You are here too, Dr. Li? Upon hearing this address, not only was the crew-cut individual taken aback, but even the previously engrossed Pingting was astonished and turned to look. I happened to come here to borrow a book and was drawn in to listen to the senior's introduction of the school. Li Xiangnan offered a gentle smile, responding, Are you also considering the university? Lin Yu shook her head nonchalantly and exclaimed, Oh, don't bother looking. Our major isn't offered by them. I've already checked around. Yin University Medical School didn't come here to promote themselves. Other institutions are just not up to par. Senior with a buzz cut. Sister Qingting. Surrounding recruitment seniors. In an instant, they felt the impact of Lin Yu's words like 1,000 arrows piercing through. Yet, her summary rang with undeniable truth, accurately reflecting the current situation. Despite their frustration, Lin Yu's comments served as a reminder to everyone. Those who consider Yin University Medical School a top-tier domestic university with exceptional programs surely possess impressive scores. Such individuals are truly talented. Freshmen, come take a look at our Minzu University. Freshmen, our agricultural university is quite commendable. Classmate, our foreign languages department is also quite strong, ensuring you a stable job with a high salary. Please don't leave. Don't push. I'm from aerospace. In the end, Li Xiangnan could merely cast an apologetic glance at the senior with a buzz cut as he forcibly dragged Lin Yu away from the crowd, rushing into the library. Are you all right? Li Xiangnan asked, pulling Lin Yu into a secluded area, his head peeking out cautiously to observe the surroundings. Lin Yu glanced down at the hand tightly held by Li Xiangnan, her heart racing fervently, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Chapter 92. The first handhold. It was then that he realized he had been holding Lin Yu's hand all along, the softness of her palm quickening his heartbeat. In his previous life, he devoted himself to the medical profession, initially disregarding personal matters, which ultimately left him alone. As his knowledge and skills soared to remarkable heights, he still found himself solitary. This was his first experience holding hands with a girl. Clearing his throat, Li Xiangnan quickly released her hand, touched his nose, and shifted the conversation. Xiaolin, how did you know I also aspire to enroll in Yin University Medical School? Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment as her palm remained empty. She hurriedly replied, Of course, you are studying medicine, and I have a passion for it too. For those of us in the field, Yin University Medical School is the pinnacle of our aspirations. You are also fond of medicine? Li Xiangnan asked, somewhat astonished. Yes. My entire family is in the medical profession, Lin Yu said proudly, then added with a smile, Dr. Li, I remember your lunchtime is quite brief, right? Let us quickly find some books. Oh, right. Li Xiangnan recalled that he only had a little over an hour for lunch and promptly followed Lin Yu into the reading room. The librarian at the entrance was the same one from 2 days prior, and she was taken aback to see Lin Yu, who had inquired about Li Xiangnan's address previously, now so familiar with him. Lin Yu playfully stuck her tongue out at the librarian and dashed inside. Dr. Li, what books do you plan to borrow today? I can help you find them, and that way, you'll have more time to see if they meet your requirements. Standing on her tiptoes before the medical section of the bookshelf, she peered inside. No need, I can manage on my own. I wouldn't want to waste your time. Not at all. I have the entire afternoon, while you only have an hour. Allow me to assist you. It will hardly cause any delay, Lin Yu remarked, patting her chest, her dimples deepening in a delightful smile. Li Xiangnan, no longer inclined to refuse, expressed his gratitude, saying, Very well, please help me find some I have a use for them. Pediatrics? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled the incident where they saved a little girl, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Are you concerned that many children will come to the factory hospital in the future and that you won't know how to handle them? Are you preparing in advance? Not exactly, Li Xiangnan chuckled, feeling no need to conceal his thoughts from Lin Yu, a companion forged in adversity. Currently, the factory hospital serves only the employees of the factory. I aspire to establish a pediatric department, which would facilitate the gradual evolution of our factory hospital into a comprehensive general hospital. Of course, This is merely an idea at this stage. Achieving it will not be easy, but without endeavoring, success is unattainable. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not anticipated that a doctor in the emergency department of a machine repair factory would possess such forward-thinking aspirations. Dr. Li, you truly have remarkable ideas. Allow me to assist you. As Li Xiangnan swiftly flipped through the borrowed books, confirming they were indeed what he sought, he produced a notebook to jot down the titles. He positioned his satchel in front of him, preparing to retrieve a pen. Here you go. Lin Yu beamed, already extending a fountain pen toward him. Thank you. Li Xiangnan expressed his gratitude, casting a thankful glance in her direction. As he removed the pen cap, he began to swiftly take notes. What are you thanking me for? This pen is originally yours. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you. Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was indeed holding the fountain pen he had brought from the Li family. At this moment, the pen was filled with ink by Lin Yu, prompting him to smile gently without uttering another word. He meticulously noted the titles of several books, an overview of pediatric development and prospects, the feasibility of specialized pediatric departments, research on neonatal and child psychology, summary of pediatric clinical pathology studies, and key characteristics of children's growth and pathological formation. Meanwhile, across from him, Lin Yu was engrossed in Uncle Tom's cabin, her right hand propping up her head as her gaze frequently wandered to the diligent man before her. Ah, indeed. A serious man is the most handsome. Who said that? Dr. Li, are we done? Lin Yu inquired, having scarcely glanced at her book when Li Xiangnan stood up. Upon checking the time, she was taken aback. It was already 1:15. How could time pass so swiftly? It really was quick. Li Xiangnan had been engrossed in his writing, and now that he had finished, he too felt the time was fleeting. Noticing Lin Yu's slight disappointment, he smiled softly. I will come again tomorrow. The young girl suddenly felt her cheeks flush and merely nodded in response. After he departed, Lin Yu touched her warm cheeks, murmuring to herself, Lin Yu, what has come over you? Chapter 93. Preparations for establishing pediatrics in the second clinic of the factory hospital. Ding Yuqiu had just dozed off at her desk. Stretching her arms, she spotted Li Xiangnan entering with a light step and smiled. Oh, you seem to be in a good mood. Fair enough. Li Xiangnan smiled gently, placing his satchel on the table before returning the keys. Thank you for the bicycle, Dr. Ding. Riding it daily has alleviated quite a few of my concerns. He chuckled awkwardly, adding, but I can't afford a ticket. My salary hasn't been disbursed yet. It seems I'll have to save for about 4 or 5 months. It's quite a challenge. Laughter erupted in the consultation room. Zhang Shengnan poured a cup of water for Li Xiangnan, remarking, I've rarely encountered someone so anxious to avoid idleness as you. All right, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things. Li Xiangnan understood this was likely regarding the upcoming Rural Medical Support Initiative and readily agreed. Ding Yuqiu nodded and swiftly exited with her notebook in hand. Li Xiangnan was still feeling energetic. He was not in the habit of taking a midday nap, so he seized the opportunity to study a few reference books while the patient flow was light. Establishing a pediatrics department would require expanding beyond the factory hospital's current service scope, alongside internal reforms within the emergency department, both formidable challenges. Although the factory hospital operates as an independent subsidiary of the machinery repair factory, it is ultimately managed by this state-owned enterprise, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Metallurgy. The initiation of a pediatric outpatient clinic may seem like an internal hospital matter, yet it involves resource allocation, personnel distribution, and financial prioritization, a complex process that necessitates approval from higher authorities, followed by extensive evaluations and feasibility studies from various stakeholders before it can ultimately be established. Moreover, the uniqueness of pediatrics signifies an innovative approach within the factory hospital's scope of treatment. In this era, where various industries adhere to established norms, achieving breakthroughs is no simple feat. Li Xiangnan has anticipated numerous challenges. However, once words are spoken, they are akin to water poured out. Firstly, it is essential to honor commitments and not let Director Liang and her obstetrics and gynecology team's efforts to save Xiao Yuan go in vain. Secondly, Li Xiangnan aspires to make a significant contribution at the factory hospital. Curiously, he found himself engrossed in research until past 3 o'clock. Yet the emergency department's second room remained devoid of patients, which was rather considerate of them. He rubbed his slightly sore neck, stood up to stretch lazily, and turned to see a man in his 30s smiling at him from the doorway. Li Xiangnan paused for a moment and instinctively asked, Hello, are you here for a consultation? Please, have a seat. No, not at all. I am Lu Yang, responsible for the construction within the factory, and the factory director has sent me to liaise with you. Lu Yang promptly replied from the entrance. Oh, it's Engineer Lu. Zhang Shengnan, upon hearing the introduction, hurriedly welcomed him. Please come in. I noticed you circling around the entrance for a while and thought you were looking for someone. I have indeed been here for a while. I saw Dr. Li writing and didn't want to interrupt, Lu Yang said as he stepped inside, carrying his bag. My apologies, Engineer Lu. I became so engrossed in my work that I neglected your presence. Li Xiangnan responded warmly, shaking hands with him. Now, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. While speaking, Li Xiangnan discreetly assessed Lu Yang. Lu Yang, with his thick hair, prominent eyebrows, and large eyes, sported a pair of glasses, while a sharpened pencil was tucked behind his ear. His gray shirt had faded to a pale hue, clearly marking him as a scholar devoted to his studies. After shaking hands and inviting everyone to take a seat, Li Xiangnan personally brewed tea. Engineer Lu, what do you think our first step should be? Thank you. Lu Yang quickly stood to receive the tea, offering a shy smile. I measured the western area roughly with my foot earlier and sketched a preliminary plan. Please take a look. Later, we can use a ruler to refine the data. If you have any specific requirements for the construction area, feel free to let me know, and I will incorporate those into my design. I will provide you with an initial draft by tomorrow morning, and we can discuss it further. If it is feasible, I will submit it for the office leadership's approval. Li Xiangnan, initially perceiving Lu Yang as reserved, was pleasantly surprised by his articulate exposition of professional knowledge and thoughtful insights. He nodded appreciatively and glanced at the blazing sun outside. Given the sweltering heat, Lu Yang had taken the initiative to inspect the site, which gave Li Xiangnan a clearer understanding of Lu Yang's pragmatic attitude towards work. Engineer Lu, I have no objections. I'll accompany you to measure the dimensions. Don't you need to take a break? The sun is so intense outside. Lu Yang expressed his surprise. Li Xiangnan patted Lu Yang on the back. It's fine. If you can endure the sun, so can I. Let's go. Lu Yang regarded Li Xiangnan with admiration, quickly rising to his feet. Let us go. After their diligent efforts, both Li Xiangnan and Lu Yang were drenched in sweat by the time they concluded their work, reaching the end of the workday. You two should take a break. Oh, first have some tea. Ding Yuqiu had just concluded a meeting and hurriedly arrived here, carrying 2 cups of tea. After Li Xiangnan accepted a cup and took a sip, she remarked, Dr. Li, in 10 days, we shall venture to the countryside together to provide medical assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Yu's prediction had proven accurate. However, what had initially been a suggestion now felt more like an announcement. In our institution, there are only 4 of us. We 2 have been designated by Director Lu. Ding Yuqiu seemed to sense Li Xiangnan's confusion and offered clarification. Who are the other 2? Li Xiangnan raised an eyebrow. One is Dr. Wu Daong from the surgery department, assigned by Director Qian, and the other is Dr. Dong Xiaomei from obstetrics and gynecology, who volunteered for this opportunity. Having finished her explanation, Ding Yuqiu glanced at the waning sun and stepped into the shade of a nearby tree. With a playful smile, she added, I thought it would suffice for you to gain some experience, yet here I am, also designated by Director Lu. Li Xiangnan found it curious that the list had been announced so soon. It seemed the decisions had been made earlier that morning. Sipping his tea, he chuckled. Consider it an opportunity to exchange ideas with esteemed physicians. I've heard many from the 7th factory and 8th hospital will be attending. The scale is quite impressive. Indeed. I am quite looking forward to it. Ding Yuqiu replied with a cheerful smile. As long as she was accompanying Li Xiangnan to the countryside, she felt content. Just then, as they conversed, Lu Yang, seated nearby, suddenly exclaimed, and they all heard the melodious strains of music wafting through the air. Ding dong, ding dong. What is that? Li Xiangnan turned his head to look around, and soon discovered that the sound emanated from a nearby telephone pole, where a large gray speaker was broadcasting music. Below, it recounted the touching stories from our Hongshanka machine repair factory hospital, titled The Small Emergency Room, The Great Dr. Li, The Radiance of Humanity Carried by the Wind. Upon hearing Yu Tang's signature melodious voice resonating from the speaker, Li Xiangnan immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, within moments, the few actions he had taken in the emergency room were being passionately recounted by her, accompanied by an uplifting background melody. How utterly embarrassing! Li Xiangnan felt as though he had met with social death in that critical moment. Li Xiangnan had remained composed, instructing his colleagues to prepare the hospital bed and tranquilizers, while soothing the child's parents. Just then, the little New Year's Day child suffered another seizure. and Dr. Li offered his thumb as a makeshift bite stick to the child. When the child's convulsions finally subsided, his colleagues noticed that Dr. Li's thumb had already been bitten to a bloody pulp. Li Xiangnan was instantly covered in goosebumps. No, I can't listen to this anymore. But as his gaze shifted, he was taken aback. Simultaneously, doctors and nurses on every floor of the factory hospital were drawn to the large speaker outside, gathering by the windows. Throughout the factory, in every workshop, the workers perked up their ears, captivated by Yu Tang's expressive narration on the intercom. Before long, Li Xiangnan's actions began to be discussed and admired in every corner of the mechanical factory. At the entrance of the machinery factory, Li Fuqin handed the bicycle to Lin Chuqiao, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Chuqiao, I truly appreciate your kindness. You dedicated an entire afternoon to accompany me around the city, which has truly broadened my horizons. Uncle, it was my pleasure. I just provided you with our unit's phone number and my home number. Should you wish to visit any place and find yourself at a loss, simply call me, and I shall guide you there. Lin Chuqiao wiped the sweat from her brow, adjusting the bicycle's handlebars, ready to depart. Li Fuqin scratched his head, gesturing toward the factory area. Do you really not wish to meet Xiangnan inside? Lin Chuqiao cast a fleeting glance in the direction of the factory, her eyes flickering. Yet she shook her head resolutely. Uncle, I cannot. You promised me regarding today's events. Do not mention it to him. Just say you were out and about. And do not forget, I must take my leave. Alas, Li Fuqin sighed, feeling it futile to press further. As they parted ways, they were fortuitously spotted by the gatekeeper, Old Qin. He exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Old 3, come quickly. Your nephew is on the air. The factory's announcer is broadcasting your nephew's glorious achievements. Is that true? My nephew Li Xiangnan is on the air? Li Fuqin was momentarily taken aback, genuinely startled. Over the years, only significant matters or exemplary figures worth emulating were disseminated through such channels. His nephew on the broadcast? That rascal? Li Fuqin found it hard to believe. Uncle, let's go listen. Just then, Lin Chuqiao, who was preparing to leave, resolutely stepped into the factory. Yes, let us go in and listen. Li Fuqin grinned widely and hurriedly dashed into the factory. It is precisely this indomitable spirit of Li Xiangnan that ultimately secured penicillin at the 301 hospital, saving a girl and transforming a family. Upon hearing this, Li Fuqin felt utterly bewildered. Is this truly my nephew? When did he become so remarkable? Yet, Lin Chuqiao, standing nearby, was genuinely astonished. Listening to the heartfelt narration on the radio, she could only envision the carefree Li Xiangnan with whom she had shared 3 years of her life. Unbeknownst to her, that man had grown to such an extent. Emotion surged within Lin Chuqiao, longing, confusion, tenderness, and pain, so much so that tears slipped down her cheeks unnoticed. She yearned to rush to Li Xiangnan and inquire earnestly. But as the broadcast concluded, she fled. Lin Chuqiao swiftly mounted her bicycle, allowing the warm wind of the setting sun to scorch. She was afraid of her uncle's consolation, and even more so of being brought before Li Xiangnan. Most of all, she dreaded the uncontrollable tears that would fall upon seeing him. She did not wish for Li Xiangnan to witness her pride shatter into pieces. As the evening glow descended, painting the sky with vibrant hues, Lin Chuqiao paused her ride upon reaching Qianhai Dongyan. She walked to a bench by the lakeside, staring blankly at the young couples rowing beneath the sunset, biting her lip in silence. Suddenly, she cradled her arms and buried her head, succumbing to tears. Chapter 95. What is Lin Chuqiao doing at the factory hospital? In the guard room of the machinery factory, Li Fuqin realized, after the broadcast, that Lin Chuqiao had long vanished, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Uncle Qin took the initiative to pass a cigarette to Li Fuqin, while he himself lit up a cigarette he had removed from behind his ear. Old San, do you know that young lady? She made a special trip to the factory this morning. I believe she is from the health bureau, isn't she? Ah, she's my niece. She even calls me Senshu. Li Fuqin chuckled as he smoked, naturally refraining from casually discussing the matters concerning Li Xiangnan and Lin Chuqiao with others. He deliberately shifted the topic, saying, I just heard on the broadcast that this news piece could be submitted to a publication. Which publication? The Yanjing Daily. Uncle Qin, well informed about the factory hospital, cheerfully explained. What secretary you referred to is a medical journal, an internal magazine within the health system. Departments, bureaus, and major hospitals, including our factory hospital, all enjoy reading these journals as they serve as a channel for understanding internal information. Oh, Li Fuqin's eyes brightened as he quietly inquired, Uncle Qin, If my nephew gets featured in this journal, wouldn't that mean everyone in the Yinjing medical system could see him? That is absolutely right. Uncle Qin, astute as ever, discerned the implication in Li Fuqin's expression and grinned mischievously. Old San, you must be hoping your nephew catches the eye of some high-ranking official. Li Fuqin cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet he expressed his joy, saying, that would indeed be the best outcome. I, Li Fuqin, must work hard to earn money. I cannot let the old Li family down, ha ha ha. Last night, he had mentioned to the security chief, Sun Jie, that he wanted to find a large basin to cool down the pickled vegetables he had brought. It seems that this item may be difficult to find in the factory. Thus, I can only make do with a wash basin for the time being. After completing my tasks, I took a bamboo fan and sat in a corner to cool off. I noticed a newspaper trapped beneath the clock and, out of curiosity, unfolded it to read. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The quick-witted Li Fuqin sensed a hint of something unusual. He perused the entire newspaper with great interest, and a bold idea sprang to mind. Virtue. Li Fuqin shot a glare at his nephew, poured him a cup of tea, and rose to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing him. Under his uncle's gaze, Li Xiangnan felt a surge of anxiety. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? You're quite the secretive one. You dined at the Lin family last night, and yet you chose to conceal this from me? Had you mentioned it, I might have accompanied you. And perhaps the Lin family would have entertained us with even greater hospitality. Li Xiangnan felt somewhat guilty, speaking with a lack of conviction. Uncle, how did you find out? Chu Qiao took me on a stroll around the city for the entire afternoon. Li Fuqin had assured Lin Chu Qiao that he would not divulge anything to Li Xiangnan, yet he couldn't help but reveal her involvement. What? Uncle, how did you come to know her? How dare you speak like that? Li Fuqin rolled his eyes and responded irritably. I was preparing to take the bus when I happened to run into Lin Chu Qiao right outside the door. What do you mean by getting in touch? Li Xiangnan chuckled sheepishly, somewhat perplexed. Did Lin Chu Qiao come to the factory hospital? Is there any other explanation? Li Fuqin gestured outside. I consider myself fortunate. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to meet a member of the Lin family. Who said Lin Weiman didn't arrive yesterday? Li Xiangnan murmured softly while sipping his tea. You're beyond saving. Li Fuqin, exasperated, tapped his nephew's forehead and stood up, preparing to cook. What would you like to eat today? Third uncle, you haven't told me yet. What is Lin Chu Qiao doing at the factory hospital? How would I know? She won't tell me even if I ask. Am I supposed to shamelessly keep asking her? However, that girl Chu Qiao is quite remarkable. Look at this sweltering heat. She took me to Shikahai and then led me to catch a glimpse of Tiananmen. Quite impressive indeed. Li Fuqin, having spent an entire afternoon being entertained, naturally felt gratitude towards Lin Chu Qiao. He glanced at Li Xiangnan with a knowing smile and asked, have you ever explored Yinjing? Would you like me to have Lin Chu Qiao take you out for a tour? Forget it. I have my own legs. If I want to go, I can just go. Li Xiangnan grimaced, shaking his head vigorously at the suggestion from his uncle. Isn't it you who said you didn't want to be a sycophant? What else with the lack of romance? Li Fuqin exclaimed in frustration. All right, third uncle. Since you've made the trip to Yinjing, let us not cook tonight. I'll take you out to eat. Let us dine at a restaurant. Li Xiangnan insisted, pulling his uncle along. Please don't refuse. Let me extend my hospitality. Oh, that sounds splendid. My nephew thinks of himself as a Yinjing local. Feel free to mock me as much as you like. Li Xiangnan quickly exited, grabbing a padlock to secure the door. Li Fuqin stopped Li Xiangnan and, reaching into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette to share with his nephew. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, well, I must say, having connections in Yinjing makes all the difference. Don't be modest. Make sure to showcase the skills you've learned from your father. Let the folks in Yinjing witness the true prowess of the Li family. Bring honor to our lineage. Li Xiangnan smirked slightly, but upon seeing his uncle's proud expression, he nodded in agreement. Uncle, rest assured, I will not bring shame to the Li family. Indeed, although Lin Chu Qiao has not elaborated on her family's background, we all know there is a significant disparity between our families. Focus on your work in Yinjing and uphold the dignity of the Li name. If you don't carve out a respectable identity for yourself, the daughter of the Lin family will forever remain beyond your reach. Uncle. Realizing that his uncle had once again shifted the conversation toward Lin Chu Qiao, Li Xiangnan felt exasperated and called out. All right, I won't mention it further. Let us go have a meal. Li Fuqin chuckled, not insisting, and began to smoke leisurely. Young Li, are you taking your uncle out for a meal? Mr. Qin, standing outside the guardhouse, waved cheerfully upon seeing the two. Indeed, Mr. Qin. Li Xiangnan smiled, pulling out a cigarette and tucking it behind the other man's ear. My uncle has always been fond of me. It's his first visit to Yanjing, and I must ensure he experiences our local specialties. Well, it's commendable that you appreciate gratitude. Grandfather Qin chuckled softly, igniting a cigarette with a smoldering bundle of mugwort, and remarked with a twinkle in his eye. A young lady just entered with your third uncle, but she left shortly thereafter. I even encountered her this morning. If you were to marry her, it seems you would be firmly rooted in Yanjing, and the entirely family would surely revel in your good fortune. What are you staring at? Did I not mention that Chu Qiao took me for a stroll around the capital this afternoon? If you wish for her to stay for dinner, you should have spoken up sooner. Next time, I shan't let her leave. Li Fuqin's laughter held a knowing undertone. Third uncle. Li Xiangnan quickly tugged him towards the exit, his expression one of exasperation. While having fun is certainly enjoyable, you didn't mention she was just here. Don't act coy now. Li Fuqin glared at him. Who was it that claimed they didn't want to be a sycophant? Li Xiangnan blinked awkwardly, admitting, Third uncle, so you do understand? Of course. Did you really think your third uncle was a fool? Li Fuqin replied with a smug grin. I was merely concerned about the potential awkwardness between you two. With a broad smile, Li Xiangnan leaned in. Third uncle, you truly are like a worm in my belly, knowing everything. Get lost. Li Fuqin kicked playfully at his carefree nephew, joining in the laughter. In the family courtyard, Lin Yu squatted on the restaurant floor, assisting her mother, Wang Xiuqin, in shelling edamame. She nudged her sister-in-law, what is my mother searching for? Xiaoqing turned to see Wang Xiuqin rummaging through the cabinets in the kitchen, and couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the meaningful smile of her sister-in-law. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed softly and rose to her feet, making her way into the kitchen. Approaching Wang Xiuqin, who was situated by the cupboard, she inquired, Mom, what are you looking for? Allow me to assist. Goodness, you startled me. Wang Xiuqin gasped, having been unexpectedly confronted by Lin's face emerging from behind the open cabinet door. Placing a hand over her heart, she glared at the mischievous girl. Why are you fretting? Just peel your edamame. I am in a hurry to prepare the soup. Come on, tell me. Perhaps I can be of service. Lin Yu replied with a cheerful smile, blocking the cupboard door. You can be of no help at all. You and your sister are cut from the same cloth. Wang Xiuqin responded, shaking her head in refusal. Pouting slightly, Lin Yu retorted, All right, Mom. So you are searching for that. I assure you, you will not find it even if you scour the kitchen. Humph. Wang Xiuqin paused, then quickly comprehended, her expression turning slightly embarrassed. Where did you both hide it? I shan't tell you. I am in league with my sister. With that, Lin Yu giggled and exited the kitchen, leaving their mother in a state of confusion. You are going to drive your mother to her wit's end. Xiaoqing, peering in to listen to their conversation, laughed uncontrollably. I know my mother well. She is surely plotting to seize my sister's jar of ginger slices. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Xiaoqing leaned in closer, whispering, So, where did you hide it? Lin Yu flashed a grin, locking eyes with her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Which side do you stand with? What side? Xiaoqing stood in a daze when a sound came from the doorway. Lin Yu looked up and saw Lin Chuqiao entering, prompting her to spring up and rush over, tugging at her sister's sleeve. Sister, fortunately, I had the foresight yesterday to hide the treasures from old Li's family for you. Mom was just rummaging through your things in the kitchen. She's probably thinking of throwing them away again. What? Lin Chuqiao's expression shifted as she glanced toward the kitchen, where indeed, Wang Xiuqin was muttering to herself while searching for items. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed upstairs. As she spoke, she untied her apron and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Lin Yu and Xiaoqing exchanged worried glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Just then, Lin Yu entered through the door, exclaiming, Oh no, third sister. Mom has discovered our secret. We're doomed. Quick, fourth sister will surely confront Mom again. Chapter 97. Wang Xiuqin concedes. Lin Yu hurriedly recounted the earlier events to her steadfast third sister, Lin Yu. Upon grasping the situation, Lin Yu stomped her foot, declaring, Our mother is truly formidable. Last night's affair isn't over yet. Come on, let us go upstairs. Indeed, Lin Yu pouted, pulling her sister along as they ascended. Upon reaching the second floor, they found their mother, Wang Xiuqin, standing in front of Lin Chuqiao's room, knocking on the door. Xiao, open the door. You must come down for dinner today. I won't eat, Mom. Please go downstairs. That is not acceptable. No matter what you say, you must come down for dinner today. This is an order. Wang Xiuqin knocked on the door, catching a glimpse of her two daughters and daughter-in-law approaching. She softened her knocking, and after a prolonged silence, turned to say, Xiaoqing, Muyu, just in time. Please persuade your sister. Does she not care for her health? How can she skip dinner so often? Xiaoqing smiled but remained silent, directing her gaze toward Lin Yu. Understanding their mother's intentions, Lin Yu stepped forward and raised her voice intentionally. Mother, do you genuinely wish for the fourth sister to eat? Of course. Wang Xiuqi nodded, casting a sharp glance at her. What kind of question is that? You don't believe your mother, do you? Very well, prepare the meal, and I will bring it to the fourth sister myself. Lin Yu skillfully countered her mother as challenge. Wang Xiuqin raised a finger, exasperated. You indulge your sister too much. And you, Yue, stop laughing. Do you want me to deal with you as well? Lin Yue, who had been stifling laughter, immediately straightened up, suppressing her amusement. Wang Xiuqin continued, what kind of family eats at two separate tables? It's absurd. You can't just bring it up. Everyone must eat together downstairs. Thankfully, your father isn't home today. If he knew about Xiao Qiao's behavior, he would scold you all. As she spoke, she began to push Wang Xiuqin downstairs. You always make excuses. Wang Xiuqin halted, shaking her head. You've been like this since childhood. If you truly want to scold her, do it in front of me and call her out. Lin Yu smirked, realizing their mother was resolutely determined to address the issue of the jar of ginger slices today. She stated directly, Mother, are you still thinking about the jar of ginger slices belonging to the fourth sister? Wang Xiuqin's face flushed, and she did not conceal her intentions. Yes, I am indeed concerned about those ginger slices belonging to your fourth sister. Have her open the door, and I shall retrieve my belongings. And that will be the end of it. I knew you had hidden the jar away. Such a strong scent. How could one possibly sleep through it? Mother, it seems you are not worried about my eating habits, but rather about destroying my possessions. Before Lin Yu could respond, a voice filled with disappointment came from behind the door. No way. Lin Yue rushed to the front, blocking Wang Xiuqin. Mother, these are gifts sent by the Li family for my sister. Although they may not be of great value, they hold immense significance for her. Would you allow her to decide how to handle them? You little rascal, do you think I cannot decide what to do with your belongings? You all belong to me. Wang Xiuqin glared at Lin Yue, her chest beginning to heave with anger. Mother, Lin Yu interjected, extending her hand. Xiao Qiao has enough sense. How could she possibly overindulge to the point of illness? Are you unwilling for her to remember the kindness of the Li family? What is wrong with that? For the past 3 years, has she not been cared for in this manner? This is merely a sentiment. Could you please respect Xiao Qiao's feelings and allow her to handle it herself? Wang Xiuqin's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Did she not understand the suffering within her daughter's heart? Her daughter was a piece of her own flesh, the very essence of her being that she had worried over for 1825 days and nights. This was all for Xiao Qiao's own good. Did she not realize the care the Li family had shown her daughter? Yet, she feared her daughter's tenderness, fearing that such reminders would evoke sorrow. However, upon hearing her daughter's earlier voice filled with disappointment, her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. Mother, rest assured, Xiao Qiao is sensible. A little ginger will not affect her divorce from Xiaoli. Let us not interfere, shall we, Mother? Xiaoqing gently supported Wang Xiuqin and softly advised her. Wang Xiuqin glanced at her two daughters and reached out to stroke Lin Chuqiao's door, whispering, Xiao Qiao, I promise you, I will not discard your jar. I keep my word. You can carry the jar downstairs and sit at the table to eat openly and confidently. Really, Mother? Lin Yue suddenly looked up. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Wang Xiuqin. Lin Yu was equally astonished by their mother's declaration, exclaiming, Mother, can Xiao Qiao really eat the Li family's food at the table? Continuing to be overly assertive would only alienate her daughters. They had always been strong-willed and preferred gentle persuasion over force. She genuinely worried about her daughter's health. How wonderful. Sister, did you hear that? You can open the door now. Lin Yue exclaimed, leaping up and rushing to the door, knocking eagerly. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Lin Chuqiao, clutching a jar of pale yellow sauce, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she said, Mother, let us go. Wang Xiuqin approached, squeezing her daughter's shoulder affectionately, leading the way downstairs. Moments later, sisters-in-law Wei Lan and Xiao Qing, along with Lin Yu, Lin Chuqiao, and Lin Yue, gathered around a table laden with a feast. Lin Yue craned her neck, peering towards the kitchen, puzzled. Sister, what is Mother doing? Why has Tishi come out yet? Is it really that difficult to fetch a dish of ginger slices? The others shook their heads, when suddenly, 2 little ones dashed past from the kitchen, giggling. Grandma is sneaking ginger slices in the kitchen. Lin Yu. Everyone. Chapter 98. The Culinary Contest. How dare the little ones speak so nonsensically? Come here, both of you. Upon hearing the mischievous antics of the two children, sister-in-law Wei Lan's expression shifted immediately. She hurriedly gathered Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan into her embrace, scolding gently. Grandma would never steal a bite. You must have seen it wrong. Do you understand? Mom. I know. Auntie, I was wrong. Be good, go wash your hands. Dinner is about to be served. Wei Lan affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and instructed them to wash up, then turned apologetically to Lin Yu, saying, Xiao Xiao, the children were merely, please don't take it to heart. I won't. Lin Yu nodded, though her heart was far from the calm facade she presented. What was Mom thinking? Forbidding herself from eating while secretly indulging in the kitchen? This was utterly outrageous. She could hardly believe the children were merely jesting. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had always been well-mannered, and given their remarks, they most likely witnessed the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Yu exchanged knowing glances with her third sister, Lin Yu, nearly bursting into laughter. Xiao Qing found the situation amusing but refrained from commenting, quickly exclaiming, Mom, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting for you to eat. Coming. Just moments ago, when she had picked out a slice of ginger with her chopsticks. Curiosity had compelled her to take a tiny taste. Yet that minuscule bite had nearly elicited a gasp from Wang Xiuqin. Having lived for half a lifetime, she had never encountered ginger imbued with a medley of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and pungent flavors. She was utterly astonished, and after one bite, she surprisingly craved another. In the kitchen, the delectable aroma wafted through the air, captivating all who entered. It was no wonder that such culinary prowess could win over the heart of her daughter. Even she found herself marveling at the exquisite flavors. Let us begin our meal. After a brief moment, she approached the table, carrying a plate adorned with slices of ginger. Feigning nonchalance as she instructed everyone to commence dining. Eagerly, Lin Yu was the first to seize her chopsticks, deftly placing a slice of ginger into Wang Xiuqin's bowl. Mom, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. My sister and I tasted it last night, and it was divine. Observing the innocent, radiant smile on her younger daughter's face, Wang Xiuqin couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar hidden within that grin. Before she could voice her thoughts, the gaze of the entire table turned towards her. What are you all staring at? Is there something on my face? Let us eat. Wang Xiuqin felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, then glanced at her daughter. I told you, I cannot find your fourth sister's jar. It must be that you, my dear, suggested she hide it because it was so delectable. Lin Yu, with her chin held high and eyes narrowed, replied, Mom, how do you know that ginger is delicious? Wang Xiuqin's expression stiffened, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation prompting her to lightly flick her daughter's forehead. You little rascal. Ouch. Mom, you always said not to scold before meals. Isn't that a rule you often mention to Dad? Lin Yu protested, clutching her head in feigned dismay. That applies to others, but with you, I must always impart wisdom. Wang Xiuqin retorted, maintaining a facade of seriousness. With a flick of her chopsticks, she transferred a slice of ginger from her bowl to Lin Xiu's. Xiao Xiao, you should have some. Mom, I'm already eating. You should try some too. It's quite delightful. Lin Xiu lifted her head and pushed the bowl towards her mother. Although Wang Xiuqin still wore an air of restraint, her gaze had begun to drift towards the slices of ginger. Hey, Mom, this is something. Lin Yu's smile deepened, her dimples more pronounced as she stood up and used the communal chopsticks to keep serving ginger slices to her sisters-in-law. Sisters-in-law, you must try it. It is truly fragrant and absolutely delicious. Those who refuse to partake will miss out. She cast a sidelong glance at her mother. Wang Xiuqin's chopsticks hesitated as she watched the slices of ginger intentionally glide past her and eventually land in her daughters-in-law's bowls, feeling an unexpected twinge of reluctance. However, seeing the mischievous smile on her youngest daughter's face, she silently averted her gaze. Yue, it's just slices of ginger. There's no need to bicker with Mom about it. Wei Lan observed the ginger slices in her bowl, utterly unfazed. Opposite her, her second daughter-in-law, Xiao Qing, had already taken a bite and squinted her eyes in delight. Sister-in-law, you should take a bite before you comment. As Wei Lan prepared to take another substantial bite, her words faltered. She was one to indulge excessively. Yet the flavor was undeniably captivating. As the taste spread across her palate, her eyes lit up, and she reached for a second slice. With a somewhat muddled articulation, she said, Yue, our mother isn't eating. You should. Place it in the center of the table. Let's eat. It's truly delicious. Xiao Qiao, your mother-in-law. Her culinary skills are remarkable. Wang Xiuqin. All right then. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with laughter as she stood to rearrange the plate. Wang Xiuqin, feeling flustered, hurried to intervene and move the plate aside. How can I eat now? Lin Chuqiao responded with a puzzled expression. Lin Yu, unable to contain her amusement, took the plate from her younger sister's hands and joyfully remarked, Mom, weren't you saying you weren't eating? Laughter erupted from the sisters-in-law, Lin Chuqiao and Lin Yue. Wang Xiuqin could no longer maintain her composure and directly took 3 pieces from the plate, exclaiming, If I'm not eating, you'll waste all the good food. Laughter filled the dining table once more. Wang Xiuqin felt a bit embarrassed, having secretly snacked on a few pieces in the kitchen earlier. To be honest, Xiao Li's mother is quite a good cook. Mom will divide this plate among you all, evenly, so no one snatches. Wonderful. Lin Yue enthusiastically raised her hand in agreement. Soon, as she watched her daughters-in-law happily savoring the ginger slices with several bowls of rice, Wang Xiuqin smiled with a complex expression. Mom, thank you. Lin Chuqiao gently grasped her mother's hand beneath the table, leaning against her shoulder. Wang Xiuqin caressed her daughter's face, smiling with pride. As this thought crossed her heart began to race. Chapter 99. Wang's subtle schemes. Upon exiting the state-run restaurant, Li Fuqin was evidently inebriated, his face flushed and his speech more animated. Xiangnan, it brings me great joy to see you stabilizing and achieving success in Yanjing. Truly, I am genuinely happy for you. Li Xiangnan found the situation both amusing and exasperating as he assisted Li Fuqin towards the factory entrance. Their arrival caught the attention of the security personnel patrolling the factory grounds, and a flashlight beam was immediately directed at their faces. Comrade, it's Dr. Li. Sun Jie swiftly kicked his teammate, exclaiming, What are you doing staring at him like a thief? Oh dear, Dr. Li, I sincerely apologize, I truly did not recognize you. The man hastily offered his apologies. All right, continue your patrol. Sun Jie waved them off, then hurried over to support Li Fuqin. As he approached, he was struck by the overwhelming stench of alcohol emanating from the two. Goodness, how much have you had to drink? Xiao Sun, what's going on? Mr. Qin, having noticed the commotion, emerged from the guardhouse. This pair needs to be sent home. I suspected something was amiss with their gait. Xiaoli, are you all right? Burp. I'm fine. Li Xiangnan replied, attempting to reassure Mr. Qin. Wow, that smell of alcohol. Xiao Sun, you better keep an eye on Xiaoli. Li Xiangnan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, offering Mr. Qin a cigarette before quickly catching up with Sun Jie, burping as he spoke. Old son, why do you always have night shifts? Is your body holding up? It's not every night. I didn't work last night. I have a night shift every other day. I'm in great shape. Indeed, Uncle San is pleased. This trip to Yanjing was not in vain. Li Xiangnan remarked, his head hanging low, struggling to maintain his composure while conversing with Sun Jie. Sun Jie patted his shoulder, chuckling. Enough of that. You should get some rest. You look like you're on the verge of passing out. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiangnan collapsed backward onto the bed, instantly falling into a deep slumber. This kid. Sun Jie grinned widely, removed his shoes, and muttered under his breath, Ugh, who wears nylon socks? How can they not smell foul? He quickly shifted away but did not hurry off. Instead, he retrieved a small bundle of mugwort from beneath the bed, ignited it, and wafted the smoke around the room, particularly beneath the bed, to drive away the mosquitoes. Only after ensuring the space was clear did he extinguish the light, close the door, and step outside. In the family courtyard, Lin Jianzhou urged, You go ahead and sleep. I'll look over some materials. He brought a document close to the desk lamp, his glasses sliding down his nose as he squinted at the text. What is so engrossing that you must scrutinize it so? Don't strain your eyes. Why have you been so busy lately? I've never seen you like this before. Wang Xiuqin remarked, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. Upon witnessing her husband's serious demeanor, she exclaimed in a teasing tone, Oh dear, what shall we do now? Are you going to have someone take me away? Seeing his spouse's earnest expression left Lin Jianzhou momentarily speechless. With a helpless smile, he set the document aside, saying, I truly cannot fathom you. Very well, I shall stop looking at it, and I will rest now. As he attempted to rise, Wang Xiuqin halted him, saying, Wait a moment. She approached and closed the study door before returning to him. What on earth is going on? Lin Jianzhou asked, bewildered, noticing his puzzled gaze. Wang Xiuqin chuckled. I do have a knack for sharp remarks, don't I? But guess what? I've grown quite fond of the ginger slices from old Li's family. Isn't that peculiar? Truly, Li's mother's culinary skills are. Lin Jianzhou felt a flutter in his brow. Have they all eaten? Wei Guo had matters at school, and Wei Min had social engagements tonight. Apart from the two of them, everyone else had dined. Not a single person remarked on the food being anything less than delicious. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I'll fetch you a portion. Wang Xiuqin chuckled softly. Don't worry, no one will notice. 2 minutes later, Wang Xiuqin stealthily returned, placing a small dish of spicy ginger slices on the desk in the study. She thoughtfully brought a small bottle of health tonic and poured a tiny cup. Care to give it a try? She suggested with a nod. Noticing Lin Jianzhou was entranced by the ginger slices. In front of me, you may act all refined, but no one is here to praise you. Oh, you've truly ensnared yourself this lifetime. Likewise, seeing Lin Jianzhou finally pick up his chopsticks, Wang Xiuqin promptly took a seat, observing his expression. Lin Jianzhou hesitated for a moment, quietly sipping a small taste of the tonic before gingerly placing a slice in his mouth. Almost instantaneously, his eyes lit up. He cast a surprised glance at Wang Xiuqin and began to savor the flavor, swallowing eagerly before reaching for a second slice. Moments later, Lin Jianzhou exclaimed with excitement, Pour more wine, quickly. Xiuqin, you are truly wise. Not only have you made peace with Xiao Qiao, but you've also presented me with such delectable treats. I, old Lin, am indeed fortunate. Wang Xiuqin filled his cup, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Old Lin, what do you discern through the surface? Lin Jianzhou paused, then chuckled silently. Oh, so you were waiting for me all along. Xiuqin. I must admit that the Li family has indeed treated Xiao Qiao exceptionally well, and Mrs. Li's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Is that sufficient? No more? None at all. How dull. Had I known, I wouldn't have let you eat. Wang Xiuqin feigned an attempt to seize the serving tray, but was swiftly restrained by Lin Jianzhou, who urged her, You should hurry off to bed. I will wash the dishes myself. You better remember that. Wang Xiuqin huffed, yet as she turned to leave, a smile lingered at the corner of her lips. In Chapter 100, the revelation unfolds as Dr. Li is featured in the internal publication. In the guardroom, the postal worker extracted a small booklet from his green satchel and handed it to Grandpa Qin. Grandpa Qin, please count the quantities and, as per our usual practice, sign here. 15, 16, 20. Over here, 7, 8, 12. The count is correct. Ah, just part of the job. You carry on. The postal worker carefully placed the signed booklet into his bag and swiftly exited the guardroom, hopping onto his bicycle to deliver to the next factory district. Grandpa Qin organized the two newspapers by category and noticed a figure passing by outside. He called out from a distance, Director Chun, the newspapers for the office have arrived. Please take them. All right. Chen Lan halted his bicycle, caught the bundle of newspapers, placed them into his bag, and turned to leave, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Cui Xingjian, smiling broadly, parked his bicycle, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it while casually accepting the newspapers, bantering as he mounted his bike and rode away. Upon reaching the office, he tidied up for a while, sorted today's newspapers, one to be delivered to Director Feng's office and another to remain for Section Chief Ma. A substantial, magazine-style book fell from the newspaper and landed on the floor, causing Cui Xingjian to pause momentarily before picking it up, his eyes lighting up with recognition. The publication was a familiar one, the Yanjing Medical Internal Journal, not widely circulated. It served as an internal publication for the medical department, released bi-weekly, compiling policies, news, academic knowledge, and noteworthy accomplishments pertinent to healthcare for the consumption of insiders. In the department and various offices, it was common for each individual to possess a copy. However, its distribution dwindled significantly in major medical schools, hospitals, and industrial clinics, where primarily senior leaders would receive a copy and mid-level offices, such as administrative ones, might share a single edition. Indeed, upon lifting the newspaper, Cui discovered that only 7 copies of this internal journal existed. Following protocol, he intended to deliver one to Director Feng and retain another for the administrative office, while the remaining 5 would be distributed among various departments. Recalling the broadcast of Li Xiangnan's commendable actions the previous day, he instinctively flipped to the inner pages. Suddenly, Cui's eyes widened in astonishment as an eye-catching headline leapt out at him. The small emergency room, the great Dr. Li, the radiance of humanity shines in the breeze. Ha! Little Li made it into the internal journal. How wonderful! With exuberance, Cui leaped up, clutching the journal, and dashed away. First, He delivered a copy to Director Feng's office, but the director had yet to arrive, leaving him no time to share his elation. Descending the stairs, he rushed into the obstetrics and gynecology department. Chui, what are you doing? Is something wrong? The nurse at the reception desk, witnessing Chui's frantic demeanor, was instantly alarmed. Before anyone could finish speaking, Chui Xingjian solemnly slapped the internal newsletter onto the table and grinned. Quickly take a look at the newsletter. Our emergency department's Shali has made it in. Once you've read it, be sure to show it to Director Liang. I'm off now. Is that true? A throng of nurses who had just started their shifts immediately gathered behind him. Old Zhou, old Zhou. Upon reaching the second floor, Chui Xingjian hurriedly sought out Zhou Feng, but finding the office empty, he proceeded to the internal medicine ward. There, he indeed spotted Wu Mao, who was holding a book and looking somewhat dazed. Xiao Wu, our Dr. Li from the emergency department, is featured in the newsletter. You need to check it out quickly. When Dr. Zhou arrives, make sure he sees it too. I'm leaving. Brother Chui, I understand. Wu Mao waved his hand, and Chui Xingjian exited the ward with a cheerful demeanor. Before long, the newsletter had reached all departments. After delivering it to the necessary places, Chui Xingjian briskly made his way to Li Xiangnan's dormitory, clutching a copy of the newsletter. From afar, he noticed Li Fuqin preparing porridge, having set the coal stove at the entrance. Hey, Uncle San, why are you cooking outside? Where's Shaoli? It's hot inside. The steam from the stove makes me sweat instantly, Li Fuqin replied with a smile, gesturing towards the room. Xiangnan is inside. As Chui Xingjian entered, he immediately spotted Li Xiangnan sitting at the table, his complexion pale. Sensing the lingering scent of alcohol in the room, Chui Xingjian quickly understood, chuckling. Shaoli, your uncle must have poured you quite a bit of liquor last night. Li Xiangnan replied weakly, don't even mention it. I thought he was the one who had drunk too much. In the stillness of the night, I found myself entangled in conversation, feeling quite overwhelmed. The sound of laughter from outside broke through, and Chui Xingjian chuckled, tapping the table with enthusiasm. Shaoli, I have something to share that will surely invigorate you. Uncle San, come quickly. Look at this. It was an internal publication from our medical department. Shaoli, you've made it into the magazine. What is this? Li Fuqin rushed in, his eyes wide with surprise. Are you serious, Xiao Chui? My nephew is truly featured in a magazine? Chapter 101. Fame is a double-edged sword. Hey, Xiaonan, come and see. It's real. Your name is right here. Li Fuqin, following Chui Xingjian's instructions, opened the cover and flipped through several pages until he stumbled upon the remarkable accomplishments of Li Xiangnan, the title boldly highlighted. After a moment of awe, he reluctantly passed it to Li Xiangnan. Take a look, my dear. Our family has truly produced a talent, gracing the pages of a magazine. Xiao Chui, you have brought us splendid news. To be honest, I am even more elated than Shaoli. Chui Xingjian exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement, clearly overjoyed. Xiao Chui, do these internal publications exist in the major hospitals and health departments as well? Li Fuqin inquired earnestly. Of course. This is the Yanjing Medical Internal Publication, which is circulated among several medical universities, large hospitals, and even across various health and medical departments from top to bottom. Chui Xingjian replied with a broad smile. Oh, this is truly a remarkable achievement. Xiangnan, Uncle San is absolutely thrilled. So, does this mean that those prominent leaders will also see my nephew featured in the internal publication? Li Fuqin was overwhelmed with joy, his smile evident even as he puffed on a cigarette. Indeed, Chui Xingjian settled at the table, reminiscing, in the past. I was indifferent to such matters, always feeling they were distant and unrelatable. But today, I find this internal publication both genuine and endearing. Oh, if only some leader took notice of our little Li, he would surely soar to great heights. I interjected, observing the two with a bemused expression. Could you both refrain from your comedic banter? It's rather awkward. Absolutely no problem. I'll handle this. Chui Xingjian thumped his chest, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, by the way, Li, you should eat quickly. I must rush to the hospital. Go on then. Thank you, Xiao Chui. Li Fuqin escorted him to the door, lingering for a moment before finally bringing a pot of warm porridge to the table. He served a bowl to Li Xiangnan, who appeared less than pleased, prompting him to jest, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? This is wonderful news. Li Xiangnan sighed. Uncle, fame brings its own burdens. That is not the case. Gold will inevitably shine. Li Fuqin waved his hand dismissively, using a fan to cool the porridge. I'll call your uncle today. He will be absolutely delighted. Is that really necessary? He has quite busy nonsense. How could I not share this good news with him? Fine then, Li Xiangnan relented. At that moment, Li Fuqin casually inquired, "Do you feel confident about this college entrance examination? Scoring 200 points should allow you to attend a vocational school in Yanjing without any issue, right?" Li Xiangnan's lips quivered, yet he understood that this was his uncle's judgment based on an understanding of his former self. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "I believe I can manage to attend university. In fact, I am indeed preparing to study at Yanjing University, though I aspire to choose a more prestigious institution." "Ah, Xiangnan," Li Fuqin exclaimed, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his voice. "The highest level of education attained in our Li family has been your uncle. If you were to secure a spot in a junior college, I would feel compelled to pay homage to our ancestors. And yet, you wish to select a more distinguished university? My dear boy, we must remain grounded, mustn't we? If you were to enroll in a junior college, our entire family would be overjoyed. Let us be realistic and not indulge in fanciful dreams." Li Xiangnan pouted slightly. "But what if I were to gain admission to Yanjing University?" Puffed. Li Fuqin spat out a mouthful of rice porridge, hastily wiping his mouth. "Do not jest. If you were to gain admission to Yanjing University, I would parade around the village for 3 days, beating drums and gongs." Li Xiangnan merely touched his nose, choosing not to elaborate further. He glanced at the torn calendar, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Uncle, just wait. In about 10 days, the results will be announced. Hey, young man, I do not mean to discourage you, but even getting into a vocational school will be a challenge. It would be best for you to stay put in this factory hospital, and your uncle would consider it a blessing." Li Fuqin cast a sidelong glance at his nephew, tapping the table lightly. "It is true that you have made it into the internal publication, but I must remind you to remain humble and not be blinded by fame. The road ahead is still long." "I understand, uncle. I am well aware," Li Xiangnan acknowledged, wiping his mouth as he stood up. "Uncle, I am off to work now. Which farm are you visiting today? If it's far, I can lend you my bicycle." "Don't worry about me. I have my own plans." Li Fuqin waved his hand dismissively. "All right." Li Xiangnan didn't say much more and quickly left the house, making his way to the factory hospital. Even before he reached the steps, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the emergency department. "Dr. Ding, you all." Just as he was about to inquire, he saw Ding Yuqiu leading Zhang Shengnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin, along with the 2 nurses, Xiao Run and Xiao Mao from the adjacent consultation room, clapping enthusiastically. "Let us warmly welcome the exemplary doctor from the emergency department, Li Xiangnan, to his duties." Applause. Chapter 102. A direct social death. Dr. Ding. "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Quickly, come inside." Witnessing the crowd's applause and cheers, Li Xiangnan finally understood the feeling of social embarrassment. His face flushed as he hurriedly ushered everyone inside. "Dr. Li, this is truly what you deserve." Ding Yuqiu smiled brightly, gazing at Li Xiangnan with admiration. "Indeed, Dr. Li, you have brought great honor to our factory hospital." The young nurses, including Zhang Shinan, excitedly gathered around him. Old Su from the reception, smiling broadly, chimed in, "Dr. Li, this is a wonderful thing." "Old Su, are you joining the commotion too?" Li Xiangnan felt an urge to escape. This situation was genuinely quite embarrassing. Observing Li Xiangnan's discomfort, Cui Xinjian finally took charge, saying, "You all should stop blocking Dr. Li's entrance. Let him head to the consultation room and start his work." Once inside, Li Xiangnan quickly entered the consultation room, anxious to avoid being surrounded again. Cui Xinjian observed that the personnel from the comprehensive department and the pharmacy were all craning their necks to glimpse the doorway. He approached Lao Su and offered him a cigarette, casually inquiring, "Where has Luo Dineo vanished to?" "Ah, that fellow." Lao Su chuckled. "Recently, not only do the 2 nurses in his clinic shun him, but our colleagues in the general department and the pharmacy also treat him with disdain." "Has he gone to the restroom?" Cui Xinjian raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly. "Cui, is what they say about him true?" Lao Su whispered. Cui Xinjian arched his brow. "Is what they say truly the case?" Lao Su whispered. Cui Xinjian raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "Deputy Director Luo from the factory office has been dismissed over this matter and demoted to the foundry workshop. I reckon Luo Dineo won't last much longer." "Is that so?" Lao Su exclaimed in astonishment, clicking his tongue in disbelief, then added indignantly, "No wonder everyone loathes Dineo. He truly is. I genuinely have important matters to attend to. Look here." Cui Xinjian grinned as he opened the internal publication to the page detailing Li Xiangnan's achievements. "Take a look at this." Mai instinctively glanced at it, and upon recognizing the content, her face lit up with joy. "Is this an article written by Yu Tang?" It's indeed her. Cui Xinjian raised Ma Ying's teacup and refilled it, smiling as he remarked, Director Ma, Yugan's writing is exceptionally impressive. Cui Xinjian raised Ma Ying's teacup and refilled it, smiling as he remarked, Director Ma, Yugan's writing is exceptionally impressive. Though the joy on his face was unmistakable, taking the cup from Cui Xinjian, he shot him a stern look and said, While having connections in the court certainly facilitates matters, you must understand that one must be competent in their own right. Xiao Li's reputation is bound to rise sooner or later. Indeed, Director Ma, you are absolutely correct. Xiao Li's reputation is bound to rise sooner or later. Indeed, Director Ma, you are absolutely correct. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement and misspoke. Cui Xinjian admitted with a smile. Virtue, Ma Ying said, pleased as he flipped through the internal publication before standing up to leave. Aren't you the clever one? Ma Ying shot him a glare, held his head high, and stepped out of the room. He then knocked on the door of Dean Feng's office at the far end. Ma Ying exclaimed, Are we selecting a doctor or a nurse? Have you even made a choice? Just having someone to choose from is already a blessing. Ma Ying exclaimed, Are we selecting a doctor or a nurse? Have you even made a choice? Just having someone to choose from is already a blessing. I only learned of this situation from drinking with someone last night. If this news reaches other major hospitals, it will surely be snatched away. We cannot afford to be short-staffed. Ensure that you finish this discussion before the end of the day and submit a document to me. Understood. We cannot afford to be short-staffed. Ensure that you finish this discussion before the end of the day and submit a document to me. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Ma Ying nodded but remained in place. Feng Qingshan lifted his gaze to him and inquired, Is there something you need? Yes, glancing at the newspaper and the internal publication lying on the table before shaking his head. I've been quite busy. When would I have the time to look at that? What do you want to convey? You absolutely must take a look at this. Ma Ying grinned. Certain that Director Feng was unaware of Li Xiangnan's situation. Our little Li made it into the internal publication. So soon? Director Feng exclaimed, his surprise evident. Certain that Director Feng was unaware of Li Xiangnan's situation. Our little Li made it into the internal publication. So soon? Director Feng exclaimed. Feng Qingshan rushed out of the factory hospital, heading towards the office building in the factory area. His laughter echoed as he left, resembling a figure far removed from the mundane. This spectacle left Lao Su from the comprehensive department, pharmacy, and the communications office utterly astonished. Hey, Section Chief Ma. Resembling a figure far removed from the mundane. This spectacle left Lao Su from the comprehensive department, pharmacy, and the communications office utterly astonished. Hey, Section Chief Ma. What has gotten into Director Feng? Why is he in such a hurry? Lao Su inquired as he noticed Ma Ying briskly descending the stairs, promptly standing by the window. Hee, Director Feng is celebrating some good news. Of course he is happy. Ma Ying observed that several staff members were straining to hear his words. Lao Su couldn't help but smile. Oh, I was wondering what was going on, he remarked before resuming his seat. With a chuckle, Lao Su suppressed his laughter and added. Lao Su couldn't help but smile. Oh, I was wondering what was going on, he remarked before resuming his seat. With a chuckle, Lao Su suppressed his laughter and added, Whom we warmly welcomed at the entrance. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Whom we warmly welcomed at the entrance. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Who in our factory hospital isn't aware that Xiao Li has made it into the internal publication? Haha. However, Old Su swiftly interjected, claiming it for himself. Old Su, have you turned into a rogue? Ma Ying shook his head in bemusement, yet he bore no anger, soon bursting into laughter. Go ahead. Indulge yourself. Well then. Old Su hurried after him from the transmission room, but Ma Ying had already mounted his bike and waved goodbye as he sped away. Old Su hurried after him from the transmission room, but Ma Ying had already mounted his bike and waved goodbye as he sped away. What other good news could there possibly be? He muttered to himself, pondering for quite some time without arriving at any conclusion. Heh, Old Su. Standing on tiptoe to gaze at the distant Ma Ying. What is it to you? Scram. Luo Dali stood there dumbfounded, watching as Old Su, hands behind his back, standing on tiptoe to gaze at the distant Ma Ying. What is it to you? Scram. Luo Dali stood there dumbfounded, watching his even a simple trip to the restroom results in 4 people cursing at me. Hey, which workshop are you from? What is ailing you? Even a simple trip to the restroom results in 4 people cursing at me. Hey, which workshop are you from? What is ailing you? Come, let me take a look. Stay where it's cool. I'm looking for Dr. Li. He gritted his teeth, refusing to be angered, if 1-1T let him see. As another female worker entered, Luo Dali rushed forward to greet her, only to find himself rebuffed and scolded. With keen eyes, he spotted a young craftsman entering the hall and, mustering a smile, darted towards him. Get lost. Wait, I haven't even finished speaking. Can't I at least try to make an impression? Why does everyone seem so unwelcoming towards me? Perplexed by such disparate treatment, Luo Dali pondered the cause of his predicament. With no alternatives, he resolved to have 2 nurses stationed at the entrance to assist. I shall go to the adjacent consultation room to learn from their advanced practices. With no alternatives, he resolved to have 2 nurses stationed at the entrance to assist. I shall go to the adjacent consultation room to learn from their advanced practices. It's one thing for others to disregard me, but you too shouldn't be so dismissive as well. This isn't fair. It's one thing for others to disregard me, but you too shouldn't be so dismissive as well. This isn't fair. A teacher approached Lin with the latest issue of the internal publication. Mr. Lin, the new edition of the medical journal has arrived. Could you please sign it? A teacher approached Lin with the latest issue of the internal publication. Mr. Lin, the new edition of the medical journal has arrived. Could you please sign it? Lin Wei signed his name in clear, elegant script and placed the journal solemnly on a side table, not in haste to peruse it. Lin Wei signed his name in clear, elegant script and placed the journal solemnly on a side table, not in haste to peruse it, but rather preparing for a professional lecture first. He is a teacher at the Xia Medical College, holding the title of associate professor, renowned for his stringent demeanor towards students and his meticulous approach to teaching. He is no stranger to the internal publications. In fact, he is quite familiar with them, particularly drawn to the latter sections where numerous academic papers in various medical fields are often featured, piquing his interest. Alas, it is still the same old news. He instinctively turned to the back, eager to see if there were any captivating medical discourses today. A fleeting glance caught his attention, as he seemed to have spotted references to a machinery repair factory and an emergency department, perhaps something regarding Li Xiangnan. In a fleeting glance, he was momentarily taken aback. Had he just seen some mention of a repair shop, or perhaps an emergency department? And was there something about Li Xiangnan? Lin Wei hurriedly set down his teacup, earnestly laid the publication flat, and began to scrutinize it page by page. A great doctorly, the radiance of humanity flutters in the wind. A bold headline emerged before his eyes, followed by an extensive report detailing Li Xiangnan's commendable deeds. Bursting forth in vivid text, Lin Wei thought he must have misread, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Yet, the article remained vividly before him. This is the words leaping off the page. Lin Wei initially thought he must have misread, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Yet, the article remained vividly before him. This is, and highly skilled in medicine were automatically attributed to Li Xiangnan by Lin Wei. A shiver coursed through his scalp. Without a moment's hesitation, his heart racing, he sprang to his feet and darted out of the office like the wind, leaving his colleagues in astonishment. He hurried to the first-floor communication room and, in a state of excitement, dialed a number. When someone answered on the other end, Lin Wei could not contain himself. Dad, something has happened. In a state of excitement, dialed a number. When someone answered on the other end, Lin Wei could not contain himself. Dad, something has happened. And an incessant stream of visitors that constituted his daily work life. Thus, when a phone call came through and the secretary announced Lin Wei's name, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him. His children were acutely aware of the demands of his profession and typically refrained from contacting him. A twinge of concern naturally arose within him, yet he did not wish to appear unapproachable. He instructed the secretary to connect the call. Balancing a document to sign in one hand while placing the receiver to his ear, he listened intently. Something has happened? At the sound of Lin Wei's somewhat startled tone. Balancing a document to sign in one hand while placing the receiver to his ear, he listened intently. Something has happened? At the sound of Lin Wei's somewhat startled tone. Or has Xiao Wei's bid for the annual Outstanding Class Teacher Award fallen through? He was quite displeased with his son's unusual outburst and was about to end the call. He should refrain from calling his workplace, as it would not reflect well on him. You know the rules. Dad, this time it's truly not my doing. I have never asked you for any favors. It's about Xiaoli. Lin Wei's voice carried a sense of urgency. Xiaoli? Which Xiaoli? Lin Jianzhou was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoli? Li Xiangnan, Dad? Lin Jianzhou narrowed his eyes, a sudden chill running through him. What could have happened to Li Xiangnan that warranted a call from his eldest son, Lin Wei? Although he held little regard for his son-in-law, he had brought him to Yinjing, and it was imperative to ensure his safety while settling his household registration and employment, or else he would have no. Thus, upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhou felt a slight unease. What has happened to Xiao Li? Was he hit by a car? When did this occur? Lin Weiguo, apprehensive of his father's wild conjectures, quickly interjected, Dad, did you read the medical journal this morning? The journal? Apprehensive of his father's wild conjectures, quickly interjected, Dad, did you read the medical journal this morning? The journal? The abrupt mention of this seemingly unrelated matter caught Lin Yu off guard, and he responded with surprise, What are you bringing this up for? Such news, which exceeded his understanding, often caused a momentary mental lapse. At this moment, he found himself in a brief state of distraction, and then, almost unconsciously, he repeated. Such news, which exceeded his understanding, often caused a momentary mental lapse. At this moment, he found himself in a brief state of distraction, and then, almost unconsciously, he repeated. Li Xiangnan, he made it into the journal? Indeed. Father, you mentioned that a mere country doctor, whose skills were honed under the tutelage of his equally unremarkable father, could somehow ascend to the pages of an esteemed internal publication. Moreover, it appears that his medical prowess is not as inadequate as one might presume. Lin Weiguo is utterly bewildered, grappling with an inexplicable and intricate turmoil within his own heart. He yearns for this to be true. Lin Weiguo is utterly bewildered, grappling with an inexplicable and intricate turmoil within his own heart. He yearns for this to be true. He simultaneously wishes for it to be false. Suddenly, a brief statement from his father concluded the call, leaving Lin Weiguo standing in a daze, clutching the receiver. He discerned the profound shock that his father's restrained tone concealed. He understood his father well, capable of interpreting the nuances of his emotions. Beneath that calm exterior lay turbulent feelings. Lin Laosher, what is the matter? A head poked through the doorway, rousing Lin Weiguo from his reverie. Oh, just a minor issue. Regardless of the reporter or Li Xiangnan, all pertinent details, address, company name, and position were meticulously documented in the report, indicating that the author had no fear of scrutiny, asserting that the matter was unequivocally true. However, what perplexed him was the inclusion of his younger sister, Lin Yu, in the report, who had also been embroiled in this incident. Why had she never mentioned Li Xiangnan to him? After much contemplation, Lin Weiguo resolved to find an opportunity to inquire about this matter with his younger sister. Could that young man truly possess such remarkable prowess? Meanwhile, in the office, Lin Yu had been staring at the phone for quite some time, until another call jolted him back to reality. He hastily responded to the call. Lin Yu had been fixated on the phone for quite some time, until the ringing of another call jolted him back to reality. He hastily responded. Secretary Wang promptly knocked and entered, presenting the medical internal publication to his superior, awaiting further instructions with a hint of curiosity. He found it peculiar. Typically, during regular working hours, leaders seldom perused this publication, only occasionally browsing it during lunch breaks or towards the end of the day. What could possibly be different today? Please leave. To his surprise, Lin Yu received the publication with a serious demeanor. Lin Yu quickly flipped through the initial news articles, and indeed, one report immediately caught his attention. Astonishingly, this prominently bolded article occupied a substantial portion, waving him off. To his surprise, upon receiving the publication, he began to scrutinize it earnestly, gesturing for the secretary to exit. Once alone, Lin Yu quickly flipped through the initial pages of news articles, and indeed, a particular report caught his eye. To his astonishment, it is worth noting that accolades and exemplary figures typically appeared before academic papers, occupying merely a few pages, often summarizing 3 or 4 individuals on a single page using generalized commendatory terms. Reports like that of Li Xiangnan. Lin Yu continued reading The Little Emergency Room, The Great Dr. Li. He began to understand why his eldest son would suddenly call to inform him about Li Xiangnan's feature in the internal publication. The energy displayed by this young man was starkly at odds with the impression he had formed in his mind, to the point of seeming entirely unrelated. His perception of Li Xiangnan had been shaped through monthly conversations with Lin Chuqiao and the few visits to Hongshan County to see his sister, recounted by Lin Weiman. The combination of their descriptions, along with his own fabrications, had long established. The energy displayed by this young man was starkly at odds with the impression he had formed in his mind, to the point of seeming entirely unrelated. An exceptional medical skill were suddenly intertwined with Li Xiangnan's name, startling Lin Yu himself. What astonished him even more was the mention of Li Xiangnan's emergency department reforms. Upon careful contemplation, he discovered that the issues Li Xiangnan highlighted, such as the urgent need for a 24-hour operational reform in the emergency department and the expansion of facilities to accommodate the growing How could a down-and-out youth from the countryside possess such an advanced perspective on medical development? On that evening, Lin Wayman and Lin Yu, the two siblings, had briefly discussed the matter concerning Li Xiangnan, and now new developments had emerged regarding the establishment of emergency. He discovered that the issues Li Xiangnan highlighted, such as the urgent need for a 24-hour operational reform in the emergency department and the expansion of facilities to accommodate the growing demand for emergency services, demonstrated a profound understanding of the healthcare sector's challenges, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. While deeply shaken, he was also enveloped in profound doubt, sensing that the situation was fraught with ambiguity. Had briefly discussed the matter concerning Li Xiangnan, and now new developments had emerged regarding the establishment of emergency departments in various hospitals, which were cautiously navigating uncharted waters. Lin Jianzhou pushed the internal publication towards him, pointing at the report on Li Xiangnan. Indeed, Secretary Wang was taken aback, but swiftly took the publication and exited. Upon leaving, he rushed to the window, and in the midday light, he glimpsed a name gleaming with brilliance: Li Xiangnan. Chapter 105. The sister-in-law wept tears of joy at the office building of the machinery repair factory. Lu Ziyuan stepped into his vehicle and rolled down the window. Addressing Xing Chun, who stood by the car, "Old Xing, contact the directors of the several branch hospitals and inquire if any of them have considered transferring to the general hospital. Have the office compile a list." He sighed. Chapter 105. The sister-in-law wept tears of joy at the office building of the machinery repair factory. Lu Ziyuan stepped into his vehicle and rolled down the window. Addressing Xing Chun, who stood by the car, "Old Xing, he is preparing on one front, and we shall prepare on another, a dual approach. You can merely attend the meeting," remarked Xing Chunlai, a cigarette perched between his fingers. "Old Feng has been a nuisance for days. I'm quite exasperated. Furthermore, with the impending reform of the emergency department, we will soon face a shortage of staff. Are you planning to challenge those from the 7th factory and 8th hospital? You understand me well. I simply want to make them less dismissive. What is wrong with our factory hospital? It's a hospital, big or small." With that, Lu Ziyuan slammed the car door and the jeep sped away. "Meanwhile, absolutely," Lu Ziyuan replied, patting his briefcase with a smile. Xing Chunlai grinned widely. "Now I understand why you've sent Xiao Li to support the medical outreach this time. Are you planning to challenge those from the 7th factory and 8th hospital? You understand me well. I simply want to make them less dismissive." The jeep halted at the entrance of the 301 hospital. Lu Ziyuan clasped his briefcase and alighted from the vehicle, feeling quite pleased. "Hey, Director Lu, what brings you here?" As Lu Ziyuan sat in the car, it took several turns onto the main road. Glancing at his watch, he instructed the driver, "There's still time. I truly must thank you this time. You are indeed a blessing for our factory hospital." Lin Yu, scratching her head in confusion as she prepared to head to the machine repair factory, replied, "Director Lu, what are you saying? I don't quite understand." Lu Ziyuan chuckled. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly spotted Lin Yu emerging from the outpatient building, her face radiating a brilliant smile. "Dr. Lin, oh, I truly must thank you this time. You are indeed a blessing for our factory hospital." Lin Yu, Lu Ziyuan exclaimed as he retrieved a medical journal from his briefcase. Flipping it open with pride, he declared, "Look here. Doctor, busy this morning? Haven't you seen the internal newsletter?" Shaking her head, Lin Yu said, "The piece written by Yu Tang from the publicity department is both touching and vivid. It moved many in our factory to tears." Li Xiangnan made it into the journal. Lin Yu, caught off guard, was both shocked and delighted. "Li from our emergency department is featured in this issue, and your name is mentioned as well. The piece written by Yu Tang from the publicity department is both moving and vivid. It brought many of our colleagues to tears." "Li Xiangnan is in the publication?" Lin Yu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her features as her smile became uncontainable. She quickly leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the publication. "Indeed, Dr. Lin, you played a part in this as well. Otherwise, how could I express my gratitude? I was just passing by, intending to boast to Director Miao." She rushed to the nurse's station and called out, "Xiao Li, where did you put this morning's medical journal?" "Dr. Lin, what is going on?" Xiao Li was startled by Lin Yu's urgency, but still retrieved the journal from the rack behind her and handed it over. Without offering an explanation, turned and dashed into the obstetrics and gynecology department. She rushed to the nurse's station and called out, "What's going on? Why do you need the publication?" Xiao Li was startled by Lin Yu's urgency. Lin Yu tightly clutched the internal publication to her chest, feeling an inexplicable joy that surpassed even the exhilaration of her own promotion. Lin Yu took the publication and found a long bench to sit on, eagerly flipping through the pages. Soon enough. I'm just so happy. Lin Yu hastily wiped the corners of her eyes, patted Xiao Li on the shoulder, and smiled. Lin Yu tightly clutched the internal publication to her chest, feeling an inexplicable joy that surpassed even the exhilaration of her own promotion. She genuinely felt fortunate for Li Xiangnan's burgeoning success. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? Asked Xiao Li at the nurse's station. I'm just so happy. Lin Yu hastily wiped the corners of her eyes, patted Xiao Li on the shoulder, and smiled. The little girl can be said to have been saved by both him and Dr. Lin. Wow, how old do you think this Dr. Li is? Dr. Lin just cried. It couldn't possibly be because of him, could it? Was she crying tears of joy? Could he be Dr. Lin's partner? Xiao Li pondered. Lu Ziyuan had arrived at the door of President Miao Jiji's office. Noticing him packing his briefcase, he strolled in with an air of nonchalance. Old Miao. Old Lu. What brings you here? What wind has blown you to my office? Miao replied. Well, just because I'm the head of a small factory doesn't mean I can't come to pay my respects to a great president like you, Lu Ziyuan teased. Lu Ziyuan had arrived at the door of President Miao Jiji's office. Noticing him packing his briefcase, he strolled in with an air of nonchalance. What brings you here? What wind has blown you to my office? Miao replied. Well, just because I'm the head of a small factory doesn't mean I can't come to pay my respects to a great president like you, Lu Ziyuan teased. Now that's truly remarkable. The director of your 301 hospital planning to visit a mere factory worker? What sort of play is this? Bringing the tea over and giving Lu a gentle pat on the shoulder. I'm here to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Just after lifting his cup. Lu Ziyuan set it down again, raising an eyebrow. Old Miao, all I have are steel and machinery. There's nothing you can use from me. Now that's truly remarkable. The director of your 301 hospital planning to visit a mere factory worker? Bringing the tea over and giving Lu a gentle pat on the shoulder. I'm here to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Just after lifting his cup. Who was dispatched to your hospital, along with several hospital leaders. We've been discussing the separate approval system proposed by Comrade Li Xiang. A formal document has been established. Tell me, should I not be thanking you? And let us not forget to thank that brave Dr. Li, who dared to venture into my den of lions. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan's pupils widened in shock, and the scalp on his head. After taking a deep breath to suppress the excitement within, he said, I sought you out primarily for this matter, and I had even prepared myself for a prolonged struggle. A formal document has been established. Tell me, should I not be thanking you? And let us not forget to thank that brave Dr. Li, who dared to venture into my den of lions. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan's pupils widened in shock, and the scalp on his head tingled with disbelief. He smiled and continued, All right then, if you wish to laugh, go ahead. In any case, I will bring this up at the district meeting later. Our healthcare sector needs individuals who are willing to speak out and advocate for the people's interests. Rather than waiting to laugh later, why not start enjoying the moment now? Lu Ziyuan pressed his lips together and finally allowed a smile to bloom as he retrieved an internal publication from his briefcase. Well? He smiled and continued, All right then, if you wish to laugh, go ahead. In any case, I will bring this up at the district meeting later. Our healthcare sector needs individuals who are willing to speak out and advocate for the people's interests. Rather than waiting to laugh later, why not start enjoying the moment now? Lu Ziyuan pressed his lips together and finally allowed a smile to bloom as he retrieved an internal publication from his briefcase. Well, it turns out you really did have something to discuss with me. Seeing him begin to pull out materials, Miao Jiji couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. What did you think I came for? Take a look. It's also regarding Li Xiangnan. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride.